Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Death. And me. Chapter 1, Don't Wanna. Chapter 1, Don't Wanna. Rian Faran had never been anything special. Born into a typical family, with ordinary parents, ordinary siblings, etc. He pretty much had a going with the flow life. If there is something different about him, it is the fact that he doesn't care much about anything. Everyone always has something that they desire to have or accomplish, but Rian didn't have anything like that. Because of this, he always looked at everything with a bored face. From the start to the end of his education, he just got by with average scores. As soon as a specific knowledge was unnecessary, he would forget it as if he had never learned it in the first place. He knew that he was a little different. Thanks to that, he always had the same thought. Born unimpressively, living unimpressively, fated to die unimpressively. He believed that this is how it would be until the end of his life, and made no effort whatsoever to change it. Unfortunately, when he was 31 years old, he tried to save a boy from being hit by a truck. The boy didn't look to the sides before crossing a road and ended running right in front of it. It was not like Rian wanted to save the boy. It was just that as a going with the flow man, he thought it was the right thing to do. Rian jumped and pushed the boy out of the way. Of course, the one who was hit by the truck after that was him. Rian was sent flying and crashed on the ground several meters always. His body was so damaged that Rian couldn't even feel pain. He immediately understood that perhaps, he shouldn't have done that. In the end, he could only think while laughing in self-deprecation. Hee. Even my death will turn out to be this cliché. Something that you can see in any low-rated book or film. As I thought, born unimpressively, lived unimpressively, fated to die unimpressively. A fitting end for someone who never desired anything. Almost instantly, Rian already came to terms with his outcome. Or so he thought. But it was at this moment that Rian's soul woke up. Suddenly, a feeling of unwillingness started to spread through his mind. No. Rian was taken aback. Was it him who just said that? Why would he say no? He should have no reason to refuse something, even death. That made no sense. However, that sentiment was just too strong. But at the same time, it was also too foreign for him. For a few moments, Rian couldn't even understand what he was feeling at all. He couldn't be blamed, though. He had never felt something like unwillingness before. Perhaps, due to never having felt like that, that feeling was bottled up until this moment. And now, during Rian's last moments, the bottleneck was finally broken. Rian clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt like he didn't want something. I don't want to die. Or better, it could also be said that he wanted something. I want to live. But it was too late, his body functions were shutting down. His mind was starting to get fussy. The last sounds he could hear were sob of the boy's mother, who was crying by his side with guilt-filled expression. But that didn't matter, his entire soul was screaming. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die. Finally, Rian lost his consciousness. And died. Later on that same day, on the table of the morgue, Rian's mutilated body had finally ended to be cleaned by the employee of that place. It would be passed to his family later, who would then proceed with the funeral. The employee sighed after seeing this early 30s man dead body. He had read the report and knew that he died to save a boy he didn't even know. Life is such a bitch, don't you think, my friend? The employee then put his tools down and left the room. His part was finished, so he had to take care of other things. The room was quiet, all one could hear was the sounds at other places in the distance where the employees of the morgue were working. But it was at that moment that suddenly, a gate appeared out of nowhere right beside Rian's body. From inside, a figure holding a scythe came out. The guy's body was covered in faint black energy while he was using a black robe. Not to mention that the robe had a hood that also covered his head. He then looked at Rian for a second and ignored him. Instead, he looked at his attire inside. Why the hell humans picture death like this? Even my weapon became a scythe for no reason. I really can't understand why humans think about me with this appearance. He was obviously death. As for his appearance, it was a general concept of how most of the humans around this place thought that death looked like. Depending on where he goes, his appearance would change according to the natives' beliefs. I liked the past when humans didn't think about me. I could take any shape I wanted. But, since a few thousand years ago, my appearance began to become more and more bizarre. In the end, Death sighed and returned his attention to the body on the table. Death then extended his hand, and some kind of black energy started to come out. It entered Rian's body and soon, someone that looked precisely like Rian, but had an ethereal appearance, came out. Obviously, that was none other than Rian Farn's soul. Death looked at Rian's soul and said, "Well, it's time to die." Death just said that on a whim. Souls of dead people or any other life form would never answer to start with. At least, that was how it was supposed to be. However, don't wanna. For a second, Death thought that he was hallucinating. As far as he knows, no soul had ever talked back after the body died. Once someone dies, their soul was not supposed to be able to think. After all, the process of thinking was done by the brain, which is already not working anymore. I must have been working too much recently. I could swear that the soul just talked. When I'm back, I will take a few hundred years off to relax a little. But it was then that Death noticed Rian looking directly at him with an ugly expression. "Did you just say that you don't wanna?" Rian nodded. "I still want to live, so just put me back." Death looked at Rian as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing of his life. Still, he is Death, so he didn't take long to recover from his stupor. So what if he can speak? His job won't change anyway. He can simply ask others later after he is done with everything. "What don't wanna? Just come with me, it is your time." Death then made a grabbing motion and the same kind of energy shot towards Rian once more as if wanting to grab him. But to his surprise, Rian dodged. Who the hell will accept that? I haven't lived enough yet. Or better, I haven't lived at all. Rian's soul then jumped directly into his dead body again. Or so he tried. But his body was already dead, so how could he possibly go back to it? Rian's spiritual form passed right through, and he fell under the table of his dead body. Death saw that and snorted. "You're dead, so what makes you think you can return?" Death then raised his scythe and slashed it down at Rian's soul. Even though his weapon took this weird shape, his scythe had the power to turn his soul back to its purest form. Simply put, Rian would turn into pure soul energy and nothing more. Death could then grab it and throw inside the path of reincarnation. A new soul would then be formed from the soul energy and be reincarnated into a new body, just like it has always been. But to his surprise, Rian's soul rolled to the side, dodging the scythe by a hair. Right after, Rian used all the strength he had to kick Death away. Death didn't expect that at all. It was not like Death was weak or anything. It was just that such a situation had never happened before, so he was unprepared. Death fell on the ground after that kick and could only see the ceiling above. For a few seconds, Death didn't move at all. What happened just now was so inconceivable that Death had a hard time believing it. In its countless years of life, or maybe death, Death had never been kicked before. To be more specific, Death had never suffered any kind of attack ever since it came into existence. Obviously, that action made it enraged. He is Death. Created by God Himself to guide all the souls into reincarnation. A vital existence in this world. Even between the other celestial existences, Death was one of the most important ones. But just as Death got up and was about to teach that soul a lesson. Where is he? Rian's soul was nowhere to be seen. Yes, Rian has fled. Rian sighed in relief when he confirmed that he could really cross the walls in that form of his. Who the hell would stay put waiting for a creepy guy to cut you in half? Go to hell. No, wait. If he is Death, then he came from hell to start with. Whatever, go to heavens then. Rian still thought that it didn't sound quite right, either. However, it was not time to ponder whether he is properly cursing Death or not. He had to flee. Nevertheless, that was useless. In the next second, a gate appeared right in front of Rian's soul and death came out from it. Rian tried to turn around and run once more, but death was already prepared for it. The black energy precisely wrapped around Rian's waist before being pulled back. HMPH. Making me waste my time. Usually, I would go around collecting a few souls before sending them all into the path of reincarnation at once. But since you're this eager to be first, I will fulfill your wish. Before Rian could even reply that comment, another gate, this time bigger, opened right in front of him. As soon as the gate opened, Rian's soul felt like he was being pulled by an enormous pressure. The more he struggled, the higher the attractive force seemed to be. Death saw that and snorted. Once the gate to the path of reincarnation is opened, any soul that stopped to be part of the living world would be dragged inside. It was impossible to escape. He didn't even need to transform Rian's soul into soul energy, the path would do that automatically. Death then turned around and opened another gate. He still had several souls to pull out of their dead bodies today, so he wouldn't stay here just to watch Rian's soul falling inside. After all, he had seen this scene countless times already. A new gate appeared in front of him, and Death stepped forward. But it was at this moment that Death noticed something strange. Weird. How come I'm walking forward, but the gate is getting further away? Of course, such a train of thought only lasted for a second. That is because Death suddenly fell with his face on the ground. He then looked back and saw Rian holding one of his lower legs. Immediately, Death's expression changed paled. Well, it was already pale to start with. Let go. Death must be dreaming if he thinks that Rian would do as he asked. Then close that gate. Death then started to struggle and kick Rian's head with his other leg. But Rian seemed just like a maggot. It didn't matter how much he kicked, Rian kept holding him tightly. I can't close it until the dead soul has passed through, so let go. Rian immediately answered. I don't want to die. Death felt like crying. You're already dead, idiot. Just go and pass away peacefully. Rian couldn't help but snort. Then come with me, and let's peacefully pass away together. Ha ha ha. Don't drag me down with you. It was you who put me in this situation to start with. I'm only doing my job. And what does that have to do with me? Between screams, struggles, kicks, and curses, Rian and Death were sent into the path of reincarnation. Together. Chapter 2, Subchapter Friendship. Death, who was still being tightly held by Rian, tried to reopen the path of reincarnation gate. Still, it was futile. The gate can only be opened from the outside. Bastard. Look what you have done. Rian didn't care at all. What I've done? Ha. It is your fault that we are in this place to start with. Would it be that much of an issue if you had simply left me be? Death felt like killing Rian. Unfortunately, Rian is already dead. You are really an idiot. I might as well tell you this. Any soul that is not sent into the path of reincarnation in 38 hours will completely dissipate. Simply put, let alone having your memories wiped out and reincarnating, you would be completed dead both in body and soul. Rian was taken aback. That is the first time he heard anything about that. This. Then why didn't you tell me from the very start? Death felt like crying. With how much you wanted to live, would you believe me? Rian had to admit that Death was speaking the truth. At that moment, he would think that Death was simply finding an excuse to get rid of him. In fact, even now, he isn't sure if Death is telling the truth or not. But looking at the circumstances and how Death stopped struggling completely, it seems like he isn't lying. What do we do now? Death's mouth twitched. We? There is no we. First of all, I've never heard about a death spirit soul like me falling inside the path of reincarnation, so I have no idea about what is going to happen with me. That being said, do you think I have time to think about you? Rian started to think and asked a moment later. In that case, what will be happening with me? Since you're lost at the moment, there shouldn't be a problem for you to tell me what happens for normal souls in this place. Death thought for a second and nodded. Since he already got to this point, perhaps explaining things to Rian might give him some new ideas. In the path of reincarnation, the soul of the dead will be converted back into pure soul energy. Soul energy will then be used to form an entirely new soul. Through this process, any memories, emotions, dreams, or anything else related to its previous identity will be wiped out. After this cleaning process, the soul is finally ready to leave the path of reincarnation and be born as a new life. Rian nodded. And when will this process begin? Death pointed in the distance. Can you see the colored portal there? Rian had to pay good attention to notice the portal that Death mentioned. Yes. Barely. Death and continued, that portal will send you directly inside of the river of forgetfulness. It is that river that will cleanse your soul and wipe out all your memories. Once you pass that portal, it will be a point of no return. Rian then asked. What about you? Death shrugged his shoulders. If I knew, I wouldn't be this worried. Or perhaps, I would be a lot more worried instead. As I said, no other death spirit soul had ever fallen inside the path of reincarnation. Thanks to that, I have no idea. It was then that Death remembered something. By the way, how the hell can you think and talk? Rian immediately looked at Death with a surprised expression. Shouldn't I be able to? Death's mouth twitched hearing that question. Are you blind? Look around you, idiot. How many fucking souls can you see going in the same direction as us? Can you see a single one speaking? Does it even look like they are thinking at all? Rian was a lot more worried about his situation. Because of that, he really hadn't paid attention to the other souls until now. He then took an in-depth look around, but all he could see were souls that looked like to be absent-minded. Or to be more specific, souls that weren't thinking about anything to start with. It is as if everyone is in a trance. Death nodded. It's not incorrect to think like that, but not right either. Say it, what part of the body is responsible for the thinking ability? Rian immediately understood the crux of the issue. I see. Because we are all dead, our brains are obviously dead too. How can a dead brain think about anything? Without the brain's support, a soul should not be able to think to start with. Is that what you meant? Death nodded. Correct. That's why I can't understand you. Your body is, without a doubt, 100% dead. But how come you can have the ability to think without a brain? Rian was just as confused as Death. Indeed? Just what is serving as support for him to generate thoughts? Can you see anything different in my soul? I don't know. Perhaps some hidden soul treasure? Death felt like kicking Rian once again. What do you think it is? Some novel? As if such a thing could. Suddenly, Death noticed something unbelievable. Right at the center of Rian's soul, there seemed to be a very faint light. It was so frail that if Rian hadn't asked that question, he definitely wouldn't have noticed. However, as a death spirit soul that guided countless numbers of dead souls into the path of reincarnation, he was absolutely sure that such a thing shouldn't exist. There is really such a thing as a soul treasure? Rian noticed the change with Death and understood that perhaps, he was right about his judgment. But he too was taken aback. After all, he really asked that on a whim. Who would believe in such a thing as a soul treasure? But then again, until a few moments ago, he didn't believe that a death spirit and the path of reincarnation existed either. But lo and behold, here he is. Suddenly, Rian released Death. Death, of course, was taken aback by that action. He was holding onto his leg as if his life depended on it. Well, he is not really alive, though. But now, he let him go that easily. Could it be that he trusted his words about the soul disappearing after 38 hours and now felt remorse? So now he decided to face his destiny without affecting him? But in the next second, Death's expression changed. Dude. Once again, someone began to hold tightly onto someone else's leg. But this time, it was Death who wasn't letting Rian go? Let go. Death immediately replied. As if. Rian's expression went dark. Didn't you want to get rid of me? Death, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Although I don't know what will happen to a death spiritual soul in the path of reincarnation, it doesn't change the fact that I'm also a soul. Chances are that I will have my memories wiped as well. Right now, this treasure or whatever that you have in your head is my only guarantee. You should be grateful. Your grandfather, Lord Death, will be accompanying you into the river of forgetfulness. There is no need to thank me. Rian's mouth twitched. First of all, he doesn't even know if this thing inside his soul can really prevent him from losing his memories later. But assuming that it is, what guarantees are there that it has enough power to protect two souls? There is even a chance that there is too much to protect. Thus, this treasure or whatever will not work correctly because of that. Once again, between screams, struggles, kicks, and curses, Rian and Death were sent into the river of forgetfulness. Together. Author's note: if you like the story so far, consider leaving a few power stones to help the story. Chapter 3, Together Once More. Death and Rian passed through the colored portal and fell directly into the river of forgetfulness. Both Death and Rian's soul started to change shape almost immediately after that. Their minds got fussy, and they couldn't tell right from left. Still, Death made sure to hold Rian and not let him escape. Suddenly, both souls lost their shape. At the same time, they were being converted into pure soul energy. But it was at this moment that faint light inside Rian's soul started to get brighter. Both Rian and Death's soul energies then began to revolve around it together. That light then started to gather all their memories and emotions. Not only that, but the light also started to change. What was just a white light before, now became half white and half dark. However, Death was right. That light really had the power to keep both of their memories somehow. Unfortunately, Rian and Death already lost consciousness. Suddenly. War, G. Uniden ... Edsoelmem, eyes detected. Say Arshanim, bl. Initayang emerjang, anisis. Anilisi paled. CCing for alternate, salshan. Alter T solution found. In T tinso L connect 10. Soul connection completed. Warning. Unidentified soul is of a different type. Soul gem is not compatible. Initiating analysis. Analysis completed. Soul gem upgrade needed. Initiating soul gem upgrade. Upgrade completed. Restarting memories preservation. Memories saved. Auto reincarnation pilot on. Entering hibernation until enough energy is accumulated. Death and Rian, obviously, didn't hear or see anything. The river of forgetfulness tried to take those memories away, but the light's power was a lot stronger than it. In the end, every single memory, emotion, or anything related to that was sent into that light. With the memories disappearing altogether, the river of forgetfulness felt like its target was gone. The river didn't have a mind. It only did what it was supposed to do. With no more memories to wipe out, it would simply start the next process. Both their soul energies were then released by the light so that the river of forgetfulness could do its job. The cleansing process went for several of years, but during all this time, both souls had always stayed close to the light of their memories. Finally, both soul energies finished passing through the river of forgetfulness. From there, they seemed to be dragged by some kind of supernatural power, which tried to send them into another portal. In fact, that power was supposed to get just a single soul each time, but the light acted as a glue that kept Death and Rian's soul energies together. But there was a problem. The moment that Rian and Death's soul energies were about to enter that portal, that light began to get even brighter. The space around it looked like to distort, and the portal where they were supposed to be sent into disappeared. Right after, another portal that wasn't supposed to be there materialized right in front of both souls. That supernatural power from before tried to stop Rian and Death from falling into it. But the light also acted as a barrier that prevented that power from getting close. Rian and Death's soul energies then passed through this new portal, which closed right after they entered. Usually, The portal that disappeared would send Rian and Death to be reformed as new souls. After that, they would enter a new life form that was being created. Like a baby, for example. That would then conclude their reincarnation process. But the portal that the light opened for them led both soul energies outside of the universe. Or to be more precise, it led them to a completely different plane altogether. In this new plane, the laws were completely different. To start, the souls in the reincarnation path are a lot stronger than they are. Death and Rian's soul energies looked as if they could be smashed by any other souls there. That can't be helped. This plane is a place where cultivation reigns supreme. Everyone in this place can cultivate. Even if you don't cultivate at all, just the natural accumulation of spiritual energy will strengthen your soul to an entirely different level. It is completely different from the plane from where Death and Rian came from. Once they arrived, Rian and Death's souls were once again sent into another river of forgetfulness. However, Death and Rian had already received the cleansing from the previous river. Because of that, they were not kept there for several of years like it was back in the other universe. It only took them around a week to be once more dragged out of the river. Just like before, a portal opened, and they were sent inside. This time, the light did not obstruct this process. From there, Rian and Death's soul energies were sent directly into the end of the path of reincarnation. Of course, this one was completely different from before. Rian and Death didn't know anything about it, though. They were in a state of hibernation at the moment, and the only thing that kept their identities was that light. While passing through that portal, millions of images could be seen moving at breakneck speeds around them. Each one of those images represented a new life being born in this new universe. Humans, beasts, demon plants, sentient objects, spirits. The options were unlimited. Finally, they entered the final stage of reincarnation, and their soul energies were once again reformed into new souls. From that point, the light began to send their memories back into each of their minds. Because they were not inside the river of forgetfulness anymore, nothing tried to stop this process. Finally, Rian and Death's new souls were awakened. Rian looked around and felt lost. The last thing he remembers is the time he and Death fell into the river of forgetfulness. From that point onwards, everything went black. Where is this? Soon, he heard Death's laugh beside him. We left the river of forgetfulness. Ha 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 ha. I still have my memories, great. Deathan looked at Rian and snorted. Still, if not for you, I would not have passed through this torment. Rian's mouth twitched. Did you forget who opened that gate in the first place? If you had let me go, nothing like that would have happened. Death, of course, didn't take that low. How many times I have to tell you? If I had left you like that, your soul would dissipate later. Your only choice was to be reincarnated, that's all. Rian decided to ignore that part, though. Whatever. What will happen now? Deathan explained. I haven't seen this place before. Still, since we are out of the river of forgetfulness, it means that we entered the last stage of reincarnation. Our souls have already been reconstructed, so all that awaits us now is to be sent into a new life form. Rian was delighted to hear it. Does that mean I will be born again with all my memories? Ha 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 ha. Great. Death snorted but didn't deny that. Anyway, this is where we part ways. Soon, our souls are going to be pulled into one of the new life forms, and we are going to reincarnate somewhere in the universe. I hope to never see your face in my life again. Death wasn't afraid of being reborn. With his understanding of his home universe, he could use his connection with the underworld and return there. After that, he can simply reconstruct his own soul as a death spirit once more. As for Rian, fuck that guy. Rian, of course, couldn't be happier to be separated from this troublesome thing as well. Death and Rian then moved away from each other. Or so they tried. As soon as the distance between themselves reached 100 or so meters, some kind of power pulled them back. Their souls slammed against each other, which made both parties feel quite dizzy for a few moments. Only when they recovered did they notice a faint white and dark thread connecting their souls. At the very center of this line, One could see that soft light that had kept their memories until now. Before, Death could only see a white light, but now, that light was both white and dark. The black color side of the thread was connected to his soul, while the white was connected to Rian's one. Both Death and Rian were taken aback by that. But before they could even discuss this issue, they felt that their souls began to be dragged away against their will. The hell? What is it? Death immediately replied. We are probably reincarnating. Rian and Death looked at each other, and the white and dark thread that is connecting their souls. Seeing that, they felt like crying. I don't want to reincarnate with you. Still, that light had created some kind of connection between Death and Rian. Because of that, they simply couldn't get too far away from each other. That being said, they couldn't reincarnate in different places anymore. That had to reincarnate together. However, Rian and Death are, after all, different souls. It is not like they can merge or use the same body. With no other option, the reincarnation path of this new plane could only do one thing. Death and Rian had to reincarnate as twins. Chapter 4, Thoughts. Northeast side of the country of Jilin, Lemon Mountain. Around 250 kilometers away from the Aztec city. On the base of this mountain, there is a tribe that goes by the name of Varan, or if one prefers, the Varan tribe. Although over 10,000 people live in this place, this tribe can only be considered a small or close to medium-sized one. This tribe lived off the minerals they gathered from the ore deposits deep in the mountain. Every month, the merchants in the city would pass by and buy their ore. The ore deposit in the Lemon Mountain couldn't be considered anything big or rare. Fortunately, that was also the reason why more prominent tribes didn't bother with them. Of course, now and then, they were forced to pay tributes to the bigger tribes controlling the region. There was no lack of small tribes that had been wiped out or had their members captured because they couldn't pay the tributes. Because of that, the Varan tribe made sure to always have enough money for the tributes that were charged once per year. The Varan family was the one controlling this tribe, and they were respected by all the residents. The tribe leader, Earl Varan, always put more importance on the tribe as a whole than personal gains. Although life wasn't comfortable here, everyone's effort contributed to a happy environment. It was nighttime at the moment, and all the workers were already back to their homes. On the west side of the tribe, inside of a small wooden house like most of the others around, a woman was touching her big belly. Beside her, a bulk man and who was around his late 20s looked at her with tender eyes. The couple's name was Trin Larks and Hamarla Larks. Trin was a miner like most of the men in the tribe. As for Hamarla, she helped the village with the miscellaneous jobs of the day while the men were out doing the heavy job. Still, this village had quite equal values. If a woman felt like she was strong enough to work in the mine like the men, she would be allowed to do so. As the lifeline of the tribe, any extra hands that could help with the ore extractions were more than welcome. Because of that, around 20% of the workers in the mine were women too. Hamarla just so happens to be one of those women. She did that to help her family, and it was there that she met Trin for the first time. It didn't take long before the couple got together, and their marriage approved by both families. 5 years had passed since then when finally, Hamarla got pregnant. Since then, Trin forbade her to do any heavy job until the child was born. Hamarla knew that Trin was just worried about her and their child, so she begrudgingly accepted that. What Hamarla and Trin didn't know is that she was pregnant of twins, and obviously, both men. As for the twins? Who else could they be other than Rian and Death? Back then, both guys' souls were dragged into one of those images. The last thing they knew, everything around them was black. Now and then, Death and Rian would hear voices, but they couldn't understand it. It was not that it was hard to hear, but that it was a language they never heard before. It is understandable that Rian couldn't understand the language. After all, he only knew a single one until the day he died. But Death was feeling frightened. As one of the death spirits responsible for guiding the souls of the universe into reincarnation, his knowledge about languages was also universal. There shouldn't be a single language in the entire universe that he can't understand. Don't misunderstand. It didn't mean that Death is some kind of expert or anything like that. He didn't have any knowledge that could make himself or others stronger or anything like that. All his knowledge was only related to the convenience of guiding the dead souls into reincarnation. It just so happens that knowing all the universe languages was also convenient for his job as a death spirit, so he knew them. However, he couldn't understand anything that was being said by Tran, Hamarla, or anyone else around. That should be impossible. Of course, due to the number of languages that Death knows, a few words were bound to look like some of those that he knows. But when they were put together to form the sentences of this new language, they simply made no sense whatsoever. What is happening here? How come I can't understand what they are saying? Hearing those words, Rian was taken aback. Death, is that you? Death was also shocked to hear Rian's voice. They couldn't be blamed. After all, Death and Rian are hearing the other's voice inside their minds. They didn't speak a single word. Of course, it didn't take long for them to understand what was going on. It is probably that dark and white thread. They're connecting our souls. That being said, when we want the other to hear our thoughts, it will happen. Rian couldn't help but ask. How do you know that only the thought I wish to share can be heard? Death snorted and replied. Because I have been cursing you in my mind for a long time, but you obviously didn't hear anything until now. Only when I lost my composure due to my surprise did my thoughts reach you. Rian's mouth twitched. Forget it. I won't let you affect my good mood. By the way, where are we now? Death laughed. Where else? A soul doesn't reincarnate into the new body when it is born, but when the brain becomes capable enough of generating thoughts. Since that is the case, where do you think we are at the moment? Rian was taken aback. Are we inside our new mother's womb? Like. Right below us is our new mother's vavava. Forget it. Death laughed even more. As expected of a virgin. Even after 31 years of life, he had never been with a woman. Rian felt like killing this guy already. Oh well, in theory, Death was supposed to be dead already. Chapter 5, Sleep. Rian couldn't help but ask, though. How do you even know that? I could have had hundreds of girlfriends, you know? Death laughed out loud. I have the full information of every single soul I need to collect. I know more about you than your own parents. Not that it makes me happy, of course. Death continued. Rian Farlan, extremely boring life, never denied anything, never wished anything, a living doll through and through. Average marks, average job, nothing to be proud of. Simply tedious. It was then that Death noticed a problem. Wait. How come someone like you suddenly felt the urge to live? Even if you were able to miraculously think and speak in your soul form, you were supposed to let me kick your ass inside the reincarnation path without complaining. Rian really wanted to beat this guy up. Said the guy that clung on my leg even though he kept asking me to let him go. Death didn't mind his actions at all, though. It was thanks to that he didn't lose his memories. HMPH. Still, Rian answered his question. To be honest, I don't know. You were right about that point. I never wished anything, nor did I ever refuse anything. I simply never cared anything at all. No doubt, a living doll was indeed the perfect way to describe the old me. But just a few moments before dying, I felt like my soul awakened. Out of nowhere, I simply didn't want to die anymore. I felt like until that point, I had never really lived before. How can I say it? It will look weird, but I don't think it was because I was dying. It was more like I had broken out of a shell that locked me during my entire life. The accident was just the armor that got me free from that. Unfortunately, I still died. As for the rest of the story, you already know. Death pondered a bit and then said. Perhaps, you were not supposed to be like that. But that thing inside of your soul had been preventing you from generating desires. Rian agreed with Death. Ever since you noticed this thing inside my soul, I thought it really had something to do with it. However, let alone Rian, even Death hadn't the most remote idea about what that white and dark light could be. But it was then that Death remembered one thing. Oh well, whatever. Enjoy your new life, I will be taking my leave. Rian was taken aback. They are both inside the womb, can a baby forcefully go out just like that? First of all, would it be a good idea to go out now? Death, of course, understood what Rian was thinking. But that has nothing to do with him. As long as he uses his connection to the underworld, he can immediately pull his soul inside. As for the baby's body, it will simply turn into an empty shell. Death concentrated and tried to feel the world around him. But it was then that he noticed something different. What kind of energy is this? Rian didn't know what he was talking about, though. As for death, he quickly threw those thoughts away. Doesn't matter, I will check later. He once again concentrated until finally, he was able to establish contact with the underworld. Not. Death started to feel a chill on his back instead. It's not there. Rian heard that and asked. What? Can you see anything? They are inside the womb, so how could there be any light? Death completely ignored Rian, though. He kept looking for that connection between the living world and the underworld. But it didn't matter how much he looked for that, he couldn't feel anything. Impossible. There is no place in the entire universe that is not connected to the underworld. How come I can't feel the link? Is it because I reincarnated? No. As long as I have my memories, even if I were to reincarnate as a mosquito, I should still be able to feel the connection. What is happening here? It was evident that Death was shocked at the moment. After all, Rian heard all his thoughts even though Death wasn't trying to talk to him. It seems like that if I don't pay attention, I will leak my thoughts to him as well. I better be careful. Still, he decided to ask. Can you at least tell me what this connection you were talking about is? Death was taken aback and noticed that his thoughts were being transmitted to Rian. Whatever. The entire universe is supposed to be connected to the underworld. That is also the place where you can find the path of reincarnation. As long as we are inside the universe, this connection has to be there. But I can't feel anything, and that is the strange part. Rian then asked. Does it mean that we are not inside a universe? Death immediately rejected that idea. If we were not inside a universe, there would be no underworld to start with. Since we reincarnated, we are obviously inside one. Of course, Death couldn't feel that connection because he wasn't in the same universe anymore. The main reason he could even feel that connection is because his own existence was connected to the previous universe underworld. But in this universe, he has absolutely nothing to do with it. Obviously, he can't feel anything. As expected, be it Death or Rian, neither of them took long to reach this conclusion. Also, there is a reason why they knew that this isn't the same universe anymore. That is because Death can feel the presence of spiritual energy. Of course, Death doesn't know how this energy is called to start with. But he is absolutely sure that it doesn't exist in the previous universe. Since that is that case, they can't possibly be in the same place anymore. Is there anything special about this energy? Death could only reply. I don't know. At least, it doesn't seem harmful. Rian pondered a bit and then said. It seems like we don't have another choice, we will need to wait to be born before we can investigate any further. But, just how old are our bodies? No, first of all, are we even humans? If yes, do the humans in this place gestate for only 9 months to start with? Death didn't know it either. What's the point to think about that? It is not like we can count time anyway. I will sleep. Wake me up when the labor time starts. Rian was taken aback. Can you sleep this long? Unfortunately, there was no answer. Death was sleeping already. Strangely enough, Rian knew that Death wasn't pretending. For some reason, the connection between their souls told him that Death was sleeping for real. How could he leave me behind? Poor Rian doesn't have Death's experience, so he couldn't simply sleep anytime he wanted. Because of that, he passed his next months as bored as a bored person could be. It didn't matter how many times he called Death, the other side simply didn't wake up at all, which made him even madder. After all, if he could at least talk to someone, that would help a lot. HMPH. Who will wake you up? Since you left me here, I hope you will sleep for all eternity. Chapter 6, Rian and Drone. From the moment that their souls arrived, 4 months went by. Rian would also sleep as much as possible. During the time he was awake, he would try to understand the words around. After all, this is a completely new world with a different language. Still, because he can't relate the words to the environment, it is too hard to learn it. Finally, the day for Rian and Death to be born arrived. The labor process went without any problem, and both could see the outside world for the first time. Well, in fact, only Rian could see it. That's because Death was still sleeping. Trin and Hamarla were shocked to see that they were twins. But above all, they were worried about Death, who had his eyes closed and wasn't making any sound at all. It is common sense that babies would cry when they are born. So Death not doing anything was a bad sign, or so they thought. Immediately, they started to slap his ass to see if he would cry. Death, of course, immediately woke up and screamed due to the pain. Rian saw that and burst out in laughter. As for their parents, Death was simply crying normally. In Rian's case, because he let out a baby laugh, they thought he was fine. Death then talked to him through their connection. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Rian snorted. "Keep dreaming. If possible, I would like for you to sleep forever." Seeing that both their babies looked fine, Trin and Hamarla finally let out a sigh of relief. The midwife who was helping with the labor, also smiled seeing that. But there was one thing that they noticed right after. Even though it was just a little, Rian had a pure white hair. As for Death, his hair was utterly dark. Dark hair isn't uncommon in this world. But Death's hair was a lot darker than any average person to the point where it stood out as much as Rian's. If not for the different hair colors, Rian and Death would be indistinguishable. Trin then looked at the two and smiled. "The white-haired one shall be called Rian." Rian didn't understand most of the words, but it was really easy to recognize his own name being spoken. He looked at Death and asked, "Did he just select the same name as my previous life?" Death confirmed. Reincarnation has a lot to do with fate. It is common for those who are reincarnated in the same race as their previous life to carry their old names. Of course, it is not always like that, but the chances were very high. Also, if you had reincarnated into another race, then the chances were that your parents would select a different name. Rian pondered a bit and started to get curious. "I wonder just what name you will be called." Death was taken aback. But then ignored this issue. He isn't planning to stay here for long to start with, so whatever name he gets is not of his concern. Because Rian and Death communicated through their minds, their words were exchanged almost instantly. Although it seemed like they used more time, this conversation only took a second or so to be over. Hamarla looked affectionately at Death and then suggested, "This little one shall be called Drone then." Rian was able to understand Death's new name as well. Well, I guess even in a different world, it is common for parents to give similar names to their children. Death, on the other hand, felt that choice to be terrible. "Just why did they select something similar to yours?" Rian laughed out loud. "That's because I'm your big brother." Ha 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 ha. Death's mouth twitched. "Big brother, your ass. I will never accept such an arrangement. I'm tens of thousands of times older than you." Rian couldn't care less, though. "Too bad, while you were sleeping, I made sure that I was the first one coming out. You left our mother's womb a few minutes later. Whether you like it or not, I'm your big brother. All right, little brother Roan, let's get along together." Death was almost exploding already. Since when had he been treated like that? But he soon calmed down. "Forget it. I need to find a way back as soon as possible. Otherwise, another death spirit will take my place. Still, just how the hell can I go back to the previous universe?" While Death, or better, Roan was thinking, Trin helped the midwife to wash both babies. Rian felt embarrassed, though. His mind is, after all, 31 years old. Having someone cleaning his private parts isn't exactly that good of an experience. As for Roan, he just let them do as they wished. With his real mind age, such things couldn't bother him less. "Hey, Roan, how should we act for the moment?" We can't simply start talking after just being born, right? Death felt like crying after being addressed like that. Still, he knew that it would only be worse if he complained. Rian would definitely use it to annoy him even more in the future if he did so. Besides, since he doesn't know how to go back at the moment, Rian wouldn't be the only one calling him like that during the time he is here. We better pretend that we are normal babies. Have you noticed it? There is no such thing as technology here. That being said, this might be some kind of medieval world where gods are worshipped and things like that. Our parents might think that we are possessed for some kind of demon and end killing us. Rian felt a chill on his back. He had just been reborn, and his emotions were finally back to normal. The last thing he wants is to die right after he got a second chance. Alright, your big brother shall follow your idea. HMPH. During the next few days, Ron and Rian acted like normal babies. At the same time, they finally had the opportunity to match words with the environment, which helped them comprehend the language a lot faster. Still, Rian felt quite awkward every single day. After all, his food was nothing more than the milk in his new mother's breast. Ron, on the other hand, couldn't care less about such things. Besides, now that he had a real living body, he couldn't help but feel like the milk was quite tasty. He had never had the need to ingest anything before, after all. But they soon noticed something impressive. Whatever Ron learned, Rian learned as well, and vice versa. It is definitely that white and dark thread connecting our souls. Rian agreed with Ron. But there is one thing that I'm curious about. When we tried to get away from each other, we were pulled back together. Does that mean that now that we are born, we can't go far away as well? Ron didn't know the answer to that question. I don't think we would be pulled together as it happened in the path of reincarnation. However, there would at least be a side effect. Maybe our ability to learn things together would be cut, or something like that. They would need to test it later when there is a chance. Chapter 7, The Varant Tribe. 2 weeks after Rian and Ron were born, Trin and Hamarla decided to bring them over to the tribe elders. It was tradition to have the elders blessing the new babies. Also, they would be tested for their aptitudes. This is, after all, a cultivation world. Even though the majority would end working on the mines or doing the chores around, the tribe also needed cultivators who could defend their homes. Everyone can cultivate, this is common sense. But there are several differences in aptitude. The talent of each newborn determines if they will be allocated resources for cultivation or if they will need to fend off for themselves. When they arrived at the elders' building, they could see that there were a lot more parents with babies around. It turned out that the aptitude check only happened once a month. So all the newborns would be brought at the same time. The reason to have the aptitude tested at such a young age is that is when the babies' bodies would be in their purest form. Not affected by the impurities of the world. It would make the test a lot more precise, preventing mistakes like overlooking a talent or promoting a baby without it. Trin and Hamarla talked happily with the other parents while holding their babies. Around an hour later, the doors of the building opened, and the guards inside invited everyone in. In total, there were 27 newborns in the last month, which is quite an average number. All the parents moved to the hall, where 3 elders were waiting. One of them also happened to be from the family who leads the tribe, the Varant family. Seeing that elder, everyone showed even more respect. The actual peaceful situation of their tribe could be said to have a lot to do with the Varant family. By treating everyone in the tribe equally, all the tribe members did their best for the tribe's future. One must understand that most tribes controlling families would extort their tribe members as much as possible. They governed their tribes based on fear and held the strongest warriors on their side, preventing others from rebelling. Everyone in the Varant tribe knew very well about this, so they understood that they were fortunate to be born here. Of course, it hasn't always been like that. In the past, Varant tribe also used the same oppressing system. In fact, it wasn't called Varant tribe, but Iraq instead. But the residents were successful in their rebellion during a bloody fight. Although the Iraq family held the strongest warriors, they miscalculated and kept the power centralized in their family only. Because of that, even though they had the strongest warriors, their number was simply too small to stop the rest of the tribe. That day, the entire Iric family was killed, and their loyal warriors exiled or killed as well. The leader of the rebellion, Juri Varan, was then appointed as the new tribe leader. Of course, not everything was flowers. After the rebellion, the tribe's overall strength had plummeted more than 50%, and some smaller tribes in the surroundings started to covet their land. Fortunately, Juri Varan was a smart guy. Because the rebellion had just finished, it would take some time before other tribes tried something. So he left the tribe on the very next day and visited a faraway tribe called Ilourt tribe. That tribe was also a tiny one, not to mention that they lived in a quite bad place. However, Juri Varan had been in contact with this tribe for 5 years now. He knew that their way of treating their people was the same one he intended for his tribe. So he had made an agreement with this tribe. If they were successful in overthrowing the Iric family's power, the Ilourt tribe would move all their members to Juri's tribe. The Ilourt tribe was more than happy to accept such a deal. The terrain they had been living so far is terrible for growing crops and other things. Although Iric tribe's territory isn't that much better, they at least had an ore mine. This is especially so since Juri Varan planned to have everyone treated the same way as the Ilourt tribe did with its members. The old Ilourt tribe leader even offered Juri a helping hand. He wanted to send a few of their tribe's best warriors to help with the rebellion. But Juri rejected it. As bad as the Ilourt tribe might look, they at least had a not too bad life. If they failed in their rebellion, the Ilourt tribe families would pay the price just like their families in the old Iric tribe. The Iric tribe's problem should be resolved by the Iric tribe's families. That's what he said. The leader of the Ilourt tribe grew fond of Juri and didn't force the issue. Today, they had finally succeeded, so the Ilourt tribe immediately packed everything and moved out. When the tribes closer to the new Varan tribe finally rallied up to start an attack, they were forced to stop on their tracks. By putting together both the survived warriors of the old Iric tribe and the new ones from the Ilourt tribe, the Varan tribe immediately reached a power big enough to defend themselves. The other tribes united could still force their way and take the Varan tribe over. But the price for that would be way too high. Besides, it is not like those tribes were real allies, they all followed the fear system, so they didn't trust the others to start with. Chances were that some of them would just pretend to help but wait for the others to expend their strength and get rid of the rest, taking all the benefits for themselves. With such a lousy alliance and that much strength protecting the new Varan tribe, none of them wanted to risk being the tribe that got the short end of the stick. So the alliance immediately disbanded after a few hours of internal struggle. The leader of the Ilourt tribe gladly passed his authority over his member to Juri, who wisely guided the entire tribe to live in harmony up to this day. At first, the Ilourt tribe members were afraid of being suppressed by the actual Varan tribe members. But Juri Varan made an ironclad rule. There is no more Iric or Ilourt tribe, only the Varan tribe. Those caught doing such things will be exiled from the tribe, no questions asked. Slowly, but surely, the tension between both tribes eased. After more than 20 years, several of their members married or befriended members from the other side. It could be said that either Iric or Ilourt tribe didn't exist anymore, only a single tribe called Varan. Chapter 8, Black Orb. The 3 elders then followed the procedure for the blessings. One by one, the babies were brought forward and had their foreheads marked with a symbol. After chanting a few strange words, the parents would thank the elders and move to the side. Simple as that, the blessings were finished. The elders were a little surprised when they saw Ian and Roan, though. After all, it is not every day you see twins, let alone with such remarkable hair colors. One being pure white and the other being so dark that all the other dark-haired people couldn't compare to. Still, that was all. It is not like they will be treated differently just because of that, so the elders quickly finished their blessings to Rian and Roan as well. After that, the parents were led to the center of the hall. There was a black sphere that looked like a crystal orb. Still, Death, or better, Roan, noticed a peculiar power coming from it. That orb has the same kind of energy as the environment. Rian's curiosity was immediately piqued. In the past 2 weeks, both his and Death's efforts paid off. Although they can't talk their parents' language yet, they can at least understand a little. They noticed that both their father and mother would stop every day to gather this peculiar energy into their bodies. In fact, even without Ron's help, Rian would be able to feel this energy soon. That's because this is the energy necessary for cultivation. Something that everyone in the tribe always did. Their parents don't receive any cultivation resources from the tribe. Still, they can at least absorb the natural energy from heaven and earth. In this world, there are several realms of cultivation: body transformation, energy gathering, foundation establishment, core formation, core and soul fusion, nascent soul, and soul transformation. At least, those are the only realms that are known by the people of the Varant tribe. The tribe's strongest warriors are in the middle or advanced stage of the energy gathering realm, with just a few in the peak stage. As for the strongest one, he is the actual tribe leader, Jurivaran, who is already over 60 years old. At the moment, he is in the initial stage of the foundation establishment. Although everyone can cultivate, one is only considered a cultivator once they enter the energy gathering realm. Over 95% of humans can't even get this far. Taking the Varant tribe as an example, this tribe has over 10,000 members. However, not even 200 had entered the energy gathering realm, and those are the ones they consider to have high aptitudes already. Rian and Ron's parents are in this body transformation realm. The body transformation had 5 stages: blood replacement, bones enhancement, muscles strengthening, organs change, and spiritual vision. Trin is at the muscles strengthening stage while Hamarla is at the bones enhancement. Neither of them has much of a chance of entering the energy gathering realm during their lives. Still, the more they cultivate, the easier will their job in the mine be. Besides, increasing their own strength can't really go wrong. Even though Trin and Hamarla do have quite a peaceful life, it is not like they don't know how the world really works outside their tribe. It wouldn't be surprising if someday another bigger tribe came over to attack them. The black orb had the power of testing one's aptitude. In total, it was capable of showing 7 different colors: gray, brown, yellow, green, blue, red, and purple. Gray is considered the worst one, while purple is the highest. The parents looked at the orb with expectation in their eyes. To be a warrior is the highest honor in their tribe. Every parent wished that their children had enough aptitude to be accepted as a warrior apprentice. He would then be allocated a few cultivation resources and receive the teaching of the elders. The families formed a line, and they came forward one by one. Ron and Rian would be the 11th and 12th ones to be tested. To become a warrior apprentice, one had to at least have a brown aptitude. From the 200 and something warriors of their tribe, the biggest majority was in this brown level. Only 5% of them had a yellow aptitude. As for green, so far, the tribe only gave birth to 3 of them. One just so happens to be the tribe leader, Jurivaran. Another one was an elder who acted as the tribe leader during the times the real leader was out on business, Alanta Ayal. He, too, was quite old already, being 52 this year. However, he was at the peak of the energy gathering realm, and everyone trusted that he would enter the foundation establishment soon. The last one was a young girl who was only 7 this year called Mila Huainan. Considering that the tribe hadn't seen a green level aptitude appearing for over 40 years, the news about the girl having a green talent immediately attracted the attention of all tribes in the surroundings. There were even several marriage proposals coming from tribes of the same size or even bigger. Still, Jurivaran simply said, "She will marry the one she loves, that's all. If you want to become in-laws with her Huainan family, then your boys will have to conquer her heart first." At first, the other tribes thought that Jurivaran was joking. But after an investigation, they found out that their tribe doesn't use an oppression and fear system as most of them do. Not only that, but this tribe also treated the women quite highly. Such a system is unimaginable for them. Still, those tribes didn't try to find problems with the Varan tribe. As rare as a green aptitude might be, it is, After all, just a single warrior. It is not worth starting a war because of such an issue. To make sure that other tribes wouldn't try to kidnap Huainan, she and her family were moved to the center of the tribe. She now lived close to the elders and leader residences. She also had 3 middle-stage energy-gathering warriors who ensured her safety day and night. A tribe has to know how to protect its talents, so such an arrangement wasn't surprising for anyone. Any other tribe would definitely have done the same thing. One by one, the parents brought their babies forward to be tested. The elder would then take a needle and collect a drop of the baby's blood. That drop would be put on the black orb and absorbed by it. A few moments later, it would shine with one of the 7 colors. Not surprisingly, gray colors started to appear one by one. The 7 first babies showed to have a gray color, much for their parents' disappointment. But the 8th one, a baby by the name of Gulosful, was born with a yellow aptitude. When the elders saw that, they immediately smiled. "Congratulations, please bring him to the tribe leader's house later so that we can mark him for warrior apprentice study. His training shall start when he becomes 5 years old." Gulo's parents were ecstatic. They immediately bowed and thanked the elders, quickly retreating behind. The next 2 babies turned out to have gray aptitude as well. Their parents couldn't help but look at Gulo's parents with envy. Which parent wouldn't want their child to soar in the future? Finally, it was time for Roan to be tested. "Hey, little brother, you better not let me down." Roan snorted and replied. "If I have an aptitude lower than yours, I will simply kill myself." Rian couldn't help but laugh. Even though he is alive now, it doesn't change the fact that Roan was dead for countless years before it. For Roan, being alive or dead probably didn't make too much of a difference. Chapter 9, Shouldn't Exist. Trun brought Roan close to the black orb, and the elder took a drop of his blood with a needle. Still, Roan seemed to not even feel it. He was the first baby to not start crying right after the blood was taken. Of course, the elder was surprised but didn't put much importance on it. The elder then dropped the blood on the black orb and waited for the result. Finally, the orb started to shine, and the color began to appear. However, everyone was taken aback when they saw that the orb's light was dark. As mentioned before, the orb was supposed to show only 7 colors: gray, brown, yellow, green, blue, red, and purple. Dark was definitely not one of them. If the orb wasn't shining with a black light, they might have thought it wasn't working at all. What kind of aptitude is a black color? The 3 elders looked at each other in dismay. They had never seen this color before. They couldn't even tell if it was bad or good. Trun looked at the elders, waiting for an answer. Cough, cough. "For now, wait on the side. We will bring your kid to the tribe leader later." Trun was surprised. He didn't expect that he would be able to meet the legendary Juri Varan personally. Juri is seen as a savior to the Varan tribe, so everyone looked up to him. Still, he spent most of his time cultivating or dealing with the tribe's external affairs, so very few could talk to him anytime they wanted. Trun looked at Hama early and a smile on his face while nodding at her. Hamarla, of course, heard what the elder said, so she was also happy. Even if it turns out that black color is a bad attitude, the chance of meeting Juri was already a great honor for them. It could easily be seen on the other parents' eyes that they, too, were jealous of such a chance. Rian was the next one in the line. Hamarla was then called forward to have him tested. Just like Roan, Rian also had a different and curious hair color. Other than old men and women, people wouldn't have this kind of hair. However, Rian's hair color wasn't exactly the same. His one was really pure white, while the old would be more like silver. The elder then pricked the needle on Rian's palm and took a drop of blood. Just like Roan, Rian didn't care about that needle, so he obviously didn't cry. When Roan didn't cry, they didn't think much, but his twin brother also didn't even flinch after they took a drop of his blood. Could it be? The elder then put the blood on the black orb. A few moments later, a new color appeared. Once again, it was a color that shouldn't be there. Just like Rian's hair, The orb shined with pure white light. As I thought. Although it was hard to believe, after seeing what happened with Rian's twin brother, they did have a little expectation that Rian would also show something different. It turned out that they were right, that orb's white color was more than enough to prove such conjecture. Once again, the elder asked Hamarla to stand at the side and wait for the time they would go see the tribe leader. The tests continued. In the end, just one extra baby with a brown talent appeared, much for his parents' delight. Even if he wasn't a yellow color like Gyulo, it didn't change the fact that he would receive the tribe's support to become a warrior. That was more than enough for them. While their parents were discussing the next step with the elders, Rian and Roan were also talking to each other. Well, we would need to be idiots to not understand that our aptitude colors are definitely related to the white and black thread. But I wonder if it is a good thing or not. Roan snorted after hearing that. What do you think? It should be much better. After all, gray is supposed to be the lowest aptitude. Even though we didn't get any of the next 6 colors, I find it hard to believe that we would be beneath the gray. Of course, I can't guarantee it, this is just my conjecture based on chances. Rian agreed with him. Anyway, I would like to try this cultivation thing. Do you have any idea how to do that? You said that you were responsible for collecting souls in our entire universe back then. No doubt you had bumped in something like this before, right? Roan immediately shook his head. Our universe doesn't have this spiritual energy thing. That much I can guarantee you. So no race that I know had ever done something like cultivation before. All their evolution, humans included, happened through tens of thousands of generations and an absurd amount of time. The way that they can change their body's structure with this body transformation realm is simply inconceivable back there. Rian was surprised to know that. Even though such a thing didn't exist on Earth, sure the chances of existing somewhere else were high, right? After all, they were talking about an entire universe back there. So the fact that it didn't exist anywhere really left Rian shocked. It seems like we really came to another universe. Roan confirmed. I told you before, this could only be another universe. There is no way I couldn't feel the link of my soul with the underworld if that was not the case. Those words reminded Rian of something else. Oh, right. Did you find anything? You said that you were just waiting to be born to check the outside world. Will you be able to go back? Roan shook his head. No, there is simply nothing at all. At this moment, I'm almost the same as any other soul that is born in this place. I can only follow its rules. The only difference is that both you and I can feel the presence of the spiritual energy already. From what I found out, it shouldn't be something possible before one turns into 5 years old. Rian agreed with Roan. The main reason why kids would only start their warrior training at the age of 5 is that they can't feel the presence of spiritual energy before that. According to Rian's conjecture, it was probably because their bodies weren't developed enough to receive it yet. We can just wait and see what happens. Chapter 10, Brighter Colors. On the night of the same day, Trn and Hamarla brought Rian and Roan to the Varan family's house. Juri Varan's house wasn't much bigger than the typical dwellings around the tribe, nor was it luxurious. Juri was married, but only had 2 sons and 1 daughter. So his family couldn't be considered small, but not big either. His eldest son, Hero Varan, was already 28 years old and helped with the management of the mine in the Lyman Mountain. He also had great talent, so considering Juri's forthright attitude, he also didn't get access to any cultivation resource. Juri knew that these were exactly the type of actions that led the families in control of other tribes to fall for their greed. So he forbade himself and any elder from acting like that. Only those who pass the tribe's talent test shall be allocated cultivation resources, no exception. Of course, even though it is not much, everyone who worked in the tribe still earns some money from their work. If they save enough to buy cultivation resources when the merchants stop by, that is their problem. Juri and the elders will not stop them from doing whatever they want with their money. Juri's second son, Larn Varan, is 24 this year. He was fortunate enough to be born with a brown aptitude. so he also received the cultivation resources destined for brown aptitude warriors. As for his youngest child, his daughter, she was already 19 and a married woman, so she didn't live in their house anymore. She was also a gray aptitude girl, though. Of his 2 sons, only his eldest one was married, but he still lived in his father's house with her since there was enough space. Juri didn't mind it. After all, he liked the presence of his family. Inside Juri's house, Tryn and Hamarla felt extremely nervous while holding their children. The elder, who was part of the Varan family, was also there to guide them. "Your family can wait here in the living room, I will call my first brother over." This elder's name was Tyran Varan, Juri's second brother. Rian's family kept waiting for around 10 minutes. Finally, they saw Tyran coming back with a man who seemed to be around his 30s behind. He had short hair and a sharp pair of eyes. Of course, that man was none other than Juri Varan. Because Juri was able to enter the Foundation establishment realm, his lifespan increased in an extra 50 years. That was also the reason why he looked even younger than his second brother. The 2 previous realm, body transformation, and energy gathering, are considered the doors to the cultivation world. But they don't have the power to increase one's lifespan. Although people can be regarded as cultivators when they enter the energy gathering realm, only the Foundation establishment or higher would be viewed as important. After all, only with the increase in lifespan would someone be able to live enough to make the difference. When Juri saw Tryn and Hamarla's children, even he was surprised. Tyran wasn't joking, their hair colors are really catchy. Together with Tyran, there was also a servant of the family carrying the testing black orb. But before that, Juri sat across Rian's family and started to ask his questions. He asked things like if they had encountered some kind of spiritual herb or had some peculiar difference in their bodies. But after several rounds of questions, all that Tryn and Hamarla could do was shake their heads. Juri didn't think they were lying. After all, he can clearly see their cultivation realms with his spiritual sense. Spiritual sense is something that only those at the energy gathering and above can use. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, Juri's spiritual sense was even better. "Alright, let me see their tests." Tyran nodded and once again collected the twins' blood. Just like before, Roan's light shined with pure dark while Rian's shined as white as snow. Juri had to admit that he had never seen or even heard about something like that before. With a Foundation establishment level and with green talent on top of that, he had a few connections with the Aztec City cultivators. So he decided to inquire about it next time he went to the city. At this moment, I can't tell you whether this is a good thing or not. So I will do my research first. For now, try to not catch too much attention and keep quiet about their aptitudes. If it is confirmed that this is a good thing, I will give them my seal. If it is not, then they can still be members of the tribe like everyone else. Return to your home, I will contact you back later. Tryn and Hamarla bowed and thanked Juri. After that, they immediately returned to their house. Back inside Juri's house, he had a pensive expression. Tyran noticed that and couldn't help but ask. "Big brother, is something wrong?" Juri looked at him and then shook his head. "It's nothing. I will be leaving tomorrow morning for the city, so tell Alenta to take care of the things while I'm out. If everything goes well, I should be back in at most 3 days." Tyran felt that something wasn't right, but didn't inquire further. His big brother always put the safety of the tribe above all. If he wasn't willing to talk, then he must have a reason for that. Tyran bid his farewell and left soon after. In his cultivation room, Juri pondered about Rian and Roan's aptitude colors. "I told everyone that the colors represent their aptitudes, and that is not wrong. But I've never told them about the intensity of the colors. Their colors were definitely a lot brighter than normal babies. That said, such a thing should only be possible if they were able to perceive spiritual energy. However, they were born just 2 weeks ago, so how is that possible? Only those at the age of 5 more or less should have a body developed enough to perceive it." Juri continued to think about this problem until he finally sighed. "Either way, I need to go to the city to make some inquiries. Before that, I should not hold any expectations. Jury was already gone when the sun raised in the next morning. Chapter 11, Moving Out. Even though Rune and Rian's minds were a lot older than their bodies, it doesn't change the fact that they are babies at the moment. So they had to sleep a lot more than adults. It was a biological need due to the spurt of growth that babies go through during the first 12 months of life. Rune and Rian felt really helpless with the constant snooze feeling of this phase. However, today, after they came back from Jury Varen's house, they made their best to stay awake. That's because they finally decided that they should take a look at the manual that their parents always use while cultivating. They seemed to keep it well guarded every time they finished their practice, so the two old young guys wanted to use the time they were sleeping to take it. They are far from being used to their new bodies. It took them quite a few stumbles before they reached the place where their parents kept the manual for body transformation. However, it turned out to be more difficult than expected. That's because they are just too small to reach it. Even after moving a chair over, it was still not enough to take the manual. Rian looked at Rune and then said, "Alright. You lift me up, and I will grab the book." Rune snorted. "Why should I lift you?" Rian was speechless. For a guy who lived for countless years, as he said, he is being quite childish. For the sake of not losing more time, he decided to simply play along, though. "Whatever, I will lift you then." Rune seemed to be a lot more satisfied, and they immediately put their plan in action. Well, if someone arrived at this moment, they would find their plan to be quite comic. Rian lifted Rune as well as he could with the control over his body. Rune was also wobbling left and right, trying to keep equilibrium. Finally, Rian used the side of the wall to keep his balance, and Rune grabbed the manual. After coming down, they started to take a look. It turned out that they were right. There were no words written on it. I have never seen my parents reading anything. Sure enough, they probably don't know how to. Everything inside was some sets of images describing some exercises they should follow. It seemed that the manual had 5 different levels. Rian and Rune didn't have to be geniuses to understand that each level represented a stage of the body transformation realm. So those are the 5 stages of the first realm. Rune, what do you think? Rune looked at them and pondered a bit. It looks quite similar to the breathing techniques that the humans in your world used. Rian was taken aback. You mean, like those Chinese and Japanese people? Rune snorted. You have watched way too much TV. They do indeed have breathing techniques, but they are far from being the only ones. Breathing techniques were used for a lot more things than you think. Meditation, healthy, running, sleep, even during a mother's labor. There are way too many uses for those methods. Rian felt a little embarrassed. He never cared about anything, so he could only remember those things that passed on the TV. He didn't even want to see them, it was just that since he was eating in the living room, he heard it while his family watched a documentary. It was all a mere coincidence. Cough, cough. Anyway, go ahead. Rune laughed a little and continued. Simply put, many of those breathing techniques are similar to a few of your planet's ones. That's all. Of course, since our home universe doesn't have spiritual energy, they did not get the advantages of this thing. Also, these breathing techniques are accompanied by a specific set of exercises each. Rian nodded while listening. In the end, Rian and Rune spent some time making sure to remember every single step of the first 2 stages, blood replacement, and bones enhancement. After that, they simply left the manual on the table and returned to their bed. At most, their new parents will think that they forgot it there during the last day. In fact, Rian and Rune didn't have much choice. Let alone the difficulty of putting the manual back. They were feeling so snoozed that they might fall asleep on the ground any second now. 3 days went in a flash. During this period, every time their mother wasn't looking, they would practice the breathing technique together with the specific set of exercises over the bed. Of course, they constantly bickered at each other as well. You're doing it wrong. Why did you inhale air just now? It was obviously the time to stop breathing for a second. Wrong your ass. Did you even read the same manual as me? Of course, You did. After all, whatever I learn, you learn too. So, where did this bullshit come from? Are you idiot? Are we even existences from this world to start with? Do you really think that those exercises are the best way? We have to change it according to our own necessities. Then why did you complain when I moved the position of my feet during the exercise time? I felt that that way was much better to bring the change to the marrows. That. Alright, I haven't tried that one, but I'm almost certain it was wrong too. So, your changes are right, and mine not? Go to hell. No wait, you came from there to start with. Oh right, should I ask you to go to heavens instead? I always had this doubt. There is no such thing as hell and heaven to start with, idiot. Only the underworld, but it is far from the description of hell from your country back then. TCH, you are no fun. There were several instances where their mother came in to take a look at them or to feed them milk. Even during their arguments, they had to keep their attention focused on the room and trance all the time. As soon as they heard the slightest of sounds, they would immediately fall on the bed and pretend to be sleeping or doing nothing. Sometimes they didn't even have time to change the positions that they were in, so Hamarla couldn't help but find it funny when she saw the way they were lying on the bed when she arrived. What caught up her interest more than anything is that her babies seemed to be always sweating rivers. Is it this hot nowadays? But since they didn't seem to be in any pain and acted quite lively, she didn't bother much about it. Finally, Jurivaran returned from his visit to the Astrak city and immediately summoned Rian's family over. Pack your things, I will be moving your family to the center of the tribe. Chapter 12, Avoiding Calamity. Rian and Roan's family was taken aback. How come they are moving to the center of the tribe? Noticing their puzzled faces, Juri was about to give them an explanation when suddenly, his heart froze. As he looked at Rian and Roan, he felt like he was seeing two ghosts. Well, in a certain way, they could be considered that too. How is that possible? Tyron, who was beside Juri, was puzzled with his big brother's reaction. It was evident that he noticed something from the twins, but he couldn't see what it was. Big brother, is something wrong? Juri looked at him and then said. As long as you use your spiritual sense, you should be able to see it too. Tyron was taken aback and immediately did as he was told. In the next second, his face became as shocked as Juri's. I must be hallucinating. Trin and Hamarla began to feel afraid of those reactions. Elders, is something wrong with our children? Only then did Juri remember that Rian and Roan's parents are not in the energy gathering realm. Because of that, they don't have spiritual sense, so they obviously can't see what they are seeing. It's not something wrong, but incredible instead. Both of them are in the blood replacement stage. Trin and Hamarla felt like they heard a joke. How could their children be in the blood replacement stage? They are far from being 5 years old. Let alone 5 years, they haven't been born for even a month yet. Elder must be jesting, before being 5 years old, they can't even sense the presence of spiritual energy. There is no way they can be in the blood replacement stage. Those words finally reminded Juri the reason why he wanted to move Rian and Roan's family to the center of the tribe. Wrong. I went to the city to inquire about it. The truth is, there is another thing that the aptitude orb can do. According to the degree of brightness, one can see if the person being tested can feel the presence of spiritual energy or not. It just so happens that your children shows this capability. Everyone was surprised by those words, including Rian and Roan. Rian couldn't help but comment. No wonder he found out we are in the blood replacement stage. He knew from the start that we could feel the spiritual energy presence. Otherwise, he would have never checked our body with this spiritual sense thing or whatever this ability is called. Roan agreed with Rian. Indeed. Still, we wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Sooner or later, someone would check our bodies and find out that we don't have ordinary baby bodies anymore. It just so happened to be earlier. The problem is that no one knows that we are practicing the body transformation techniques, so everything will depend on how they will deal with it. Let's keep watching. Sure enough, Roan was right. Juri and the others couldn't understand how they entered the blood replacement stage since they never practiced the body transformation technique before. Juri looked deeply at Rian and Ron and murmured, "Is it really an innate constitution?" Even though his voice was low, Tyron still heard it. "Big brother, what is this innate constitution?" Juri came back to himself, soon looking at the twins' parents and his younger brother. "When I went to the city and started to inquire about it, I found out that there are some extremely rare cases where one can feel spiritual energy earlier. Those capable of it are considered to have been born with a thing called innate constitution. Simply put, their bodies are attuned to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the moment they are born. They won't need to wait for their bodies to mature to be able to do it. Also, it seems like there are other advantages too. Unfortunately, that was all I could inquire about. It doesn't matter how I look at it, only the so-called innate constitution could possibly bring such results." Tyrion and Rian's family were surprised to hear that. Rian and Ron also understood that this innate constitution was probably a side effect of the white and black thread and orb connecting their souls too. Tyrion couldn't help but ask, "Then, what kind of constitution is the one that they have?" Juri shook his head. "I don't know. Even in Astrek City, the information about such a thing as an innate constitution is almost inexistent. All I heard were a few rumors about this topic. From the looks of it, the only ones who would know better were the cultivation sects." Rian's parents looked puzzled. In fact, Rian and Ron were the same. Although the name gave them a few ideas, they had never heard about cultivation sects before. However, Juri's younger brother, Tyron, immediately showed a respectful expression. He then looked at Juri and asked, "Big brother, should we?" Juri immediately stopped Tyron from continuing. "Out of the question. Do you want to have our entire tribe destroyed?" Everyone in the room was frightened. How did it reach a point where the tribe could be destroyed? Juri looked around with his divine sense and confirmed that there were only Rian's family and his younger brother around at the moment. He then took a deep breath and said, "All of you. Listen well. Doesn't matter who, when, or where, make sure to never say a word about it outside. What I'm going to say now shall never leave this room, understood?" Noticing the gravity in Juri's voice, everyone nodded. Juri then started to explain. Rian and Ron are too young, so they don't have any memories or attachment to anyone yet. Even if something happens to our entire tribe, they would not know about that due to their ages. If the information that 2 babies with innate constitutions appeared in our tribe, a calamity is all that awaits us. From what I understood, such talents are highly coveted by all sects. Considering that Rian and Ron are still too young, those sects would definitely wipe out the entire tribe to make sure that their past is completely erased. Once they grow up, they will not remember who are their parents, family, tribe members, or whatever. They will be utterly loyal to the sects, and that is what they wish. Juri looked at Tyron and continued. "I know what you thought a moment ago. You wanted to deliver the kids to one of the cultivation sects so that our tribe would be rewarded, but that would just have everyone killed instead." Tyron's body started to sweat like rivers. "Sorry, big brother. I didn't think things through." Juri nodded and didn't mind. He then looked at Rian and Ron before looking at their parents right after. "We have to make sure that no one knows about their innate constitution until they are at least old enough to remember what loyalty to the tribe is. At that point, destroying our tribe would only have the opposite effect on Rian and Ron. Only then can we allow those 2 to join a sect. Do you all understand?" Trin and Hamarla didn't even know about sects before, but they understood what it means to risk their tribe being wiped out. So they immediately agreed with the tribe leader. Juri also nodded, satisfied. Good. He then looked at the twins with a piercing gaze. "Now, even though they have an innate constitution, just how the hell did they enter the blood replacement stage at their age?" Rian and Ron's hearts skipped a bit after seeing the tribe leader's eyes. This guy is too sharp. Chapter 13, Juri's Investigation. Juri kept at looking at Rian and Ron, which gave them quite some pressure. But suddenly, "You asked." As shameless as possible, both brothers started to cry out loud. Obviously, Juri's gaze wasn't enough to make two grown-ups to cry, but the spiritual pressure that they were feeling forced their hands. Juri was taken aback and immediately stepped back. He even felt a little sorry for the babies and their parents. Just what the hell am I thinking? They are just babies, you old fool. He had purposely released two of his spiritual pressure on the babies, expecting to see something different. However, he completely forgot that babies would only be frightened by such a thing. Cough, cough. Sorry, I was just tending their resistance to spiritual energy, that's all. Trin and Hamarla didn't doubt him. Everyone knows Juri's forthright personality, so they wouldn't think otherwise. Anyway, I already prepared a new house for you two in the tribe's center. Trin can still go to work every day as usual. As for Hamarla, as the mother, she will have to take care of the babies. Still, I will have two experts who are worth my trust to keep a look at the babies from now on. Trin and Hamarla were surprised. They would have two warriors of the tribe taking care of their family, nothing could make them happier. Tyron then decided to change the topic. Oh, right. Big brother, did you find anything about their aptitude colors? Is it also because of the same reason? Juri pondered a bit before saying. I can't say. After all, there is just not enough information. However, when I tried to look for information about different aptitude colors, it seemed like no one had ever heard about it. That means that the different colors are probably not related to their innate constitutions. Tyron and Rian's parents looked puzzled at Juri. How does he know that it is not related? Juri knew what they were thinking and explained. Can't you see it? Even though it was just a little, there was still some information about different constitutions. Some also commented about those constitutions having a blue color aptitude at the very least. Of course, those were just rumors as well. However, there was absolutely nothing about different constitutions having unheard aptitude colors. So I can at least guess that the chances of a different aptitude color appearing because of a different constitution isn't that big. That being said, no one knows what dark and white aptitudes mean. Juri continued. In fact, I'm more inclined to believe that the reason Rian and Roan have a constitution is because of those black and white colors, not the opposite. Rian and Roan were impressed with Juri's view. He was spot on. They, too, believe that their so-called body constitutions are because of the white and black light connecting their souls with those threads, definitely not the opposite. The rest could only nod. There were no guarantees, but they had to admit that Juri conjecture made a lot of sense. The two sides then talked for a while longer about a few conditions and rules. After that, Trin and Hamarla left, leaving only Tyron and Juri behind. Big brother, why did you use your spiritual pressure on them? Juri's face got a little red after hearing that. It's nothing, I was just testing something. Tyron was still somewhat curious but decided to leave that be. He went away a few moments later too, and now, only Juri was left in the room. He looked at the direction where Rian and Roan's parents went before sighing. I'm probably imagining things. However, even if I'm not, I hope that at least they will not become a threat to the tribe later. At the time when Juri talked to his brother and Rian's parents, he kept paying attention to the twins. He noticed that sometimes, the babies would look at each other and even give slight nods. He couldn't help but think that they were somehow talking to each other. Of course, considering their age, such a thing should be impossible. That was the reason why he applied spiritual pressure earlier. He wanted to see if they would respond in some unusual way. But in the end, they immediately started to cry, which is the expected reaction for a baby. Back at Trin and Hamarla's house, both of them were packing everything while two warriors of the tribe waited outside. Those warriors had already received the tribe leader's orders, and intend to carry it with their lives. Such a thing wasn't anything new. After all, Milahuinen, the only young green aptitude level of the tribe, had 3 warriors following her everywhere. In their eyes, they are being assigned to 2 new geniuses of the tribe. In the end, protecting the tribe's talents is the tribe warrior's duty. Inside the house, Rian and Roan were sweating cold. That old geezer is too cunning. I almost used my spiritual energy to try to block that pressure. Roan couldn't help but nod. Indeed. Fortunately, we noticed what Juri was trying to do and used our ultimate weapon. Otherwise, by ultimate weapon, that was obviously crying out loud like a starving baby. In fact, that was the very first time that Rian and Roan cried. Well, not considering the day that Roan had his ass spanked because he was sleeping during the moment he was born. They thought that he was dead, after all. Anyway, Juri already believes that our improvement in the body transformation realm is due to our constitution, so if we stop now, that might look even more suspicious. Rian agreed with Roan. Indeed. It is just that we are going to have those two guys looking over us from now on as well, so it might be challenging to find time alone to cultivate. Trin and Hamarla didn't have that many things, so it didn't take long for them to pack everything up. When they left, quite a few jealous gazes were cast over them. Their neighbors knew that they had checked their children's aptitude just a few days ago. Now, they received the tribe's leader order to move to the center so that the babies could be safe. It was evident to anyone that both Rian and Roan, the twins, have excellent aptitudes to become warriors of the tribe. However, in the middle of those several eyes, there was a sharp pair who looked at the babies with more greed than jealousy. The guy smiled faintly and then left. Sometime later, he avoided the guards on the walls and leapt away. No one knows where he was going. Chapter 14, Dire Need for Talents. The Varan tribe of the Lyman Mountain was located south of Astrek City. In this region, numerous tribes could be found as well. The majority being small ones, with just a few medium-sized and two big that controlled the south area. As mentioned before, the Varan tribe is considered a small tribe, but close to the medium size. If one moves another 200 or so kilometers south from the Varan tribe, they will find a few small tribes on the way, and especially, one medium-sized called Nari tribe. It had over 30,000 members and could be considered a strong tribe between those at the same level. The leader of this tribe, Ioman Ari, is a late-stage foundation establishment expert. Other than him, the tribe also had another 3 elders at the foundation establishment. One of them was a middle stage while the other 2 were at the initial. This tribe worked pretty much like the others. The strong ruled and all those who weren't warriors were treated almost like slaves. Only when a family gives birth to a child who can become a warrior would their life improved. Otherwise, they could only work until their deaths. Still, this tribe was quite wealthy. It received tributes of all the small tribes around it, which allowed them to live mainly from those tributes alone. Of course, they still forced the weak members to work to their bone. But this tribe was going through a big problem at the moment. Both its leader, Ioman Ari, and its foundation establishment elders were all very old already. For example, the youngest one is over 70. As mentioned before, the foundation establishment has another 50 years of lifespan. But the life in the tribes is harsh. It is normal for both men and women to die around the age of 50 to 60. So although that elder at 70 isn't that old, he isn't that young either. As for Ioman, he is already over 90. Unless he break through and enter the core formation realm, he would not live more than 10 or 20 years if lucky. However, Ioman himself knows very well that he already spent his entire potential. Unless he finds some spiritual treasure that could give him a chance to break through, he is pretty much stuck at this level until his death. But his death was not what bothered him. Instead, it was the continuation of the tribe. He knows very well that the other medium-sized tribes around were more than eager to take Nari tribe's place and be the ones to receive those many small tribes' tributes. On top of that, there were very few talents in his tribe at the moment. If he stops to count only the green level aptitude, there are only 4 who are not in the foundation establishment. One must understand that it is not because one has a green level aptitude that he or she will be able to break through. They only have a higher chance than others. Because of that, the Nari tribe was in dire need of high-level talents. The other tribe's eyes were like sharp knives, ready to cut their throat as soon as a chance appears. That day, the tribe received a visit from members of a small-sized tribe called Tranko. This tribe was not part of the Nari tribe territory, so they didn't have to pay tributes to them. But they had another reason for the visit. That is because the Tranko tribe leader is acquainted with one of the Nari tribe elders, Luko Nari. Through their conversations, the Tranko tribe leader came to know about the Nari tribe's situation. The Tranko tribe just so happens to live in the same territory as the Varan tribe. But because they are smaller both in the number of members and warriors, the Tranko tribe couldn't pose any threat to the Varan members. However, the Tranko tribe received the news that two completely new talents appeared in the Varan tribe, which was bad news for themselves. The Tranko tribe was one of the tribes that allied to attack the Varan tribe in the past. Still, they ended giving up in the end due to the difficulty of the endeavor. They have coveted the Varan tribe's mine for a long time already and were just waiting for a chance to take it. Unfortunately, with the appearance Rian and Roan, the longer they wait, the lower their chances will be. Other than their tribe leader, there wasn't a single member in their tribe with a green level aptitude. But not only the Varan tribe gave birth to Milahuinen, it seems like these two new babies were also as gifted as that girl. They don't know exactly what level they are, but it is pretty much confirmed that they are at least a green level. At the very least, one of them is. The reason for that was very simple. Juri Varan had never moved anyone to the center of the tribe except for Milahuinen and her family. All the other members who wished to live in the center had to conquer it with their own hands. For him to do that again, it could only mean that those two or at least one of them definitely has a green level aptitude. The Nari tribe is in dire need of talents, and the Tranko tribe needs to get rid of those talents. It was a win-win situation. With that in mind, the Tranko tribe leader came to the Nari tribe to offer them help. Ayamanari was sitting in a big room with the other elders of the tribe looking at the Tranko tribe leader. Your name is Raymond Tranko, right? Are you sure that they have at least two green level aptitude youngsters? How old are they? Raymond nodded. Exactly. The young girl is only 7 this year, so it shouldn't be too hard to change her mind once she is brought here. As for the new family twins, they were just born around a month ago. There is also a high chance that since they are twins, both of them have the same green level aptitude. I believe I don't need to tell how easy it will be to train the babies' minds to be loyal to the Nari tribe in the future. When Ayaman heard about the girl, he wasn't totally satisfied. Even though a 7-year-old girl shouldn't be too hard to change, there would always be a chance of creating a time bomb instead. Maybe she will help another tribe destroy their own from within once she matures for vengeance, so they had to be careful. But the newly born twins immediately picked his attention. Even if it was only one of them, their age was more than enough to train their minds. If it turns out that both babies have such a high talent, then it will be even better. Ayaman's eyes shined for a second, but he quickly calmed down. Tell me more about them. Chapter 15, The Tribe's Decision. Around a week later, the Varan tribe received a piece of news. The Nari tribe's leader, Ayaman Nari, would be paying a visit. When Juri heard that, a frown appeared between his eyes. He knows about the Nari tribe. After all, the number of medium-sized tribes is a lot smaller than small ones. Especially since the Nari tribe is at the upper side between the tribes of the same level. If possible, he would simply reject this visit. However, they are a stronger tribe, and offending them would not be a good idea. So he made sure to prepare the tribe to receive the visitors with open arms. The tribe immediately started to get agitated. Everyone knows that the way the Varan tribe treats its residents is entirely different than the majority. If they were a tribe that acted on the fear and oppression system, the higher-ups might like this type of event. But they are not, so be it the ordinary member, warriors, or elders, none of them felt relaxed by it. That same day Juri gathered together with elders of the tribe to discuss it. Inside the elders' hall, everyone's expression was grave. It was evident that they don't see the visit of the Nari tribe leader with good eyes. It is no secret that the Nari tribe is one operating in the system that they hate so much. If possible, they wouldn't let him get even close to their territory. Juri Varan was the first one to speak. What you all think about this issue? Alanta Ayal, the tribe vice leader, was the one to answer. We are not idiots. The timing was way too good to be a coincidence. We had just found 2 new talents, and suddenly, Iomanari decided to come. It doesn't matter how I see it, he definitely expects us to hand over the Lark's babies. Tyron immediately shook his head. Then he can keep dreaming. It is hard for a tribe to give birth to talents of the green level or above. Although Rian and Roan's aptitudes can't be described with common sense, everything indicates that they are no worse than Milahuinen. As long as we groom them correctly, we might get at least 1 foundation establishment realm in the future. Perhaps even 3. How can we simply give them away? Another elder with sharp eyes then commented. That is not the real problem here. Considering the distance and relations between our tribes, they shouldn't have known about Rian and Roan. I believe you all know what that means, right? Jurivaran and the other elders narrowed their eyes. It is obvious that there is a third party behind this event. This third party was definitely someone from the same territory as themselves too. It was most likely one of the small tribes allied to attack their tribe in the past. That being said, we shouldn't be expecting only the Nari tribe. There is no doubt that this other tribe will be coming together to increase the pressure on ours. Juri looked at the elders of the tribe. Before we continue this talk, we should first decide what we are going to do. If we give Rian and Roan, or maybe just one of them to the Nari tribe, this issue will be over. Of course, there is a chance of he asking for Mila too since he is already here. If we do that, not only will Nari tribe leave straight away, the third party behind this issue will immediately depart too. This is the easiest way to resolve this issue. The second is that we will be dead set to not giving any one of them. But we will also be incurring the wrath of the Nari tribe, which is a lot stronger than us. Not to mention this other party behind the scenes. Suddenly, Alanta Ialzora then burst forth, and he smashed the table in front of him. So what? If we give up our tribe members as easy as that, it will only cause uneasy to the other tribe members. We fought a bloody battle to get rid of the Irik family in the past. A lot of those who died have family living in our tribe at the moment. Giving our kids away would be going completely against that purpose. I say we should be dead set on denying the Nari tribe. Everyone was taken aback by the vice leader's outburst. Still, they all agreed with his instance. Even Juri couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Good. Is there anyone who thinks otherwise? The other elders immediately got up and shouted. No. Jurivaran nodded and stood up as well. Very well. It is good that you think this way. Since that is that case, let me tell you another thing. If we had really given our kids away, not only would it affect the tribe's moral, but also influence the other smaller tribes around us. They would think that we are not as strong as they thought and might rally up once more to attack us. But that is not all. If we keep giving our talents away just because of a stronger tribe request, our own tribe would never grow up. In the future, when Alanta and I pass away, today's kids will inherit the tribe's responsibilities. If there are no strong leaders left behind, how do you expect them to protect it? So do not fear, do not waver, protect our members and families. If sacrifices are needed, we shall pay them for the sake of a brighter future. Jurivaran took a deep breath and said out loud. We fight. All the elders roared as well. We fight. Only after deciding their path did the elders finally start to discuss what they should do now. They stayed in the elders' hall during the entire night, and only when the sun began to appear in the horizon, did they return to their houses. Alanta, stay behind for a second. I need to talk to you. Alanta looked at Juri and then smiled. Once the two of them were alone, Juri finally asked. That or before? Could it be that you? Alanta couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. I was planning to keep it a surprise for later, but it seems I got too agitated earlier. It is as you think. I have finally entered the Foundation establishment realm. Juri couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Great. Keep it for yourself, and don't let the others know. In case the Nari tribe is planning something in the shadows, you will be our trump card. Alanta nodded. That shall be done. Chapter 16, Arrival. Rian and Roan didn't know anything about that. All they heard from their parents' conversation is that another tribe was coming to pay a visit, but that was basically it. During this past week, both of them kept training in the body transformation system every time they were alone. However, Rian was right in the past. With those two warriors acting as guards, there weren't many chances for them to do it. Only during the night time would the two of them be alone. Well, not exactly alone. Their parent would sleep in another bed close to them, and they had to make sure to not make too much noise. This is too impractical. We will take forever to reach the next stage of body transformation if we keep only training during the night. Rian shrugged his baby shoulders. What do you expect me to do? Unless we completely disregard everything and start to train right in front of them, we have no other choice. Instead of complaining, try to make the best use of your time. We can still use the daytime to sleep as much as possible. Roan didn't like this since, even during the night, it was hard to make the positions properly without making noise. Sometimes Trin or Hamarla would wake up as well because they weren't careful enough. When that happened, they had to fall on the bed in weird positions straight away. In Rian's case, it was worse. Trin and Hamarla are, after all, a married couple. Since Rian and Roan are only a month or so old, their new parents didn't bother trying to hide their actions. After all, babies of this age wouldn't remember anything in the future. That being said, the twins caught their parents enjoying the pleasures of the flesh quite a few times. Roan, of course, didn't waste such opportunities. Hey! Is the 31-year-old virgin boy embarrassed? Why don't you take this chance to learn more for the day you can enjoy the same thing? Rian wanted to cry but had no tears. What the hell, learn more? They are our parents, idiot. Roan snorted, though. Not exactly. Our souls came from another universe. So the truth is that we shouldn't have been the souls coming into these twins' bodies. In that case, it is not like they are really our parents. Of course, I'm still very thankful to them due to my new body. Rian couldn't deny that it was true. After all, he still remembers his parents back on Earth. Knowing his old parents and suddenly getting new ones won't make you love your new ones all of a sudden. As for how Roan felt about the sex scene in front, of course, he didn't give a damn to that. In his eyes, the only problem was that they took longer to sleep, which reduced his training time. It was then Roan had an idea. The guards always stay in the living room entrance, never really coming inside. What if we insist on staying in the room? Rian looked at him and asked. What you mean? It is not like we can suddenly ask them to leave us alone in the room, right? Roan shook his head. Did you forget our ultimate weapon? As long as we use it well, I believe that Hamarla will have no other choice other than leaving us in the room instead. By ultimate weapon, it is obviously their pretense of crying like they are dying. Although Rian's ears would get somewhat red doing such thing at his mental age, he had to admit that it was very effective. That is because Rian and Roan rarely cried to start with, which is quite weird in others' eyes considering their age. We can give it a try tomorrow. The night quickly passed, and the next morning, just as Hamarla was about to bring them out of the room, Rian and Roan put their plan in action. The moment she stepped out, they would use their ultimate weapon with all their might. At the same time, they inclined in the bedroom direction as if they wanted to go back. It didn't matter what Hamarla did, the twins only stopped crying once they were back on their bed. She didn't like it since kids shouldn't always stay there. But after several incessant tries, she finally gave up and left them be. The guards at the living room entrance looked at each other and just smiled. It would take a long time before things like lessons could be taught to them in their eyes. And since the baby stayed inside the house, their duty as protector was easier to be carried out. At first, Hamarla was afraid that the two of them would develop some problems due to a long time on the bed. But not only they seemed completely fine, their bodies somehow seemed to get more sturdy as time passed. Not to mention that they would be sweating rivers as if they had been running a marathon. Hamarla heard from Jury that night that the sweat was probably because of their constitution improving their bodies. That was also why the twins were already in the blood replacement stage. so some sweat coming out while their bodies were changing was to be expected. That said, Hamarla was quite relieved that there was nothing wrong with them. Little did they know that it was because the twins were really training like crazy when no one was around to look at them. Their efforts also were paying off. 2 weeks of intense training had allowed Rian and Rune to reach 1/10 of the way into the blood replacement stage. One must remember that their parents were already far ahead, 20 years old. They started to practice the body transformation system when they were only 5 years old. But even after so many years, Jern is still in the 3rd stage while Hamarla is in the 2nd. Reaching 1/10 of the blood replacement stage in just 2 weeks is unbelievable fast. Finally, 2 weeks went by. Today was the day that Ioman Nari would come. The elders of the tribe were already at the entrance waiting for his visit too. When the sun reached halfway to the highest point in the sky, Juri noticed some movement in the distance. At first, it was just a blur, but soon, everyone was able to see the group. One of them carried a flag that represented their tribe too. That's the Nari tribe's flag. They finally arrived. However, Juri narrowed his eyes. That is because he could see another flag on the side as well. I see. So it was the Tranko tribe who told them about Rian and Roan. It really seems like there are a few spies inside our tribe. However, that is a problem to be resolved later. First, they have to deal with the Nari and Tranko tribe group in front of them. Chapter 17, Another Plan. Soon, the 2 tribes in the distance arrived at the Varan tribe's entrance. Juri then looked around and could see over 100 warriors. A lot of them were in the middle stage of the energy gathering, with even some at the advanced. As for peak stage, he could only feel 2. The rest were all at the early stage. As for foundation establishment, it seemed like the Nari tribe brought 2. One was Ioman Nari himself, who is at the advanced stage. The other one is an elder of their tribe who is at the initial stage. In the Tranko tribe's case, only their leader was in the foundation establishment, who was in the initial stage. He was obviously Raymond Tranko. Juri then stepped forward and bowed. Welcome. It is a surprise to see that the Nari tribe came to pay us a visit. Even more surprising is to see that the Tranko tribe is here as well. I didn't know that your 2 tribes were on friendly terms. Ioman laughed out loud. It is true, indeed. Since this is not our territory, I asked them to guide us in this place. I hope the Varan tribe leader won't mind it. Ioman looked at the Varan tribe's entourage and snorted inside. Only a single foundation establishment. It should be easy. Is tribe leader Juri not inviting us inside? Juri smiled and then turned around. Open the gate, let our guests come in. Juri then guided everyone to the elders' hall, where a banquet had been prepared for them. In fact, the Var tribe wouldn't waste money on such things, but today was a special occasion. The elders chatted and drank to their heart's content. Ioman Nari wasn't afraid of them being poisoned. First of all, it would be hard to find a poison that could work on his level. As for his subordinates with low-level cultivations, the majority was ordered to not drink or eat anything. Raymond Tranko also did the same thing with his side. The situation continued like that all day long until nighttime. Finally, only the elders of each tribe was left inside the hall so that they could talk about the real intention of their visit. Ioman did not meddle over the words and went straight to the point. I heard that your tribe gave birth to 2 boys with exceptional talent. Tribe leader Juri, I wonder if that is true. Juri's eyes narrowed. It's here. He then started to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. How could that be? Compared to Nari tribe's talents, what could a small tribe like ours do? They are just average, not worth of tribe leaders' concerns. Nari tribe has almost enough members to become a big tribe. As long as a core formation elder appears, the Nari tribe will soar in the skies. Raymond Tranko heard that and gave his peace. You are being too humble, tribe leader Juri. It is extremely difficult for green level talents to appear. Even in my entire tribe, the only one with a green level aptitude is myself. Tribe leader Juri should be prouder of himself. Juri knew that it was all a pretense, so he just followed the flow. Tribe leader Raymond is too courteous. It was then that Juri used his trump card. Alright. The reason that our tribe can have so many talents is just because of the way that our members are treated. That's all that is to it. Anyone who follows the same system as us would soon see a spurt of talents appearing in their rankings too. Ayaman and Raymond were taken aback. Is he saying that he can increase the number of talents that appear in his tribe? But how is that possible? Ayaman couldn't help but ask. As for Ryan and Roan, he decided to talk about that later. Could tribe leader Juri explain what he meant? Juri knew that he hooked the fish and then explained. Oh, it is nothing much. Our tribe system differs from others. We don't oppress those without talent and treat them equally. The life might not be easy, but everyone here, including the weakest ones, have their bellies full every day. But above all, and this is the most important point, they are not worried about offending the tribe elders and warriors, which is a completely different situation in other tribes. Their hearts are tranquil, their bellies are full, and they have the support of the other members. Not to mention that, although it is small, they receive a payment for their work. So when the merchants stop by to buy our ores, some of them even buy a few cultivation resources with it. Thanks to that, the mothers can generate better nourished kids in their wombs. And with a tranquil heart, the mother's bad feelings won't impact the baby in her belly either. Try to think like this. In other tribes, a mother will be poorly nourished during the entire pregnancy. Also, she would always be worried about how her family will sustain a new kid if they can do that at all. Such worries plus the fear of other things in such tribes also severely impacts the gestation. Just how can you expect a baby from such a mother to have high aptitude? That is ridiculous. Juri continued. Around 10 years ago, we noticed an increase in the number of brown or higher aptitude members that appear in our tribe. Looking at it, we noticed that the new babies were all bigger and healthier at birth. Soon, we came to understand that what was just the hope of living happy lives had led the tribe to generate a lot more talents than any other. Can you imagine how happy we were when we noticed it? Ayaman narrowed his eyes. From what he is saying, no one in their tribe is afraid of the tribe elders and warriors. In his eyes, such a notion is ridiculous. And what with this thing about paying the workers? If you have no talent, then it should be your honor to work for those who have it. Why should they receive any payment? He couldn't help but feel like he was being fooled. Raymond Tranco already knew about how the Varant tribe treated its residents since he had spies in this here. Still, this was the first time hearing about this increasing of talents. Juri, obviously, noticed that. It seems like tribe leaders Ayaman and Raymond are doubting my words? Ayaman immediately smiled after hearing that. How could that be? Tribe leader Juri is a man of virtue. However, it is indeed very hard to accept your words. Raymond Tranco suddenly frowned. He understood that those words just now shows that Ayaman Nari was really interested in this increase in the number of talents method. Ha ha ha. Surely, tribe leader Juri is jesting. How could a tribe without internal competition possibly give birth to a higher number of talented kids? Isn't this just a mistake? Or maybe it was just lucky. Juri smiled back and then said. Of course there is internal competition. But this competition is only between those with an aptitude to become warriors. Also, we constantly allow them to go out and temper themselves against the demon beasts. We use several different sets of rules for their improvement as well. Juri looked at Ayaman Nari and asked. Tribe leader Ayaman. Between every 1,000 newborn babies, how many of them have a brown level aptitude or higher in your tribe? Ayaman narrowed his eyes and wondered if he should say such a thing. But in the end, he remembered that the other tribes viewing for his tribe position in the south already knew it. Since that is the case, there wasn't much of a point to hide it here. From every 1,000, we get around 20 to 30 brown color aptitude or higher. Juri smiled and looked at the elder beside him. That elder understood his meaning. It was the time to show them what the Varant tribe was capable of. Chapter 18, Turning the Tables. The elder got up while showing an imposing manner. On his hand, there was a scroll with some information that the tribe used to keep a tag on the number of members. Many people in the Varant tribe can't read, but the elders must be able to. After all, They are the ones who deal with merchants and other negotiations all the time. In the past 10 years, we had a total of 3,598 newborns in our tribe. From those, we got a total of 311 brown level or higher aptitude babies. In the last 1,000, which includes Mila Huaynan, Rian Larks, and Roan Larks, 103 had at least a brown level aptitude. Ayaman and Raymond were shocked. That is literally over 3 times more than their tribes. They could attribute it to lucky if they got 40 or 50, maybe even 60. Still, over 100? That is ridiculous. Jury then sipped the wine in his cup and continued. Of course, such difference only started to appear after the system had been in place for over 10 years. Our tribe members had to get used to it first, so it is a slow process. Trust is not something you gain in a single day, especially after the previous Iraq family used the oppression system for so long. Because of that, all these new talents are kids at the moment and not warriors. So it will take time before they properly mature and become warriors themselves. Jury could see the light in Ayaman's eyes. It seems like I will be able to resolve this conflict without a single dead body. However, it will show to the other tribes in our territory that my Varant tribe power will keep increasing at a frightening pace. In the end, this is a double-edged sword. But I'm willing to take this risk. After all, we definitely wouldn't be able to hide such a huge increase in talents from them for much longer. Ayamanari had utterly forgotten the existence of Rian, Roan, and Mila. What he just heard was what really mattered for him at the moment. Those are the kind of numbers that would make his tribe prosper. In the end, trying to get other tribes' talents from them is just a palliative solution. It couldn't resolve the root of the issue. Besides, things like taking other tribes' kids away would only generate more hatred against his Nari tribe. If he had the talents born in his own tribe, he wouldn't waste his time doing such things. Sure, his Nari tribe is a medium-sized tribe, and almost reaching a big one. But without a core formation elder in its middle, it could never be considered a big tribe. He knows that he doesn't have a chance to do it, he will have to rely on the future generation. But so far, the future was looking bleaker and bleaker. The Jury tribe's methods were precisely what his tribe needed. But soon, he noticed a huge problem. For a tribe of the size of my own, just how many years would it take for such a system to make an effect? He was right. At this very moment, the Nari tribe is entirely operated on the oppression system. Other than the warriors who were lucky to be born with a high enough aptitude, all the rest are treated like slaves. Just how could he force a new method of all of a sudden? First of all, most of his warriors are already used to using the commoners as they wish. It could even be considered part of their beliefs that they are superior. In their eyes, those weaker people must serve them with their lives and never complain. It is their fault to not have been born with an aptitude like theirs. If Ayaman comes back and tries to apply such a system, the warriors will probably attempt a rebellion. They would never give up their comfortable lives where everything is done by the commoners. Also, he is one of those who had been using such a system until now. The simple fact that he would need to use some of the tribe's income to pay those commoners for their work already makes his head hurt. Still, the numbers are right in front of him. Raymond Tranco noticed Ayaman's doubts, and his heart sunk. Whether this system really worked or not doesn't matter. The fact is that alone, his Tranco tribe is no match for the Varan tribe. That being said, he can say goodbye to his dream of occupying this mountain. Tribe leader Jury is too good with jokes. How could a tribe have such numbers for real? It would already be heaven-defying if you had even half of it. Tribe leader Ayaman, there is no way that those numbers are true. Ayaman narrowed his eyes. Although he thinks that it might be true, the chances of being a lie are also not small. But before he could even say anything, Jury laughed out loud. No problem, no problem. Tribe leader Tranco concerns are proper and right. How could you simply believe in some papers and numbers, right? Even I would be doubtful if I was in your skins. Jury then extended an invitation. Tribe leaders Ayaman and Tranco, why don't you stay here for the night? Before you even arrived, I already passed down my orders. Tomorrow morning, All the kids between 0 and 10 years old with brown or higher aptitude will attempt the aptitude orb once more in front of you. If you wish, you can even use an aptitude orb from your own tribes, I won't mind. Raymond Tranko opened his mouth wide. Isn't he afraid that both his group and Iamans would use this opportunity to cause havoc? They have a total of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, while the Varan tribe has only 1. If they use this chance to cause a big blow, they would have little chance of stopping them. But it was then that he understood one problem. Ayamanari is genuinely interested in this. If he trusts to intervene, he might be the one being killed by the Nari tribe instead. Juri Varan obviously noticed the Nari tribe's problem from the very start. First of all, why would they come to try to take Rian, Roan, and Molly if they didn't need more talents? Juri struck right at the heart of the Nari tribe's problems. Ayaman looked at the other Foundation establishment elder and a few high-ranked members. After exchanging a few spiritual sense messages between each other, they nodded. Very well, we will be troubling tribe leader Juri to prepare a place for us to stay this night. Juri laughed once more. How could it be a problem? The Nari tribe is more than welcome. He then glanced at Raymond Tranko for a second and snorted inside. Just wait and see how I turn an enemy into an ally right in front of you. Chapter 19, Spread the News. The night passed in a flash. Juri also made sure to keep more warriors looking at the Tranko tribe to prevent them from doing anything stupid. The next morning, due to the previous day orders, the field was full of kids between 0 and 10 years old. Ayamanari only needed to take one look to understand that there were definitely over 200 kids there. Not to mention that he has a strong spiritual sense, so he could cover the entire field with it. 283 kids in total. The other 30 or so probably couldn't come or had some mishaps happening with them in the past. Still, if all those kids really turn out to have brown level talent or more. Juri was also there with Ayaman and Tranko. He soon gave the order, and all the kids and their parents made a queue. Juri then looked at Ayaman and asked, Tribe leader Ayaman, would you like to use our aptitude orb, or do you have one of your own? Ayaman was almost 100% sure that Juri wasn't lying. Still, he had to be completely sure. If tribe leader Juri doesn't mind, I will be using one of my own tribe. Juri laughed and then said, No problem, no problem. Please go ahead and conduct the test yourself. I believe that tribe leader Ayaman will be more convinced if you do so. Ayaman nodded and stepped forward. The testing soon started. Juri told him that all the kids present at the moment had a brown level aptitude or higher, so every single one couldn't show a gray color. 1 kid, 10 kids, 100 kids. By the time that 100 was tested, Ayaman's expression went from surprised to shocked. That is because not only every kid had at least a brown level aptitude, almost 20% of them had yellow levels. 20% of yellow colors was even more heaven-defying in his eyes than the fact that they all had an aptitude to become warriors. That meant that every 5 qualified kids, at least 1 was yellow. If he gathers the last 100 kids of his tribe and tests them, it will be a miracle to get even 10% of them with yellow aptitude. This added to his conviction that the Varan tribe's method was legit. Still, he kept testing every single kid until all the 283 present ones were tested. By now, he had no doubts anymore. Even if he extrapolates and says that this number was all due to luck, the number of yellow color aptitude would be too much. Juri patted Ayaman's shoulder and smiled at him. What you say, tribe leader Ayaman? Would you like to talk more about our tribe's method of raising talents? Ayaman's eyes shined, and he immediately nodded. Definitely. By the way, I did not see Mila, Rian, or Roan. Juri shrugged his shoulders and said. What is the point in bringing them out? Tribe leader Ayaman already knows about their aptitude levels, so it would be pointless to test them again. Besides, it is not that I don't trust tribe leader Ayaman, but we have to prevent any mishaps from happening with our top talents. Ayaman did not press the topic. He knew that he would have done the same thing if he was in Juri's place. All the residents were sent back to their homes, and Juri gathered with the Tranko and Nari tribe in the Elders' Hall. Raymond Tranko knew that there is no way that the Nari tribe will take the kids from the Varan tribe anymore. Ayaman definitely needed the Varan tribe's help in the future if he wants to implement the same or at least a similar system. Primarily because the Nari tribe used the oppression system for a very long time, so they would have great barriers implementing it now. Preventing a rebellion when implementing a new system, changing the heart of the commoners and warriors, etc. Ayaman Nari would need the Varan tribe help if he wanted to bring this plan forward. He knows that it will take a long time, some people will even need to die because of this. Juri then smiled and agreed to help. That is, of course, not a problem. But tribe leader Ayaman should understand that this is a very long process. Tribe leader Ayaman himself will need to change your way of thinking. In the eyes of your subordinates, I can see that they, too, don't feel very pleased with the idea of stopping using the commoner as slaves. Ayaman nodded. But this is the chance that his tribe, which had already used all its potential, to prosper even more. He and the other elders know very well that it wouldn't take long before they start to decline. Not to mention that the tribes around were just biding their times, waiting for this opportunity. I understand that helping my Nari tribe with this endeavor will spend a lot of the Varan tribe's resources. So in exchange, my Nari tribe is willing to make an alliance with the Varan tribe. If you need the help of our warriors in the future, please send us a message. I can't guarantee much, but I'm sure that small tribes will be no problem anymore. While saying that, he purposely glanced at the Tranko tribe leader, Raymond Tranko. Juri understood his intention and just laughed. Good. Then our alliance is now settled. Juri turned to one of the elders of his tribe and said, Elder Nyol, please spread the news. This is a happy day for our Varan tribe. Nyol bowed and immediately left. He would make sure that all the small tribes around would know about this. Raymond Tranko knew that there was no point in staying here anymore, so he decided to leave first. He bid farewell to Juri Varan, and his tribe members made their way out of the Varan tribe. But on the way, Raymond Tranko glanced at one of his subordinates. The man understood his meaning and disappeared like a shadow. Even the warriors accompanying the Tranko tribe didn't notice it. Back in the Lark's family house, Roan and Rian were once again sweating rivers. At the same time, they kept the posture of the body transformation system. They didn't know about anything that was happening in the tribe, nor did they care about it. Suddenly, Roan, death, narrowed his eyes. Killing intent. Chapter 20, Averting Attention Plan. Roan, death, had guided souls for countless years. It is hard, or better, it is almost impossible to imagine a type of death that Roan hasn't seen back in his home universe. Obviously, murder was well within his scope. With that kind of job, he had long since developed a keen sense for killing intent. It reached a point that if the intention was strong enough, he could even see it. Sure enough, this was exactly the case at the moment. Roan could see some kind of red aura spreading around the room. Worst of all, this killing intent was aimed at Rian and himself. What is it? Roan looked at Rian, surprised. You can see it? Rian nodded. What is this red thing? Light? No. There is no shadow. I've never seen anything like this before. And why is it gathering around us? Roan then quickly explained through their soul connection. If he used words, it would take too long. But that soul conversation they can do can pass large amounts of information in a split of a second. This thing is killing intent. The reason it is gathering on our bodies is that we are the assassination targets. At first, only I was supposed to see it, but it seemed like our soul connection through that white and dark light allowed you to see it as well. Judging by the amount of killing intent, this guy is dead set of killing us regardless of the price. Also, since we can already see the killing intent, it means that he is close by. Rian was taken aback. The hell? I've been alive for a little over a month, and someone is trying to kill me already? Fuck that. Roan then said. Let's move to where those two guards are. Whoever wishes to kill us will have to defeat them first. Rian immediately understood what Roan wanted to do. The averting attention plan number 2? Roan smiled and nodded. It is good that you know. Considering that this guy is coming to us, he definitely isn't weak. After all, there are 2 energy gathering realm protectors at the entrance. We probably can't hide from that thing called spiritual sense, so our chances are on those 2 guys. The 2 then immediately left the room. Hamarla was surprised to see the 2 babies crawling their way out. Those 2 haven't left the room for several days in a row, after all. She noticed that they seemed interested in the guards at the entrance, so she didn't mind. Those are their protectors, so the babies would be fine with them. The important thing is that they finally wanted to leave the room by themselves. Rian and Roan didn't know what she was thinking. Nor did they have time to care about it. The names of the guardians assigned to the twins were April and Daikar. Rian and Roan soon reached the legs of the 2 protectors and pretended to play with them. April and Daikar just smiled and let them do as they wished. Suddenly, they felt a spiritual sense pass over them. Still, there should be no need for such a thing to happen here, so they were immediately put on alert. Right after, a shadow jumped out of the corner and attacked. It seemed like the enemy had already found its target. Seeing that, Rian and Roan's protectors were taken aback. They didn't expect someone would try an assassination right in the middle of their tribe. However, they are protectors, and they had received a lot of training during their upbringing. Noticing that the enemy's target was the babies, they immediately jumped forward to block his way. The guy saw the 2 guards and snorted. They might be in the same energy gathering realm, but he is already at the peak stage. As for April and Daikar, April is at the initial stage while Daikar is in the middle. There is quite a difference between the 2 parties' cultivation. The enemy then gathered spiritual energy in his fist and punched. The spiritual energy blasted forward, immediately pushing the April back. Daikar was the only one able to resist that wave of spiritual energy. However, he knew that things were not good. The enemy's cultivation was a lot higher than his. He had to do his best just to block the energy wave. April quickly recovered and rushed back, but he had fallen quite a few meters away. So he wouldn't be able to support Daikar straight away. Daikar tried to kick the enemy away, but he was too fast. The enemy lunged to the side and was ready to attack Daikar's flank. Once he finishes Daikar, it will be easy to get rid of April. After that, he just needs to kill the 2 babies behind Daikar, and he might even have a chance to escape if he is fast enough. But it was then that something unbelievable happened. Right in the place where the enemy dodged Daikar's kick, there were 2 babies. The problem is, the babies were definitely behind Daikar before, so how come they appeared exactly where he needed to step on? The enemy was moving as fast as possible, and the baby's appearance was way too sudden. Hence, the assassin ended stumbling on them. Not only that, but the direction he stumbled to was also perfectly aligned with April's attack. Let alone the assassin, even Daikar and April were taken aback by that turn of events. It was to the point that it looked like a premeditated action. But how could that be possible? They are just babies. So it could only be said to be a coincidence. Maybe even a heaven's gift. April, obviously, did not lose that chance and attacked with all his might. He might be in initial stage while the enemy is at the peak. But they are still in the same realm. A point-blank attack would definitely cause a lot of damage and probably even kill him. Not to mention that April was playing things safe, deciding to target his body where the heart was located so that he wouldn't miss. But in the very last moment, the enemy rotated his body to the side, making April's attack miss his vital point. However, the fact that he was hit at point blank didn't change. The assassin was sent flying and crashed on the wall. Several bones of his chest were broken, and some pieces pierced his internal organs. The killer knew that in his condition, he had no chance of leaving the Varan tribe alive anymore. He looked at the babies with hatred in his eyes. If before it was just an assassination mission, now he is taking things personally. Since he can't escape anymore, he will at least bring those babies to hell with him. Rian and Roan noticed that their plan worked. Unfortunately, not as well as they intended. Shit, there is no way the averting attention plan will work on him again. Roan grimaced. He is hurt now. We can only hope that Daikar and April will be able to hold him long enough, Author's note: if you like the story so far, consider leaving a few power stones to help the story. Chapter 21, How's that possible? Ignoring his injuries, the assassin stomped forward. He already didn't care that such actions would only cause even more damage to his organs. Holding nothing back, he once again sent a blast of spiritual energy. Even though April knew that it was coming, he couldn't help but take several steps back. The difference in cultivation between him and the assassin was too big, after all. Dayakar once again tried a counterattack. But to his surprise, the assassin didn't dodge. Their fists hit each other. Not surprisingly, Dayakar lost in this exchange, and a few bones of his hand broke straight away. But the assassin wasn't much better. Even though he was able to push Dayakar back, he overexerted himself, taking severe damage on his own arm. But that didn't matter. April was pushed back with the first wave of spiritual energy, and Dayakar was out of the way as well. All he needed to do and to kill the babies in front of him, and his mission would be over successfully. Rian and Ron didn't have time to react before a kicking boot with spiritual energy of a peak energy gathering realm cultivator came flying in their direction. No doubt, they would die straight away. But it was at this moment that everyone heard a snort. HMPH. Sure enough, that trank guy sent someone behind our backs. Boom. A wave of dust and stone spread after the impact. But surprisingly, Rian and Ron were fine. Right in front of them, an elder they had never seen before was looking at the assassin with a cold expression. As for the kick, it seemed to have encountered a steel wall on the elder's leg. It didn't make the elder even flinch. Impossible. Other than Juri Varan, the Varan tribe shouldn't have any other Foundation establishment member. Since that is the case, there is no way someone else would be able to stop his all-out kick. He had literally put the max spiritual energy possible in that attack. Even someone at the peak of the energy gathering like him wouldn't dare to stop his attack with their own leg. Sure enough, that elder was none other than Alanta Ayal, the newest Foundation establishment elder of the Varan tribe. Juri Varan had long since predicted the possibility of this situation. Once the third party noticed that the Nari tribe wouldn't help them anymore, they could only kill the kids to prevent further threats. And between the possible targets, the twins were obviously the best ones. After all, they would be together while Milihuainen was alone. Killing two is several times better than killing only one. Ha! There is nothing impossible. I've been at the peak of the energy gathering realm for a long time, so it only right and proper that I succeed in my breakthrough. As for your miser attempt, it was fated to fail from the very start. I've been watching you the moment you arrived. If there came a time that the babies were really in danger, I would have come out straight away. Alanda then looked at April and Dayakar with a smile on his face. However, I wanted to see if the protectors assigned to Rian and Ron were really willing to put their all into protecting the young generation. I have to say that I'm delighted with your actions. The way you didn't give up even in the face of such a much stronger opponent is precisely what our tribe needs. I'll make sure to give you two a few more resources for cultivation later. April and Dayakar were thrilled to hear that. Receiving the recognition of the vice tribe leader was an enormous honor for them. Dayakar didn't even pay attention to the pain in his hand anymore. Rian and Ron also left a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Hamarla rushed outside to see what was happening. Although it took some time to describe the entire event, the fact is that it all happened in a few seconds. She rushed out of the house as fast as she could. She ignored everything and immediately took Rian and Ron into her embrace. Nothing was more important than her children. Rian couldn't help but feel his heart getting warm. Back then, because of his soul issue, he didn't have any attachment to his parents. But now, he could finally understand how the other kids felt with their parents when they saw them in the past. Because of the link between their souls, Ron ended feeling the same thing as Rian even though he didn't intend to. What is it? Did you forget that she isn't your real mother? Rian glared at Ron with an angry expression. But right after, he couldn't help but snort. HMPH. So what? Don't try to play cool in front of me. It might not be as strong as me, But I also felt your heart moving a little when she embraced us. Roan looked away and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Marla obviously didn't hear the twins' soul link conversation. At the moment, she was shocked to see that assassin, and especially the vice tribe leader in front of him. It didn't take long for her to understand that it was Alanta Ayal who saved Rian and Roan. Alanta then returned his attention to the assassin and asked with a sharp voice. Do you wish to surrender peacefully, or should I force you to do so? Personally, I would prefer the latter option since it would be a lot more fun. I have a lot of questions waiting for you after this as well. The assassin laughed coldly. As if. The assassin knew that there was no path to survival anymore, so he decisively bit a sack of poison that was hidden in his mouth. The poison quickly spread through his body. Suddenly, foam started to come out of his mouth. Not long after, he vomited black blood and fell on the ground. In his last moments, the assassin glared at the babies. If not for the twins appearing in the wrong place and time, he might have had a chance to escape. But it was this moment that he noticed that the babies were also looking at him. On their lips, he could see a complacent and disdainful smile. Immediately, he understood. As hard as it is to believe, he was sure that they did that on purpose. How's that possible? His vision finally went black, and he died. In the end, he was the only one who noticed the truth. Chapter 22, Suspicion. Alanta checked the assassin's pulse and confirmed that he had really died. But it did not make him happy. Even if he were to go and ask Ramantranko about it, that guy would only say that his member acted on his own accord. There would be no point in forcing this issue anymore. Not long after, a few more warriors of the tribe arrived at the site. Take this guy away. Be careful because he died from poison, I don't want to see you falling dead as well. The warriors quickly followed Alanta's orders and brought the assassin's corpse away. Alanta also told Daikar to go treat his fist's injuries. Marla then invited Alanta into her house and deeply thanked him. There is no need to be too courteous. It is the tribe warriors and elders' duties to protect the young generation. We were expecting this to happen, so your kids had not been in real danger to start with. Marla then asked. Was that an assassin from that Nari tribe that everyone is talking about? Alanta shook his head. No, Juri has already formed an alliance with the Nari tribe, so there is no way they would try to attempt an assassination. If anything, they would try to kidnap your children instead. Killing them would bring no benefit to the Nari tribe. Alanta continued. The ones who tried it was the Tranko tribe. They share the same territory as us and have been coveting our Lyman Mountain for a long time already. Although it can't be considered much, the fact that we have an ore mine and the others don't is definitely a reason for envy. But if they want to take it from us someday, they would need to surpass us in strength. To do that, our tribe can't become stronger than it is, so that's why they tried this assassination plan. They took advantage that we let them inside of our tribe and sent someone to do the deed. Unfortunately, the assassin killed himself, so we can't prove that it was them who ordered it. Marla couldn't help but ask with a concerned face. Does that mean they will keep trying? Alanta laughed after hearing that. They definitely won't. At least, not in such a shady way as this one. They sent a peak energy gathering expert. How many warriors at this level do you think they have? I would be impressed if they had 2 or 3 more. They are the hope of their tribe since they still have a chance at the Foundation establishment realm. This last guy's death is already a very big blow to them. Rian and Roon heard that and sighed in relief as well. One time is okay, but nothing can guarantee that they will stay alive if more kept coming. Rian and Roon pretended they didn't notice, but Alanta was looking at them with some doubts. He had been waiting for an assassin ever since the guests came into the tribe. When he finally noticed the enemy's presence, Rian and Roon suddenly appeared at the house's entrance. He couldn't help but feel surprised by that. The timing was just way too good. But that's okay, he could still accept that it was just a coincidence. But such a belief started to disappear after seeing what those two did. At first, they were just playing with April and Daikar. However, when that assassin dodged to the side, both of them jumped right in front of his leg. Alanta was alarmed that the assassin would take that chance to attack the babies. Even he didn't expect the twins to jump at that moment. But then the unbelievable happened. The assassin didn't notice them at all and stumbled on the babies' bodies. Not only that, but he miraculously went in the direction of April's attack. Only then Alanta noticed that the babies jumped there only when the assassin couldn't see them anymore. Simply put, they used the assassin's blind side. Are they really just babies? Already in the blood replacement stage, a never-seen-before aptitude colors, and that action just now. It is too hard to believe that they only have a child's intelligence. It far surpasses the realm of talent. However, there is no doubt that Rian and Roan are newborn babies. That is not something that one can simply disguise with. I need to talk with Jury later. At least, I don't feel like they have any ill intentions against our tribe. Marla noticed that Alanta seemed absent-minded. Is everything okay, Elder? Did you get injured anywhere? Alanta quickly came back to himself. Oh. It's nothing, don't worry. Anyway, it should be safe from now on, so I'll be taking my leave. I will pass by sometimes to check on you and your babies. Marla bowed and thanked the elder. Roan then commented while looking at Rian. We will need to be more careful. We didn't notice Alanta's presence at all, so chances are that he saw our actions today. Probably, those extra visits that he plans to take are just to check on us. Rian shook his head. It is okay. I believe that Alanta already understands that we are not as simple as we look like. The fact that he didn't point it out at least means that he doesn't intend to do anything against us for the time being. So if we suddenly become like completely normal babies, it would be even more suspicious instead. You know as well as I do that we wouldn't be able to hide it forever. It is good as long as mother and father don't get too worried. Roan wanted to deny it, but he had to admit that their actions today were too catchy. If Alanta wasn't there, they would have hidden it without a problem, but because he was, their pretense was quite useless. It was also true that their progress would get the others' attention sooner or later as well. Anyway, it seems like he intends to pretend to not have seen anything. Since he wants to play dumb, we might as well keep playing dumb too. Rian nodded. Besides, if he comes to visit us without telling in advance and catch us training with his spiritual sense thing, we wouldn't notice at all. Rian and Roan reached an agreement. Perhaps, it is not a bad thing that they were found out. Chapter 23, Cayenne Tribe. A week quickly went by, and the Nari tribe finally left. Together with them was an elder and a few warriors of the Varan tribe. They were going to the Nari tribe to first take a look at the situation. Only then can they think about a plan of how to implement the Varan tribe system. Ayamanari also guaranteed the elder and warrior's safety. As long as he is alive, his advanced stage of the Foundation establishment realm would be more than enough to stop any foolish ideas from the others. Besides, his other Foundation establishment elder who came with him also saw the results. As an elder of the Nari tribe, he, too, knew very well their tribe's situation. It shouldn't be a problem with both of them to talk with the other elders back in their tribe. At the same time, the news of the Varan-Nari alliance spread like wildfire. All the small tribes around found out about it in just 2 days' time. Of course, the story that was spread talked about the Nari tribe being on friendly terms with them. They would help protect the Varan tribe if they were attacked, but they would not help them attack anyone. Ayamanari also sent some of his warriors on his name to confirm that it was really the case. It should be enough to keep the Varan tribe safe for the next few years, more or less. That will be the time necessary for the dust to settle. In fact, other than the Tranko tribe, there wasn't much of an issue with any other small tribe. However, the medium-sized tribe controlling this territory is another story. As mentioned before, the Varan tribe is also considered a small tribe, but close to becoming a medium size. The medium-sized tribe in this place was called Cayenne, but they were not as strong as the Nari tribe. Considering that the Varan tribe is almost a middle-sized one, they didn't mess with them lightly. Even the annual tributes of the Varan tribe were only paid to the big tribe controlling half of the south region. They did not need to pay tributes to the Kayan tribe controlling this territory. In the end, strength speaks louder. Although the Kayan tribe could win a war against the Varan tribe, it doesn't change the fact that the price would be way too high. The hyenas around would definitely not lose this chance to strike once everything is over. In the last few years, a problem started to appear in the Kayan tribe. The same way that the Tranko tribe had a spy inside the Varan tribe, the Kayan tribe also has their own. Not to mention that their own was even better than the Tranko tribe. He had already noticed that the number of talents appearing in the Varan tribe was increasing drastically and reported it back a long time ago. It presented a severe threat to the Kayan tribe. So their tribe had been thinking about a solution. At first, they thought about allying with the small tribes and get rid of the Varan tribe, but that idea was immediately rejected. First of all, Kayan is a stronger tribe than Varan, so why would the small tribes help the Kayan tribe get rid of the Varan tribe? If anything, they would prefer to have the Varan tribe taking their place instead. Other than the Tranko tribe, the majority didn't have any intention to start a war for nothing. Not to mention that the Varan tribe had always counted with their ore mine. They had never gone out of their way to cause the small tribes around any trouble. It could be said that although their systems were different, the Varan tribe had quite a good relationship with most of them. The Varan tribe's specialty is their ore mine, and the other small tribes had their own specialties as well. The Varan tribe made many trades with those tribes, and they even paid a fair price without ever abusing their higher power. With the reputation that the Varan tribe built over the years, those small tribes would definitely prefer them as the medium-sized tribe controlling this territory. That being said, trying to rally them up against the Varan tribe would most likely backfire on them. Now, with the Nari tribe entering the fray, their situation became even more complicated. In the Kayan tribe, the elders had gathered to discuss this news about the Nari-Varan alliance. Their tribe leader, Yusval Kayan, was looking at the elders with an angry face. Didn't the Nari tribe come to forcefully take away some of the Varan tribe talents? How come they became allies? Can someone explain this to me? One elder called Jamio Kayan got up and started to talk. Our spy had just come back, so he told me everything he saw during their visit. It seems like the Varan tribe gathered all their youths between 0 and 10 years old. They then had Ayaman Nari test their aptitudes. He said that there were almost 300 kids with brown color aptitude or higher in the field that day. Yusval was taken aback. That number was absurd. We knew that the number of talents appearing in the Varan tribe was big, but not to this extent. We need to think about something before they get too strong. Another elder then suggested. What about we ask the help of another medium-sized tribe? We can offer them all the spoils after the war is over. As long as we get rid of the Varan tribe, the rest won't matter much. We would even preserve quite some of our strength. Yusval thought about it for a second and had to admit that it might be a good idea. But we can't do that now. If we attack straight away after the Nari tribe allied with them, it would be the same as trampling on their pride. It would just cause a bigger war where both sides would suffer. Those new talents are all kids at the moment. Before they are at least 25 plus years old, they won't be any problem for our tribe. After all, unless they have a green aptitude level or higher, those kids will at most reach the initial stages of the energy gathering realm during this time. Besides, we need to find an ally. No, let's find 2 allies willing to take this offer. They can simply share the spoils between themselves while our tribe will consolidate our territory position once more. Another elder then suggested. Give them 5 years. This should be enough for their relationship with the Nari tribe to cool down. After that, even if we attack, I doubt the Nari tribe will intervene anymore. Yusval immediately shook his head. That's not enough. Didn't you notice? The Varan tribe shows them how their talent raising system worked. Considering that the Nari tribe is in need of talents, they are most likely trying to implement the same system. However, 5 years is not enough for that, so they will need the Varan tribe's help for longer. Yusval pondered a bit and then said. 10 years, that is as far as we can wait. The kids at 10 years old will be at most 20, Not to mention that those at 10 years should be just a small part of the total. I doubt the Nari tribe will intervene after so much time has passed by. Besides, it is not like we can't try other ways of weakening them in the time being. Hearing that they could use methods to weaken the Varan tribe, all the elders immediately understood what Yuzval meant. Agreed. Chapter 24, Time flies. Time passed, and the years went by. With the Nari tribe as their backers, the Varan tribe had been quite peaceful. At first, a few tribes were afraid that the Varan tribe would use this chance to begin charging tributes. Although the Nari tribe wouldn't help them attack anyone, they wouldn't be scared of being attacked as well. But contrary to their expectations, the Varan tribe continued their good relationship and trades with the surrounding tribes. It seemed they had no intention whatsoever to charge other tribes. The only exception was the Tranko tribe. The Varan tribe wasn't demanding any tributes, but they completely ceased all trades and relationship with them. If that was all, the Tranko tribe wouldn't care that much. There were several other tribes around with who they can trade. However, due to the cold shoulder given by the Varan tribe, the other tribes also distanced themselves. Thanks to that, the Tranko tribe was having a hard time acquiring the materials it needed. Sometimes having to travel much further away to find someone willing to sell or trade. Because of that, Raymond Trank ordered that they should all keep a low profile from now on. This kind of treatment would sooner or later disappear, he only had to wait. Today, there were 61 kids gathered in front of the martial arts elders' house. At the start of every new year, the kids with aptitude at the brown level or higher who reached 5 years old would officially start their warrior training. Although all the tribe members had access to the body transformation realm's cultivation manuals, only warrior candidates received proper training. Not too surprisingly, Rian and Roan were also present. They had kept a low key during all those 5 years, with only Juri, Alanta, their parents, and the 2 protectors aware of their real strength. Still, to make sure that these 2 little monsters wouldn't be found, they pretended to not know anything outside. Also, their 2 protectors were advised to keep their mouths shut. Not even their family members should know about it. After all, April and Dikar would sooner or later notice the difference between the Lark's family twins and any other kids. But today, it would be all over. Those 2 can finally leave their cocoon and practice martial arts out in the open. Rian and Roon had not slacked during this time. They already arrived at the spiritual vision of the body transformation realm. Although they are still in the first realm, their advancement is genuinely frightening. One only has to take a look at Rian and Roon's father. He is already 31 years old, but he is only at the muscles strengthening stage with his gray color aptitude. Even a brown level aptitude would only reach the level Rian and Roon are at the moment, around 18 to 20 years old. Yellow was a little faster, usually reaching this stage around 12 to 15 years old. The only one in the young generation that looked a little like Rian and Roon was Mila, who started to cultivate at the age of 5 and reached the spiritual vision stage by 9. She only cultivated 4 years to achieve the same result. Of course, there were huge differences between Mila and the Lark's twins. For one, since Mila has a green level of aptitude, she received a lot of cultivation resources in her upbringing. But in the case of Rian and Roon, they didn't get anything at all. Their actual strength was built entirely on their own effort. Well, it was not effort exactly. They simply hated the idea of being the one falling behind. They trained like crazy for the sake of trampling over each other. If Rian or Roon had been a single child, their actual results would be far below what they are now. Rian and Roon being in the spiritual vision, meant that they are ready to open their meridians. The spiritual vision stage allowed the cultivator to see their internal meridians. In this world, everyone had their own set of meridians. They also followed their own paths, so it was impossible to use someone's experience when opening yours. However, the number of meridians never changed. Doesn't matter if it is men or women, they all had precisely 103 meridians. One can only enter the energy gathering realm once they open all 103 meridians, no exception. Or so it should be. Rian and Roon were different, though. Instead of 103, they had 104 meridians. Of course, only the two of them knew about it. After confirming that everyone indeed had only 103, they could only attribute that last one to the white and dark light and thread connection their souls. Still, there is no point worrying about it now, so they decided to think about it after those last two are opened. Other than our parents, Dayakar, Opril, Jury, and Alanta, no one else knew about our improvement. Finally, we don't need to hide anymore. Rian looked at everyone around and asked, "How do you think Jury will explain our actual level to everyone?" Roan pondered a bit and said, "Most likely, he will simply say that we were born with it already or some other bullshit like that. Anyway, this is an issue for him to resolve, not us." The moment we turned 5 years old, hiding our cultivation level became an impossible task. Rian had to admit that it was true. If Rian and Roan didn't appear for the warrior training, it meant that something was absolutely wrong. Why would Jury keep hiding the twins after so long? It would attract more attention than if they appeared out in the open. Whatever. As long as you don't expose us, we should be fine. Roan's mouth twitched. "Are you looking for a fight?" Rian snorted and ignored him. Training was not the only thing they did in the past 5 years. They had fought a lot against each other as well. But there was a problem, their strengths were way too similar. So while Rian won a few, Roan also won his share. Of course, whenever they couldn't agree with something, they would still resolve with it a fight. Those two simply can't get along at all. During these last 5 years, the Varan tribe system seemed to get better and better too. The tribe welcomed the birth of another 4 green aptitude level talents, one of them being born just 2 months after Rian and Roan. Because of that, he was also in this new batch of kids that would receive the warrior training. His name was Rivyojun. However, there was a little girl who was also 5 years old this year that made Jury's hair stand every time he thought about her. Her name was Inamalaka, a blue aptitude level. Chapter 25, A New Test. If there was something good about it, that was the fact that no one knows about Inamalaka's aptitude yet. Of course, except the elder who made the test and her family. Jury didn't mind talking about a green level aptitude. They might be important, but they are not that rare. So he didn't hide their existence. Especially now that they have the Nari tribe's help. But there was a problem. When Mila was first born, she received quite a few marriage proposals from other tribe leaders' sons. Even the Kayan tribe was no exception. Of course, the main objective was to bring the daughter away under their own ranks. Unfortunately for them, Jury rejected every single proposal and said that it would be Mila's choice. As annoyed as they could be, there was nothing they could do, nor would they start a war just because of that. However, Inamalaka was another story altogether. It wasn't just a few surrounding tribes' proposals. If anyone found about it, marriage proposals would rain over the Varan tribe from everywhere. That includes influential families from the Astrak city and even the Hanoi tribe, the big-size tribe controlling half of the region where they live. First of all, Jury knew that his new system helped to produce better kids. But he couldn't believe that it was good enough for a blue-collar aptitude one. Jury thought that there is a limit to how good kids from ordinary families could become. The fact that so many green aptitudes appeared was already forcing their own fortune way too much. Jury even thought about asking for his tribe members to reduce their time making sex. But he soon realized that he wouldn't survive a single day if he suggested such a thing. That being said, he immediately rejected that option. Don't look down on a tribe's libido in a cultivation world. A person should not get involved in these issues for their own safety. Poor Jury didn't know. Sure, his new system helped parents give birth to healthier babies, increasing the chances of higher talents appearing. This much was definitely true and would work in other places as well. But just this couldn't possibly bring such a drastic change. The real reason for that was 2 little guys with white and dark hairs living in his tribe. Or to be more exact, a particular white and dark light orb that connected their souls. Including Rian and Roan, no one noticed, but the balance of yin and yang of heaven and earth around the tribe was almost 2 times better than any other place. That was the real reason behind the sudden appearance of so many green and even a blue level aptitudes. And it was far from over. The longer Rian and Roan stayed in this place, the better the balance would become. Poor Juri doesn't know just what awaits him and his tribe in the future. One can only wonder if he will turn bald from worry. That being said, Juri believes at the moment that Inna's birth was nothing more than coincidence. He totally doubts that such a talent would appear in their tribe again. However, whether he is right or wrong didn't matter. The problem here was how to deal with all of those powers who would be coveting the Malaka family's daughter. That day when the elder found out about Inna's aptitude, he immediately called Juri and Alenta over. Fortunately, Juri had changed the aptitude test when Rian and Roan were born. Now the babies could only take the test alone, with only the elder and the baby's family seeing it. So he announced that Inna Malaka was a green level talent as well, which also brought a few marriage proposals, but that he could at least refuse without causing much trouble. Let alone he not wanting to give the girl away. The problem was that even if he wanted, he could only select one of those big powers which would make the proposals. Obviously, the others would be offended by that, which wasn't anything good for the Varan tribe. Juri made Inna Malaka's family swear to never talk about it, or it would bring calamity to their tribe. At this moment, even Inna herself didn't know that she has a blue level aptitude. She wasn't any bit less dangerous than Rian and Roan. After all, even sex would be interested in this kind of talent. Maybe even more than a Rian and Roan, since their aptitude can't really be judged due to those weird colors. Now, Inna Malaka, a blue level aptitude girl, was in the new batch with Rian, Roan, and Rivio. Others might think that she is a green level. However, this was still considered the strongest martial arts class to have ever started in the Varan tribe. Rian and Roan, of course, knew nothing about it. As long as they can become stronger and subjugate the other, that was already good enough for them. The elder responsible for the classes changed every year. This year, Juri decided to not take any risks and immediately tasked Alenta with this mission. Alenta, of course, was more than willing to do so. 1 green level, 2 monster twins, and a secret blue level. His blood couldn't help but boil just thinking about their future accomplishments. Alenta went to the stage prepared beforehand and spoke. It's good to see so many talents this year. Remember, from now on, you are going to become warriors. I don't care whether you are a boy or a girl, I won't go easy on any one of you. There is no gender when we talk about battle, only victory and defeat. If you wish to protect your tribe, family, and friends, you should put your all into training. Those who I find out to be slacking will be severely punished. At the same time, those who prove to be putting their best effort will be rewarded, regardless of talent. The warriors are the tribe's honor, and it is your honor to be the tribe's warrior, remember that. By the way, my name is Alenta Ayal, a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. I'm also the Varan tribe's vice leader. I will be supervising this year's classes and expect you to show the respect necessary. Now, those who I call, get up and come forward. We are going to test your elemental affinity. Rian and Roan looked at each other, puzzled. Although they had an idea what it was about due to the name, how come they never heard about an elemental affinity test before? Chapter 26, Affinity Level. For those who don't know, every person has an element they compatible with. Although you can still use all the other elements, your future accomplishments will depend more on that specific element. Alenta then took out a scroll with a list of names. Kaolo and Iru, come forward. A 5-year-old boy then approached the stage with a nervous expression. When he got up in the stage, he noticed a transparent orb in the center. If not because it didn't have a black color, one would have difficulty seeing the difference between this one and the aptitude orb. But that wasn't all. Around this orb, there were also another 9 small orbs that seemed to be connected to this main one. Once Kalo got in front of the orb, Alenta explained. Place your hands on the big orb and focus on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now that you are already 5 years old, you should be able to feel it. Try to gather that spiritual energy in the orb. Once you do that, it will show the color correspondent to the 5 elements. There are 5 colors in total. Red for fire, blue for water, green for air, yellow for earth, and purple for lightning. The dominant color will then appear in the affinity main orb. The 9 small orbs around show how much affinity you have with that specific element. The more small orbs you light up, the higher your affinity with the element in the main orb. You can start now. Kalo was still nervous, but he followed the elder's orders nonetheless. As Alanta mentioned, a kid would already be able to feel the presence of spiritual energy at 5 years of age. So Kalo didn't have much difficulty in gathering it since he tried to use that energy before. Slowly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth started to gather around Kalo. It then concentrated around his hands on the orb and entered it. At first, nothing happened, so Kalo gathered even more spiritual energy. Finally, the orb started to glow with a yellow color. Alanta nodded. Good, keep pouring spiritual energy inside the orb. Let's see how much affinity orbs you can lit. Kalo followed Alanta's orders and maintained the flow of spiritual energy. Soon, one small orb lit up. Then it came the second until finally, the third one lit up as well. However, the third one's brightness was a lot weaker than the previous 2. It shows that Kalo couldn't do anything better than that. Alanta put a hand on Kalo's shin and said, "That's enough. The element you have most affinity with is Earth. Also, according to the small affinity orbs, you are a level 3 Earth element user." In fact, because of how dim the third small orb was, Kalo should have been considered a level 2 Earth element user. But the tribe elders always added a level as long as the next small orb was lit even a little bit. That was to help the kids to have more confidence in their abilities. Even though it was a lie, it was a good one. Kids are easily affected by emotions, and it also impacts their cultivation. Doing this prevented the kids from slacking and gives them the illusion that they are not too bad. Of course, once they get older, they will find out about this. But it doesn't need to be at this moment. Later, you will get a cultivation technique suitable for your element. However, you will only be able to cultivate it after you enter the energy gathering realm. Still, it is good to get familiar with them beforehand. Go there and wait on the side. Alanta returned his attention to the kids on the field. Next, Fabio Villas. Another 5-year-old boy got up and proceeded to the stage. This boy turned out to have a level 3 fire affinity. It's just that the light on his third small affinity orb was a lot brighter than Kalo. Due to the degree of brightness in his third orb, he should really be considered a level 3 fire element user. In that case, there was no need to lie about it. Good, you have a level 3 fire element affinity. Go there with Kalo and wait for the rest. Next, Danka Gulen. Kalo and Fabio were both brown aptitude boys. As for Danka, she is a girl and the first yellow aptitude kid to come forward. She quickly approached the transparent orb and followed the same process as the 2 previous boys. The main orb lit up with a green color, showing that she has an affinity with the air element. After that, the first 3 small orbs around lit up as well almost instantly. Finally, the fourth orb's light appeared and brightened with half the intensity of the other 3. Very good. You have a level 4 wind element affinity, go to the side as well and wait with the other kids. One by one, the kids came forward to try their elemental affinity test. So far, the highest aptitude was a kid with a fire element affinity level 4. Different from Tanka, his fire element 4th small orb was as bright as the previous 3. So he was really a level 4 fire element user. Next, Rivio Jun. All the kids and their parents immediately looked at that boy. He was one of the 4 green aptitude level kids this time around. Of course, he was only 5-year-old child, so he was just as nervous as any other kid who went up in the stage before. He put his hands on the transparent orb and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth immediately gathered around his hands. It was evident that he had it a lot easier doing so. Shortly after, purple light appeared in the main orb. Alanta couldn't help but smile a bit, seeing that lightning element users are quite rare. It would be excellent already to see one after every 100 kids. Lightning users are known for having high attack power as well. So the fact that he has a green color aptitude only made things even better. Not long after, 5 small orbs lit up completely, but that was the limit. The 6th orb did not. Alanta wasn't sad, though. Excellent. You have a level 5 lightning affinity. I'm looking forward to your future accomplishments. Rivio felt ecstatic with the praise and quickly moved to the side with the other kids. The tests continued, and soon, 37 kids' affinities were tested. Next, in Malacca. It was finally the time for the hidden blue color aptitude girl to come forward. Chapter 27, 2 can play this game. Inna immediately followed the elder's orders. Just like Rivio, everyone paid attention when she started to come forward. That only contributed to the little girl to be even more nervous. Her friends tried to cheer her up, though, which helped a little. Soon, she arrived above the stage and started her test. Spiritual energy began to gather around her hands at a frightening speed. Alanta couldn't help but feel impressed with that vision. It was the first time in his life he saw a blue color aptitude going through the affinity test, after all. Her control over the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is on a completely different level compared to the others. Of course, only Alanta knew about her real aptitude in this place, so others thought that perhaps it was normal. Her orb brightened instantly, and a deep blue color spread around. The water element showed by the orb was so dense that the air around the orb began to get freezing cold. Of course, she was the one controlling that element, so Inna didn't feel anything. Right after, the small affinity orbs around the main orb began to lit up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It only took a second for all of them to get bright. Next, the 6th orb lit up entirely as well. Alanta couldn't help but praise her talent inwardly. She is already above him and Juri. Alanta and Juri are both green aptitude level elders, and their element affinity also lit up 6 small orbs. However, their 6th orb barely lit up at their time. In this case, her 6th orb was fully brightened. But it didn't stop there. Although just barely, the 7th orb lit up as well. This was the first time Alanta had seen the 7th orb on. Inna seemed to have reached her limit, so he stopped her there. When Inna tried to take her hands away from the affinity main orb, she noticed that they were stuck there. It turned out that a thin layer of ice gathered around her hands, which prevented her from taking her hand away. Good, very good, excellent. Alanta then put his hands over Inna's ones and used his control over the spiritual energy to melt the ice holding her there. After that, he patted her head. You have a level 7 water affinity. Later on, I will pass you a few water cultivation techniques for you to practice after you enter the energy gathering realm. Just like Rivio, I'm also looking forward to your future. Don't waste your talent, understood? Inna nodded shyly and quickly left the stage. Rian and Roan also saw that. Do you think our element affinity will surpass her? Roan pondered a bit and then said. We should be. After all, we were already able to feel the presence of spiritual energy when we were born. In theory, whatever element it is, it should be at least at her level. Rian nodded, and then he got an idea. Wanna bet on who has the highest affinity? Roan's interest was piqued almost instantly. What are the stakes? Rian showed a bright smile and said. 1 entire week of desserts. Roan narrowed his eyes. It is his first time having a living body. Roan had lived, or died, for countless years. However, hungriness was something he had never felt during that time. Only after Roan got a living body did he understand the pleasures of food. Because of that, he considered his dessert to be worth as much as his life. Of course, on the other side, Rian also loved eating very much. Because of his soul issue during his past life, he had never enjoyed or felt anything. So he, too, only came to understand the happiness of eating good food now. Rian and Roan's mother is quite good at cooking. Even though there weren't many types of food in the tribe, Hamarla knew how to make the best with what she had. Between the things she could make, there were also a few very simple desserts. However, both Rian and Roan valued those desserts more than anything else in this new life. Rian and Roan looked at each other, and sparks could almost be seen coming out their eyes. For the winner, heavens awaited. For the loser, only a path straight to hell. There would be no turning back after this. They gave each other a handshake and said at the same time, "Deal." Even though Alenta was observing the testers, he had always kept part of his attention on Rian and Roan. When he noticed the killing intent in their eyes while they looked at each other, he almost jumped with the intention of stopping a life and death battle. But right after, they made a handshake, which made him feel like crying too. Weren't they going to kill each other? Just what the hell are those two demons up to? The tests continued, and it soon was Roan's time. "Roan Larks, come forward." Roan looked at the direction of the stage and made his way there. Right behind him was Rian. The two of them had arrived together, so Rian was sure that he would be called over right after Roan. That being the case, he might as well stay close to the stage. Roan quickly ascended to the stage. Different from all the other kids, there wasn't a single hint of nervousness on his face. If anything, it looked like he was entering a battlefield. It was as if his life and death would be determined during this test. Alenta really couldn't understand what was wrong with him. "You can start your test." Roan nodded and put his hand over the transparent orb. Faster than any other kid before, including Inna, spiritual energy gathered around his hand. The sight made Alenta frightened. Roan's control over the heaven and earth spiritual energy was simply ridiculous. Roan was 100% focused on this task, doing his all. Right after, the color of his affinity element finally appeared. It was completely dark. Alenta felt like he was hallucinating. Is there such thing as a dark color for the elemental affinity test? However, he seemed to have heard something about it from Jury before. However, Roan couldn't care less about the color of his main orb. In his eyes, only one thing mattered: lighting up as many small affinity orbs as possible. But it was this moment that he heard. Pan! Roan almost jumped in fright. His concentration was completely gone. He could barely keep the flow of spiritual energy now. Right after, a deafening sound of rock music started to play in his mind. Rian, on the other side, had an evil smile on his face. He was using his connection with Roan's soul to play one of the craziest rock music types. While the music was playing, he also took the chance to say, "I hope you like heavy metal." Ha 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 ha. In the end, Roan couldn't concentrate properly and was only able to lit up 7 small orbs with black color. At least, they really lit up completely. Without even looking at Alenta, Roan left the stage. But not before giving a death gaze at Rian on the back. "You are not the only one who knows how to play this game." Chapter 28, Another Bet. Roan might not care about his elemental color, but Alenta definitely did. Not only him, but everyone in this field did as well. Their tribe had made the elemental affinity test thousands of times, but they had never seen a dark elemental color. However, Alenta had an idea about it. Jury had commented with him in the past about it. It seems that there are some extremely rare element users in the world. Obviously, the region around the Aztec city didn't have anyone like that. At least, not until now. Alenta noticed everyone looking at him, waiting for the result of the test. In the end, he could only say what he thought that it was. Cough, cough. Level 7 Darkness Affinity. Alenta didn't even need to tell Roan to go to the site since he was already there. Not only that, but he could see an awful expression on his face. Next, Rian Larks. Rian smiled brightly at Roan on the other side and ascended to the stage. At the same time, he thought. Hee hee. You definitely will try the same thing as me. Too bad, though. It doesn't matter how crazy or loud the sound is, you won't be able to stop me. Those desserts are mine. Unfortunately for Rian, Roan had long since thought about this possibility. As soon as Rian started his test, the one to show an evil smile on his face this time was Roan. The spiritual energy gathered around Rian's hands as fast as it was with Roan. Almost instantly, the main affinity orb shined brightly with a white light. If Alenta says that he wasn't expecting it, he would be lying. Still, to see 2 rare elements at the same time was really shocking. Just what did Tran and Hamarla do to conceive such a pair? Rian was also focused on his orb. At the same time, he was waiting for Roan to use the same trick. But suddenly, he heard a soft laugh. I have no doubt that you are ready for any sounds, but I wonder if you are prepared for this. Rian and Roan can stop their own thoughts from being heard. However, if one of them wants his thoughts to be heard, the other side can't block it. So Roan didn't use any loud sound, but a movie instead. As for which movie? Which one was better than their parents during their intimate moments? During the time they were babies, their parents did bother hiding anything since they were just newborns. Rian and Roan shouldn't be able to remember anything in the future. Too bad, though. Roan still remembers everything clearly. Especially the fact that Rian couldn't deal with such scenes. Immediately, the scenes of Rian and Roan's parents enjoying their night played inside Rian's mind. Roan also made sure to play it in high quality, especially giving a big zoom at those two places where the most action was happening. Rian almost vomited blood. You. Don't you have any respect for our parents? Roan just snorted, though. All is fair in love, war, and desserts betting. Rian felt like crying but had no tears. Between the zoomed scenes, moans, and quick pat sounds, he ended not being able to concentrate at all. He had to do his best just to finish lighting up the 7th affinity orb. In the end, Rian and Roan's bet was a draw. Of course, as soon as Rian got down from the stage, the two boys started another fight. Which also ended in a draw. Alanta didn't know what to do with those two. Still, he had to give Rian's test results. Sigh. Rian Larks, level 7 light affinity. Seeing the twins who seemed to not give a damn to their test results, Alanta pondered whether all his shook earlier had any meaning. The tests continued until all 61 kids were tested. But now, Alanta felt another headache coming his way. Our tribe does have cultivation techniques for all 5 elements, even lightning, which is a lot rare. We have it too. However, where the hell will I find the light and darkness element cultivation technique? Alanta pondered a bit and then shook his head. Forget it, I will ask Jury about it later. He spends more time in the city than me, so he might have an idea. Besides, before Rian and Roan enter the energy gathering realm, a cultivation technique will be useless for them. If worst comes to worst, we can give them another elemental cultivation technique. Although it won't be optimal, it is still better than nothing. It was then that Alanta remembered one thing. Rian and Roan are already in the spiritual vision stage of the body transformation realm. How many meridians did they open already? Alanta decided to ask them after he dismisses all the kids. Everyone, come with me. We are going to the cultivation techniques repository. Our tribe is only considered a small one, so we don't have that many. Still, the ones present were gathered with the sweat and blood of the tribe during its several years of existence. So make sure to take care of them well in the future. All the kids followed Alanta to a big building in the center of the tribe. Outside, one could see 2 warriors guarding the entrance. Once Alanta got close, they bowed and opened the way. The kids all followed, soon passing through the gate. Inside, several shelves with scrolls and books could be seen. Alanta then looked at the kids and said, "Those are the techniques of our tribe. Once you learn how to write and read, you will be allowed to look into them. I will also personally help you select the most suitable technique for each of you." After that, 3 other tribe members came from behind Alanta. Those 3 are the ones who are going to teach you how to write and read. Every warrior of the Varan tribe must know how to do that. After all, our tribe makes a lot of trades with outsiders. If you don't know how to read, you will most likely be tricked into bad deals. The 61 kids were then separated into 3 different classes, with Rian and Roan being put in different ones. Seeing that the division was completed, Alanta smiled and said, "Warriors need cultivation resources to cultivate. However, our tribe is not a rich one, so funds are limited. Only those who put the best efforts will receive the best support. The warrior apprentices that learn how to write and read well enough for my liking will be rewarded with 10 spirit stones. But it is only valid for the first 10 who come to me. The others will only receive 5 spirit stones, and that is after they finish learning as well. If you want to become strong warriors, you better not lose this opportunity." All the kids' eyes lit up. They all heard from their parents that warriors need spirit stone to cultivate faster. So they were all full gung-ho at the moment. But there were 2 exceptions. Not too surprisingly, they were Rian and Roan. "This is gonna be quite an easy reward." Roan agreed with Rian. "It's to the point where I even feel bad about participating. They are all just kids, after all." Suddenly, Rian looked at Roan. "Are you still up for a bet?" Roan immediately nodded. "Bring it on. 1 week of desserts for the one who gets recognized by Atlanta first." With a handshake, the idiot's bet was on. Once more. Chapter 29, What Are You Looking At? When the first class was over, Atlanta called Rian and Roan over to ask about how many meridians they had opened so far. Rian and Roan said at the same time, 97. Atlanta was taken aback. "Yo. You are almost at the energy gathering realm already." That was entirely out of Atlanta's expectations. "I thought that they would have at most 20 or so. But the speed they opened the meridians was just way too high." What Atlanta didn't know was that surprisingly, Rian and Roan meridians' positions were precisely the same. Well, almost. The last ones, the 104th, were the only ones on different sides. But thanks to the other 103 being in the same places, they had an easier time opening them. That's because as long as they wished to share their memories, they could also share what they learned. That being said, they agreed to open different meridians each. Once they learned how to do a specific one, the other only had to copy it. Sure enough, their speed multiplied. In the end, Atlanta could only sigh and say, "Anyway, go back to your homes. I will try to see if we can find a compatible cultivation technique for your elements. For now, just focus on learning how to write and read. It should give me enough time to think about what to do." Rian and Roan nodded before leaving the room. Atlanta then got up and went straight to Juri's house. After giving his report, both of them have a rare elemental affinity as well. Not only that, but those elements are also at level 7 each. However, I've never heard about a cultivation manual made for dark and light elements. Perhaps, only the sex would have such a thing. Atlanta nodded. "I thought so too. What about you go to the city to search for it? Perhaps, you might find something good enough for them." Juri nodded. "I thought so too. Although I doubt I will find something, I have to try at least." Still, to think that Rian and Roan already opened 97 meridians. They are only 6 away from entering the energy gathering realm. Judging by their speed, they might finish opening all of them in the next month or so. Atlanta agreed with him. It is okay, they still need to learn how to write and read, which should take at least a few months. A cultivation technique will be useless before that since there is way too much to remember. Juri nodded and then decided. "I'm leaving tomorrow. Take care of the tribe while I'm out. Considering the scope of the search, I might need over a week before coming back." Atlanta didn't mind. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Juri and Atlanta conversed for a while longer before Atlanta decided to return to his home. Juri then left the next morning without anyone knowing. Time passed in a flash. During this week, Rian and Roan also participated in different classes. There were fighting classes, which the two grown-ups obviously aced, only finding an opponent at the other. Of course, the only thing they felt was that they were bullying the kids. There was not a single hint of happiness in their faces after those classes. However, Atlanta said that the 10 kids at the top of the class would get 3 spirit stones every month. So they had to make sure to be there. Rian and Roan also had the chance to leave the tribe for the first time to go hunting. Because of the level of this class, the tribe put 3 times more warriors protecting them. Even Atlanta himself followed the kids during the hunting training. The forests around the Varn tribe were mainly occupied by Stage 1 demon beasts. Different from humans, demon beasts are categorized by stages, not realms. If we think about all the forests in the south region of Aztec City, You can find demon beasts varying from stage 1 to 4. There are also rumors of stage 5 ones living deep into the forests, but those beasts could only be dealt with by core and soul fusion realm cultivators or above. Something far away from Varan tribe's scope. During the 2 hunting sessions that happened the last week, Rian and Roan were basically the only kids that didn't feel afraid. The reason was pretty simple. With their cultivation at the peak spiritual vision stage, they could totally fight a stage 1 beast head on. Just how many times did Rian and Roan fight each other for whatever reason? They didn't even hold back when they did that. But because they would always barely win or lose, they felt frustrated. As for the target of their frustration, let's just say that a few stage 1 demon beasts did not have a good day. 1 week later, Juri was finally back. Unfortunately, all he could do was to shake his head. Sure enough, he didn't find any cultivation technique for light and dark elements. The majority didn't even know about other rare element affinities' existence, let alone have cultivation techniques for them. We can only have them try the other elemental cultivation techniques and see which one they feel to be the best one. It is still better than having none. Alanta nodded. He would help the twins with it once they learn how to write and read. 2 weeks later, Rian was at home looking at Roan gloomily. At this very moment, Roan was eating his dessert. But there was nothing he could do about it since he lost. Roan, death, learned how to read way faster than he predicted. In fact, Rian was quite dumb to make such a bet. Roan knew all the languages in their home universe. Even if this planet's language is different from anything he knew, it is still easier for him to put the pieces together. That was a difference in their experience. Roan noticed Rian looking at his desserts and snorted. "What you looking at? I won fair and square. Also, it was you who placed this bet, not me. So these desserts and mine. Even if you kill me, I won't give you a single one. HMPH. Rian turned around after finish his dinner with his parents and went back to his room to train. But not before leaving a few words behind. You just wait. Trin and Hamarla didn't know what to do with those 2 idiots. Chapter 30, Rewards. While Rian was upset for having lost an entire week of desserts, Alanta passed back and forth inside Juri's room. 3 weeks. Only 3 weeks and Roan learned how to write and read. Not only that, but he might also have it better than myself. Although Rian hasn't come to me yet, I'm sure he will be in the next days to take his writing and reading test too. Are those 2 boys really just kids? I'm starting to think that they are pissed by some demon. Juri shook his head. Just ignore it for now. Sooner or later, they will come to us to talk. I don't feel like they have any bad intentions. Besides, it seems that they care a lot about their parents, especially Rian. The problem now is to find a cultivation technique for them. Alanta nodded. Very well. Once they enter the energy gathering realm, I will help them with it. Juri nodded, satisfied. By the way, how are Rivio and Inna doing? Alantas pondered a bit and then said. Rivio is pretty much like you and me when we were kids. He also has a green aptitude, so it's understandable. As for Inna, it is good that the others think that she is only at the green level. That girl is as much of a monster as Rian and Roan. The only difference is that she had never cultivated before the classes started. From what I can tell, in just 3 weeks, she already arrived in the middle of the blood replacement stage. She will probably enter the bones enhancement stage in at most 2 months' time. Juri couldn't help but sigh in praise. A blue aptitude level is really frightening. She might become even stronger than the Lark's twins. After all, we do have quite a few water cultivation manuals. Alanta nodded. Indeed. In fact, Inna's talent is not only with cultivation. She is also brilliant. Once again, if not for Rian and Roan, she probably would be the first to finish learning how to read and write. Alanta then narrowed his eyes and asked Juri. What are you going to do about her marriage? There is no doubt that several other tribes will have their youngsters courting her in the future. Especially when they see how fast her cultivation speed is compared to other girls. Juri shrugged his shoulders. There is no need to be afraid of that. As long as I don't promise anything, they won't be able to force their way. To be honest, I don't think that Rian, Roan, or Anna are going to stay in our tribe forever. Their talents are too high for them to be confined in this place. Alanta was taken aback by that. But if they leave? It was then that he understood what Juri meant. Oh, I see. Indeed, there is simply no need for us to worry about Anna's marriage. With that, they seem to have reached a tacit agreement. Juri and Alanta then talked a little more about other issues before they ended those topics for the day. Sure enough, a few days later, Rian came by to take the write and reading test. Just like Roan, Rian also passed it perfectly, showing better writing and reading skills than Alanta. Alanta also took that opportunity to call Roan over and talk with the twins. We have a problem here. The tribe leader went to the city to look for cultivation techniques for you two. The problem is that we didn't find anything related to the dark and light elements. That being said, we can only offer you other elemental cultivation manuals. As I said before, everyone can use all elements. The only difference is that their speed of improvement with those elements will be a lot slower. Rian and Roan looked at each other and then nodded. Sure, we would also like to take a look at the cultivation manuals. Rian and Roan couldn't blame the Varant tribe. After all, their type of elemental affinity was simply non-existent as far as they know. Even if there are other dark and light element users out there, it probably won't be easy to find them. It had already been an entire month since Rian and Roan started to take classes. By now, both of them finished opening all 103 meridians and only needed to finish the last one. But to make sure nothing would go wrong, they decided to wait for the so-called spirit stones that were promised by Alanta. The rewards were paid all at once at the end of every month. So only today would Rian and Roan put their hands on the 15 spirit stones that they earned. 10 spirit stones came from being one of the 10 first kids to finish learning how to write and read. As for the other 5, they got it from the fighting classes. But surprisingly, Rian and Roan weren't the only ones getting 15 spirit stones. Malaka also received the same amount. One must remember that before finishing to learn how to write and read, even if you were above the others, you wouldn't get the reward. Only after convincing Alanta that you really knew how to do that, would you receive those spirit stones. Malaka turned out to be the 3rd kid to do it. Not only that, but she also finished before the end of the first month. Both Rian and Roan have adult minds, so it is okay for them to learn that fast. They had the experience, after all. But Inna is really just a kid with a kid's mind. Alanta noticed the surprised face on Rian and Roan. Inna went through my test just yesterday. Although she barely passed, she did that in less than a month. So don't think that only the 2 of you are smart in this class. Don't get complacent, or she might surpass the 2 of you in the future. Hearing that made Inna look down with embarrassment. She didn't like too much attention. She only did that much because she wanted the spirit stones to cultivate faster. In fact, Rian and Roan also didn't mind it. Even if she passed them in cultivation, that would have nothing to do with them. Still, they had to admit that Inna was extremely intelligent. Roan can't be counted since his past life is entirely different. However, Inna is definitely hundreds of times better than Rian when he was at her age back on Earth. Chapter 31, Yin Yang Soul Gem. That night, Rian and Roan returned to their room after dinner. After that, they quickly took out their spirit stones and looked at each other. Roan then decided to talk first. The 104th meridian might be weird. No one knows about it. Also, our meridians are in opposite directions as well. My own is on my right shoulder blade. Rian nodded. As for mine, it is in the left shoulder blade. Let's try to open it without using spirit stones first. Roan pondered a bit and nodded. Let me try it first. If something happens, call Alanta over. Rian didn't mind and let Roan do as he pleased. Since he wanted to take the risk first, then so be it. Besides, it doesn't change the fact that it is just an extra meridian. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Roan then gathered spirit energy from heaven and earth and directed it to the 104th meridian. However, nothing happened. The meridian didn't even budge, let alone start to open. Roan tried several more times to no avail. He reached the point to accumulate as much spiritual energy as possible and strike the meridian's entrance. Still, the results were the same. That's no good, it doesn't open at all. Rian then attempted to open his own. Just like Roan, he tried it several times, but they all ended in failure. In the end, he could only give up as well. After some time, Rian looked at the spirit stones on the ground and asked, "Could it be that we don't have enough spiritual energy? What if we use the spirit stones to give us a boost?" Roan immediately shook his head. It would be okay if the meridian was opening, and we didn't have enough energy. But that was not the case. The entrance simply didn't move at all. This is not a problem with not having enough spiritual energy, but something else. Rian pondered a bit and then said, "We know that this last meridian has something to do with the white and black orb connecting our souls through those white and black threads. We just need to understand what we are lacking to force them open." Roan nodded and pondered about this issue as well. Suddenly, he had an idea. "When you look at this orb, what do you think?" Rian pondered a bit. White and black, light and dark. It didn't take long for Rian to understand Roan's meaning. "Balance." Roan nodded. "It does make you think like that, doesn't it? It's like yin and yang, the perfect balance. So let's try to open both meridians at the same time. Also, leave your thoughts open so that we can be more precise while trying it." Rian accepted the idea. "As much as I don't like it, I will do as you said." Roan snorted. "The one who doesn't like it is me, but it is still better than being stuck in the body transformation realm forever." The two of them opened their minds and let their thoughts go through. At the same time, they gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth before directing it to the two meridians. Sure enough, the meridians showed signs of opening for the first time. Seeing that made the twins ecstatic, but it also perturbed their balance of spiritual energy. Because of that, the meridian closed right after. Shit. Again. Rian and Roan then restarted the process and didn't get distracted by the changes. However, it was easier said than done. As much as they tried to keep balance, they would fail in the end. Sometimes Rian used too much energy. Other times, Roan was too late with the accumulation of spiritual energy. 3 hours later, both Rian and Roan were drenched in sweat. They couldn't help but gasp for air. Still, they understood that it had nothing to do with the other. It was simply too hard to keep such a balance. Besides, the two of them missed the point several times, so it would be meaningless to start accusing. Rian and Roan might not like each other, but they are two grown-ups, after all. They wouldn't start a fight since both of them were making mistakes. This is hard as hell. Indeed. The only good news is that it doesn't seem like we need the spirit stones to open them. So we can leave the spirit stones for later. There is no other choice, we can only keep trying more and more. At first, we couldn't keep the balance for even a minute, but we can do that for at least 5 now. However, we only reached around 10% of the time we need from what I can feel. Is there really no other way to keep the balance? Stop complaining and let's do this. It might take some time, but it is not like we are lacking it to start with. If anything, we are far ahead of any other kid of our age. Rian smiled gloomily, but they started again. The next morning, Rian and Roan went to class, looking like two ragged dolls. Marla asked if they didn't want to stay home for the day, but they refused. They needed some time off after an entire night of tries. Time passed, and another week went by. This night, Rian and Roan had been able to keep the balance of spiritual energy for over an hour already. The two meridians were already over 90% open, needing just a little to open completely. Rian and Roan knew that they reached a critical juncture, so their concentration increased even more. They didn't dare to slack at the moment. Almost. Finally, the last meridian was opened. Rian and Roan smiled brightly. An entire week of effort was paid off in the end. But just as they were about to get up, something unexpected happened. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth started to flow like crazy into those two specific meridians. They soon noticed that those meridians were not connected to their body, but with the white and black threads connecting their souls to the white and black orb. However, they noticed that there wasn't enough spiritual energy. Their 104th meridians started to shake as if they were about to close again. Seeing that, Rian and Roan were frightened. Spirit stones, grab your spirit stones. They reached under their beds and immediately took the spirit stones out. The spiritual energy inside the spirit stones started to rush into the last meridians, then into the white and black threads, finally reaching the white and black orb of light. It was at this moment that they heard. Energy source detected. Exiting hibernation mode. Initializing Soul Gem system. Soul Gem type received an unexpected upgrade during the last reincarnation. Analyzing new Soul Gem. Soul Gem type not available on database. Soul Gem is now temporarily renamed as Yin Yang Soul Gem. Synchronizing Soul Gem system with upgraded Soul Gem type. Process, 1%. Chapter 32, Breakthrough. Rian and Roan looked at each other, puzzled. What is this thing? It sounds like a machine. Roan shook his head. I've never heard about anything like that before. There was no such thing back in our universe either. A machine that can connect souls? Soul Gem system? I have no idea what this thing is. First of all, is it even a machine? Process, 15%. Rian and Roan changed their focus to the white and black orb. Other than the two of them, no one else could see it. It was easy to see the spiritual energy of the spirit stones rushing inside. However, we don't have enough spirit stones. What should we do? If it continues like this, our meridians might close or even get damaged. Process, 37%. In just 10 minutes, more than half of their spirit stones already turned into dust. No other choice, let's rush to Alenta's house and beg. Grab the remaining spirit stones, and let's go. Once he sees how much spirit stones is rushing inside us, we might be able to convince him. Roan had to admit that there was no other place at the moment. Sure, jury was also an option, but it would be hard to reach his house without being stopped. Unfortunately, they don't have time to discuss it with others. Rian and Roan rushed out of the room and went through the house's exit. Hamarla saw the two leaving in a flash, but only shook her head before sighing. I wonder what kind of bet they made this time. The people who saw Rian and Roan running were surprised by their speed. They didn't know that kids could be this fast. Even the warriors on the way gasped at that since they weren't any faster. Aren't those Rian and Roan? Where are they going this fast? Probably to Alenta's house. After all, he is the one in charge of this year's kids. Still, was it me, or they were absorbing spiritual energy like there was no tomorrow? You saw that too? I noticed that they were holding spirit stones as well. I hope they are not wasting it since spirit stones are hard to get. Rian and Roan only took 5 minutes to arrive at the tribe vice leader's residence. Without even asking the guard in the front, they rushed inside. Hey, stop there, brats. Too late, Rian and Roan were no slower than him. Rian and Roan barged into Alenta's living room and found him reading a few documents on the table. Brats, just wait until I get you. Alenta looked at Rian and Roan with a puzzled face. But right after, he noticed the ridiculous amount of spiritual energy rushing into them. The guard arrived right after and was just about to grab them when Alenta spoke. Leave them be, also, go outside. The guard didn't understand why Alenta wasn't angry but followed the orders nonetheless. Yes, tribe vice leader. The guard soon disappeared, leaving only Rian and Roan with Alenta. What is happening with you two? What is all this spiritual energy? Suddenly, Rian and Roan knelt on the ground. Tribe vice leader, please help us. We need spirit stones urgently, otherwise, our meridians might get damaged. What? Alenta was taken aback. If it was anyone else, he would have kicked them out already. However, seeing the crazy amount of spiritual energy entering their bodies and the spirit stones in their hands, he found it hard to not be shocked. What have you done? Rian and Roan looked at each other and nodded. We opened our 104th meridian, and then this happened. Alenta thought that he heard it wrong. 104th? What 104th? There is no 104th meridian. Are you making fun of me? Rian and Ron immediately shook their heads. It is true. If Tribe Vice Leader wishes, you just need to check our bodies. Rian and Ron had no other choice other than saying that. Of course, they kept the white and black threads in the yin-yang soul gem out of this conversation. After all, only they could see it anyway. The only thing that Alanta would be able to feel is their extra meridian. Sure enough, Alanta touched their bodies and sent a wave of spiritual energy inside. After that, he used his spiritual sense to see the lightened meridians. As hard as it was to believe, there were really 104 meridians in the twins' bodies. Process, 53%. By now, Rian and Ron were almost without spirit stones. Alanta noticed that they weren't joking. He gritted his teeth and disappeared from the living room. Just a few seconds later, he brought another 100 spirit stones. But before Rian and Ron could reach it, Alanta warned. After this is over, you will follow me into Jury's house and explain everything, including this abnormal intelligence of yours. Rian and Ron didn't mind. They knew that Jury and Alanta noticed that they were not ordinary a long time ago. It was just that both sides decided to play dumb until now. We agree. Alanta then passed 50 spirit stones for each one of them. I hope 50 spirit stones are enough. Also, you better be prepared to work extra hard to pay for all of them. Rian and Ron didn't mind. They could simply keep taking first and second place for all those class activities later. Sooner or later, they would compensate for the amount. Process, 71%. Process, 87%. Process, 100%. Soul Gem System initialized. Beginning the analysis of the host bodies. Completed. All meridians currently opened. Initiating breakthrough. Rian and Ron looked shocked at each other. Are we going to enter the energy gathering realm just like that? But before they could react, the breakthrough started. Yin and Yang Danshan's construction initialized. Alanta looked at Rian and Ron and saw a sight that he would never forget. The twins' meridians started to shine, and he could see all of them in their bodies without the need for spiritual sense. Each canal was brightly lit. Rian's ones shine with white color while Ron's were black. Suddenly, at the place where the Danshan was located, one white and one black Danshan began to form. Obviously, Rian had the white Danshan while Ron had the black one. But the issue is that even Alanta could see it happening. As the Danshans were formed, the brightly lit meridians also started to move inside their bodies, connecting with the Danshans perfectly. The only thing that didn't move was the entrance of the meridians, which continued the same. That was a sight to behold. Chapter 33, The Truth. Partially. Usually, when a kid starts to cultivate, they would keep their spirit stones until they reached the peak of the body transformation realm. Few of them would use spirit stones before that, since you will need a lot of spiritual energy to create your first Danshan. That is what is happening precisely with Rian and Ron at the moment. Of course, there is an enormous difference. Rian and Ron were almost at the peak of the body transformation realm to start with. Because of that, they did not have enough time to accumulate the spirit stones. Thanks to that, they were forced into this situation. The worst part is that the Soul Gem system initiated the breakthrough on its own. That's correct, a breakthrough is usually initiated by the cultivator. Rian and Ron were planning to first pay the spirit stones and then get a few more before going ahead with the Danshan construction. With no other choice, both of them had to concentrate on the Danshan formation process. After all, since the system only forced its initiation, it was up to Rian and Ron to build it. If not for the sight of the Danshans and meridians appearing through Rian and Ron's bodies, Alanta would definitely be fuming now. It was evident that the twins didn't have enough spirit stones for the breakthrough, so they were basically forcing his hand into getting even more for them. Still, Alanta couldn't confirm if it was on purpose or not, so he gritted his teeth once more and brought out another 100. Rian and Ron noticed that and couldn't help but feel thankful to Alanta. They are really helpless at the moment. Everything was going in a direction that they haven't planned before. To say that the soul gem system wasn't doing anything wouldn't be entirely correct either. The system was responsible for the change in Rian and Roan's Danshan's. A normal Danshan would usually be pale golden. The further you went into the energy gathering realm, the stronger the golden color becomes. Only when one advances to the foundation establishment realm will the lack of luster disappear and the Danshan become fully golden. Obviously, Rian and Roan's Danshans are completely different. One was pure white, while the other was pure black. Alanta had never heard anything about different Danshan's colors. Of course, he had never heard anything about black and white aptitudes, nor a 104th meridian. The twins were simply a mystery. Yin and Yang Danshan's process, 35%, 53%, 74%, 91%, 100%, Danshans formed successfully. Finally, Rian and Roan let out a sigh of relief. But just as they were about to get up and thank Alanta, the system called them out again. Energy gathering realm achieved. Updating reward list. Update completed. Soul Gem Dimension is now open for the hosts. Suddenly, Rian and Roan felt like some information was poured into their minds. Soul Gem Dimension? Is there such a thing? The twins looked at each other and were shocked. Everything that happened so far went against all they knew. Still, Alanta was right in front of them, so they would need to care about it later. Tribe Vice Leader, thank you. Alanta finally came back to himself. All right, you two will come with me to the tribe leader's house. Rian and Roan grimaced and then followed Alanta. Before getting there, Alanta didn't ask any questions. Finally, they arrived at Juri's living room. Not long after, Juri appeared on the other side and called them over. Come with me, this is not the place for us to talk. After passing a few doors, they arrived at a room that looked like made of entirely of stone. The twins followed Juri and Alanta inside before the door closing behind them. Alright. Alanta, tell me what happened. For you to ask to bring them into my cultivation room, it must be something really important. Alanta nodded. It goes like this. As Alanta explained what happened, the more surprised Juri's face became. In the end, Juri's surprised expression changed into one of shook. He looked at Rian and Roan as if they were some kind of monsters. Just what are the two of you? And don't come up with an excuse. I know very well that you are anything but kids. Rian and Roan pondered how they should explain this. It would be hard to believe that they came from another universe. First of all, do Alanta and Juri even know what the universe is? They had no idea. I guess I have no choice other than explaining from the start. Rian then explained that they were indeed not kids. Of course, Alanta and Juri already suspected it since a long time ago. It's just that they had never touched this topic. Rian then said that they reincarnated without losing their memories, which greatly affects Alanta and Juri. I know about reincarnation. There are legends saying that when a cultivator achieves a high enough realm, they will be able to brand their souls to prevent the loss of memories. Of course, I have never seen or heard about anyone who did it. Does it mean that the two of you were strong cultivators before? Rian and Roan immediately shook their heads. I don't know about Roan, but I was nothing more than an ordinary human with no cultivation whatsoever. Roan pondered a bit and added. My story is a lot more complicated than Rian, but I was no cultivator either. First of all, in our previous life, this thing that you call spiritual energy didn't even exist. If the fact that Rian and Roan are reincarnations was shocking enough, hearing that their previous world didn't even have spiritual energy left Alanta and Juri dumbfounded. Rian then continued. Anyway, we went through the reincarnation path without losing our memories. We reached this place by mere coincidence too. We didn't choose it. To be honest, I would prefer to go back to my own world straight away, and so would Roan. Unfortunately, we have no idea how to do so. Rian and Roan left a lot of information out. They didn't say that Roan was a death spirit, nor did they tell about the yin-yang soul gem. It didn't seem like they would know about the universe, so they didn't comment about it either. Juri sighed and then spoke. Simply put, although you have your previous life memories, none of those memories would help you in the cultivation world. Rian pondered a bit before saying. I wouldn't say that they would be useless, but I really can't find a good use for them at the moment. Ron nodded as well. His job was basically to guide the souls into the reincarnation path. His previous abilities were also related to this job. Because of that, his knowledge isn't all that useful either. The twins then looked at the silent Jury and Atlanta. Whatever they say will decide their future. Chapter 34, New Job. Clap. With that, Jury got up and said. Alright. Although I can't confirm if you are telling the entire truth, I guess I can be satisfied with what I heard. Now I confirmed that you aren't really kids. At least, not in your mind. Besides, you could have told some other lie, like you came from a powerful sect or something like that. But you didn't, you made it clear that you at least trust our tribe that much. That is already good enough in my eyes. Jury's expression then got severe. I only ask you one thing, do not betray the tribe. We have done a lot for you, so I expect you to reciprocate. Rian sighed in relief. That is, of course, not a problem. After all, this is our new home too. Mother and father also live here, and they like this place. Compared to the majority of the other tribes outside, our own is a paradise already. At least for ordinary people. Ron agreed with it too. I can't say that I have a lot of affection for this place as Rian, but I know how to pay favors. So you can count on me as well. Just be aware that there will come a day when I will leave this place. Jury nodded. He already knew that Rian and Ron wouldn't stay here forever. Not to mention that he already has a plan for both of them. Great. Now, let's talk about how you are going to pay for all the spirit stones you used. Rian and Ron already had a plan to deal with it too. It is okay. As long as we keep taking first and second places in the classes, we will eventually compensate for what we use today. Atlanta and Jury's mouth twitched. Do you even know what the word shame means? Do you really expect me to keep you two competing against a bunch of kids at the start of their cultivation path? You are two adults, not to mention that you are in the energy gathering realm. No way in hell I will keep you together with them. Rian and Ron looked away as if it had nothing to do with them. Jury, on the other hand, had a better idea. No, we should definitely keep them together. Atlanta was taken aback. Isn't it way too unfair to do such a thing with the other kids? Jury nodded. Of course it is, but if we take them out of the classes and start giving other tasks, everyone will find it too suspicious. Don't forget that they already caught a lot of attention with the elemental affinity test. I don't want to increase the number of eyes on them. That being said, Jury looked at Rian and Ron with an evil smile. Seeing that, they felt a chill on their backs. The next day morning, Alanda went on the stage in front of the class and brought Rian and Ron together. Let me introduce your two new teachers. Rian and Ron. The Larks twins looked at all the kids in front of them with a gloomy expression. It turned out that since they are still in their kid's body, Jury thought that it would be a lot better if they were to help Alanta to teach the children. Kids often pay a lot more attention to their peers than adults. Jury felt that it was the perfect opportunity to bring the most of this situation. Having a whole model would help others improve a lot faster. The kids, obviously, got surprised by that. Seeing that their attention was caught, Alanta smiled and continued. Rian and Ron will be responsible for teaching you how to write and read. Also, they will help you during the fight lessons, correcting the mistakes you do. You can also go to them when you have other questions when we are not in class. Without any other choice, Rian and Ron started to help Alanta with this batch of kids. It turned out that it was harder than they thought, though. Sure, the kids would pay more attention to them, but they also didn't take Rian and Ron seriously and would often run away. Because of that, the twins had a hard time keeping the kids in check. Alanta, of course, was enjoying their suffering. Ha ha ha. Aren't you smart? How come you can't even teach a bunch of kids? I tell you this in advance. If they make no progress until the end of the month, your debts will not reduce. Ron couldn't help but sigh. Well, at least it is not like we are losing spirit stones either. Let's take it slowly. Sooner or later, they will understand that it is important. Rianne nodded. It's not like we gonna die because they can't learn anyway. However, Alanta already expected that they would be thinking like that. Alanta had been keeping an eye on the twins ever since the assassination event 5 years ago. So he could be said to be one of those that know them the most after their parents and the two protectors. Also, I will tell your mother that all desserts shall be suspended until you have shown results. I'm sure she will agree with the words of the tribe vice leader. Me. After hearing that, a dark and white aura started to spread from Rianne and Roan. No. Dessert? Boom. 2 tables in front of Rianne and Roan were smashed by their hands. As energy-gathering realm cultivators, a simple wooden table was way too weak to resist their fists. Obviously, all the kids immediately looked at them with fear in their eyes. Rianne and Roan looked at the kids and pointed to the field. The fighting class is starting earlier today. Everyone will come with us, and those who delay. They took a piece of the broken table each and smashed it with their hands. Will become just like those tables. All the kids had terrified expressions on their faces. In the next second, they all rushed into the field. Rianne and Roan then started to give their lessons with a lot of passion. While they were at it, they were especially harsh with the kids that were messing the most during the writing and reading class. Whether it was a girl or a boy, it didn't matter. They showed no mercy. What followed was several cries from several kids who couldn't take it. However, Alan did not intervene. It is not like he is against Spartan teaching methods to start with. Besides, the ones who were doing it were another 2 kids, so it should be fine. By the end of the class, all the kids looked at Rianne and Roan as if they were demons. Several of them had red eyes from crying too much, but the demon twins didn't care at all, so they had to swallow their tears in the end. Rianne and Roan then prepared a writing and reading homework for the class. After distributing the paper, they looked at the other kids with a cold aura and said, "Those who don't finish this homework by tomorrow will have their fighting lesson extended by 2 times. Yes, they heard it right. The fighting classes would continue. None of them would be able to escape. But those 2 didn't finish their homework, would have it twice as hard. Once they heard that, fear appeared on their faces. Not a single one delayed, and they all rushed back to their homes. This class was bound to become the most diligent one that the Varan tribe has ever seen. Chapter 35, 2 Halves. That night, Rianne and Roan finally got some time to take a look at the Soul Gem system. Or to be more exact, into the Soul Gem dimension. Previously, the Soul Gem system sent them some information on how to enter it. They just had to focus on the Soul Gem and wish to enter at the same time. Yes, it couldn't be helped, they had to do it together as well. Finally, the Soul Gem activated, and Rianne and Roan disappeared from their room. The only thing left behind were their clothes. Sure enough, other than Rianne and Roan, nothing else could come with them. It only took a second for them to appear in the Soul Gem dimension. Obviously, they noticed the other side naked body but ignored it completely. After being forced to bath together thousands of times by their mother, they simply couldn't feel care anymore. Instead, they started to look around. The dimension turned out to be very small, no more than a few meters from one side to another. It was also almost empty except for the ground and a black and white orb at the very center. Rianne and Roan nodded at each other and moved closer. But as soon as they gave the first step, the system voice appeared in their minds again. Hosts detected. Hosts authority level, 01, awaiting orders. Rianne couldn't help but comment. It looks like some sci-fi movie, don't you think? Roan nodded. Still, it doesn't look like a machine at all. Rianne then touched the orb, but nothing happened. He pondered a bit and then sent some spiritual energy inside. This time, the orb answered. 1 host detected. Awaiting next host. Roan understood and touched the orb before sending his spiritual energy inside too. System activated. Please select an option. 1 reward list, 2 information, 3 weaponry, 4 missions. Rianne and Roan looked at each other and immediately selected information. Please state your question. Rianne took a deep breath and asked. What are you? This is the Soul Gem system. This system is responsible for helping and guiding the hosts during their cultivation path. What is your objective? Connect the two halves of the universe. Rian and Roan were taken aback. What do you mean with two halves? Host's previous universe is only half of its whole. The universe that hosts are present at the moment is the other half. It would be one thing if Rian didn't know about it. But even Roan, Death, had never heard about it before. One must remember that Roan had lived for countless years in the previous universe and enjoyed a high status. Still, even he didn't know that his former universe was only half of a whole. Well, that is considering that what this thing is telling is the truth. Roan then looked at the orb and asked, how did the universe get split in two? User's authority level is too low, access denied. Rian and Roan finally understood why there was an authority level. Rian then asked something he had been curious about all this time. How come you appeared inside my soul? Host was selected at random. There were no requisites for the selection. That was quite plain. Was it you the one responsible for my lack of emotions during my previous life? Host is correct. In order to keep the soul gem as clean as possible before reincarnating, the host could not be allowed to have emotions. Rian's eyes narrowed. Why? Emotions would affect the soul gem, which could severely impact its ability to save memories. Then why didn't you activate before? Do we really need to come here to do that? The process was necessary. The previous universe has lost its capability of generating spiritual energy, which is essential for the soul gem system to work. Roan, on the other hand, was more preoccupied with the universe unification thing. What will happen if we don't unify the two halves? The two halves are approaching the breaking point. Once the threshold is surpassed, both universes' halves will be sucked into a singularity. Everything will be compressed into this point, a new universe shall be born from scratch. All actual existent life will cease to exist. Rian and Roan were shocked to hear that. Doesn't that look like the Big Bang Theory of your Earth? Rian nodded. Still, is such a thing possible? Roan shook his head. I don't know, I haven't been there at the start. But I can't say that it is all a lie from everything we have seen so far. Rian then thought about something else. Wait. If that is the case, why did you bring us here? Wouldn't it have been better to simply select someone in this half of the universe? Authority level is too low, access denied. It seems like there is a big secret behind this choice as well. Roan then asked another question. What is the level of authority necessary to unlock those answers? Authority level is too low, access denied. Roan's mouth twitched. I can't even know how much I need? Fuck you. Rian pondered a bit and then suggested. What if we deliver this orb to some strong cultivators sect? They should be able to do a lot more than the two of us can. Truth be told, I don't want to get involved in this mess. Roan couldn't help but nod as well. Warning. Soul gem removal will provoke the host's deaths. Warning. Soul gem system detected that hosts are not willing to help. Soul gem detachment started, initiating search of new hosts. Roan and Rian felt a chill on their backs. Cough, cough. I've always thought that I wanted to save the universe. Now look at that, my chance is finally here. Roan nodded vigorously. I've always wanted to be a hero. Which hero hasn't saved one or two universes before? You can count on me, yes, definitely. Search of new hosts cancelled. Detachment process stopped. If one looked closely, they would be able to see drops of sweat falling from Rian and Roan's faces. So, what should we do then? Hosts' power is too low. Hosts must increase their cultivation level first. Rian and Roan nodded. What level of cultivation do we need? Analyzing. Lack of information. The system can't determine the cultivation realm necessary. The twins sighed and then made a few more questions. In the end, some could be answered, others needed a higher level of authority. Anyway, let's take a look into the reward list. Access denied, authority level is too low. They finally started to get annoyed. What level is necessary to open the reward list? Authority level 2 is necessary to open the first rewards. Rian and Ron's eyes brightened. At least they know the level to open the list this time. Do we need to complete a mission to increase the authority level? Correct. Rian and Ron then select the mission option. But surprisingly, there was only a single mission available. It would be okay if it was only that, but. Mission 01, Increase of Brotherly Affection. Immediately, Rian and Ron's expressions went dark. Chapter 36, Sister Orb. Is this really a mission? Correct. Brotherly affection? Correct. Me and him? Correct. Now? Correct. For example? A hug. Suddenly. Boom. Pow. Bam. Rian and Ron started to kick the soul gem orb without mercy. Brotherly affection, my ass. Who the hell will hug that guy? I'm in this situation because of him to start with. Action is necessary. Boom. Pow. Bam. Hosts must understand that on, boom. Pow. Bam. Crash. Hosts. Boom. Pow. Bam. Crash. Poing. Fuck you. You wanna fight? Then we will fight. Out of nowhere, the orb took flight and began to crash against Rian and Ron. But above all, it now had a woman's voice. It can fly? Too late, though. Rian and Ron didn't have time to think about anything else. Boom. Pow. Bam. Crash. Poing. It didn't take long before the twins were full of round purple marks. If the soul gem orb hadn't held itself back, they definitely would have a few bones broken. Even their initial stage of the energy gathering realm was not enough to contend against it. Is that all? Come on. Weren't you the brave ones just a moment ago? What happened to your guts? Ah. Cough, cough. Host incapability of movement detected, standing by. Rian and Ron felt like crying already. Sister. Who do you think you are trying to fool here? While feeling pain all over their body, the twins got up once more. Rian then looked at the orb with some fear, but he gritted his teeth and said, Sister Orb. Can't you change the mission? Request denied. Come on, Sister Orb. You are so magnanimous, sure you can choose something else. Ron understood what Rian was trying to do and immediately joined him. Right, right. Sister Orb is so smooth, shiny, and elegant. Changing the mission to something more acceptable is definitely an easy task for someone as amazing as you. Request a. Analyzing request. Rian and Ron's eyes instantly lit up. As expected of Sister Orb, such an open mind. No wonder Sister Orb is beautiful as a swan. How can you say that of Sister Orb? A swan can't possibly compare with Sister Orb's demeanor. Right, right. How could I say such a thing? System Orb is the most beautiful and noble orb in the entire universe. Mission change request accepted. New mission, kill 10 stage 1 demon beasts. Rian and Ron let out a sigh of relief. Anything but a hug. They would rather die. Let's leave before she changes her mind. But it was then that they remembered. How do we leave this place? Leaving request denied. Database is empty and needs more information. Hosts must provide more information from the outside world before leaving requests can be processed. Ron looked bewildered at the white and black soul gem orb. Well, if it is just giving more information about what we saw so far, then it shouldn't be a problem. Although Ron thought like that, Rian had an entirely different idea. Sister Orb. Could it be that you are feeling lonely and want someone to talk with? As soon as Rian asked that, the orb trembled a little. But it soon returned to its unmovable state. Seems like I hit the bullseyes. Ron couldn't help but ask through their soul connection. How did you know? Rian only shrugged his shoulder, though. Quite simple. Sister Orb had been inside my soul during my entire previous life, but she had never appeared. Also, I doubt that she can't see the outside world, so what does she need to hear that she hasn't seen yet? So I thought that perhaps she was feeling lonely. Ron understood what he meant and then started to help. They simply talked about ordinary things that happened every day. Now and then, Sister Orb would make a few questions using that pretense of a machine language. Of course, Rian and Ron know that, but didn't point it out. First, they need to get on her good sides. Anything else can wait. Finally, after an entire hour of talking, Sister Orb decided to let them go. Rian and Rune then magically appeared in their room as if naught had happened. Well, nothing as long as no one pays attention to the purple round marks that Sister Orb left on their bodies earlier. They quickly put their clothes and went to sleep. Tomorrow was their second day as teachers, after all. The next day morning, Rian and Rune were already back in class. However, the signs that they got a beating was still present on their bodies. When Alanda saw that, he couldn't help but laugh. To think that you still get beaten by your mother. Ha ha ha. The twins felt gloomy hearing that, but they couldn't simply say that a magical sentient orb, which only they can see, was responsible for it. Let alone tell that the orb seems like to be a female. Or so they think. Well, she didn't reject when we called her Sister Orb, so I guess it is right to assume that she is a female. As the kids arrived in the class, they soon noticed the awful look on Rian and Rone's faces. Immediately, they recalled the previous day's events and felt fearful. Rian and Rone are small, just like them, but they are too strong. A few minutes later, all the kids were present. Rian and Rone then started to go kid by kid, checking their homework. Although there were loads of mistakes, there wasn't a single kid who didn't at least finish it. Very well, it seems like no one will receive a double cough, fighting lessons today. All the kids noticed, though. He was definitely going to say beating. Still. Except for Namalaka, all of you committed several mistakes, so your fighting lessons will be extended a little more to compensate for that. Alanta could help but laugh when he saw the kids' bodies trembling after hearing that. Seems like Jury was right, those two can be excellent teachers. Chapter 37, Rone's Experience. It has been over 1 month since Rian and Rone became teachers instead of students. Under their Spartan methods, the kids' teaching speed increased several times. Especially since Rian still remembered how the teaching methods were back on Earth. Obviously, they were much better than the ones in such a subdeveloped world. Alanta even made sure to record it down so that they could use it with other classes in the future. But the impressive one indeed was in Namalaka. She already knew how to write and read by the end of the first month. Still, there were several errors here and there. But after this month with Rian and Rone, all those problems almost disappeared. Unlike the twins with adult minds, Inna was really a genius, both in cultivation and mind. Not only that, in just 2 months, she also reached the bones enhancement stage of the body transformation realm. Rivio, the green aptitude color boy, was still halfway there. It was thanks to that Alanda and Jury noticed the difference. If you say that blue color is 100%, a green one is 50 while yellow is 30 with brown coming at 20. The jump in cultivation speed between green and blue is just terrifying. Today, Alanta gathered all the kids again. They were going into the surrounding forests with the warriors to hunt demon beasts. Of course, they would basically observe while the warriors did the job. They would then help the warriors to separate the meat, remove the hide, and things like that. But Rian and Rune had other plans. They wanted to open the rewards list in the Soul Gem dimension, so they had to kill 10 stage 1 demon beasts. One must remember that when they were still in the spirit vision stage of the body transformation realm, they were already able to defeat them. Unfortunately, the kill was another story. Those beasts would usually flee when they noticed that they weren't a match. To prevent any mishaps, Rian and Rone decided to work together. They might not like each other, but they aren't dumb enough to let personal emotions get in front of real benefits. Besides, after so many challenges against each other, they knew the other side as the back of their hands. There was just one problem, they had to convince Alanta first. What, you want to go in a different direction of the group? Are you looking to die? Rian shook his head. We could already fight them before, now that we had our breakthrough, we are pretty sure we can kill a few on our own. Besides, it is not like you are really leaving kids to go out on their own. Alanta immediately shook his head. No can do. As much as you are adults, the fact is that your bodies are at the kid size. First of all, Do you have any weapon that you can use to give a fatal blow? Without one, I can't picture the two of you being able to do that. Roan pondered a bit and said. A sword will do. I'm proficient with any kind of weapon you can imagine. When Roan was deaf, his appearance changed according to the beliefs of the natives around. Not only that, but his weapon was the same. Considering that he guided souls in an entire universe, there were basically no weapons he had never tried before. Ha ha ha. Just how many weird and bizarre forms did I transform into in the past? Even my weapon was no exception. Finally, this grandfather's suffering will pay off. Alanda looked at Rian with doubt in his eyes. What about Rian? Rian shrugged his shoulders. I'm different from him, I didn't practice with any weapon in my past life. However, we just need one of us to do the fatal blow. If it's a fight with fists, then I'm no inferior to him. Our teamwork is definitely much better than ordinary warriors as well, since I know him better than anyone. Alanta pondered a bit. He still remembers the last time they left to hunt, and the twins really defeated a few demon beasts with only fists. Fighting experience is necessary, and considering the level of demon beasts here, they should not be in danger. He looked at those two and then said. Very well. But Roan has to teach Rian how to use a sword. There will be a limit to what one can do with just their fists, after all. Also, you two must not go more than 5 kilometers away. Just walk with a group on the sides. Alanda then passed the two a red bead. If you end in a dangerous situation, just crush this bead. As long as you do that, I will know where you are and that you need help. Also, bring a pearl and Daikar with you to be safe. They know about your real power, so it won't be a problem if they follow you. Roan nodded. He already intended to help Rian to learn how to use some weapon. Obviously, he doesn't care much about Rian. But they are connected to each other through the Soul Gem Orb, and Sister Orb made it clear that the orb needs both of them to work. Chances are that if Rian dies, he might die too. Rian also understood this issue, so he didn't refuse Alanta's words. It's just that he didn't want to ask it himself. Alanda then warned the two. I won't be able to check on you since I need to keep an eye on the real kids. There is also the chance that some of the nearby tribes will attack us. But this is also the reason that you should be fine. After all, they would come for the biggest group than a few stray gods. They would never consider the possibility of geniuses leaving the protection of the warriors. Rian and Roan kept nodding at everything Alanta said. After that, he passed the two one sword each. It was quite a weird sight since the sword was almost as tall as them. However, as soon as Roan took it and began to handle the sword, it looked like the sword came to life. Even Alanta had to admit that his swordplay is not at the same level as Roan's. The only difference is that there were no spiritual energy or elemental control involved. Of course, there was no spiritual energy back in the other half of the universe, so Roan couldn't use it to start with. Good. I can't try it with spiritual energy and darkness element later. Alanta got a lot more assured after seeing that. Alright. All the kids should have arrived at the gate already, so let's go. Chapter 38, The Twins' Teamwork. The group left the gate and made their way to the closest forest. Not too long after arriving in there, Rian and Roan sneaked out of the group and took a few kilometers of distance. April and Daikar were already there waiting for them as well. Hey Rian, Roan, are you two really going to fight alone? Roan nodded. Yes. Oh, right. I'll be teaching this idiot over there how to use a sword. If you want, you can do that as well. I'm pretty sure it will be of great help to you two in the future. April and Daikar were taken aback. They had never seen Roan holding a sword before, so how could he know how to use one? Sure enough, they laughed after that. Ha ha ha. Sure, we will take a good look. Not too surprisingly, they didn't believe Roan. They can't be blamed, though. After all, they still don't know that Rian and Roan aren't really kids. In their eyes, the twins are just a lot smarter than the others at the same age. Roan didn't mind their distrust. They would be able to see it by themselves later anyway. Alanta had given Rian and Roan a copy of the map of the surroundings. Inside, He marked what route the bigger group would be using. Rian and Roan just had to follow them on the sides. On their way, Rian would do the exercises with the sword that Roan demanded. Although they can share new knowledge, old ones are different. It has to be taught. Of course, even new ones would take time to learn as well. One thing is to know how to do it, other is to apply it yourself. Fortunately, Roan just needed a single thought to convey everything he wanted to pass to Rian up to the smallest details. Around 1 hour later, Rian already could perform a few movements, although they looked quite clumsy. Rian, Roan, there is a demon beast ahead. April and Daikar had been paying attention to the surroundings while Roan taught Rian. Their duty is to protect them both, after all. Roan stopped Rian and then said, "All right, leave your sword with April and Daikar for the moment. At your level, it will hinder you more than help. You will be responsible for holding the beast down and distract it while I'll do the final blow." Rian nodded, and they immediately moved out. April and Daikar also were there but kept some distance away to not scare the beast. They knew that Rian and Roan's objective was to kill the beasts themselves. Not to mention that Alanda already told them to only intervene if things get dangerous. It's a two-tailed demonic ape. This demon beast is a little stronger than what I thought we would find. Still, it shouldn't be a problem now that we are in the energy gathering realm. The demonic ape noticed Rian and Roan entering its territory and immediately attacked as well. Stage 1 demonic beasts don't have sentience, so they only move on instinct. Seeing how small the two kids were, it didn't feel any fear. The twins then separated and attacked the beast from two sides. Rian went ahead first and accumulated spiritual energy on his first. The demonic ape also answered with a fist of its own. It is a lot bigger than Rian, so it completely ignored Rian's punch. Seeing that, Rian smiled. Suddenly, the spiritual energy accumulated on his hands started to shine. When both fists met each other, an explosion of light happened. The ape's eyes immediately got affected, and it began to punch around recklessly. Now that Rian is in the energy gathering realm, he can manipulate a little of the light element. Of course, it wasn't anything that impressive. At the moment, he could only play this kind of tricks and couldn't make the light element really hurt someone alone. Roan's eyes lit up, and spiritual energy also accumulated on his sword. The moment that the light burst out, he was already in the right position to attack. With his soul connection with Rian, no one could find a better timing than themselves. In a flash, a sword imbued in a dark-colored spiritual energy pierced the ape's neck. Unfortunately, the beast's hide and muscles were really tough. It went just a few centimeters before stopping completely. Roan was already expecting it, so he stepped on the ape's back and used it as a foothold to jump away. However, the darkness element started to erode the place where the sword hit. That was one of its traits, the capability of destroying life force. Unfortunately, Roan's control over the darkness element wasn't any better than Rian's light one. So the corrosion only lasted for a second or two. The ape quickly turned back, its eyes finally could see again. It didn't waste time and went straight at Roan, unleashing a storm of punches. Yet, Roan was able to easily parry and block every single one of them with his sword. As I thought. Using spiritual energy with a piece of equipment is a lot harder. I couldn't bring out even 30% of my power compared to when I only use punches and kicks. Still, the next attack should go much better than the previous one now that I know where some of the issues are located. April and Daikar couldn't help but feel impressed with Roan. His ability with the sword obviously far surpassed their own. Rian also didn't waste time. Since the ape turned his attention to Roan, he used this chance to attack the beast's knee joint. This time, he accumulated a lot more spiritual energy on his foot before attacking. The ape's hide and muscles might be hard, but that kick immediately made it lose its balance and kneel down in Roan's front for a second. Roan, obviously, already knew that it was coming. So by the time the ape kneeled on the ground, a sword was already flashing at its throat with darkened spiritual energy. This time, the power of this attack definitely surpassed 50% of what it could really become. Roan didn't try to cut the ape's head off like the last time. He focused on the throat instead. Blood spurted out at the same time that the darkness element destroyed the life force inside. The ape immediately grasped its wound, but the cut was too deep. It was definitely going to die in a few moments. It tried to flee, but Rian was ready to block its path. After struggling a little, it finally lost its consciousness and fell on the ground. It was dead. Stage 1 Demon Beasts Guild, 01, Chapter 39, Demon Core. Hearing Sister Orb's voice, Rian and Rune smiled. Sure enough, she was really seeing everything that happened outside. April and Daikar quickly came out and looked at the dead demonic ape's body. They still could remember how beautiful Rone's sword skills were. Not only that, but Rian and Rone could already use a little of elemental power, something that the two of them couldn't yet. Daikar scratched the back of his head and then asked, Rone, where did you learn how to use the sword? Rune shrugged his shoulders, though. It was thanks to Tribe Vice Leader Alanta. He said that I had a lot of talent for it, so he passed me those skills. Of course, this was a blatant lie. But it was not like Rone could go out there telling everyone he sees that he learned it in his previous life. April's eyes shined. Would you mind teaching me as well? Rone nodded. Sure, I'm already teaching Rian anyway, so 1 or 2 more will make no difference since the exercises are the same. Rune then looked at the demonic ape's corpse and said. But first, we need to bring it back to the main group to have the other kids and warriors take care of the meat. Suddenly, Rian felt something weird coming from that demon beast's corpse. Rone, can you feel it? Rone looked at Rian, puzzled. Feel what? Rian was surprised that Rone couldn't feel the same thing as him. In his head, there is something inside. Hearing that, April and Daikar's eyes shined. Are you sure? Let's open it straight away then. It is probably a demon core. Rian and Rone looked at the two, obviously not knowing what they were talking about. Let's open it first, and then you will see. Rian and Rune nodded and immediately started to open the head. Now that the ape was dead, it couldn't use its spiritual energy to harden its body, so it was a lot easier to cut through than when they were battling. Sure enough, they found a small bead inside. When Rune touched it, he finally felt the presence of that energy that Rian talked about. As for Rian, he also understood why only he could sense it before. Life energy. It not only has spiritual energy inside, but there is a lot of life energy as well. I guess my light element affinity is very suitable for it, so I could feel the presence of the life energy in the ape's dead body. Rone nodded. That made a lot of sense and was very convenient as well. April, Daikar, is this thing worth anything? The protectors immediately nodded. Definitely. You can sell it for at least 10 spirit stones. Once the merchants stop by the village, the demon cores that the warriors find during the hunt would usually be sold to them for this price. I heard that in the city there are some cultivators who are also alchemists. It seems like they have a lot of use for them. Rian couldn't help but remember what he knew about alchemists in his previous life. Is it the thing about transforming other metals into gold? Rone couldn't help but snort. Why don't you ask them if there is a philosopher's stone as well? Who knows, you might even find a cultivator called Harry Potter. Rian's ears got red. Sure enough, Rone saw straight through him. April and Daikar looked at Rian with a puzzled face, though. Who is Harry Potter? Rian immediately changed the topic. Cough, cough. Forget about him, it's no one important. By the way, tell me more about those alchemists. April and Daikar nodded. Well, to answer your first question, why would an alchemist want to create gold? Although it is good for the ordinary people to use for transactions, it doesn't have much of a value for cultivators. I don't know if they can really transform other materials into gold. Still, I reckon that it would be a waste of spiritual energy. Instead, they create pills that have miraculous effects on cultivators. Some pill can increase the rate that you can absorb spiritual energy, others can help with a breakthrough. There are also pills that can bring one from the brink of death. Anyway, several types of pills can be used for many different things. Well, I guess I don't have to tell you that they are also not cheap. A simple energy gathering pill would cost at least 100 spirit stones. So our tribe never buys them. It is too expensive. Rian and Rune nodded. At the moment, they don't need those pills, so they are glad to get an extra 10 spirit stones. But it was then that they heard from Daikar. In fact, this demon core should be worth 20 spirit stones, but the tribe gets half of them while the killer gets the other half. Rian and Rune's mouth twitched. Isn't it robbery? April shook his head. All the spirit stones that the tribe gets is used for the tribe. As you probably understand already, not all demon beasts have demon cores. Especially stage ones like this two-tailed demonic ape. The tribe has to provide spirit stones for the warriors that stay in the tribe and by other things that we don't produce ourselves. If anything, we are lacking a lot of spirit stones at the moment. The twins' anger immediately deflated like a balloon. They had to admit that it made sense. Considering the life that the ordinary people have in their tribe, there wasn't much of a reason to complain. Whatever, let's bring this demonic ape back to the bigger group. April and Daikar nodded. With the four working together, it wasn't a problem to carry the ape's body back. When the other warriors and the kids saw them approaching, they were taken aback. They had noticed the twins' absence after some time, but Alanda told them that they were fine. Still, no one expected that they would come back with a two-tailed demonic ape's body. Rian and Rune ignored their eyes and went straight to Alanda to pass over the demon core. They had no intention of hiding it to start with. The tribe had helped them a lot, so they would definitely reciprocate. Not to mention that they still need to pay their debts. Good. With this, the 10 spirit stones that I was going to charge for the swords are paid. The other 10 spirit stones would be the tribe's share to start with, so it doesn't count. Make sure to work hard to pay your debt. The twins' mouth couldn't help but twitch. Stingy old man. Alanta just smiled in response. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 40, Life Force. Rian's team once more left the leading group. But because there were another 2 warriors with them, no one cared too much. The other warriors simply thought that it was April and Daikar who really killed the ape. No one tried to explain, so it stayed like that. If there was something to pay attention to, it is the fact that Alanda is allowing those 4 to move separated from the group. But since it's his orders, the warriors wouldn't complain. Once again, Rian's group opened a few kilometers of distance from the leading group. However, the two-tailed demonic ape was the strongest demonic beast they found so far. The next 6 ones couldn't compare to it, so Rian and Rune quickly dispatched them. The hunt would take 5 days this time, and so far, 3 had already passed. Rian and Rune killed 7 beasts so far. Because the route their group was taking stayed only at the forest's outskirts, there weren't that many beasts. Of course, that was on purpose. With the number of kids this time around, Alanta would never lead the group deeper into the forest. Those 3 days made a big difference in Rian's swordsmanship. With Rune being able to teach every detail through their thoughts, it would be a wonder if Rian's progress was any slower. April and Daikar were also putting the effort. Still, Rune had to really explain everything with words and show with his own movement. Obviously, there is a big difference in that. Today, Rune finally decided to let Rian use a sword against the demon beasts, so they were looking for a new one. Your light element, have you tried to use it in your own body? Rian shook his head. I just now got the control over it, so I only used the light element together with the spiritual energy to create those light tricks. I was intending to use it in my sword as you do with yours. Rune shook his head. If my darkness element can erode and destroy life force, your light element is probably the opposite. If you add it to your weapon, it might be worse than not using it. Make a test for me, put your light element on the sword, and give yourself a small cut. Just something minor is enough. Rian understood where Rune was coming from and immediately tried that. Sure enough, after cutting himself with the sword imbued in spiritual energy and light element, the life force around the cut was greatly stimulated. The cut quickly started to heal. Of course, Rian's light element control is just in a primary state, so the effect soon disappeared. Just 20% or so of the small cut healed. Indeed. My light element is directly connected to the life force. Using it with my sword will only help the demon beasts. Roan nodded. As I thought. So when you attack this time, don't use light element on your sword, but in your body instead. Of course, just like me, your control over the light element isn't anything that useful. So you probably won't be able to sustain this effect for long. Instead, do it like me. I only use my darkness element in the last second of my attack. So do the same thing with your light element. Rian nodded and tried to use the light element to stimulate his body. Sure enough, he felt himself becoming a lot stronger and faster for a split of a second. However, the effect disappeared right after. Not only that, but he felt quite tired after it. It seems like since I'm using it in my entire body, the time I can sustain it is even smaller than you with your sword. Ron nodded. Next time, try to use it in your arms only and see how long you can sustain it. Rian quickly made the test, and this time, he could sustain the light element over his arms for longer. I see what you mean. Although my attacks won't have an additional effect on the demon beasts, they will still be more potent than usual since my own strength improved. Rian then went beside a tree and slashed it. With his actual power, he was able to leave behind a 15 or so centimeter long cut. But when he did that again by adding light element in his arm, the attack was faster and stronger, leaving an over 20 centimeters deep cut this time. Rune nodded, satisfied. It can increase your combat power by around 30% for a second or two. That is an amazing difference that could turn the tables in a critical moment. Try to get better control over it as we look for the next target. Rian agreed with Roan, and their group kept moving. Around 2 hours later, they found a horned shadow leopard. Once again, Rian and Roan went in 2 different directions and used a pincer attack. But the leopard was fast and quickly escaped. It circled around and attacked Roan. Unfortunately for it, Roan was having it easy parrying and blocking the attacks. Rian came from the flank and slashed the sword down. Still, the horned shadow leopard had already marked their presence, so when Rian and Roan attacked at the same time, it would retreat. It's quite an intelligent one. Rian nodded. I will use my light element to blind it for a second. Use this chance to attack its legs. Roan agreed with Rian. His light trick was very convenient in situations like that. Rian went forward while Roan circled around. The leopard took the time that Roan was still out of range and attacked Rian as well. Once again, seeing that Roan was getting close, it decided to retreat. But it was at this moment that the light element burst with light, blinding the leopard. Without losing this chance, Rian and Roan slashed at its legs. However, just as they were about to hit, the leopard jumped as high as it could. The strength of its 4 legs together made it soar. Rian and Roan's attack missed, and the leopard landed 20 or so meters away. However, it was at this moment that Rian, Roan, Opril, and Daikar heard a scream. When they looked in that direction, they noticed that another kid was there as well. Not only that, but the shadow leopard had also landed right beside the kid. It turned out that the kid was Malaka, who sneaked out of the big group to follow them. Fuck. Author's note: if you like the story so far, consider leaving a few power stones to help the story. Chapter 41, Healing. The leopard still hasn't recovered its vision, so it could only hear the scream at his side. Malaka might be a genius, but she is still a kid. Also, her cultivation is still far from being able to deal with that horned shadow leopard. The leopard turned to the direction of the scream and instinctively pounced at it. Malaka froze in place, and her legs simply didn't move at all. She wasn't like Rian and Roan, who had adult minds. So Inna couldn't deal with that situation and was scared out of her mind. April and Daikar rushed over, but they were even further behind. Roan tried to move as fast as he could, but speed wasn't precisely his forte. Rian knew that he was the only one able to arrive there fast enough. But that would require him to overexert himself, forcefully keeping his light element over his legs for longer. Fuck it. Light element instantly gathered on Rian's 2 legs, and he burst forward. Just as the leopard attack was about to hit Anna, Rian appeared in front of her and used his sword to deflect the attack. However, he did that in a wrong position, and his legs gave in right after. The leopard next claws ended hitting, leaving behind a deep cut on his chest. The attacks force threw Rian back, making him bump on Anna. The leopard finally recovered his vision partially and saw those two on the ground. But as it was about to attack again, Roan swiftly arrived and slashed down. The leopard was taken by surprise, and the sword cut one of his legs. Daikar had higher cultivation, so he was the second one to arrive. The leopard tried to retaliate, but both Roan and Daikar were not weak. Once April arrived as well, its fate was sealed. With one leg missing, blood loss, and 3 cultivators attacking simultaneously, it didn't take long for it to breathe its last. The 3 of them ignored the leopard's corpse and immediately rushed to Rian's side. Inna had only a few bruises on her body while she held Rian. Roan looked at the cut on Rian's chest and narrowed his eyes. Roan is death, he had seen way too many people dying. Because of that, he knew that Rian's injury was far from good. Rian was almost losing his consciousness as well. But surprisingly, he snorted. "Hey, idiot! If you keep bleeding like this, you will die. Use your light element to heal your body." "Well, if you don't want to, that's okay for me. It just means that all the desserts will be mine after you pass away." Rian's expression immediately changed after hearing that. "Keep dreaming." Light element gathered around the injury of his chest, and it started to heal. Of course, Rian was far from being able to completely heal a wound like that, so the effect quickly disappeared. Again. Keep using it. If you lose control over the light element, just try again and keep healing the wound little by little. Make sure to focus deep inside and ignore the outer cut. Rian gritted his teeth and did as Roan suggested. Sure enough, his wounds started to heal. Every time he lost control, he would take a deep breath and try another time. Rian kept doing it until he completely ran out of spiritual energy in his dungeon. After that, he finally lost consciousness. Roan looked at the cut on Rian's chest and sighed in relief. Rian was at least able to avoid leaving behind a fatal injury. It was still bad, but with Daikar and April's aid, they were able to stop the bleeding entirely as well. Not long after, Alanda appeared in the scene like a ghost. Roan had crushed the red bead that he gave them some time ago, but he was quite far and took this long to arrive. His group had noticed Inna Malaka's disappearance, and he sent quite a few warriors to look around. But seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately understood what happened. Other warriors soon arrived at the scene as well. Alanta passed the crying Inna to them and used his spiritual energy to check Rian's condition. But it was at this moment that he heard Roan. "Don't worry, he will be fine. The way the injury is at the moment will not be enough to endanger his life. Once he recovers his consciousness, he will be able to use his light element to finish healing his chest." Alanta was surprised to hear that. "He can heal himself?" Roan nodded. "His light element stimulates life force, which greatly improves the body's healing ability." Roan then explained everything that happened. And Alanta was obviously amazed to know that light element had this ability. "By the way, how did Inna Malaka appear here?" Alanta shook his head. "She snaked out when all the kids were cleaning the demon beasts' bodies. Because they were all concentrated around the corpses, the other warriors didn't notice that she wasn't present until a long time later. As for me, I was far ahead of the group, taking a look at the surroundings to see if any mob wouldn't be attracted by the smell of blood." Roan and Alanda then glanced at crying Inna, who was being dragged back to the leading group. For her to be able to sneak out without any of the warriors noticing was quite impressive. Alanta nodded. Her talents are not only in cultivation, after all. Still, she better be prepared for a very heavy punishment when we go back to the tribe. When I found out that she had disappeared, my heart almost froze in place. After hearing those words, Roan couldn't help but send a spiritual sense message to Alanta. Is she really just a green aptitude level kid? It doesn't matter how I look at it, she is way above Revio, who has the same aptitude. Alanta grimaced and sighed in the end. First, because he was impressed that Roan can already use spiritual sense messages, and second because he noticed Inna's talent difference easily. With your intelligence, it is not a surprise that you saw that. Make sure to not say spread this information. Inna is, in fact, a blue aptitude level kid, far above Rivio in talent. She only loses for you and Rian. Roan nodded and didn't say anything else. He is aware of what could happen with the tribe if this information is to go out. Chapter 42, Out of Luck. With Atlanta's help, it didn't take long for Rian to regain his consciousness. That being said, he immediately started to use his light element to slowly heal the injury in his chest. It took him an entire day to finish it, though. When he was finally standing again, it was already the last day of the group hunt. Inna Malaka looked worried at Rian from a distance, which was quite funny. Well, what were you thinking to appear in that place? Inna looked down, ashamed, and murmured. Vice tribe leader always let you two do whatever you want, but when it is me, he still refuses. I also lightened up 7 small affinity orbs and have the same green aptitude level, so why is it only the 2 of you? That is not fair. Rian looked at her and sighed. A kid is just a kid, after all. In the end, their reasons are always that simple. You watched our battle before the leopard attacked you, right? Inna nodded while still looking at the ground. Then you should have noticed that we are a lot stronger than you. We can even fight adult warriors. Can you do that? Inna shook her head this time. There you go. Vice tribe leader let us do that because we are strong. Only the strong can do things like that. You are still too weak and need to cultivate a lot to reach our level. When the time comes that you are in the energy gathering realm, the vice tribe leader will let you do the same. Understood? Inna begrudgingly nodded. I'm sorry. Rian laughed and then patted her head. He couldn't force himself to be that harsh with Inna. After all, his mental age is already 36 years old. Being angry at this kid would bring him nothing in the end. Things like punishment would be applied by Atlanta later. It is good that you understand. Let's do this way. Once you reach the spiritual vision of the body transformation realm, I will let you follow us to fight a little. But you will need to put an extra effort into cultivation. Inna's eyes immediately shined, and she showed a smile as bright as the sun. You said it. You can't go back on your promise. Rian laughed inwardly. What are you happy about? You still have Tri-Vice leader's punishment awaiting you when we get back. Considering his harsh character, it definitely won't be anything nice. Inna's smile disappeared as fast as it came. On her face, fear could be seen now. Still, that only made Rian laugh even more. Roan looked at him on the sides and saw that he was fine. Stop bullying the kid, and let's go. We still have enough time to finish the last 2 demon beasts. Rian nodded, and they immediately departed with April and Dikar. Of course, they told Alanta that they would be leaving again. Alanta didn't mind since he knows that the last event only happened due to Inna Malaka's actions. Otherwise, those two wouldn't have had any problem until the end. Alanta then looked at Inna and said with a severe face. If you do that again, I will kill you myself. Poor Inna almost pissed her pants. Alanta then looked at the direction that Rian and Roan disappeared. What a frightening healing ability. Even the alchemists in the city wouldn't be able to concoct a pill that efficient. In just one day, a fatal injury completely disappeared. Not even a scar was left behind. As for Roan, his darkness element can destroy life force. It is as frightening as Rian's light element. Jury is right, those two are fated to leave this remote place one day. Alant put his attention back into his group and shouted. Let's go, we still have one last day in the forest, so let's make up for the wasted time. Also, Inna Malaka, you will have to clean one of the beast's bodies alone. Inna trembled and almost cried. But looking at Alanta's face was more than enough for her to understand that she would have no other choice. Crying would be utterly meaningless in front of that old man. Their group quickly departed to continue their hunt. On Rian and Roan's side, they headed quite relaxed. It didn't take more than a few minutes for them to find another demon beast. With Rian and Roan's teamwork, the battle was finished quickly. Stage 1 Demon Beasts Guild, 09, Phew. I guess I'm started to understand how to use the sword. Roan nodded. You can thank this grandfather anytime you want. If not for my teaching and the images that I'm sending to your mind, you wouldn't be even 1/10 as good as you are at the moment. Rian nodded. Sure, we will be back to the tribe tomorrow. You can have my dessert during the meal at that time. Roan felt a chill on his back and immediately took several steps away. Who are you? What did you do to Rian? Rian's mouth twitched. Fuck you. I tried to thank you for once, and that is how you react? Roan kept rubbing his arms while looking at Rian. It was as if he was seeing something disgusting. Stay always from me, I don't want to get infected. Though I will accept your dessert. Rian felt like crying but had no tears. HMPH. Daikar and April only shook their heads. Those two are beyond any salvation, just ignore them and let's bring this beast's body back to the leading group. But it was at this moment that Rian felt a presence nearby. Or to be more specific, he felt life force. Not only that, but this life force was way bigger than any other demon beast that they killed so far. Daikar, April, get away from the corpse, now. The two guards didn't understand the problem, but seeing how panicked Rian was, they didn't dare to delay and jumped back as fast as possible. Suddenly. Boom. The ground caved under the demon beast's corpse, and an enormous mouth grabbed it. Seeing that scene made Daikar and April's face go pale. If they had delayed just a second, it would probably be them in that place. It's a scaled earth python. Why is it here on the outskirts of the forest? Rian, Roan, retreat. Daikar immediately took at the red bead and crushed it while they ran away. The earth python only took 2 seconds to send the entire beast's corpse down its throat. It then looked at those four runnings away and immediately gave chase. Don't stop. That is a stage 2 demon beast, we have no chance against it. Only Tribe Vice Leader Alenta will be able to do so. Rian couldn't help but think. Just what kind of luck is this? Chapter 43, Exchange. Alenta was with the leading group when suddenly, he rushed out. As soon as Daikar crushed the red bead, he immediately noticed it. What is happening with those two? There shouldn't have been another accident. Back on Rian's group side, they were not as fast as the python, it only took it a few seconds to reach their group. It then pounced at Roan, but Daikar, who was beside him, took out his sword and slashed against it. The sword hit the enemy's body, but nothing more than a small cut was left behind. Daikar has the highest cultivation, being in the middle stage of the energy gathering realm, but even he couldn't damage it. Fortunately, it was still strong enough to deflect the attack, giving Roan more than sufficient time to dodge. Roan didn't run after that, though. Instead, he took that chance and slashed against the python's eyes. Because of the speed of the python, Roan already understood that running would be meaningless. They need to resist until Alenta appears. The python closed its eyes, but it wasn't enough to prevent the cut. Especially since the power of the darkness element immediately started to erode the surrounding area. Rian had heard Roan's call, appearing on the other side in a second. He was planning to hit the other eye as well. However, the python understood the danger and immediately dodged while swiping its tails against Rian. Although Rian used his sword to block, his body was too small, so he was still sent flying. The only good thing was that he didn't get injured. The python didn't take this group seriously before, but it won't hold back anymore. Roan looked at it and then told everyone. Don't try to run, we are not as fast as it. Try to stall for time. Attack together, and defend together. Alenta should be here in any second. The python didn't waste any time and attacked once more. However, it circled around and went to Rian, who landed further away from Roan, Daikar, and April. Rian didn't panic. He waited for the moment that the python pounced at him and used his light element on his legs, dodging the attack in the last second. However, the python's tail came once more while still on the air after jumping to avoid the previous attack. Fuck. Bam. Although Rian had used light element in his arms this time to block the tail with his sword, he didn't have a foothold. Thus, Rian was centraling in the air, even further away from Roan and the others. Noticing the chance, the python immediately ran after him. Roan and the others were close but would need another second to help Rian. As for Rian, he hasn't landed yet, so he couldn't see things clearly. Roan could see that Rian would be swallowed whole if he didn't arrive there in time, but he couldn't use the enhancement in his body like Rian. Are you two idiots? Why haven't you traded elements through the connection of your bodies yet? Just have Rian send light element within the thread and use it on yourself. At the same time, send dark element back for the exchange. Sister Orb. Rian and Roan didn't have time to think, so Rian gathered light element while Roan did the same thing with dark element, quickly making the exchange. This was the first time they tried something like this, but surprisingly, it felt as natural as breathing. Light and dark elements passed through the thread in an equal exchange. Two opposites, still, one couldn't exist without the other, the real meaning of yin and yang. For a moment, a small part of Rian and Roan's hairs changed, showing a mix of black and white colors. Roan ignored this fact and immediately used the light element in his legs. He hasn't tried something like this before, but he had seen Rian enough times. For a second, his speed soared, and he was able to reach the side of the snake's head just as it was about to swallow Rian. He slashed down against the same eye he hit before, leaving behind an even deeper cut. Not only that, but he had used Rian's light element to increase the power of his arms in the last moment too. The python's attack direction changed, and Rian finally landed on the ground. Rian didn't waste this chance and did the same thing, slashing against the python's other eye, who had lost its balance due to Roan's attack. Light element increased the power of his arms while dark element was used on the sword. The enemy had no time to dodge, and its other eye was hit as well. Greater damage while leaving the erosion of the life force effect behind. The python was now blind. Because it couldn't see anymore, it immediately went berserk, swiping his tail around. Rian and Roan were once again sent flying, but the python didn't pursue. Instead, it tried to go underground one more time to escape. It needed time to heal its eyes. HMPH. Since you're already here, why don't you stay for a while longer? It was at this moment that Talenta arrived. He grabbed the snake's tail and swung it around. The half part of its body that was already underground quickly came out. Alanta is at the Foundation establishment realm, so he and the python should have similar combat power. But because the python was blind, it didn't pose too much of a threat to Alanta. Rian, Roan, Daikar, and Pearl also helped on the sidelines. With Alanta's sword piercing through its skull, the python finally stopped moving. It was dead. Seeing its body, Alanta let out a sigh of relief. It is finally over. It was then that he looked at Rian and Roan. He could see their hairs, which are black and white, slowly turning back to their original colors. Not only that, but he was also close when Rian and Roan used the other's element. However, he decided to ask about it later. Just why is there a stage 2 demon beast in this place? Rian's group shook their heads. They, too, had no idea. Number of demon beasts killed, 10. Reward list is now open. Chapter 44, Back to the Tribe. Hearing Sister Orb's voice, Rian and Roan were surprised. It seems like that our contribution was big enough to be considered a kill too. Most likely because it is a stage 2 demon beast, so the efforts were equivalent. Rian nodded. However, Sister Orb had spoken normally a few moments ago. Why does she need to go back to this machine-like speech right after? Roan didn't care, though. Anyway, we can take a look later. For now, this exchange of elements is of greater concern. Did you feel anything blocking you when we did the exchange? Rian shook his head. No, it was very natural, as if it was already part of me. Roan agreed with Rian. Exactly. That means that our connection through that black and white thread is stronger than I imagined. I guess it will be a lot harder to get rid of it in the future. It was then that Rian mentioned. We tried to go to two opposite sides of the tribe, but the connection was still there. However, the tribe is just so big. If a chance appears, We should try to move even further away to see if it would impact our souls or bodies in any way. Roan pondered a bit. Very well. We can check it another time. For now, let's help them bring the python's body back. Alanda looked at the body and around, but couldn't find any clue. It came from the ground, and it doesn't seem like it was lured here. I can only conclude that it was mere coincidence that it appeared in this place. Rian approached it and tried to feel its life force. Tribe Vice Leader. I can still feel the presence of life energy in its head. So this python probably has a demon core as well. Alanta already knew about Rian's ability to feel the life energy of demon cores. That is to be expected. The higher the stage of the demon beast, the greater the chances of a demon core appearing. From the stage 4 head, all demon beasts have demon cores. Rian looked close to the python's back and pointed out. However, there are also a few signs of life force on its rear. What? Alanta immediately went there and carefully opened the python's body. I see, no wonder it came to outer skirts of the forest. It is female and pregnant on top of it. It was about to lay its eggs, so it needed somewhere safer since it would be in a weakened state after that. I really can't say if you four are lucky or not. Hearing that, Roan couldn't help but ask. Are those eggs worth anything? Alanta smiled and nodded. This demon beast will naturally reach a stage 2 level when it reaches the adult stage. As long as you have the resources and the ways to train it, you might be able to get a powerful helper. So its eggs are worth at least 200 spirit stones each, and there are 3 of them. Not to mention the demon core in its head. Rian's group eyes immediately lit up. But 50% of it is for the tribe. It was also because of me that we could kill it, so I'm getting half of the remaining value, which is 25%. It leaves 25% for the rest of you. Rian and Roan's expression changed immediately. But they couldn't complain since it was the truth. As much as blinding it was helpful, the fact is that the python would have escaped had Alanta not arrived. Rian, Roan, Daikar, and April definitely didn't have the power to stop, much less kill it. Alright, the 3 eggs will be worth around 600 spirit stones. As for the stage 2 demon core, it is worth 500 spirit stones. In the end, it will give us 1,100 spirit stones. 550 are the tribe's share. 225 are mine, while the other 225 are yours. The 4 of you can decide how to split it. Daikar then stepped forward and said. April and I didn't do much this time. It was also Rian and Roan who blinded it. So we are fine with 30 or so spirit stones. Alanta nodded. Very well, so 60 spirit stones of your 225 will be given to Daikar and April, 30 each. The remaining 165 will be used to pay part of Rian and Roan's 200 spirit stones debt. Very good, the 2 of you only owe the tribe another 35 spirit stones. Work hard, young ones. Rian and Roan wanted to cry but had no tears. After everything that passed through, they weren't even able to clear their debts. Alanta didn't give any leeway to them either. So they could only sulk it. I swear that I will give this darn geezer a good beating when I get into the Foundation establishment. Roan nodded. What a surprise, I also feel the same way as you. Alanta heard that but completely ignored the 2. After that, they grabbed the python's body and brought it back to the leading group. After seeing the enormous demon beast, all the warriors and kids were shocked. It wasn't every day that they can see a stage 2 demon beast, after all. The group's hunting immediately stopped, and they took their time cleaning the python's body of all its useful parts. Everything that could be used was carefully kept. After they finished, Alanta announced the hunting time's end, and everyone started to make their way back to the tribe. After arriving there, Rian, Roan, and Alanta went to see Jiri in his home. I see, so you can use each other's elements. Well, even if you haven't told us that, it wasn't hard to ascertain. After all, even your hair changed when Alanta saw you using the opposite element. Still, how did you manage to do that? Rian and Roan shook their heads. You can consider it a link between him and me, a type of connection that the 2 of us were born with. In fact, We only noticed it during that moment against the earth python, so it is also new for us. Juri nodded. Anyway, this is a good thing for you. Still, try to not show it around to avoid unnecessary attention. That's all. Alanta and the twins then bid farewell to Juri and returned their homes. Sure enough, that night, Roan mercilessly ate Rian's dessert without the least bit of remorse, much for Rian's regret. Subsequently, they returned to their room and immediately entered the Soul Gem dimension. It was time to check the new reward list. Chapter 45, Destiny Points. Rian and Roan touched Sister Orb at the same time and sent spiritual energy inside. Immediately after, they selected the reward list option. 1 Light and Dark Elements Cultivation Techniques, free, 2 8 Bones, 10 Destiny Points, 3 Spiritual Energy Absorption Upgrade Level 1 necessary to have Light and Dark Cultivation Techniques, 100 Destiny Points. Further rewards will be available once authority level increases. Rian and Roan couldn't help but ask, what are Destiny Points? The presence of hosts in this world has changed the natural order of things. Every time the hosts create a great disturbance, they will be rewarded with Destiny Points. The host's final goal is to change the destiny of the two halves of the universe, merging them together once more. Roan pondered a bit and made another question. What level of disturbance is necessary to generate Destiny Points? It depends on the scale. In that case, if we do something that changes the destiny of our Varan tribe, would it be enough to get Destiny Points? Yes, but this would be considered the smallest scale change, giving the lowest number of points. It was then that Rian thought about something else. Sister Orb, how many points do we have at the moment? 0, Rian and Roan nodded at each other. Our presence in the tribe has definitely changed its destiny to a certain extent, but not enough to get Destiny Points. We would need to make something more significant. Suddenly, Rian's eyes shined as he looked at Roan. What about the ores? Because of our ore mine, our tribe has a few blacksmiths, right? Roan nodded. It does, but what do you need them for? Rian laughed out loud and continued. Have you forgotten what my job was back on Earth? I was already a 31 years old grown man, after all. Not to mention that I had also finished college. Roan pondered a bit and tried to remember the information about Rian's job before his death. Oh. If I'm not wrong, you were something called metallurgist. Looking at the name, it seems like it has something to do with metals, right? Rian nodded. Yes. Of course, back on Earth, I was nothing more than an average one, but in this world, you could say that I'm the greatest blacksmith ever. At first, I wasn't planning to show my skills before I got older. But considering that we need those Destiny Points, I guess it is worth a try. Roan admitted that Rian was right. The tribe doesn't even need to sell the equipment made by Rian, just by equipping themselves with it, the tribe's overall strength would increase a lot. That should be enough to generate Destiny energy. Well, I already taught you swordsmanship, and I will keep doing so in the future. So for now, I will leave this Destiny Points generation up to you. Rian nodded and didn't mind that answer. Knowing how to use a sword might make things even faster during this process of teaching the tribe's blacksmiths about metallurgy's concepts. Having that decided, they went to the next topic, the cultivation techniques. Rian and Roan didn't waste any time and immediately selected the first option. They had been going with nothing until now, and they could see the difference between themselves and the others who had it. It simply wasn't at the same level at all. As soon as they selected it, a stream of information flowed into their minds. Both techniques were almost identical, with only the exception of the element used for it. Also, there was a unique trait for the techniques. They allowed the cultivator to use the opposite element to reach a balance, which greatly improved the cultivation speed. Of course, for such thing to work, Rian and Roan would need to work together. Why does everything have to be together? Sister Orb, can't you give us some individuality? The techniques were created using the host's compatibilities. This is the best result. It is still possible to cultivate without the help of the opposite element, but the speed will drop several times. It might be even slower than the other elemental techniques you got before. Roan glanced at Rian and sighed. Forget it. It is for the sake of getting strong. Besides, we just need to send the other's element through the black and white thread. It is not like we need to stay close to each other. So stop complaining and be happy that there is at least a cultivation technique for our elements. Rian sulked a bit and decided to give up. Anyway, what are those 8 bones? I don't think I heard anything about it in this world before. 8 bones is the first level of upgrade for the bones. The body transformation realm's bones enhancement stage could be said to be the initial level. It will improve your overall bodily strength, speed, endurance, defense, all of that will reach a higher level than the ordinary cultivators. Roan already expected something like that. This is a good thing. However, it will take a long time for us to gather that amount of destiny points. So let's just forget it for now. Rian then added. As for the third reward, it is pretty much self-explanatory. Sister Orb, how much is the improvement in spiritual energy absorption? Each level increases the absorption rate by 5%. If Rian and Roan were kids, they might have complained about that amount, but they are not. They know that a simple 5% now would make a gigantic difference in the future. The further they go into the path of cultivation, the greater the difference would be. Anyway, let's first focus on the 8 bones. We can think about the spiritual energy absorption later. Roan then got up. Alright, we got everything we needed, let's go. Rian, on the other hand, shook his head. Not yet, there is still one more thing. One more thing? Rian smiled and then patted Sister Orb. Isn't that obvious? Sister Orb will feel lonely if we don't tell cough. I mean, Sister Orb needs someone to help her feed the database. So we need to give a lot of information. Am I right, Sister Orb? Sister Orb then began to roll in circles as if she had been waiting for this. I guess this is how Sister Orb shows when she is happy. Roan, on the other end, didn't seem very willing to waste more time here. Rian looked at him and spoke through their soul connection. Come on, it is also for our own sake. If Sister Orb decides to keep us here, wouldn't it be useless even if you want to leave? It will be a lot better to get on her good sides, and you know that too. Besides, she did help us back in the forest, so we own her this much. Roan sighed and then sat down again. The twins talked with Sister Orb for hours until finally, she sent them out. Chapter 46, Preparations. During the next day, Roan stayed in the class to teach the kids with the other warriors while Rian and Alanda went to talk with Juri. Roan knows nothing about metallurgy, so his presence there wouldn't have much of use anyway. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Rian then started to explain. As I told you before, I came from another world. I worked with metals in that world, so I would like to teach the blacksmiths in the tribe how to forge something new. Alanta and Juri looked at each other before asking Rian back. Didn't you say that you were not a cultivator in your previous world? If it is just common weapons and armors, we already know how to make them. Rian shook his head. You don't understand. Indeed, that was a world where spiritual energy didn't exist, nor did cultivators and demon beasts. However, it is precisely because we didn't have them that humans there choose another path. So I can tell that there isn't a single person who understands metals better than me in this world. Simply put, our methods were hundreds if not thousands of times more advanced than yours. The fact that we didn't have cultivators led people to use their intelligence. In my world, it means nothing to be strong. It doesn't matter how much strength your body has, the ones who are at the top of the food chain are those with intelligence. Anyway, even if I explain how my world worked, you two wouldn't understand very well. I would need several of years just to describing the general common knowledge of my previous life, and you probably wouldn't even believe it. Don't misunderstand me, I'm not trying to be rude. It is just that both worlds' methods are totally and utterly different from each other. I could be said to be an idiot regarding cultivation as well. You two definitely know a lot more about it than me, that's what I mean. Juri pondered a bit and then nodded. Very well. I will give it a try since we don't have much to lose. What do you need? Rian smiled after hearing that. At first, I need 3 blacksmiths. Their talents don't matter since my methods are entirely different from yours. I will need as many samples of metal as possible. Since we already have an ore mine, I'm sure you also used it to trade for other ore types that we don't have. Alanta confirmed. Indeed. Our ore mine is for iron, and at its depth, we have some spiritual iron. Of course, it doesn't have much of a quality. Spiritual iron? Alanta nodded. It is iron ore that was able to retain some spiritual energy. It is a lot sturdier and can make much better weapons. I heard that some high-level cultivation blacksmiths can even make spiritual equipment with it. Rian nodded and didn't ask any further. As a metallurgist, he would know what to do when he gets it. He even had some ideas on his mind on how to use this so-called spiritual iron. Very well, at first, I will also need coal and limestone. Limestone. Seeing Jury and Alanda's puzzled face, Rian could only sigh. As expected, with another language, other names come with it. It was good that they had iron and coal before, so I learned how they were called here. As mentioned before, the language of this world is different, so even iron and coal were called different. Sure enough, limestone would have a different name. Rian pondered a bit and then explained how limestones look like. Jury and Alanda looked at each other with surprised faces. Is this thing good? Rian immediately nodded. The metal I wish to create here first needs a lot of limestones. It is essential for the entire process. Alanda then pointed at another mountain not too far away from the tribe. It is even part of the tribe's territory as well. Well, there are loads of it there, but since we never had any use for it, we never bothered collecting any. Rian couldn't help but laugh out loud. They had iron, and coal was easy to produce, but limestones were what he was most concerned about. Great. You guys simply have no idea that that stone will be a mine of gold for you. But that also brings us to another problem, and a gigantic one at that. Jury nodded. He immediately understood what Rian meant. Secrecy. If this new metal that you create is really that strong, we would be a tribe holding a treasure that we cannot protect. It might even bring calamity to us. Rian nodded. So far, all the weapons and armors I saw in the other tribes using didn't have this type of metal. I guess it is safe to say that no one knows about it yet. First, I need to try my hand on it and see the results. If it turns out to be practical, I will stop immediately. After all, before going ahead with this plan, our tribe will need a backer and not just any backer. It has to be someone capable of protecting our tribe even against a force like Hanoi tribe. Jury started to massage the space between his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a headache coming. Jury doesn't think that Rian is lying since it wouldn't bring him anything good. By this point, Jury totally believes that Rian and Ron are definitely not kids, at least not in mind. Alanta couldn't help but comment. The Nari tribe will be far from enough to do something. In that case, we only have one option, the city lord's protection. However, they will absolutely ask for the formula to create this metal that you are talking about. Once they get it, there won't be much of a meaning to protect us anymore. Jury shook his head. No, there is one more option that would allow us to keep the secret while getting good enough protection. Alanta and Rian immediately looked at him. The Zafa Bank. Chapter 47, Success. Zafa Bank? Rian looked at Jury, waiting for him to explain. Jury sighed and then continued. It's the biggest bank in the country. They have branches everywhere, including Astrek City. Due to its size, even the cultivation sects don't take them lightly. Still, what they want is profit. By the way, what is the name of the metal that you wish to create? Steel. But this is just the first one. There will be even more different combinations in the future. Especially since this world seems to have several different types of ores as well. Jury nodded and continued. They would be able to protect our tribe, but there will also be a need for part of the profit generated from the steel metal that you talked about. Also, they don't just take anything, it has to be something that will create a large amount of revenue. Otherwise, it won't even be worth the time of their experts. Rian pondered a bit and then offered another option. Now that I think about it, it will be better if our tribe doesn't get involved. Or to be more precise, not in the open. What about acquiring a workshop in the city? It would be a lot easier to protect due to the city's rules. Also, since the tribe wouldn't be directly connected to it, it should be safer. Juri's eyes narrowed. It is not that it is a bad idea, but that a workshop in the city would be too expensive. First, we would need to see one of those weapons completed. Not only us but the Zotha Bank as well. Rian nodded. That's not a problem. Give me just one blacksmith this time. Obviously, someone that you trust. He and I will then create a steel sword. I will give it to you to test, and then you can make your decision. Juri nodded and immediately made the preparations. On the same day, Rian was brought into a workshop of the tribe. When he arrived there, everything was closed. There were even a few warriors around it, preventing anyone from getting close. Inside, there was only a burly old man preparing the tools. Alanda then introduced him. This is Urkel Titola, the chef blacksmith of our tribe. He is also our most trustworthy member. As long as it is him, you don't have to be afraid of anything leaking out. Also, he is a middle-stage energy-gathering realm warrior. Rian bowed to the Urkel, but the other part only narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Did you make all these arrangements just to introduce me to a kid? Alanta shook his head. During the next 7 days, we need you to follow his orders. I know that you have a lot of questions. But for now, I wish you to ignore his age and just trust what he says. For this, the tribe will double your amount of spirit stones this month. Urkel was taken aback by those words. Why would they want such a thing? Other than Rian's white hair, he couldn't see anything that could catch his attention. Sigh. I don't know what Juri is planning. But since this is his orders, I will follow them. However, I don't need any extra spirit stones. That man only does things for the tribe, and I'm sure this situation is not different. If I take those spirit stones, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Rian and Alanda smiled after hearing that. It was at moments like these that Juri's reputation came in hand. Rian then looked at Alanda and asked. Are the warriors that I asked ready? Alanda nodded. I gathered 10 warriors with wind element affinity. They are outside waiting for your orders. Great. Rian then looked at the materials around, iron, coal, limestones, and a few other things that were already there for his use. Seeing Rian holding the limestone on his hand, Urkel couldn't help but ask. What do you need such a stone for? And why so much coal too? Rian smiled and said. You are about to create history. Just follow my orders, and you will see what those 2 things are able to do. Tribe Vice Leader Alanta, call the warriors inside. Alanta nodded, and the warriors quickly came in. But Rian didn't keep them in the workshop, but behind it. They were here for a reason only, increase the temperature of the fire in the furnace. Fire element affinity warriors would not do since the fire they can create is far from having high enough temperature. Perhaps, only after a few realms would a cultivator be able to do it. This also prevented them from seeing the creating process and the material used. These secrets would be known only for Rian, Alanta, Urkel, Juri, and Roan. Let's start. Urkel followed Rian's order, and they began the creation of steel. At first, Urkel was puzzled about the amount of coal. There shouldn't be a need for so much of it. But in the end, he was surprised that it was not used to make fire, but in the metal instead. Coal is such a weak ore, so he couldn't understand what good could come from it. The limestones were the same thing. However, Rian didn't offer an explanation. All he said was that he just needed to follow his steps. During the forging process, Urkel finally found out that Rian is in the energy gathering realm, just like himself. That was, without a doubt, the greatest shock he received today. Because of how primitive the installations of this workshop were, Rian had to try several times until he found the right balance. However, as a metallurgist, he could identify where the errors happened every time and correct them in the next attempt. Finally, After 5 days of work, the first plate of steel was forged successfully. When Arkell tried to put it into the water to cool down faster, Rian immediately stopped him. "Are you trying to ruin the metal structure? Here, I especially prepared this hot oil for that." Arkell ultimately found out what the oil that had been sitting and heating on the corner was for. "Wouldn't it take longer to cool down?" Rian nodded. "That's exactly what needs to happen. Just trust me and put it inside." A few hours later, the steel was completed. Rian smiled at Arkell and said, "Why don't you give it a try? I'm sure you know how to test how resistant something you made is." Arkell couldn't help but nod. He was by far the most curious person in the world at the moment. Chapter 48, First Reward. Arkell passed the next hour doing all kinds of tests he could think of. By the time he finished, only disbelief could be seen on his face. How is that possible? How can coal and limestones, such weak ores, transform iron into something so resistant? It makes no sense. Rian only laughed out loud. He could explain, but Arkell would have a hard time understanding since it required knowledge about compositions of materials. In this world, no one knows what atoms are, so they might even think that you are crazy. You just need to remember the process. Besides, although this first creation was a success, this is still a flawed product. There are several things I need to revise again before the real good stuff comes out. So put it away, and let's restart. We won't stop until I'm satisfied. Arkell was frightened by what he heard. "Wait. Are you telling me that it can be even better than this one?" Rian nodded. "It can. Also, this is just the first product, just wait for the time when I introduce you to other types of alloys. That will really change your view of how metals can be forged." This time, Arkell didn't ask any questions. For him who dedicated decades of his life to forging, this was a dream. As for why Rian knew such things, he already didn't care about that anymore. Rian, too, was having quite some fun. Because of the problem with his soul back then, his work had never proportioned such a feeling. He couldn't help to imagine just what kind of changes his steel would bring. By the end of the 7th day, Rian exited the workshop with Arkell. On the other side of the workshop, the 10 warriors with wind element affinity left as well. However, they looked a lot more tired than Rian and Arkell. Rian had really made them give their blood during the past 7 days. On Arkell's hand, a sword that looked different in appearance of their previous iron swords. It was a lot smoother and gave a feeling of sharpness. During the creation of this sword, Rian found out that spiritual energy could be used to enhance the final result even more. It was a great surprise that made several other ideas pop on his mind. But first, they needed to show the results of their work. Alanta came to get them and brought the two to Juri's house once more. In front of Juri, there were 2 swords, one of the ones used by their tribe, and the new steel sword. Just looking at them, it was already possible to see the difference. The steel sword definitely looked much better than their iron sword. Seeing that scene, Rian laughed and then suggested, "Go ahead. Take both swords and strike them against each other. I'm sure you will love the result. Especially since this steel sword was made with spiritual energy as well. So it should be even stronger than you think." Even its sharpness increased a lot. Juri and Alanta nodded, grabbing one sword each. They didn't need to use spiritual energy. With their foundation establishment realm, their body's power already surpassed any ordinary person. The two took some distance and attacked each other's sword. Well, it couldn't even be considered an attack. That was basically the same as throwing an iron hammer against a glass window, the two simply couldn't be compared. The iron sword was slashed in half, while the steel sword barely got any collision marks. Juri was sure that even if he brought 100 iron swords here, that single steel word would destroy all of them. Impressive. Even the sword I bought in the city can't compare to it. No, they are in 2 completely different categories. If this sword appears in the town, it would inevitably cause an uproar. That being said, Juri looked at his sword and then gritted his teeth. "Let's try again." Alanta was taken aback. "But you paid 300 spirit stones for this sword." Juri nodded. Yes, but it doesn't matter. According to the blacksmith shop, they used spiritual cause to make it. Oh, right. He looked at Rian and commented. Cause is an ore that is similar to iron, but a lot sturdier. The spiritual cause is even more so. I have used this sword for a long time, and it is indeed a good one. However, I can't hold this feeling to try out against your steel sword. I must know how much stronger your steel sword is. Rian laughed and nodded. Sure. I'm also curious to see how good a sword made with the spiritual cause is. After all, my steel sword was made with nothing more than common ores that couldn't be more ordinary. But first, let me take a look at your sword. Juri nodded and passed it to Rian. After making a few simple tests, Rian's eyes lit up. Such an incredible metal, and I've never seen it before. I wish I had some to work with. I'm sure I could create something several times better than what they did with this sword. Still, Rian didn't point it out and simply gave it back to Juri. Alright, you can start now. However, you better be prepared to lose 300 spirit stones. Juri laughed out loud after hearing such a comment. No problem at all, I very much wish to lose those spirit stones at the moment. This time, Juri and Elenta didn't only use their physical strengths. The spiritual cause sword was a lot sturdier, so only with spiritual energy involved would Juri be able to bring out its full potential. Elenta also did the same thing and imbued the steel sword with spiritual energy. Juri and Elenta nodded at each other and immediately attacked. Swish! The result was as Rian expected precisely. Juri's spiritual cause sword was also split in half and was completely lost. However, Juri couldn't be happier with the result. Great! Rian, on the other hand, looked at his steel sword. An enormous dent was left behind, and there was quite some damage to the structure. Indeed. There is a limit to what ordinary materials can achieve. Even though my steel sword won, it wouldn't be able to cut through another spiritual cause sword. It would definitely break apart. At most, both weapons would be destroyed. However, the steel sword is already better than a 300 spirit stones sword, so it is a good start. Congratulations, host has created steel. Reward, 15 destiny points. Steel will create profound changes in the world. As time passes, the bigger will be those changes. Further points will be rewarded when the impact of steel in this world increases. Both Rian and Ron received the same message, and they couldn't help but faintly smile. Chapter 49, Death Style. Having the product necessary, Juri looked at Rian and asked. I will be going to the city tomorrow to rent a workshop. Can Arkle make this kind of sword on his own? Rian nodded. By the time you are back, he should be able to reproduce this effect. The rest is up to you whether you can convince the Zalthabank to help us or not. Juri nodded, excited. Very well. First, we will need to make these steel weapons gain recognition. Once the word spreads, there will be eyes aiming at our product formula. But it will be at this moment that I will bring the Zalthabank in. Whether they want it or not, they will need to recognize this new metal's value. Juri took a deep breath after that. Alright, now we need to discuss your part of the profit. As the creator of this metal, how much you wish. Rian smiled and extended 3 fingers. 30% is more than enough. Juri and Elenta were taken aback. Only 30%? This sword definitely can be sold for at least 300 spirit stones, you know? Not to mention that all the materials are ordinary. Let alone 300 spirit stones, even a single spirit stone would be more than enough to buy the stuff necessary to create it. You can ask for some more. I won't mind even if you ask for 50%. Rian shook his head. 30% is more than enough. This amount of spirit stones can be used for cultivation at our current levels without having to care about running out. As for using it to buy other things, I don't have anything I want at the moment. Besides, don't forget that the Zalthabank will ask at least 20 to 30% as well. Considering the earnings of the tribe as a whole, the remaining value of every equipment won't make that much of a difference. Juri couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As someone who did everything for the tribe, such words really work well on him. Very well, 30% it is. Make sure to teach Urkel correctly. Juri then looked at Urkel and ordered. Urkel, select 2 trustworthy blacksmiths, and have them practice it as well. After I rent a workshop and come back, I will bring you 3 to the city straight away for you to start working. If you are worried about your family, I will allow you to bring them as well. But you must not mention a single word about the steel equipment, understood? Urkel's eyes shined, and he immediately nodded. Leave it to me, there are 2 youngsters that I'm quite proud of, they will be perfect for this job. Better than that, they are not married, so they don't have a family to bring together. I will immediately call them over after we finish here. Rian and Juri then discussed a few more things before the group separated. In the end, Juri lost his patience and left for the city while it was still night. The man simply couldn't sleep at all. Rian, Urkel, and his 2 apprentices then returned to the blacksmith workshop of the tribe. Alanta arranged for other Wind Element Affinity warriors to work together with them too. For the next week, Rian would make sure that they remember the entire process of creating steel. Back on Roan's side, he and Alanta continued to teach the kids. Sister Orb said that anything capable of making enormous tribe changes would be rewarded with destiny points. In that case, Roan decided to compile his sword style into a book before passing it to Alanta. Pass it to the other warriors who like to use swords. It should help them overcome many obstacles during their practice. If there is any question, you just need to ask me later. Alanta nodded and took a look at the book. Roan had already proved to Alanta that his sword style is better. But after checking the book, he had to admit that it was a lot more profound than he expected. Impressive. By the way, how do you call this sword style? Roan was taken aback by that question. Name? I've learned it by myself, so I don't really have a name for it. Let's see. Oh well, just call it death style. Alanta's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Isn't it too generic? Roan glanced at Alanta. Who cares? Since I say it is death style, then it is death style. That's all. Alanta sighed and just left. Roan also changed the fighting classes, adding wooden swords for practice. In fact, he also put other weapons for the kids interested like wooden staffs, daggers, spears, etc. He also asked for those wooden weapons to be made according to the kids' sizes, so they were a lot smaller. There wasn't a single type of weapon that Roan didn't try before. The only difference is that he had never incorporated spiritual energy into them, so he had to change a few things. Still, the significant majority of the kids are in the blood replacement stage of the body transformation realm. It will take them quite a few years to be able to bring spiritual energy out of their bodies. Because of that, he was able to teach them according to what he knew from his past life. There was no need to use the changes for spiritual energy. Not too surprisingly, most of the kids selected swords. Even those who showed interest in the other wooden weapons ended changing them in the end. The only exceptions in the entire group were Rivio, who seemed to like the spear a lot, and Inamalaka, who preferred the staff. Because of that, Roan had to separate a particular time just for those 2. He didn't mind, though. Without Rian around, cultivation was quite slow anyway, so he might as well wait. As much as he doesn't like it, the difference without using Rian's light element to achieve a balance between elements is just too high. Rivio's talent for spear could be said to be good. So it was nice to see his improvement. However, Inamalaka was really a monster. She absorbed everything he taught her about the staff like a sponge. Not only that, but she seemed to have a lot of fun while using it. No wonder Juri said that the sex would come for her if they knew. The difference between her and Rivio is just too great. Be it intelligence, cultivation, or talent with weapons, she is far above him. It's impressive what the difference of a single aptitude level can do. I wonder just how frightening those red and purple aptitudes are. Just like that, Rian and Roan were kept busy during the entire week. Chapter 50, Juri left. Juri's visit to the city took longer than expected, and he only came back 10 days later. Why do you think there are so many tribes around Astrak City? That's because there isn't enough space for everyone there. So as you can imagine, Even a small workshop in a not much bustling street was quite expensive. Well, when I say not much bustling, it is only compared to the main roads. Due to the enormous number of tribes and the fact that the city is full, even this place has many people passing by. Alanta couldn't help but ask. How much was it to rent the workshop? Juri smiled bitterly and shook his head. Please don't ask. Just understand that we won't be able to keep that place for more than 2 months if we don't sell anything. Rian laughed, though. Don't worry, the swords and other weapons will definitely sell. You guys saw it yourselves, my sword was even better than a spiritual cause one. Urkel and his 2 apprentices then stepped forward, and Rian took the opportunity to say. Urkel has already understood how the process works. His 2 apprentices should be able to do that as well to a certain extent. The only thing is that Urkel will have to be by their side when they are forging it. After all, he has to guarantee quality. Anyway, they are ready to go with you anytime. Juri was happy to hear it. Very well. As I said, if you have families that you are worried about, I can let you bring them. Just make sure to keep the steelwork a secret from them as well. Urkel's 2 apprentices shook their heads. As Urkel mentioned before, they are not married and have been dedicating their life to blacksmith so far. As for Urkel, he would be bringing his wife only. Our kids are already grown-ups and married off, there is no need to bring them together. So I already talked to them. This time, only my wife will be coming with me. Juri didn't complain. It was then that Rian spoke. Tribe leader. I understood your plan to make the steel weapons recognized first. But someone might be faster and come for it earlier. If a high-level cultivator uses their spiritual sense, they would be able to check Urkel and his apprentices working with it. Juri agreed with Rian. I know. That's why I have already planned things out. At the moment, no one cares about us, so I'm sure we are safe for the moment. That being said, I will have Urkel and his 2 apprentices forge quite a few steel weapons. After that, I will get rid of all limestone and the majority of the coal, leaving only iron behind. Rian's eyes lit up. That is indeed a good idea. By forging everything we need before putting any to sell, you will be able to spend a few days without caring about running out of swords. Even if someone comes to spy later, since the blacksmiths will not be working anymore, there will be nothing for them to watch. The limestones will be gone, and the remaining coal will only be seen as the way to make fire. Juri smiled. Correct. Also, I'm planning to forge a lot of iron swords and leave them outside. I will be making demonstrations with the people in the streets. They will be able to select a sword and test it against the steel sword to check the results by themselves. There will definitely be those who will want to test their very own weapons against as well. Rian had to admit that it was a good idea. Seeing is believing, after all. Anyway, I will be going. Alanta, you will be in charge of the tribe in the meantime. If everything goes all right, I should be back in 3 or 4 weeks. Alanta nodded. No problem. I already prepared a few warriors to go with you, especially a batch with wind element affinity to help with the forging. Juri smiled after hearing that. The next day, Juri left with Urkel and the rest. As Juri disappeared in the distance, Alanta couldn't help but ask Rian. Don't you want to go with them? You would be able to check their work firsthand. Rian shook his head, though. It is only steel, there is no need for me to check on it. Instead, I will be cultivating for the time being. I haven't done any training in the past 2.5 weeks at all. This world is too different from mine, intelligence can only bring you so far. Without the strength to back it up, I will only become a target in the future with what I have in my head. Besides, Mother would definitely be worried sick. Alanta nodded, satisfied. He, too, believes that one's own strength was the most critical part. Nothing else will matter if you die, and in this world, death is a common occurrence. Good, then go back to classes tomorrow. Rune had been teaching the kids with me while you stayed in the workshop, so you need to catch up. Rian looked at Alanta. Considering the amount of spirit stones I will get from my steel weapons, why should I keep working as a teacher? I will have more than enough to pay the last 35 spirit stones to you. Atlantis shook his head. It is not about the spirit stones anymore. All the kids take you and Roan as their model. If you disappear, wouldn't it affect their own improvement? How can you be so cold-hearted? Rian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You just want someone to do your job, right? Alanta looked away and pretended that he didn't hear anything. However, he wasn't wrong. The kids really looked up to him and Roan. Besides, Rian had to admit that it had already become part of his routine. Sigh. Fine. Since Roan is still there, I might as well continue. It is not like I have spirit stones to cultivate anyway. Not to mention that I had never had the chance to enjoy my school life back on Earth. Rian then went back home to Washington. After all, steelworks in an ancient world isn't exactly the cleanest type of job. Chapter 51, Aptitude Difference. Chapter 51, Aptitude Difference. During the fighting lessons the next day, Rian looked at Malaka in a corner practicing her staff while all the other kids practiced against each other. Why did you leave Malaka alone? Roan sighed. I didn't. It's just that no one is in his match at all, so the other kids began to be afraid of challenging her. Rian couldn't help but laugh. So they are not afraid of justice anymore. Ha 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 ha. Pow. Roan immediately slapped Rian's backhead. Stop with your bullshit and go. Rian looked at him, puzzled. Go where? Isn't that obvious? Malaka will be your opponent. You need practice with your sword, after all. Rian, of course, found it weird. Are you that lazy that you can't even send me the thoughts for training? Roan snorted, though. You only spent a single week practicing my death sword style. As for Malaka, she has been using the staff for almost 3 weeks. Considering that both of you knew nothing about your weapons before, she should prove to be a good sparring partner. Trust me, that little girl is a monster. Anyway, stop complaining and go ahead. Rian sighed and then stepped forward. He had already agreed to not complain about how Roan taught sword skills since their level is obviously different. Inna was happy to see that someone finally came to train with her. She really liked the staff, so she had put a lot of effort into it. Rian also took out one of the wooden swords and prepared himself. The fight quickly started, and at first, Rian wasn't having much difficulty holding against the girl. But as the battle continued, Malaka improved with it. Roan had only fought against her with another staff, while the other kids just couldn't compare to Rian in swordsmanship. Simply put, Malaka wasn't used to fight against swords. Rian couldn't help but find it fun as well. Inna is just a kid, but her potential is in full display right in front of him. Roan, on the other hand, saw their battle with another eye. As I thought. Rian was only an ordinary man back on Earth, he didn't really have any talent, and his learning speed was average. But seeing his improvement in the forest and here, it is evident that it isn't the case anymore. I couldn't confirm it at first since my skills with weapons can't go any further at the moment. Still, taking him as an example, I guess both our aptitudes are far above any ordinary kid. It is not just because we have our past memories, our learning capability is just much higher than it was. That was correct. As Malaka improved her staff against Rian's sword skills also improved too against her. It was just that Rian thought it to be because of Roan's teaching and not the difference in his talent. Well, those two still have a very long road ahead of them before they can be called masters with those weapons. In the end, Rian was able to defeat Malaka, who couldn't help but sulk a bit. A kid is a kid, after all. Which kid would feel happy after losing? The last thing on Malaka's mind was how much she improved. She only cared for the results at the moment. Seeing that, Rian couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. You are already doing great. Still, it is too early to fight against me. I only used the same strength as you in this fight. If I had fought you with my energy gathering a realm, this battle would have finished in the first exchange. Rian wasn't trying to bully her. He could see her fighting spirit, so he only said those words to make her put even more effort into her training. In fact, Rian had to admit that as long as he keeps his body strength at the same level as Inna, she is really a good sparring partner. Roan then came forward. Alright. Inna, you go and continue practicing those movements I told you. Your arms still can't endure long fights, so you need to train them. Don't forget to put effort into your cultivation as well. As for Rian, it is time to teach you sword skills as well. Rian nodded and stepped on the arena with Roan. The improvement would be a lot better if Roan simply fought against Rian while changing thoughts. All the kids gathered around when they saw Rian and Roan. After all, they consider those two as the strongest. Still, not too surprisingly, Roan completely trashed Rian while using a sword. It was to the point that Rian's entire body was in pain. Sure enough, teaching is one thing, but liking Rian is entirely different. Since Roan had a chance to make him suffer little, he definitely wouldn't let it pass. You. Can't you hold back a little? Roan nodded. Sure. 1 week of desserts. Rian's mouth twitched. Forget it. After they returned home, Rian and Roan entered the Soul Gym dimension. They came this time to check those 8 bones that cost 10 destiny energy. 8 bones, 10 destiny points. We accept. Suddenly, Rian and Roan's bodies started to shine. Or to be more precise, their bones did. The two couldn't help but fall on the ground in pain. During the body transformation realm, bones enhancement stage, the changes to the bones would occur gradually. But this time, it is all happening at once, so there was no helping it. Roan contorted on the ground for 30 minutes before finally stopping. Even after the change finished, they didn't have any energy to stand anymore. Holy shit! If I knew that it would be this painful, I would have never bought this thing. Roan shook his head, though. Stopping spurting nonsense. Compared to the advantages we get, a little pain means nothing much. Only 1 hour later did the twins gather enough energy to stand up again. As they did, they could feel how much easier it became for them to move their bodies. It simply couldn't compare to what it was before. Impressive. I would say that our body strength has improved at least 20%. Sister Orb, you said that this 8 bones could be considered the next level after the bones enhancement stage. Does that mean that the people outside can also train these 8 bones? Correct. However, compiling an 8 bones manual would require a high number of destiny points and level 3 authority level. How many destiny points would we need? 300, isn't it too expensive? There is an alternative option. Rian and Roan's eyes lit up. Increasing brotherly affection level. Rian and Roan almost cursed her after hearing that. Of course, they still remember very well how strong Sister Orb is. Cough, cough. There is no need for us to spread such a technique. Let's leave the others with their own efforts. Roan nodded vigorously. Self-improvement is very important. Besides, they don't need to save the universe as we do. Only at moments like this, would Rian and Roan be of the same mind. Chapter 52, First Test. After spending some extra time with Sister Orb, Rian and Roan left the Soul Gym space. Since both of them got free, they decided to put some effort into cultivation. Of course, even together, they will need time to reach the middle stage of the energy gathering realm. Things were pretty calm for Rian and Roan. They spent their days between training, cultivating, and helping with the classes. However, things were not like that for Juri and his troop in Aztec City. When Juri arrived at the city with Urkel and the others, they went straight to the workshop. Since their tribe has an iron ore mine, they also brought enough of it this time around. For the next week, Urkel and his apprentices produced one steel sword after another. The workshop would not open for business before enough of those were made. After all, the idea was to not forge a single extra one before getting an agreement with the Zalfa Bank. Juri asked for swords only since that is the most used weapon. They could think about something else later. For now, they had to guarantee a profit. Finally, they forged around 100 iron swords, a widespread weapon that most ordinary folks used. Those were the ones that would be used by other people to test their steel sword. 1 week later, Urkel got rid of all limestone. He also kept just the necessary iron ore and coal. No one would suspect that coal was part of the forging process. The next day, the workshop finally opened its doors. At first, no one paid attention to it, but soon, they noticed a curious announcement on its outside wall. A new type of sword has been created, and we welcome everyone to test it. We will allow 2 lucky customers to check it firsthand against iron swords. Our new sword can slash through iron like butter, and you can feel it yourself. There will be 3 tries per day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 last at dusk. Please call your friends and see it by yourself. The majority ignored it. Some thought that it was false advertising, while others felt that they would provide a spiritual sword. If the spiritual equipment grade is high enough, it could indeed slash through iron without much problem. However, there would always be those who were curious or just so happened to be passing at the right time. Come, come. Check our new steel sword. It is not a spiritual equipment but can slash through iron as if it was one. If you are doubting our words, you can come and test it yourself. Come, come. Slowly, a small group of people gathered in front of the workshop. It wasn't that many, but Jury was happy with this amount already. It was evident that the first test wouldn't attract much attention, but words would spread after they were done with it. Jury called the warrior who was making the announcements back and stepped out for the workshop. Welcome, everyone. I know that you are all busy people, so your time is precious. That being said, I would like to ask for any 2 volunteers straight away. One will be holding our steel sword, while the other will use an iron sword. All you have to do is to attack each other's swords. The people looked at each other, and it didn't take long for 2 men to step forward. Both of them were in the energy gathering realm, which was a common sight in the city. One of them took the iron sword and examined it with his spiritual sense to see if it wasn't fake. Good, it's a common iron sword. The other guy took the steel sword. Oh, it is lighter than I thought, and the metal seems a lot smoother. Well, I'm only interested in your claim, though. So you really don't mind if we slash the swords against each other with full force, right? I'm not paying anything if it breaks. Jury shook his head. This customer has no need to worry. Even if it breaks, our workshop will definitely not blame you. Put your everything into it, I guarantee that the result won't disappoint. The 2 warriors guys nodded, and they assumed an attack instance. Spiritual energy started to cover their swords, which showed that they were really not planning to hold back. Seeing that only made Jury smile, though. Suddenly. Swish. The iron and steel swords hit each other. Not too surprisingly, the steel sword really passed through the iron sword as if it was made of paper. Rian's steel was different from the ones on Earth. It used spiritual energy in the process, which greatly increased its attack power. Since the person with the steel sword also used his spiritual energy, it was no wonder that the iron sword destroyed. Both the guys with the iron and steel swords lost their balance after that attack. They had prepared themselves for the impact. However, the steel sword passed through the iron one so smoothly that the previous preparation worked against them. When they finally regained balance, the 2 looked at the half-iron sword. As for the other half, it fell on the ground close to the crowd. Woo! Everyone was surprised. It did really slash through iron, as Jury claimed. Suddenly, one person on the crowd shouted. I don't believe it. How can a sword that isn't a spiritual equipment slash through iron that easily? There must be a trick behind it. Everyone nodded subconsciously. That person was right. As far as they know, ordinary materials shouldn't be able to slash through iron that efficiently. In their eyes, only a spiritual equipment should be able to do such a thing. They couldn't be blamed. That is just the common knowledge that they had long since accepted. However, Jury heard that and just laughed out loud. If that is the case, would this customer be willing to use your own sword against our steel sword? Chapter 53, Profit. The crowd went on uproar again. It was one thing to lose a simple iron sword, but they could see that the sword on the guy's waist was of much higher quality. Although it wasn't a spiritual equipment, it was definitely much better than an iron sword. The guy went pale for a second. After all, he paid quite a few spirit stones for that sword on his waist. But seeing the crowd looking at him, he understood that he couldn't simply step back anymore. Very well, if you can really slash through my Rakat's sword, I will apologize. However, I want to take a look at your steel sword first. I want to confirm if it really isn't a spiritual equipment. Juri took back the steel sword from the first guy who tested and passed it over. There wasn't the least bit of hesitation in his actions. The person who tested the steel sword just now couldn't help but feel some longing for that weapon, though. All right, how is it? Can you feel any spiritual energy in my steel sword? The guy used his spiritual sense several times. Still, he really couldn't see even an iota of spiritual energy on it. HMPH. There isn't any, but it isn't guaranteed that this sword can slash through iron. The trick might have been in the iron sword instead. Juri didn't mind. Good. That means you won't complain when we use your sword for the test, right? The guy gritted his teeth and nodded. There was no turning back now. However, if your steel sword can't slash through my Rakat's sword, you will have to pay for the damage that it received. Juri immediately accepted. If this guy knew that even his spiritual cause sword was slashed through, just what kind of face would he show? Great. Is there anyone who is also in the energy gathering realm middle stage like this friend here? I would like you to test our steel sword. Immediately, 3 hands were raised. It was then that Juri saw that one of them just so happened to be a woman. She was really in the middle stage of the energy gathering realm too. Juri knew that if he selected the woman, the steel sword would have an even greater impact on everyone's eyes. So he didn't think twice and immediately called her over. This young lady over there, please come here. Be it the woman or the guy with the Rakat's sword, both were taken aback. Neither side thought that Juri would really select a girl. Still, that also showed Juri's confidence in his sword. The girl joyfully came out and grabbed the steel sword. She checked it with her spiritual sense and had to admit that it really didn't have any spiritual energy at all. All right, you two can start anytime you want. After this big tumult, the crowd looking at the event increased even more. That, of course, made Juri and the others even more thrilled. The lady and the man also assumed an attack instance and released their spiritual energy. Both sides didn't hold back. As soon as Juri gave the signal, they attacked the other side's sword. Swish! Clang! Obviously, the Rakat's sword was also slashed through without a problem. Of course, due to its higher quality, the steel sword suffered some damage on its sides. However, it wasn't anything serious, and the steel sword could still be used without a problem. It only needed to be sharpened to eliminate the dent, and it would be good to go. As for the Rakat's sword, there was no more. When the guy saw the other half of his sword on the ground, he almost cried too. He had paid 70 spirit stones on that sword, after all. As for the crowd, they all cheered. It was really an excellent presentation, and the product seemed to be legit. There is no doubt that their steel sword name will spread soon enough. Thank you, everyone. This is it for this morning's test. This afternoon, we will make another demonstration. If you wish, please come to see it again. As for those interested in the steel sword, you can come inside and select one of the many previously prepared ones. For the people here at the moment, we will give a 10% discount. Of course, the majority of the people present were only here to watch the show. They didn't really want to buy the sword. Even those who had an interest, most wouldn't be able to afford such a thing. In the end, only 3 customers entered the workshop to take a look. Juri wasn't disappointed, though. The real buyers are still oblivious to this event, but that won't be for long. The girl tried to give the steel sword back to Juri, but he shook his head. Since this is the first time showing this sword to the world, I will make an exception. This young lady can have it. Just make sure to ask for a blacksmith to sharpen it again later. Ha ha ha. The girl was obviously ecstatic to hear that. Although she is in the middle stage of the energy gathering realm, she was far from being someone rich. It would be quite difficult for her to pay for such a good sword. Thank you, Senior. Juri nodded and returned to the workshop. That morning, The Varan tribe's steel workshop sold 2 steel swords. Rian had talked with Juri before, and they decided to set the price at 200 spirit stones. Although the steel sword was worth more than 300, that was also the price of a spiritual equipment. In the end, people would still opt for the latter. There had to be some advantage in buying a standard sword, thus, 200 spirit stones of course. Those 2 customers only paid 180 each. One mustn't forget his promises. Juri had declared that he would give a 10% discount to them, and so he did. When they left, Urkel, his 2 apprentices, and Juri looked at the spirit stones bewildered. The total cost to make those 2 steel swords definitely didn't cost more than 1 spirit stone. But then 360 in a moment. If this wasn't a profit, then no one would be making a profit in this world. Chapter 54, Blacksmith Clans. During the afternoon, a few of the previous day people came back with some friends. But the majority were new ones who were passing by. At dusk, the crow was slightly smaller, but Juri knew that it was due to the time. Nevertheless, his workshop still conducted the test. On the first day, their workshop sold a total of 5 steel swords, which gave then almost 1,000 spirit stones. The next day, the same thing happened again. Not only that, but someone also thought that to be a trick, just to have his saber split in half as well. Finally, by the end of the second day, Juri could already feel some interesting eyes on his workshop. Still, he just smiled and closed the workshop. Rian also received a bird message talking about the profits so far. Since they were still not allied with the Zafa Bank, the money is still entirely for themselves. The third day, morning, testing time. Juri looked outside and noticed that the crowd was a lot bigger than the previous day. Urkel, who was beside him, grinned after seeing a few of them. There are quite a few blacksmiths this time. Probably, they are part of the big blacksmith workshops of the city. Juri nodded. Do you know which ones? Urkel then looked at the symbol on their attires before saying. The Sufiria clan, Watl clan, and Garkin clan are between them. Those are the biggest blacksmith workshops in the city. I can also spot a few medium-sized ones and some that I don't know. But since the big 3 are here, it means that the information already started to spread. Those are probably just scouts, they shouldn't do anything in this morning test. However, the afternoon one will probably be very tumultuous. Juri nodded and then stepped out to conduct the same test as always. When those scouts saw what the new steel sword, which wasn't a spiritual equipment, could do, their eyes opened wide. None of them wasted time and rushed back to their own workshops. The prowess of the steel sword was just too high. In the Sufiria clan workshop, the scout was reporting it to the chief blacksmith, Liam Sufiria. What? Are you making fun of me? How can a sword made of ordinary materials possibly cut through iron that easily? Master, I know it seems ridiculous, but I'm not lying, this is what really happened there. Their steel sword is as strong as a low-level spiritual sword. Maybe even stronger. I, your disciple, would never dare to joke around with something like this. Liam narrowed his eyes while he looked at his disciple. But in the end, he snorted. That just means they know how to play a good trick. Still, it would be bad for business if others began to believe that such a thing is real. Liam then went back into his workshop and took out a sword. After seeing that, his disciple's eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to use this Tairikyu sword to test their steel one? Isn't it a little too forceful? Liam just laughed. Aren't they saying that their steel sword is just as good as a spiritual equipment, but with ordinary materials? This Tairikyu metal might be a little strong, but it is still not a spiritual one. If their sword is that good, then it shouldn't have a problem against this sword of mine. Ha ha ha. In the other workshops, similar events were playing. Some thought it to be a trick like Liam, others believed that it might be a business chance. Nevertheless, all of them took their own swords out. As long as it wasn't a spiritual equipment, it wouldn't be unfair. During the afternoon, there was an even bigger crowd around. Not only were there the blacksmith workshop representatives, but also a few stronger warriors at the late and peak stage of the energy gathering realm too. Rumors spread fast, so they got interested in the steel sword, which is cheaper and still has the same power as a spiritual equipment. Juri stepped forward once more and started his show. He pretended that this was just a regular crowd and acted accordingly. Welcome, everyone. Most of you already know about our tests, so I asked 2 volunteers to test our new steel sword. Is there anyone willing to try? I am. Before anyone could talk, a powerful voice spread around the crowd. Urkel, who was watching from inside the workshop, immediately recognized the guy. Not only him, but the blacksmiths around noticed the man's identity straight away. Urkel then sent a spiritual sense message to Juri. That is Marlin Waddle, the chief blacksmith of the Waddle clan. Be careful of him. Juri slammed and nodded. Thank you, sir. I need one more volunteer who will be using our iron sword. Is there anyone else? Here. Another man stepped forward. Seeing that, the blacksmith crowd got even more excited. That is Liam Sufiria of the Sufirio clan. He also came to check it. Urkel, of course, immediately told Juri about the man's identity as well. Juri was surprised that their test would attract 2 chief blacksmiths at once. However, this is also a good chance. Juri then tried to pass him the iron sword, but Liam immediately refused. No need. You said that your steel sword is comparable with a spiritual equipment, although it isn't one. If that is the case, I will use my own sword to test your own. You don't mind it, right? Liam then took his own sword out of the sheath. Immediately, all the blacksmiths around noticed what kind of sword it was. It's a Taireki metal sword. Liam is determined to trash this steel sword, it seems. That's also good. Taireki metal sword is good and rare, but it's still not at the level of a spiritual equipment. There is indeed nothing wrong with him using it. Juri looked at that and just smiled. There is absolutely no problem. I just hope this friend won't charge our workshop when it breaks. Liam snorted and nodded. The price of a Taireki sword was nothing more than pocket change for him. First of all, he doesn't believe that steel sword could really break his Taireki sword. Juri then passed his steel sword to Marlin Waddle. After grabbing it, Marlin narrowed his eyes. It's light. But how did it become this smooth? Also, there really isn't even an iota of spiritual energy inside. They weren't joking when they said that it was made with ordinary materials. However, it didn't matter. With Liam and his Taireki sword on the other side, whether this steel sword is the real deal or not will soon be found out. Very well, gentlemen. You are free to start at any time. Chapter 55, Acknowledgement. Surprisingly, both chief blacksmiths were at the Foundation establishment realm. Not only that, but they were also far above Juri, being at the late stage each. That is to be expected, though. They are from 2 of the 3 biggest blacksmith clans in the city. It is only right and proper for them to have access to a lot more resources than Juri and his Varant tribe. Spiritual energy started to gather around the steel and Taireki swords. Right after, each blacksmith's elements did the same. Marlin's spiritual energy went green while Liam was a bright red. Without any delay, both sides slashed through the opponent's swords without holding back at all. Their intention was to really get the enemy's sword destroyed. While the people looked nervously at it, Juri and Urkel were laughing inside. For them, the result had long since been decided. Sure enough, Liam's Taireki sword became scrap metal right after. The steel sword passed through it easier than it did with iron swords. The reason was simple, the level of the ones holding the swords. The power of a weapon is greatly enhanced by the cultivator's spiritual energy. Considering that the steel sword was already a lot better, it goes without saying that the attack power difference between them got even higher once spiritual energy and elements were involved. In the end, there was barely any mark left on the steel sword, while the Taireki sword was slashed in half. Liam looked at his half Taireki sword and was speechless. He simply couldn't believe that his sword was broken so easily. The same expression could be seen on Marlin's face. Until the entire process, his spiritual sense had been on the steel sword. So he was absolutely sure that the sword didn't manifest any spiritual energy at all. That meant that the steel sword was really made out of ordinary materials. Taking a deep breath, Marlin looked at Juri and passed the sword back. "This is a fantastic sword." Juri received it and nodded. "Thank you for the compliment. Our workshop worked hard for several years to create this thing. It is the fruit of our blood and sweat." Obviously, this was a blatant lie. Unfortunately, even if Juri tells the truth, no one would believe it to start with. What? It was a 5-year-old child who made it? What? Did he reincarnate? Who the hell would fall for that? Of course, Juri would never tell them the truth to start with. He and Rian just thought about a random story, and that was all. It was not like someone could prove they were lying anyway. Wait. Just as Juri was about to return to the workshop, Liam came forward and asked. "Name your price. My Suferia clan is willing to pay for the formula to create this metal." Hearing that, the Watlan Gargan clans also stepped forward. "Friend, don't listen to him, our Gargan clan can definitely offer you a much better deal." "Ha ha ha. Bullshit. This friend here, sell this formula to our Watl clan. No one else will be able to satisfy you better than us." Immediately, the 3 chief blacksmiths began to argue with each other. They didn't even give space to the medium and small-sized workshops to step in. First of all, they wouldn't be able to offer more than them to start with. Suddenly, Juri raised his hand. "Those friends should stop fighting. There is no meaning in doing that anyway. Our workshop has no intention of selling the formula to create the steel sword to start with." All 3 looked at him, baffled. "Do you think that such a small workshop like yours will be able to keep it a secret? Sooner or later, the formula will be stolen. This thing is a gold. No, it's a spirit stone's mine. If you don't sell it, you will definitely end up with nothing." Juri smiled after hearing that. "There is no need for these friends to be worried. I brought a lot of my tribe warriors to help protect our workshop. We should be fine for the time being." The 3 looked at the warriors that Juri talked about. But after checking their cultivations with their spiritual sense, they thought that this guy was joking. "You want to protect it with a bunch of energy-gathering romance?" Juri didn't mind the comment and just laughed. "It is okay, I'm also a Foundation establishment cultivator. Also, as long as we're inside the city, the laws will protect us." This guy is an idiot. That was the first thought that popped in the 3 chief blacksmiths. They tried to convince Juri several more times, but it was to no avail. Juri was adamant about keeping the formula for his steel metal to himself. In the end, they could only give up and think another way to put their hands on the method to create it. Marlin Watt looked at the steel sword on Juri's hand and requested. "Since that is the case, I want 5 steel swords. Please prepare them for me." Juri's eyes lit up after hearing that. "Sure thing. Please come with me to our workshop and select the ones you like." The Suferia and Garkan clans immediately noticed what Marlin wanted to do. They followed, quickly buying another 5 steel swords each as well. They weren't the only ones, though. The medium and small-sized blacksmith workshops also bought at least 1 steel sword each. Simply put, they wanted to study these swords to see if they could understand the process to make the steel metal. Juri and the troop were obviously ecstatic. In this single day, they sold 53 steel swords, which meant 6,600 spirit stones. Even the entire tribe working together would have a hard time to make this amount in a month. Of course, that was because they got the eyes of the blacksmith workshops. After this, the sellings would go down again for a time. On the 5th day after the opening, the Varn workshop had finally sold its 100th sword. The business was booming. But at the same time, things were going bad for the other workshops. So far, no one was able to discover the process used to make steel swords. Chapter 56, I guess it is a profitable business. In the Gargan clan workshop, Amario Gargan, the clan head, was in a rage. Even the chief blacksmith, June Gargan, couldn't understand how the steel was created at all. "What do you mean you can't find how it was forged? Just cut it in half, see what is inside, do whatever. Or are you telling me that they found a new type of ore?" June shook his head. I can't say, I have never heard about this type of metal before, let alone seen it. Even to cut it in half was as difficult as splitting a spiritual sword. Depending on the material, even harder. Still, it wasn't as I imagined it would be. There were no other metals inside. At first, I thought that some strong metal was hidden under the surface. But I was wrong, the entire sword was forged with the exact same type of metal. Mario couldn't accept this. Is there really no way to find how it was made without seeing it being forged? June nodded. At least, not one that our blacksmith shop knows. However, I dare say that the Sufiria and Watl clans should be as perplexed as us. I doubt they would have a way to uncover its secrets by simply researching the steel swords. Mario narrowed his eyes. In that case, we need to find their forging method by ourselves. Send some Foundation establishment members to the Varun workshop. Tell them to keep using spiritual sense all the time. Sooner or later, they will need to forge more of those steel swords. At that time, we will be able to see it firsthand. June nodded and then left. In the other two big blacksmith clans, the same type of scene was playing around. In the end, they could only do the same thing as the Gargan clan and send some experts out to observe. However, 2 days went by, and no new sword was forged at all. Other than sharpening some weapons that were brought now and then, the blacksmiths inside did nothing else. By now, they finally understood that the Varun workshop had made a lot of steel swords before opening their doors. Simply put, they had no need to forge anything at the moment. Juri had made Urkel, and his 2 apprentices forge a total of 300 steel swords. After an entire week selling them, they had got rid of 213. That meant they still had another 87 to send away before they start to forge more. Ultimately, those clans sent their Foundation establishment members inside the shop to pretend to take a look. But in fact, they all used their spiritual sense to find out how many swords the shop still had available to sell. Juri noticed the presence of those spiritual senses, but he didn't say anything. There is no law saying that one can't use their spiritual sense, after all. At some point, they also tried to check all the materials inside the workshop. But other than coal, iron, and some other standard tools and doors, there was nothing else there. Not to mention that they thought that the iron was there to forge those useless iron swords. In the end, they decided to wait for the time their shop sold all the steel swords. They still have 87, considering the speed those swords are leaving, it will take them at most 3 more days to sell everything. Let's wait and see. They were right, the steel swords were selling like water in the desert. Who wouldn't want a weapon as good as a spiritual equipment but for a lower price? That result was more than expected. So it definitely wouldn't last more than 3 days. However, even as the swords were leaving, no one started to forge anything. If they don't start forging now, they will run out before they can bring more. Could it be that the swords were forged outside and will be brought here? But if that is the case, we just need to follow those who come to deliver it. That might make things even easier. Unfortunately for those observing, after the last sword was sold, the Varun workshop closed. It left them all dumbfounded. There was only a plaque in the front. The stock has been emptied. Please come back another time. They kept using their spiritual sense to check the workshop, but no one started to forge a single sword. If anything, the blacksmiths inside were simply having fun while playing some games, that's all. Finally, the blacksmith clans lost their patience. They decided that they would break into the workshop and force them to hand over the steel metal formula. The 3 big clans even joined together for the operation. After all, they are inside the city. There are laws in this place. They had to be fast and not leave any clues behind. That night, 6 Foundation establishment cultivators wearing black clothes appeared outside the workshop during the night. The streets were empty, and there was only an occasional group of city guards patrolling. They waited for the signal of their other subordinates who were watching those same guards. Once that blank space during the patrols appears, that will be their moment to act. Suddenly, the 6 cultivators heard a whistle. That was the signal they were waiting for. Immediately, a cold light flashed on their eyes, and they broke through the back door of the workshop. Boom! The 6 men moved like the wind, going straight into the second floor where Juri and the rest were playing. They slammed the door of the second floor and quickly stepped inside. They soon saw Juri, Urkel's 2 apprentices, and a few energy-gathering realm warriors of the Varan tribe. They weren't planning to stay long. Their target was Urkel and Juri. One of those who definitely know the steel metal formula. 3 men in black went ahead to stall the warriors. In contrast, the other 3 Peak Foundation establishment in their group went after Juri and Urkel. Even if Juri was in the Foundation establishment too, he is only in initial stage 1, so he wouldn't be able to hold for long. But it was at this moment that they heard a snort. Hee hee. To think that they really came. I guess this is a really profitable business, after all. Chapter 57, Conclusion. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy pressure came down. The moment the men in black felt it, they all kneeled on the ground. They simply couldn't resist it at all. What is happening? An old man who was playing with the others then stood up and walked in their direction. Every step he made, the pressure increased. Finally, the men in black couldn't even stay on their knees anymore and lay down flat on the ground. One could also hear the crack of their bones. Who are you? By now, the men in black already understood that this was all a trap. This workshop had long since been waiting for them. That old man cultivation was obviously much higher than themselves too. But why would such an expert appear in this place? If this workshop had such a background, why would it wait until this moment to show it? Juri then stepped forward and bowed to that expert. Senior Faliel, thank you for your help. As you can see, even the blacksmith clans of the city want our formula, so I can guarantee that our partnership with your Zoffa Bank will be profitable for both of us. Zoffa Bank. When the men in black heard this name, they immediately shivered. The Zoffa Bank is a titan in their empire. It is so big that even the cultivator sects won't mess with them easily. They really didn't expect that the Zoffa Bank would step forward to make a partnership with such a small workshop like this one. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, when I saw the results of your steel metal, I knew that it would become a great business in the future. Our Zoffa Bank has made partnerships with new inventors all over the empire and even other countries. All we care about is one thing. Can it make a profit or not? Your steel is definitely capable of such a thing. Faliel then looked at Juri and made a question. Have you applied to the Bureau of Development already? Juri nodded. Yes. Thanks to the Zoffa Bank support, they accepted our request. The steel metal is now the sole property of our Varan workshop. If any other blacksmith workshop in the Empire decides to make it, they will need to ask our permission first. Faliel nodded, satisfied. The men in black grimaced. From the very start, they had no faith with the steel metal. Now then, what should I do with these ants? Oh well, I will leave it to the city guards. If I kill them here, it will be annoying to clean the floor later. The city guards were quickly called over, and the men in black were taken away. It was also for the interest of the Varan tribe to not have them killed. After all, it would only generate more hatred against their cinders. The blacksmith clans will need to lose a layer of skin before taking them out, though. Back inside the Varan workshop, Faliel sat on the beside the table again. Tomorrow, the Erase Master will arrive. He will set up a spiritual sense concealing array around your workshop, so you don't need to be afraid of being robbed of your formula anymore. Anyway, even if they stole it, with your request being accepted by the Development Bureau, they wouldn't be able to sell. So it would be useless anyway. Unless, of course, they move out of the Empire, but that is not your or our problems. Juri nodded and sat down, as well. Anyway, who was the next one? Quickly make your move. Everyone in the Varan workshop kept playing and drinking happily until the dawn of the next day. However, things were not so calm for the blacksmith clans. The clan leaders had joined hands to get the steel metal formula, but all their subordinates had been captured. The city guards already came to their door, and now they must offer an explanation. It wasn't after an entire day of questions and a considerable amount of spirit stones that they left the city guards building behind. Following each of the clan leaders, were 6 Foundation establishment experts. Those were the ones who participated in the last night operations. Damn it. That jury was obviously playing dumb. No wonder he didn't sell the steel metal formula. With the Zoffa back as their backer, there was really no need for him to be afraid. Roggenwald just sighed. If the Zoffa Bank is involved, then there is no doubt that the Bureau of Development already accepted their ownership of the steel metal as well. Even if we acquire the formula, we won't be able to sell it. It's a waste of time. I don't know about you, but I'm stepping out. This time, the Zoffa Bank let us off the hook, but they can totally squash my clan if they wish to. Farewell, friends. The other 2 clan leaders looked at each other and shook their heads. In the end, neither of them could afford to offend the Zoffa clan either. They quickly went on their own directions, putting an end to their desires. The next morning, the erase master that Faliel mentioned arrived. He was under the Zoffa Bank's orders, so he didn't waste time and made sure to do a perfect job. In just a single day, a spiritual sense co-sealing formation was raised around the workshop. That being said, Urkel and the others immediately gathered more materials and started to forge again. This time, they also forged other weapons to increase the variety. Swords, sabers, shields, you name it. They also began to accept orders for specific types. The contract with the Zoffa Bank was also completed. 30% of all profits generated by Steelworks would be for the Zoffa Bank, while the Varn Workshop would get 70%. The Zoffa Bank would offer the protection at the first stages of development and help to promote the steelworks in other cities of the Empire. But ultimately, the ownership of the steel metal was Varn's. Chapter 58, Surprise. Back in the Varn tribe, Rian and Roan were not wasting time. During these last 3 weeks, their cultivation had been increasing smoothly. By now, they already can feel signs of entering the middle stage of the energy gathering realm. Other than that, the classes continued. Malaka got even more proficient in her staff while Rivio started to show results with his spear. Rivio was absolutely not in this match, but he was the only one who dared to challenge her other than Rian and Roan. Rian's swordsmanship was improving as fast as Inna's staff. Considering that he also has an adult mind, his progress was more polished, though. As for Roan, he didn't really need to practice with weapons at the moment. Only when there was spiritual energy involved would he put some thought on it. 3 days ago, Roan's manual of swordsmanship, the death style, finally caused a change. Congratulations, hosts. The Varn tribe's whole power has increased thanks to the new sword style. Hosts are rewarded with 10 destiny points. More points will be generated once a few warriors of the tribe master the death style. Although Rian and Roan were happy to hear that, 10 destiny points wouldn't have any use at the moment, so they kept their training days. Finally, an entire month went by, and Jury returned with the first fruits of their efforts. After calling Alanta, Rian, and Roan over, he started to give a full explanation of the events in the city. During the first 3 weeks, we were still not in a partnership with the Zoffa Bank. That means that we sold the 300 steel swords on our own, and didn't have to share their payments. In total, almost 60,000 spirit stones were earned during that time. After that, we started to forge steel equipment again. Also, because of the spread of the Varn Workshop's name, quite a few customers were waiting for it to be opened. Still, I decided to not mix the spirit stones earned before the partnership with the ones acquired after. So I only brought the ones from the first steel swords. You know, these 60,000 spirit stones are more than what our entire tribe can make after 3 whole months of work in the mine. We just took 3 weeks to do such a thing. Rian, are you sure you only want 30%? I really don't mind offering more. You are helping our tribe greatly at the moment. Rian shook his head. Just make sure to distribute a good amount to the kids in our class. 30% is more than enough for Roan and me. 17,000 is truly an amount that we won't be able to consume anytime soon. Oh, right. Malaka is really improving extremely fast, so give her some extra ones. Her blue aptitude is really frightening. Alanta couldn't help but sigh. Her progress is frightening? What about you two then? Even your cultivation speed is higher than anyone. The only reason Inna is improving faster is that her cultivation is lower than yours. Once she reaches your level, she definitely won't be able to compare. Roan shook his head. Our case is too special. Using us as a comparison is not the right thing to do. Juri nodded and didn't ask any more. He then applied 10% of those spirit stones in the new class and had Alanta taking care of the rest. The next day, the entire tribe went in an uproar. Suddenly, all the payments of spirit stones for the warriors and ordinary people increased. Although it wasn't much since the tribe has over 10,000 people, it was still a happy event for everyone. Rian and Roan's classes received the most significant boost. 10% of the 60,000 spirit stones were injected there. Inna Malaka's family was the most shocked to see those spirit stones. After all, she brought home almost 500 of them. Together, Alanta explained the situation. As you know, she is a blue level talent, so the tribe is investing in her future. Make sure to support her accordingly, and don't waste the spirit stones. Her family quickly accepted Alanta's words. Those spirit stones would indeed help her a lot with her path of cultivation. Of course, Inna is still clueless about her real aptitude color. Rian and Roan returned home with a few big boxes. However, no one knew what was inside. Even the warriors carrying it had no idea. Rian called Daikar and a pearl inside and then closed the entire house. Now, only his parents, Roan, and their two protectors were present. Trin and Hamarla couldn't help but feel puzzled by that situation. Rian, what is happening here? And what are all those boxes? Rian smiled and then kicked one of the boxes open. Immediately, spiritual energy started to flow out due to a large amount of spirit stones inside. Seeing that, both their parents and protectors were shocked. They had never seen so many spirit stones before. But instead of happiness, Trin, the twins' father, got concerned instead. Rian, Roan, what is the meaning of this? Where did all those spirit stones come from? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hearing that, Rian and Roan faintly smiled. The people in this room don't know about their past lives, so they needed someone more influential to clarify the things for Daikar, Opril, Trin, and Hamarla. When Hamarla opened the door, she almost had a fright. TR tribe leader Juri. Please, quickly, come in. April, Daikar, and Trin immediately stood up and bowed to Juri. Juri smiled and nodded. I see that you already received the spirit stones I gave you. Hamarla and Trin were taken aback. Was this tribe leader who gave it to us? How could be there so many? Juri laughed and then explained. Don't worry, this is the correct amount. You just have to understand that Rian and Roan made an enormous contribution to the tribe, so this is their payment. They also asked me if they could let you use those spirit stones, and I agreed. I'm only here to put your minds at ease. Unfortunately, I can't let them tell you how they help the tribe at the moment since it is a secret. I hope you don't mind. Trin and Alanta were still shocked by it. But since the one who came was Juri, they could only accept. As long as their children didn't do anything wrong, then it is okay. Thank you, tribe leader. We understand. Juri nodded before turning around and leaving. Hamarla, Trin, Daikar, and April looked at the twins and didn't know what to say. Rian, on the other hand, just laughed. Father, Mother, there is no need to worry too much. Tribe leader already confirmed that there is no problem, so go ahead and use the spirit stones. Daikar and April are free to use it too. As our protectors, you need to get strong as well. In the end, they could only nod. Chapter 59, Being Too Nice. With all those spirit stones available, Rian and Roan had no more obstacles in cultivation. It could be said that the greatest barrier for cultivators in the tribes is really the lack of spiritual energy. Even Juri and Alanta couldn't use that many spirit stones, or else their reserves would dry out. With this restriction lifted, Rian and Roan's cultivation speed exploded. In just 1 month, they entered the middle stage of the energy gathering realm. Rian convinced his father to stop working, so both their parents were basically spending their time cultivating now. Of course, Both Trin and Hamarla only have a simple gray color aptitude, the lowest one. Even with unlimited spirit stones, their cultivation couldn't compare with the April and Daikar, let alone Rian and Roan. The twins used at least 100 spirit stones per day, which others would think unbelievable. In fact, they could use even more. But Sister Orb warned the two. If the cultivation is too fast, it will not be possible to consolidate a proper foundation. You two need to give your bodies and souls time to adapt to the changes in your dungeons, so make sure not to use more than 100 spirit stones per day. Sister Orb existed to help them achieve the level necessary to reconnect the two halves of the universe. Obviously, she wouldn't permit their cultivation to go astray. During the time that Rian and Roan weren't using spirit stones, they would practice other things. Basically, Roan would be teaching Rian, Inna, and Rivio how to use their weapons. Other times Roan would train by himself while using spiritual energy in his attacks. Only later did Rian find out that Roan was creating his own skills as well. It is not only for me that I'm doing it, but for the two of us. Rian felt a chill on his back when he heard that. That's creepy, please don't say that. Roan's mouth twitched. Fuck you. Do you really think I would do that willing? If you are weak and die, I will probably die too. So I have no other choice other than make you strong as well, idiot. I want nothing more than cut your head right now, but I'm doing my best to hold back. Besides, you are the one who got us the spirit stones, so it can also be considered a payment. Rian let out a sigh of relief. For a second, I thought you wanted to act like brothers for real. You are being the creepy one this time. Shoo. Shoo, don't bother me while I'm in the middle of creating something new. Rian curiously watched as Roan moved his sword. Suddenly, he made a slash against the dummy in front of him, and it passed through. For a moment, Rian thought that the dummy was cut in half. But it was then that a sword with a dark spiritual energy passed through it again. This. Rian immediately understood. The first sword was nothing more than an illusion, only the second was real. But that wasn't all, Rian could feel that what Roan used to make that illusion was his light element. Rian quickly concentrated on the black and white thread and could feel that the light and dark elements were in the middle of exchanging sides. His using my light element. Rian then gathered spiritual energy on his hand and tried to use Roan's dark element. Sure enough, the same way that Roan can use his light element, Rian can use Roan's dark one. It was the first time that Rian noticed that he could do it without having to ask for Roan to do the exchange with him. Roan noticed Rian's shook and then explained. I believe this is the effect of our light and dark cultivation techniques. They seem to have been made with the threads connecting our souls as the base. After we advanced into the middle stage of the energy gathering realm, I noticed that this exchange became constant. Since the light element is coming anyway, I might as well make good use of it. Rian couldn't help but ask. Why didn't you tell me before? Because you didn't ask. Ha ha ha. Rian felt like crying but had no tears. Forget it. If I think too much about it, I will only hurt myself. By the way, were you waiting to finish creating this sword technique before telling me about this natural exchange? Roan didn't deny. We are already cultivating doing this exchange willingly, so telling you would make no difference. Since the technique was not ready, I just waited. After all, what good would be there for you to know this anyway? Rian couldn't help but feel indignant. I might have created an attack technique as well, you know? Ha 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 ha. You? An attack technique? You don't even know how to use a sword properly. How exactly would you create something while using my dark element? First of all, have you created any light-based one? Any at all? Rian sulked but couldn't answer. That was right. Other than practice the sword like Roan told him in cultivation, he really hadn't tried to do anything else. Let alone tried to create a technique using his light element. Roan, of course, laughed even more at his silence. Ha ha ha. You are really an idiot. Weapons and attack techniques are my fields. Since I'm already this way, why would you try to copy me and create something similar? Just leave it to me. Your domain should be somewhere else, especially for a light element user like you, don't you think? Rian was taken aback by those words. Indeed, compared to Roan, Rian wasn't a good fighter. Although he is much better and learns much faster than the majority, he had to admit that it is a waste of time trying to beat Roan in that field. Rian understood that Roan was giving him a hint, and a very obvious one at that. He. You are right, Roan. I'll leave those attacking techniques up to you, just teach me them for free another time. Yay, yay. Shoo, shoo, go away already. With a smile on his face, Rian quickly left Roan alone. Roan just chuckled, though. I'm being too nice for my own good. Chapter 60, like the movies. 3 years passed in a flash. Now, Rian, Roan, and the kids from their classes are already 8 years old. With the Nari tribe's alliance and to protect their tribe and Zafa Bank behind their workshop, the tribe as a whole had been having a peaceful life. Juri also made sure to strengthen the relationship with the nearby tribes, making them understand that their tribe has no intention of becoming some tyrannical power that will get tributes from them. During these last 3 years, the Varn workshop in the city also increased in size. But not to the point where they would become a threat to big blacksmith clans. They only forged a specific number of steel weapons per month. Once they were done with it, no new equipment would come out until the next one. Juri's plan was very simple. He doesn't want to catch too much attention. Their Varn tribe is just too weak at the moment. If they start to expand, maybe others will target their tribe as well. The tribe is already doing great with the number of spirit stones they are getting at the moment. Once their tribe gets stronger, only then will Juri think about increasing their steelworks business. Back in the Varn tribe, Rian and Roan achieved the peak of the energy gathering realm. The body transformation realm was supposed to be faster than the energy gathering one. But with the spirit stones, it obviously changed. The difference in aptitudes could also be seen here. Daikar, even with spirit stones, achieved the late stages while Upper arrived at the middle. Don't misunderstand, this is already an impressive improvement for them. Without the spirit stones, they had little chance to reach the foundation establishment realm in their life. Still, Rian's spirit stones made such a possibility real. Malaka was also doing great with her monthly allowance of spirit stones. She already entered the energy gathering realm and would enter the middle stage anytime now. As for Revio, the only green color aptitude, he is getting close to the energy gathering realm. Inside the tribe's blacksmith workshop, Rian and Urkel were creating something new. Or to be more specific, Rian was giving the orders while Urkel followed them. With the two working together, things were going much faster. Rian took a deep breath and gathered his light element while looking at the liquid metal in front of him. Let's see if this works this time. Light element and spiritual energy seeped into the liquid metal. Gradually the metal started to change until finally, the hot yellow and red color changed a bit into a white hue. Although it was mostly yellow and red, the white shade was still discernible. Success! Urkel's eyes also lit up, and the two of them immediately started the next process. By the end of the day, Rian and Urkel exited the workshop with a new sword in hands. It had a blue color, but at the same time, there was a shade of white over it. This is a spiritual sword with light element imbued into it. As long as spiritual energy is sent to the sword, it would automatically attract the light element in the surroundings. This is your first spiritual energy, so you should be proud. Rian nodded. Yes. I could have created one a long time ago, but it would just be a copy of what the other blacksmiths' workshops did. I didn't want to waste such good materials like they always do. That's why I created this steel cos alloy. It follows the same principle of the steel. However, finding the right material, temperature, and timings for element and spiritual energy took way too long. Rian couldn't help but sigh. If I had Earth's precision machines, such a job wouldn't have taken so long. However, he was still very happy with the result. After that, Rian and Urkel met Roan, who was training in the Revio at the moment. Roan, I finished the sword. Give it a try so that I can make some fixes later. Roan didn't mind and grabbed the sword. All that he knew is that Rian was creating a new type of spiritual alloy, nothing else. Once he poured his spiritual energy inside, it shined with blue color and white hue over it. Everyone looked at that with bright eyes. It was really beautiful. However, Ron's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Rian, on the other hand, seemed very happy with that view too. Good, the light element is gathering as expected. It can't compare to what I can do myself, but it is still a great boost. The Cos steel alloy is also absorbing the spiritual energy with a higher rate than the normal Cos metal swords. Let's see. How should I name it? Ron snorted and said. Name your wrath. Isn't this thing identical to a lightsaber? I wonder if it will make that drum sound like the movies when I handle it. Rian almost fainted. Lightsaber? Fuck you. They don't look anything alike. Where have you seen a lightsaber with a crossguard? This is obviously a sword. Even the shape is different. Suddenly, Ron slashed the air with the new sword. Vroom! Hearing that extremely familiar sound, Ron glanced at Rian. What were you saying? Rian fell on the ground, almost crying already. Where did this vroom sound come from? This is all a coincidence, all right? Ron then used his spiritual energy and made the sword float a little. Although he could not make it float more than a few centimeters away from his body, that was enough for what he intended to do. Hey, look, I'm using the Force. I should be qualified to be a Jedi already. Rian finally vomited blood. At the same time, Urkel, Inna, and Rivio looked at those two with puzzled faces. Just what the hell are they talking about? A few minutes later, Rian finally recovered a little from his saddened state. Forget it, can you give it a test already? Ron nodded, but it was then that a question appeared in his mind. Hey, if this sword is gathering light element, wouldn't it heal the cut that I leave behind in the enemy? After hearing that question, Rian's mood finally improved. Hee. Do you think so? Author's note, consider leaving a few power stones to help. Smile, Chapter 61, New Sword. Ron narrowed his eyes after hearing that. Is there some trick behind this thing? Rian nodded. Try it out, and you will understand. Ron nodded before they all went to the training field, where you could find a few dummies. But this was not the target. The target was one of the savage boars that the warriors usually captured in the forest's outskirts. Rian had prepared this one especially for it. Ron then assumed an instance and raised his sword. With everything ready, spiritual energy began to gather around it. At the same time, light element was drawn from the surroundings. Lastly, Ron also gathered his own dark element. After so long, Rian and Ron could already use the others' elements together, so it wasn't hard for Ron to achieve a balance between dark and light. Suddenly, Ron slashed down, and what was assumed to be just a single sword seemed to become three. This skill was supposed to be made of dark element alone, but the light element gathered automatically due to the sword properties. Since that was the case, Ron didn't hold back and used Rian's light element as well. Death Style, Third Instance, Three Claws of the Dragon. Of course, Ron wouldn't waste his time saying such long names before an attack. It only appeared for a moment in his mind. There were really three swords, but two were made of spiritual energy and elements. Although the two fake ones only had 70% of the real one's attack power, the point is that the enemy wouldn't be able to tell which one of the three was real. Not to mention, even at 70%, the two fake were still very strong. The attack hit the boar in 3 different points. However, Ron didn't aim to kill the boar, just to make a few cuts around. The attack succeeded, and the boar screamed in pain. But no one paid attention to it. What they looked at was to see if the injuries would start to recover due to the light element or not. However, Ron immediately stopped them. There is no need to look, the injuries on it will not recover. There is no light element left to make it happens. After saying that, Ron narrowed his eyes while looking at the boar's cuts. They were a lot deeper than he intended to do. Rian, you made the light element condense so that it would be gone during the attack, am I right? That's why my attack power increased for a second. Because of that, the boar received even more damage than I intended. Rian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Correct. What happens when you gather light into a single point? That was the principle behind this sword. That's also why I love spiritual energy and those spiritual lores. They allow me to do things that no metallurgist could ever dream about back on Earth. Urkel heard that and got puzzled. Earth? Metallurgist? What you mean? Rian smiled and just shook his head. Forget it, this is something between Roan and me. Even if I explained, it would be of no use for you. As for Malaka and Rivio, they simply didn't care about what Rian said. Their minds were still back during the time Roan used the 3 slashes. So cool. Inna agreed. Yes, really amazing. Roan, would I be able to do something like that with my staff? Rivio didn't lose this chance either. Me too, me too. I use a spear, so I should be able to do something similar, right? Right? Roan snorted, though. Keep dreaming. Rivio isn't in the energy gathering realm yet, so how do you expect to release your body's spiritual energy? As for you, Inna, your control over the spiritual energy is still too lacking. Besides, your staff is a lot longer than a sword, so you would need a lot more spiritual energy too. Even I would have some difficulty in pulling this trick with a staff, let alone you. Inna and Rivio immediately started to sulk. One must not forget that they are 8-year-old kids. Logic isn't exactly very useful with them. Rian, on the other hand, just laughed. It was funny to see those 2 brats dreaming just to have Roan waking them up mercilessly. In fact, thanks to the link between the twins, Rian could already use the same technique as Roan. It's just that he wasn't as proficient. Anyway, stop pretending to be some caring senior. How was the sword? Roan nodded and began to explain his thoughts. He took it very seriously, and so did Rian. By the end, Rian took the sword back and returned to the blacksmith shop to make a few modifications with Urkel. A few days later, it would be another class hunt day. But this time, Rian and Roan didn't join by following the main group on the sides. They decided to take a completely different route. Not only that. To avoid catching attention, the twins left 2 days earlier without anyone noticing. Also, other than the 2 of them, no one else knew where they were going. Alanta and Jury were against it at first, but Rian and Roan were adamant. Besides, considering their strength at the peak of the energy gathering realm, there aren't really many beasts that can do something to them. There is also the fact that Alanta fought against Roan in a private space before. And Roan won. Although it was a close call, it was still a battle at the Foundation Establishment realm. Roan could jump a realm to fight. Rian also tried to fight Alanta. But in the end, he isn't Roan. Although Rian's power is similar to his brother, he can't use it as well as him. Of course, Rian's attack power could still be considered as someone in the initial stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Other than Daikar and April, Rian's team got one last member. This time around, they were bringing in Malaka together. This girl was already too far from the other kids, so her progress would only be delayed with the other group. Malaka, of course, was as happy as she could be. After all, rarely had Rian and Roan allowed her to follow them. Just like that, this team of 5 entered the opposite Demon Beast Forest. Chapter 62, Drone Forest. Daikar and April still didn't know exactly where they are going. They asked Rian and Roan, but neither one of them answered. Still, once they got far enough from the tribe, Daikar finally decided to ask it again. It shouldn't be a problem to tell where we are going this time, right? Rian looked at him before looking behind. They were indeed quite far from the tribe, so it shouldn't be a problem now. We are going to Drone Forest instead. Daikar and April were taken aback. This. Why would we go there? The Drone Forest was much further away compared to the one their tribe usually used to hunt. Not only that, but higher level demon beasts could be easily found there too. Typically, only those at the Foundation Establishment would train in that place, but they have none. Daikar is in the late stage of the energy gathering realm while April in the middle stage, so they were obviously worried about this decision. Seeing that, Rian laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Open the boxes I prepared. Daikar and April looked at that box they had been carrying until now. Rian asked them to bring it over but not open in the tribe, so they had been curious about it. They did as Rian said and opened it. Before them, 4 swords appeared, and they were all the same. Daikar and April only had to look once to understand that those swords were all spiritual equipments. This. Roan didn't ask and immediately grabbed one. Those are precisely the same as the one Rian had him test a few days ago. Steel cause swords capable of gathering light element from the surroundings. Roan then handled it a bit and used some spiritual energy as well. It seemed like you fixed the parts I told you. Rian nodded. Of course. Who do you think I am? I even made more for them. They are the pinnacle of the spiritual swords. Well, as far as the low-level spiritual equipments are concerned, that is. Daikar and April eyes shined, and they immediately took one each. After putting spiritual energy inside and handling them, they could totally tell just how good they are. Are they for us? Rian nodded. You have been serving the 2 of us for so long already, so this is a little gift. Since I was already making 1, I might as well make 6. 6? Rian nodded. I passed 1 to Alenta and Jury each. Considering the level of spiritual equipments that I've seen so far, these swords should be much better. They should be able to fight those a stage higher than them without any issues and have the advantage. If I'm not wrong, those 2 can even put up a fight against a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator now. Daikar and April were surprised to know that these swords were so powerful. But Roan didn't find it strange at all. Jury had let him test other spiritual sword before from another source. However, after he tested Rian's sword too, he knew that they were simply not at the same level. With those swords and Roan and my strength, we can also fight and kill stage 2 demon beasts, so you don't need to worry. But there was one person in their group who seemed to be sulking at the moment. Obviously, it was the 8-year-old Malaka, who didn't get anything. What about me? I want one too. Rian couldn't help but laugh after seeing her expression. He patted Malaka's head and nodded. Of course, I prepared something for you too. The box was much larger than it should be if it was only carrying swords. From the bottom, Rian took out a staff that was slightly bigger than the wooden one Malaka usually used. Inna's eyes immediately brightened, and she grabbed it as if it was her treasure. Thank you. She immediately started to play with the new one. However, it is too heavy. Roan then explained. It is not. I was the one who asked Rian to make it like this. With your initial stage of the energy gathering realm, the wooden staves couldn't properly show your power anymore. How many have you broken already while training? The weight and length are perfect for you, considering your body stature. Rian nodded. This is also a spiritual staff, so it will become a lot stronger once you put spiritual energy. Also, I used a different combination of metals to make a malleable alloy. I found out a spiritual ore called Refrit that was just perfect for the job. Malaka then poured her spiritual energy inside, and sure enough, the staff became a lot easier to handle. Not to mention that it was a lot stronger now. With that staff, she should be able to fight a middle stage or even a late stage cultivator. Their own weapons would probably break apart if they hit each other full force. However, boom. Malaka hit the ground with her new staff using her full might. A small crater instantly opened, and the ground trembled. Rian and the others were surprised to see such strength. She wasn't that strong a few days ago. Inna, did you break through? The little girl looked back at them and showed a proud expression. HMPH. I'm not slow. I reached the middle stage of the energy gathering realm yesterday. Rian and Roan nodded. No wonder her last strike carried so much spiritual energy. That was also a pleasant surprise in the end. Their group then left the boxes behind and kept making their way to Drin Forest. Because of the distance, they would take at least 2 days to arrive. Daikar and April aren't as strong as Rian and Roan anymore. But they were still adults. So that prevented a lot of problems. After all, if the 3 kids were walking alone, it would definitely catch everyone's attention. Close to the outskirts of the Drin Forest, There were a few small tribes where they could prepare. Those tribes were used to receive warriors who wanted to train there, so they welcomed everyone and got quite a few spirit stones like that. No one paid attention to Ran's group when they arrived. Rian had made sword sheaths that looked very ordinary, which entirely concealed the spiritual swords. Malaka also had her staff covered with some clothes on her back, so no one thought it weird either. However, there are always those who don't have good intentions to start with. Robbers were commonplace in places like these where so many cultivators gathered. They would follow them into the forest and take everything they had with higher numbers. Rian's group ended being marked by one of these groups. As they looked at Rian and the others, one of them asked their small group leader, "How is it?" The two adults seemed to be in the middle and late stage of the energy gathering realm. They also seemed to be carrying a good amount of spirit stones. It shouldn't be much of a problem to take everything from them. The other members' eyes lit up. From that point, they always had someone following them around. Rian's team then stayed in the tribe for the night, leaving when dawn came the next morning. Sure enough, the group of robbers followed them from a distance. Roan looked at the corner of his eyes, and faintly smiled. From the very start, he knew that they were being observed. How many types of assassinations had Death seen in his previous life? Such tricks were simply useless against him. Chapter 63, Overpowered. As Rian's team advanced, the deeper they got into the forest. At first, the bandits found it weird that those guys were bringing the kids to such a place. But in the end, that wasn't their problem. If anything, it should be easier to deal with the two adults by making the kids hostage. Roon then sent a spiritual sense message to everyone, including Malaka. "They are still following us. Inna, they will probably target us because they think we are weak. Don't forget, you should not hold back. They want to rob your staff, so give them a good beating." Inna showed an angry expression. She had just got that staff from Rian a few days ago, so how could she let someone steal it from here? Rian, Daikar, and a Pearl also had their guards high. Still, they pretended to not know anything and kept walking forward. Suddenly, they found a stage 1 demon beast. Seeing their group, it didn't waste time and immediately attacked. Roan faintly smiled, though. "It's here." Daikar went forward to block the beast while a Pearl stayed with Rian and the others. Roan was very clear about his plan. Once they found a demon beast, Daikar would step forward to deal with it. Seeing the protection around the kids getting smaller, the bandits would probably take this chance. Sure enough, as soon as Daikar started to fight the demon beast in front, the bandits rushed out of their hiding places and attacked Rian and his group. "Rian, there are 6 of them. 3 of them are going to April while there is 1 for me, you, and Malaka. Let's get rid of the 2 in front of us straight away." Rian nodded. Malaka took her staff out of the clothes and got ready too. The bandits' fatal mistake was to think that the kids weren't anything to be concerned about. They were utterly looking down on them. Rian and Roon raised their sword at the same time. Spiritual energy started to gather on them, and light element was drawn from the surroundings. The two also exchanged dark and light element through the connection, and their hairs once again changed color. The 2 bandits moving against Rian and Roan were taken aback. It was evident that those 2 were in the energy gathering realm, just like them. However, because the 2 were still kids, they didn't back up. The only difference is that they changed their plan. At first, they intended to capture Rian and Roan, but with the strength that they were showing, such a thing would be too risky. That being said, they also attacked to kill. The twins smiled. Just as the 2 reached each other, they struck. Death style, 3rd form, 3 claws of the dragon. Dark and light element came slashing down, a total of 3 swords against each of the bandits. The enemies couldn't tell which was real or fake. They tried to defend, but their own weapons could only block one of the swords. Rian's opponent was lucky and tried to block the real one. However, it was meaningless. A slash came from the flank and yet another aimed at his head. As for the real sword that was about to be blocked, it slashed through the bandit's weapon as if it was made of paper. In a moment, Rian's opponent's head was pierced through, His waist was almost slashed in half, and the real sword cut through the opponent's heart. Roan's opponent became an even more gruesome view. The guy was literally cut in 3 parts together with his weapon. Roan didn't show any mercy at all. Rian and Roan's opponents died as fast as they arrived. It couldn't be helped, though. They were just in the initial stage of the energy gathering realm. Even without the spiritual swords, the results would still be the same. Boom. Shatter. Beside Rian and Roan, Malaka just destroyed her enemy's weapon. Taking that chance and the enemy's surprise, she hit his head. The guy was sent flying and crashed against a tree. He immediately lost consciousness. It was hard to tell if he was dead or alive. If Malaka hadn't held herself back, his head would have burst apart instead. Roan, of course, got angry after seeing it. He told her to not hold back, so he will definitely scold her after this is over. The other 3 bandits had barely started to suppress April when they noticed that half of their team was already out. They couldn't help but feel frightened by that vision. It was evident that they had hit a steel wall. They immediately stopped their assault on April and began to run. Retreat. Roan snorted when he saw that. Since you already came, why don't we play a little more? Using Rian's light element on his legs, Roan shot forward like a cannonball. He was simply much faster than the bandits. Even their leader, a guy at the peak of the energy gathering realm, palled in comparison. Death style, first form, Stellar Piercer. Using his speed, Roan thrust his sword forward 3 times. Spiritual energy with dark and light elements shot forward as if they were arrows. 2 of them pierced right through the 2 weaker bandits' hearts, killing them on the spot. Only the leader managed to barely turn his body and parry the sword energy, making it hit his left shoulder instead. The pressure of the Stellar Piercer made him stumble. He fell on the ground and rolled for quite a few meters too. Just as he was about to get up, a sword appeared on his throat. Cold sweat appeared on his head, and he didn't dare to move. Right in front of him, Roan showed a disdainful smile. It was evident that his group didn't have a chance against them from the very start. Rian, April, Malaka, and Daikar quickly arrived as well, completely surrounding this guy. Daikar already got rid of the demon beast. It was only a stage 1. Not to mention that he now had a spiritual sword, so it was an easy job. Now, then, how should we deal with you? Chapter 64, Kill him. I can give you everything I have with me. In the bandit leader's eyes, Roan wasn't a kid anymore, but a demon instead. Well, he isn't far from the truth. Roan just snorted after hearing that, though. If I want what you have, I could simply kill you here and take it from your body. At least, I will take the things from your friends' bodies for sure. Roan then looked at Inna Malaka. Come here. Malaka got close while looked at the bandit. After that, Roan pointed at the bandit's head and spoke. I want you to use your staff to break his head. Inna was taken aback, and so was Rian and the others. However, Roan continued to talk. You had the chance to kill your enemy, but you held yourself back. Now he is unconscious there under that tree. To make up for it, you will kill this one. Daikar tried to intervene. Roan, this is a little. Shut up. Roan stopped him from continuing. What would have happened if we lost? We would all be dead. When the bandits noticed that we were not just kids, they changed their instance and attacked to kill. Fortunately, we are a lot stronger than them, so things ended well. However, what would happen if Malaka's opponent had similar strength to her? One was going for the kill while the other is trying not to. I don't need to tell you what the results would be, do I? Daikar and April sighed. As hard as it was to admit, they knew that Roan was right. Showing kindness in a situation like that will not only bring your death but the death of your companions too. Malaka looked nervous at the bandit in front of her. If you don't do that, we are going back to the tribe straight away. After today, there will be no need for you to follow us anymore, either. Remember, I'm doing it for your own good. The bandit knew that the moment he moved a single muscle, Roan's sword would cut through his throat, so he would be dead even faster. In the end, he could only look as Malaka raised her staff. However, Everyone could see how her hands were trembling. She is an 8-year-old kid and a girl at that. So she obviously had difficulty doing it. One could even see the tears accumulating under her eyes. Of course, Roan didn't care one bit. Suddenly, Pa! Someone was hit, but it wasn't the bandit. Instead, it was Rian who slapped the back of Roan's head. Stop your bullshit. Forcing Malaka to do such a thing will only create trauma for her. Roan looked at Rian as if he wanted to eat him alive. Bullshit your ass. So what if she comes across a similar situation again? Worse than that, what if her enemy has the same combat power, or is even stronger? She will be only courting death. Rian chuckled. No one wants to court you. Roan almost vomited blood after hearing that. Who said that I want to be courted? Rian then held in his hands and lowered her staff. While he patted her head, Rian spoke. When the time comes, she will know what to do. You need to have a little more confidence in your friends. Besides, Malaka is too young, there is no need for her to learn such things now. Give her some extra time. Daikar and April looked at each other. Aren't the two of you at the same age as her? Of course, they didn't say that loud. Roan's expression was dark. Nevertheless, Rian didn't care one bit. He doesn't even like Roan to start with, so why would he care about how he feels? In the end, seeing Malaka's tears and Rian's adamant stance, Roan finally gave up. TCH. Bam! With a kick, Roan sent that bandit leader flying. Count yourself lucky. You better not let me see you again. Also, take that dead weight under the tree with you. The bandit leader had just fallen close to his companion, who was still alive. He obviously didn't ask anything and immediately grabbed the guy before running away. He couldn't even care about the injury in his shoulder anymore. Roan then looked at Rian and added. Well, since that is the case, let's hope you are right. Rian laughed before commenting. You took it better than I thought. Roan just shrugged his shoulders and spreading his arms. I simply don't care. If something happens later, it won't be my fault, so that is fine. Rian nodded and just as he turned around. Bam! He was sent flying by a kick just like the bandit leader did. Yo you! Didn't you say that you didn't care? Roan confirmed Rian's words. And I don't, but it doesn't change the fact of you slapped the back of my head. This is retribution. Malaka couldn't help but laugh, seeing that. Even her sadness was swept as quick as it came. In fact, Daikar and April were holding back to not laugh as well. HMPH. Rian got a few cuts because of the kick, but he quickly healed with his light element. Ignoring Rian, Roan looked at Malaka before saying. During your fight, I noticed that your spiritual energy was in disarray. That is a sign of a shaky foundation. If you continue cultivating this fast, your foundation will get damaged in the future. Roan then pointed at her Danshin and continued. From now, you are forbidden from cultivating. You will spend time training and getting used to your power. I don't want to hear that you had a breakthrough for the next year, at the very least, understood? Malaka, of course, immediately sulked. I don't wanna. If I wait 1 year, I will never catch up with you two. Pa. Roan knocked her head after hearing that. No complaining. You will never pass us with a shaky foundation to start with. The worse your foundation gets, the slower your cultivation will be. If you really want to catch up with us in the future, you must follow my words. Rian patted Malaka's head but still agreed with Roan. He is right. If you want to become a strong female warrior of the tribe, you must do as Roan ordered. If you don't, I will take my staff back. Malaka quickly embraced her staff as if her life depended on it. All right. No taking back, I will properly train and not cultivate. Daikar, April, and the twins laughed out loud after that. She's really a kid indeed. Chapter 65, Side Effect. As planned before, they moved deeper into the forest. Now and then, they would find a stage 1 demon beast, which Malaka would be responsible for dealing with. After walking for a day, Rian took a map from his bag to check. We should have left the outskirts and entered the inner region. From now on, We might find a few stage 2 demon beasts. It was then that Sister Orb's voice appeared in their minds. New mission available: acquire an Azure Spiritual Flower from the Azure Hyena's territory. Mission reward: authority level increased by 1. Destiny points reward: 20. Mission time: 48 hours. Rian and Roan were taken aback by that sudden mission. Sister Orb had never given a mission before. Roan agreed. For her to take the initiative, this mission should be quite troublesome. We have the option to ignore it, though. Mission failure cost: 100 destiny points. If hosts don't have enough points, hosts will be eliminated, and the search for new hosts will start. Rian looked at Roan with a frown. You just had to open your mouth, right? Fuck you. If I haven't commented that, you would definitely do so. In the end, they only sighed. Forget it. We don't have time, so we need to find these Azure Hyenas territory first. There is no need. The map I bought back in the tribe is quite good. If it isn't wrong, we're half a day away from there. It is located even deeper into the Drin forest, but not enough to enter the core region. All this conversation was made through the connection between their souls, so Diakar, Opril, and Malaka didn't hear anything. Alright. I have decided where our training will be. We are going to the Azure Hyenas territory to get an Azure Spiritual Flower. It will be quite dangerous, but it is exactly this kind of experience we are looking for. Diakar couldn't help but intervene. We shouldn't. Those hyenas are the type who walk in groups. Besides, there is always a leader at the peak of the second stage that controls their territory. It is the same as fighting a late or peak stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. I strongly recommend not to go there. April nodded as well. They had never seen the Azure Hyenas, but they are quite famous due to their group attacks. That being said, those two guys didn't want to get even close to them. However, Rian and Roan immediately refused them. Are you kidding? If we don't go, we will die for sure. No complaining. That is where we are going. If you think you can't take it, then you can stay behind or go back to the tribe. Roan and I can find our way back. Diakar and April obviously couldn't do that. Although Rian and Roan are stronger than them now, they are still considered their protectors. If they return to the tribe alone, Jiri will probably take their heads. With teary eyes, Diakar and April were forced to follow Rian and Roan. As for Malaka, she didn't really care where to go. As they moved deeper into the forest, the bandit leader and his companion who survived returned to the tribe beside the Drin forest. If they knew that things would turn out like that, they definitely wouldn't have picked a fight with those demon kids. Hey, Nile, what happened to you? Just as they entered the tribe, someone called them from behind. Nile was the name of the bandit leader. When he turned back and looked at who it was, his eyes narrowed. Kalev, What do you want? Kalev looked at Nile's injured shoulder and his companion before laughing. Ha ha ha. I see you got unlucky this time, yay? What was it? Don't tell me it was a demon beast because no one will believe it. Those cuts are not something that a demon beast would do. Nile's expression went dark, but it was then that he remembered something. It was a group with 2 men and 3 kids. They had spiritual swords and took us by surprise. I lost 4 members of my group because of that. Kalev was taken aback. Kids? Are you serious? Yes. We underestimated them. They were probably geniuses from some tribe. All 3 of them were in the energy gathering realm. Not to mention that their spiritual swords were very strong. We had no chance. Kalev's eyes lit up after hearing that. Tell me more. However, Nile only shook his head. You should not get involved. Even I, as a peak energy gathering a realm, was not a match to them. Your group isn't much stronger than mine, so you will be courting death if you try to get in their way. Kalev didn't mind. It is okay, I can ask Brother Luano for help if that is the case. Nile showed a surprised expression, but inward he was laughing. Luano is a Foundation Establishment realm bandit leader that operates a big group of bandits. Nile had heard that Kalev and Luano are in quite good terms too. That's why he decided to talk so much. If everything goes well, he can get his revenge and profit from it. Would Luano really go after a bunch of kids? Goliv nodded. I can talk to him. I just need to know where those kids were heading. With so many spiritual swords, there is no doubt that they also have quite a few spirit stones on them. As long as Brother Luano helps, we will be making a good profit. Niall pretended to ponder a bit and then nodded. Very well. If you can convince Brother Luano, then it is worth a try. Just their spiritual swords would already be worth quite a little. Goliv nodded, and they went to see Luano. As bandits who operated in this forest for so long, it wasn't hard for them to follow the tracks as long as they knew the general direction of Rian's group. Chapter 66, Crescent Moon. Unaware of what was happening behind, Rian's group arrived at the Azure Hyena's territory. Of course, since they entered the inner region, they began to find Stage 2 demon beasts. There was even one that forced Rian and Roan to flee. It was a demon dark eagle, a Stage 2 that had the power of a middle stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The twins covered the back while Daikar and April ran ahead while carrying Malaka. With the twins' teamwork, they were able to hold back until the eagle finally gave up. Sometime later, they met again with the others and continued their journey. However, once they entered the Azure Hyena's territory, they stopped seeing any other demon beast. It was evident that the other demon beasts didn't want to get close to this place. Now then, where will we find that spiritual azure flower? Roan pondered a bit before saying. Since Sister Orb gave this mission that can increase the authority level, it shouldn't be simple. It is most likely located in a place where those hyenas would be watching all the time. Rian agreed with Roan. The twins then looked at Daikar and April before telling their plan. Alright. As you can see, no other demon beasts are coming close to these hyenas' territory. In that case, you three should stay hidden here. Roan and I are going ahead to try to get the Azure Spiritual Flower. Daikar wanted to say something, but Roan stopped him. Be it you, April, or Malaka, you will only get in our way. It will be easier to hide if it is only the two of us. Not to mention that if we are discovered, it will be much easier to flee if we don't need to worry about you three. Don't forget, Rian and I came here to train ourselves, so we have to do it alone. Although it was hard to accept it, Daikar and April knew that they were speaking the truth. Considering the level of danger in this place, there isn't much the two of them could do. Malaka wanted to follow them too, but Daikar held her back. In the end, she could only give up. After finding a place to hide, Rian and Roan left the group behind and ventured deeper inside the Azure Hyena's territory. It didn't take long to find a few groups of them. The twins quickly hid and looked as they passed. They paid particular attention to a larger group that had a much bigger hyena walking in the front. It was obviously much stronger than the ones following it. It seems like that the Azure Hyena leader isn't the only Stage 2 demon beast here. The one walking in the front is most likely a Stage 2 as well. It's just that it should not be a peak Stage 2. How should we deal with it? Rian then suggested. We first have to find the Azure Flower. Only then can we think about a plan. Anyway, the best one would still be to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so we might try it after ascertaining the situation. Roan agreed with him, and they continued to sneak into the hyena's territory. Finally, they got close to a big lake in the center. Several hyenas could be seen on the other side. But not only that, Rian and Roan could also see several blue-colored flowers by the lake shore. Surprisingly, they could feel the presence of water element being drawn into them. I see, these hyenas are using those flowers to gather water element into their bodies. No wonder they are all living beside them. However, our lure the tiger out of the mountain plan won't work like this. There are at least 50 Azure hyenas there. Even if one of us gets their attention, there is no way all of them will follow. Rian pondered a bit and then got an idea. What about approaching through the lake? We would appear right beside the flowers. Also, it doesn't look like those hyenas are a type of aquatic demon beast. We could jump straight into the lake once more after we grab at least one flower. Suddenly, the water beside the flowers started to move. From inside, An azure hyena began to walk out with some fish on its mouth. It didn't look like the water on its body bothered it at all. Roan looked at Rian after that. "You were saying?" Cough, cough. "I didn't say anything. I was just thinking out loud. Anyway. Entering the water will be certain death. We need to approach through the ground." The twins looked at each other and sighed. "It seems like we can only do that." "Indeed. Let's wait for nighttime to come, it will be easier for us to move like that. Quite a few of them will be sleeping as well." "Yes. But we can't forget our smell. Let's move to the borders of their territory and kill one of the hyenas' groups. The outside groups don't have stage 2 between them, so it shouldn't be hard to do so. We can wear their skins to disguise our own smell after that." They quickly agreed on a plan and put it to practice. Once Rian and Roan were far enough from the center, they looked for a group of those hyenas. It didn't take long to find one, though. This group also didn't have any stage 2 in the middle and only had 5 members. The twins didn't waste time and appeared right in front of them while raising their swords. As soon as the hyenas saw the 2 kids, they immediately attacked too. This is their territory, and any demon beasts that entered would be dealt with straight away. Unfortunately, it was Rena and Roan that they were against. Without a single stage 2 in their ranks, they were doomed to fail. Death style, second form, crescent moon. That was a wide-range attack that Roan developed. With the 2 of them attacking together and their spiritual swords, the hyenas group is immediately cleaved in half. The difference in combat power was just too high. Chapter 67, Give Me a Hug. The twins didn't waste much time and removed the skins with their swords. This is still inside Azure Hyena's territory, so they need to be fast before a new group appears. After taking what they needed, Rian and Roan left straight away. The death of those hyenas didn't seem to affect the others very much. But that was understandable. They had a vast territory, so now and then, they would lose a few groups due to the fight for space. The night quickly came while Rian and Roan kept hidden on the other side of the lake. By now, they had already prepared the skin to cover themselves when they go there. Everything went quiet, and you could only hear the sound of a few hyenas that weren't sleeping for some reason. They waited several hours but noticed in the end that some hyenas would always be awoken. If they kept at it any longer, the day would come, and they would need to wait for the next night. Roan then looked around before saying, "No other way, let's go." He started to gather spiritual energy around his body and manipulate it to assimilate the dark element on the surroundings. After seeing that, Rian said while laughing, "My beloved brother, come, give me a hug." Roan felt a chill on his back and instinctively jumped away. "Hey, if you stay far, how do you expect me to fit inside your spiritual energy range? Fuck you. If you say something like that again, see if I don't kick you while we are in the middle of the hyenas." Rian laughed even more. Of course, not loud enough to alert the hyenas in the distance. Rian and Roan then got close together and put one arm around the shoulders of the other. They looked like 2 drunk guys who were relying on the other to not fall on the ground. It was apparent how neither side liked it either. "Let's go." Rian nodded, and he started to control his light element as well. But instead of gathering it, Rian used his light element control to make the little light around to circumvent around Roan's dark element cover. Although it wasn't perfect and Rian couldn't bend all the light, the majority definitely moved. Without a doubt, this is an almost perfect camouflage technique. They moved slowly and soon entered the hyena's range. As expected, the majority were lying on the ground while letting their bodies absorb the water element naturally. It was particularly enviable since they could do it even while sleeping. Rian and Roan were not in a hurry. They moved step by step, slowly making their way to the azure flowers. Of course, they had to keep their attention since now and then, one or other hyena would get up to do something. The closer they got to the azure flowers, the bigger those azure hyenas became. The rules here were quite straightforward. The stronger you are, the closer you can be to the azure flowers during the night. Obviously, the stage 2 azure hyenas were sleeping just beside the azure flowers, with the leader right in the middle. Rian and Roan were not intending to go close to those hyenas, though. The mission only said that you needed one azure flower. There were a few small ones that aren't that close to them. Finally, they got close enough to grab one. Pluck. Congratulations hosts for acquiring an azure spiritual flower. Authority level has increased to level 2. Hosts have been rewarded with 20 destiny points. Reward list updated, please check the new items available. Hearing Sister Orb's voice, Rian and Roan sighed in relief. However, it was at this moment that one of the stage 2 hyenas got up. Not only that, but it was also looking at their direction furiously. Still, Rian and Roan could see that it had a puzzled expression too, which showed that it couldn't see them at all. Since that is the case, how does it know that they are there? Rian and Roan miscalculated one thing. Their smell. It wasn't that their own smell could be felt. The twins were fully covered in azure hyenas' skins, so their smell wasn't coming out. The problem was which hyenas they chose to take the skins from. The hyenas they killed were the weakest ones. That being said, this level of azure hyena should not have been allowed to get so close to the azure spiritual flowers. That's why that one felt furious when those hyenas' smell appeared. Noticing that the stage 2 hyena was still somewhat puzzled while looking in their direction, Rian and Roan started to move back slowly. Every step further away was one step closer to safety. That stage 2 hyenas also didn't move since it couldn't see if there was really a weak hyena there or not. Unfortunately, something unexpected happened. The reason that there were so few azure spiritual flowers was that they couldn't spread too far from the main one. Rian and Roan had noticed a much bigger azure spiritual flower before, but they totally ignored it since the azure hyena leader was always beside it. Even his food was brought by the other hyenas so that it didn't need to move from there. But because the twins took that flower far away, the main azure flower noticed its disappearance and trembled. The water element's flow around the azure flowers went entirely in disarray, which immediately woke up all the sleeping hyenas. The leader instantly stood up and looked around. Almost immediately, it noticed the azure spiritual flower that had disappeared. With a roar of the hyenas leader, all the azure hyenas started to move like crazy as if they were looking for something. Rian and Roan began to sweat good. They were doing their best to get out of the hyenas' circle while dodging the hyenas that passed running around. Unfortunately, dodging so many hyenas while keeping the camouflage was too hard, and they finally stumbled in one of them. The cover immediately disappeared, making them appear for all the hyenas to see. There was no other choice. Run. Chapter 68, When You Do Good. If there was something good, it was the fact that they were almost outside of the azure hyena's den. Those stage 2 and the leader were quite far away already. That being said, the few remaining hyenas around them were not enough to stop either one now that they wanted to rush out. Rian and Roan immediately used light element on their legs and shot forward like 2 cannonballs. Those stage 1 azure hyenas were not fast enough to stop them with their speeds. The difference is just too big now that they are not holding back. Of course, those stage 2 azure hyenas immediately dash out as well, including the leader. There are a total of 4 hyenas at the second stage. The 3 underlying of the leader had a speed similar to Rian and Roan, so they couldn't catch up. However, the leader was obviously much stronger and faster. In a flash, Rian and Roan left all the hyenas group behind, with only the leader and the other 3 being able to follow them. What do we do? The big guy is coming straight at us. Can't do anything else other than run. Just make sure to be near. Once it gets close enough to attack, the 2 of us should be able to stop it while buying more time to flee. We passed by the spiked crocodile's territory on our way here. They also have a few stage 2 members in between, so we should try to change these hyenas' attention to them. It will be a little hard since they are obviously coming for us due to the azure spiritual flower. We will need to pass right through their group if we want them to attack those hyenas. Wait. It was then that Roan thought about something. They are after us because of the azure spiritual flower, right? We already concluded the mission, so just throw it away. Perhaps they will stop, or at least one of them will do so to recover the flower. Rian's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached inside his bag to take the azure spiritual flower. Or so he tried. Suddenly, cold sweat started to appear on his face, and his expression turned grim. Not here. What? It's not here, the azure spiritual flower is not here. How the hell it's not here? I saw you putting it inside the bag, how did you lose it? Lose your ass. It simply disappeared in thin air. Ah. Rian and Ron looked at each other and seemed to have reached the same conclusion. It was also at this moment that they received a message. Assimilation of azure spiritual flower complete. Burp, cough, cough. Authority level 2 fully unlocked. Sister Orb just burped, didn't she? Incorrect. Burp, the twins felt like crying but had no tears. What incorrect? Do you think we are deaf? First of all, since when you have a stomach? Of course, they did not stop because of that. Rian and Ron used their anger to put even more effort into running. The hyena leader finally caught them and pounced at Ron. However, since the twins were close to each other, they were able to defend together. Clang! Using their swords against the azure hyena's claws, they used the impact to be sent in the opposite direction. Their distance to the leader opened once more, and they continued to run. Although the hyena leader was the strongest one, it didn't have much intelligence. That being said, it didn't change its form of attacks either, which allowed Rian and Ron to use it to gain distance several times. By now, the sun already appeared behind the mountains in the distance, making things clearer for them. However, something unexpected appeared in front of them. Rian and Ron jumped down a small cliff in front of them, no more than 7 or 8 meters. With their cultivation, it wasn't anything hard to jump down. But when they reached the bottom, they landed right in front of someone quite familiar. Together with this guy, several other cultivators that were about to climb that cliff looked at them too. Sure enough, he was the bandit leader who attacked their group back them, Nile. For a second, the twins and Nile looked at each other, not believing that they would meet like this. The bandit leader came back to himself right after. It's them, these are the kids. The other bandits, including that brother Luano, looked surprisingly at those two. Hee. To think they would fall into our grasp this easy. The bandits showed an evil smile. However, Rian and Ron's smiles were even more sinister than the bandits. Say, Ron. Do you believe in karma? Ron laughed out loud before answering. Not until today, at least. Is that what the people from your previous world meant with when you do good things happen to you? Ha ha ha. Rian and Ron laughed once again. That indeed looked like the case. Niall felt a chill on his back after seeing the kids' reaction. Their expressions were totally different from what it should be in a situation like this. Suddenly. Swish. Rian and Ron darted through the bandits' group. Yes, they didn't try to run through the sides but went right through the middle. Even the bandits were taken aback by that. The Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator, Brother Luano, was also a second too late to react due to his surprise. But just as he was about to pursue. Boom. An enormous azure hyena dropped from the same cliff right over the body of one of the bandits. Immediately after. Boom, boom, boom. The other 3 stages 2 hyenas jumped down as well. Seeing that, all the bandits palled, including that brother Luano. Any idiot would have understood what is happening. These hyenas were obviously pursuing those twins, and they had just become their scapegoats. Seeing the group of bandits in front of them made the hyenas crazy. In their eyes, they looked just like the kids who stole the azure spiritual flower, so they showed no mercy. It was then that Luano remembered the twins and looked in their direction. However, those two were already long gone. Chapter 69, Greenstone. All the bandits immediately began to run to all sides. However, the so-called Brother Luano was the only Foundation Establishment member in the group. The rest were all in the energy-gathering realm. Not too surprisingly, the Stage 2 Azure Hyenas started a massacre. Brother Luano didn't even try to stop it, he simply turned around and used the other bandits as his own scapegoats. There is no way he could fight all 4 at once. First of all, He is only a middle-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He could tell that the Azure Hyena leader is at the peak of the second stage. He was simply no match for that. Let alone if all four attacked together. However, the hyena leader noticed that Luano was much stronger than the others from the very start. So the moment Luana turned around to run, it pounced at him. Without another choice, Luana took out his weapon and blocked the attack while he kept running. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have anyone to help him as the twins helped themselves. Rian and Roan might not like each other, but their teamwork is simply unmatched with their soul's connection. But then again, he is in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment, much higher than the twins. He kept running for 2 hours without stopping, his body was full of injuries. Finally, the Azure Hyena leader got worried about the Azure spiritual flowers back in the lake, and ultimately gave up the pursuit. Luano then sat down and sighed in relief. He had truly escaped calamity today. That damned Nile. If he survives against those Azure Hyenas, I will definitely kill him myself. As for those two brats, just wait until I find out where you came from. So what if you have a background? I doubt they can protect you forever. But it was then that he heard a voice beside his ear. Too bad, though. You won't have a chance. Luano was frightened by that. But before he could even react, 6 dark and white swords appeared around instantly. Death style, 3rd form, 3 claws of the dragon. Luano just had enough time to raise his weapon and block one of the swords. Unfortunately for him, that one was a fake. Well, it still had 70% of the attack power of the real ones, though. 2 swords pierced through his head while the other 3 went through his heart. That was instant death. All that remained was the expression of shock on his face. On both his sides, Rian and Roan looked at the corpse. Sure enough, they didn't completely run away. Using Roan's experience about assassinations, the twins followed the Azure Hyena and Luano without them noticing. Even though Rian stopped Malaka, Roan still believed that wiping out the roots was the best thing to do. He had noticed that this Luano was strong, so he thought about the possibility of him surviving against the Azure Hyena. Fate played as Roan imagined, and he really got out alive. Of course, it wasn't for long since Rian and Roan didn't give him a chance to. Roan didn't feel anything when looking at the corpse, but Rian still felt somewhat annoyed by this feeling of killing someone. It was the same back when they were attacked by Niall's group. Roan obviously noticed that. Get used to it, this is the kind of world we live in now. Rian nodded before sighing. He knew that it was the truth. Let's go back. We left Malaka, Daikar, and a pearl close to those hyenas' territory. The hyenas might go crazy now that an Azure spiritual flower was stolen and might find their hiding place. Roan nodded. But before that, he examined Luano's body to see if there was nothing worth taking back. However, other than a few spirit stones and other cultivation resources, there weren't many things. As for his weapon, although it is a low-level spiritual equipment like their own swords, Rian's ones were still much better. However, just as Roan was leaving, he noticed a pendant barely appearing through Luano's close cuts. It seemed to be a little too big and didn't match this type of person at all. He took it out and noticed that it was the type that could keep things inside. Rian and Roan looked at it curiously and opened it. Inside, they found a small green stone that seemed to be quite old. However, they had no idea why Luano would keep it with him. Could it be a precious stone? I don't think this is the case. Considering that he is a bandit, he would have sold it a long time ago. Besides, he kept it inside that pendant, which was evident that he put a lot of importance on it. Maybe it is some kind of memento from a family member. Rian nodded. That might be the case. Anyway, let's bring it with us as well. Who knows? Maybe it is worth something, so let's ask Kalanda and Jury later. Roan nodded and put that pendant around his neck and under his clothes. The twins had to run a lot to flee from the Azure hyenas, so it took them almost 2 hours to return to Daikar, Opril, and Malak. Seeing Rian and Roan appearing once more, the two protectors sighed in relief. However, Malaka immediately covered her nose. Rian, Roan, you stinky. Rian and Roan smelled themselves and had to admit that their smell wasn't very nice. Of course, it was due to the use of the hyena's skins and blood. Daikar and April laughed before saying, "You two surely took longer than we expected." Rian shrugged his shoulders. "We didn't have much choice. We had to wait until nighttime to come to infiltrate into their den. Fortunately, we got the azure spiritual flower." Daikar and April were taken aback. "You entered their den? How did you leave that place alive?" Rian laughed before explaining everything that happened. Hearing the entire story, Daikar and April were shocked. That was really a crazy move. And finding the bandits once again while running, that could only mean one thing. It was evident that those bandits came after them because Roan let them escape. In the end, it played in their favor. Suddenly, Malaka grabbed Rian and Roan's arms. "I want to try this camouflage thing you talked about." Go, use it." Roan's mouth twitched while Rian laughed and patted her head. "It is useless during the day, maybe another time, okay?" Malaka sulked a bit but gave up in the end. Chapter 70, Jade Slip. Rian's group quickly left the Azure Hyena's territory. Those beasts would be at high alert for a time, afraid of losing any other Azure spiritual flower. Rian and Roan's plan was to fight a few low-level Stage 2 demon beasts, but the Azure Hyenas are too strong for them at the moment. They already attack in a group, and if the leader decides to appear, they might not be so lucky this time. Their group carefully made their way out of the deeper parts, once again arriving at the borders of the inner region. From there, Rian and Roan battled a few Stage 2 demon beasts while Malaka, Daikar, and April practiced with the lower level ones. In the end, the twins got 3 Stage 2 demon cores while Malaka and the other got 2 Stage 1s. As mentioned before, the higher the demon beast's level, the easier it is to have a demon core. However, just as they began to leave, something unexpected happened. They bumped on Niall, who was still alive and full of injuries on his body. Seeing that guy, Rian's group couldn't help but think about fate once more. Niall also spotted Rian's group, but he didn't even try to run. He had made his best to reach this place without being eaten, and with his injuries, there would be no way to escape. First of all, he probably wouldn't succeed even if he was in top condition. Hee. I guess this is the end for me. Niall laid against a tree and sat down. All he did was look up in the sky while thinking about what he had been doing so far. Rian and Roan arrived on his side and patted his shoulder. "Good work, brother. Thanks to you, we were able to survive." Roan nodded. "It was really karma, I let you live, and you came with a big group of good Samaritans to help in our escape." Even Malaka patted his head. "It's just that she really took seriously what Rian and Roan just said." "Oh. Did you help them? Then you are my friend too." Niall looked at them and felt like crying already. Rian and Roan was one thing, it was apparent that they were making fun of him. But seeing Malaka's eyes, which seemed to honestly believe it, really hurt him deeply. Who the hell is helping them? I couldn't wish for anything else other than taking their heads. "Alright, let's treat his injuries." "Good idea." Quickly, Rian, Roan, and everyone else started to clean and care about Niall's wounds, which greatly puzzled him. Just what are they planning? Around 30 minutes later, Rian's group finished their work and began their journey back once more. Of course, not before coincidentally, leaving a few words behind. "Good. Like this, we did a good thing again. Next time a strong demon beast appears, he will probably be there to save us." "Indeed. With such a good heart, he won't stay still, you will see. That's a true hero." Niall finally vomited blood. "I solemnly swear, I shall never get involved with the two of you ever again." However, the treatment really worked quite well. Also, Rian's group had taken care of most of the demon beasts in that place. That being said, Niall could rest in there for quite a few hours without being bothered. When he returned to the nearest tribe, he really couldn't believe he was still alive. The image of the white and black colored kids was firmly engraved in his heart. He will make sure to stay as far as possible in the future. Rian's group also stayed in one of the tribes that existed close to the Drin forest for the night. The next morning, they left and went back to the Varan tribe. Once they arrived, Malaka's mother came running and hugged her tightly. Alanta's group had come back already with the other kids, but Malaka was nowhere to be seen. Alanta explained that she had gone on another route and would take longer to come back since it was a different training type. Still, it took longer than he himself expected. "Mother, I'm fine, I was just receiving a special training that tribe vice leader gave me." "Mother knows. Still, I was too worried, let's go home first." Before Malaka disappeared in the corner, Roan warned her. "Malaka, don't forget, no cultivation. Otherwise, you know what awaits you." Malaka shuddered a bit and quickly nodded her head. Alanta felt it to be strange and couldn't help but ask why. After hearing Rian's explanation, he was surprised to hear that she already got into the middle stage of the energy gathering realm. But he nodded in the end. Her cultivation is going too fast, she has to stop it for some time to stabilize. "Anyway, can you tell me now where you went and what you did?" Rian laughed out loud. Until the very end, they didn't tell Alanta and Juri where they were going. "Sure, let's go see Juri. There is something we want to show you too." Daikar and April also followed, quickly arriving at Juri's house. In his cultivation room, they explained everything that happened in that place. "You two are simply crazy. Why would you even adventure inside the Azure Hyena's den? It's not like you needed that Azure spiritual flower, no?" Rian and Roan grimaced. "The thing is that they needed it, and a particular glutton orb wouldn't let them go if they failed." Cough, cough. "It was also part of our camouflage training. Anyway, we are fine and already know the effects of that skill." Roan just ignored their anger and took out the pendant from his neck. He then opened it and took that green stone from inside. "Anyway, can you take a look at it? We found together with the Foundation establishment bandit. It might have no value, but it seemed quite important for him." Alanta didn't recognize it, but Juri's face went red as soon as he spotted that thing. "A jade slip." "Jade slip?" Juri nodded. "This is something that only high-level cultivators can create. From what I heard, you need to be at least in the Divine Soul realm if you want to create one. Let me take a look." Roan passed it to Juri and saw him putting that stone on his forehead. "As I thought." Chapter 71, New List. Juri passed the jade slip back to Roan. "Put it on your forehead, then use spiritual energy and spiritual sense at the same time." Roan did as he was told, and suddenly, a stream of information flowed inside his mind. "Is this a map?" Rian quickly took the jade slip and checked it as well. "It really is a map. Wait." Rian reached inside his bag and took out the map he got from the Drin forest. "Look, although this map is only of the outskirts and inner region, it is very similar to the jade slip map corners. There is no doubt that it is the same place, however." Alanta also took a look and nodded. "It's far deeper in the forest, at the very core of the Drin forest. There is no way any one of us could go there to verify." Juri agreed with Alanta. "That place is the lair of stage 3 and even stage 4 demon beasts. I heard rumors that it might even have stage 5. Anyway, we would be simply courting death to get close to such a place." Roan sighed and put the jade slip back in the pendant. That bandit was probably keeping it with the hopes of one day being able to go there. "Well, I will keep it for the moment. When we get strong enough, we can pay a visit." Juri would laugh if he heard it from someone else. But if it is the twins, they most likely will reach the level to do such a thing in the future. "Very well. What are you two planning to do now?" Rian's eyes shined before saying. "It's time to enter the Foundation establishment. We went to the forest to get used to our powers and stabilize our foundations through battle. Now it is sturdy enough, so we can give it a try." Roan nodded. "That is for the best. Our tribe is too weak, having only the two of you as Foundation establishment. With this business of the steel weapons, there is no doubt that quite a few eyes are on us at the moment. The Bank will protect the Varan workshop, but the tribe is not part of their deal. Juri was happy to hear Rune talk like that. Still, I think you two are being too fast. It has been only a few months since you entered the peak of the energy gathering. I'm afraid that you might damage your foundations like that. Are you sure that your foundations are really sturdy enough? Rian and Rune nodded. We are absolutely sure. There is no problem in making a breakthrough now. In fact, it was not that they are absolutely sure, but that Sister Orb allowed them to do so. She was the one to confirm that it was okay. The group talked a little more before the twins returned home with Daikar and April. Hamarla, obviously, was ecstatic to see that they came back safely and didn't let them go from her arms for quite some time. After 3 years and the support of spirit stones, Hamarla went from the bones enhancement to muscles strengthening stage. Their father, Trin, was in the organs change stage now. Due to their aptitude, even many spirit stones wasn't enough for their cultivation to go much faster. Of course, compared to what they would usually take, they are already 10 times quicker. After eating a meal, the twins returned to their room before entering once more into the Soul Gem realm. They looked at Sister Orb and were able to notice that she seemed more energetic now. Obviously, it was due to the Azure Spiritual Flower. The twins wanted to kick her away but were afraid of getting a beating again. Forget it, let's check the reward list. They touched Sister's orb together before sending spiritual energy inside before quickly selecting the reward list. Other than the already available ones, an upgrade for bones and a new option appeared. Panther Bones, 50 Destiny Points, Spiritual Sense Absorption Upgrade Level 1 to 100 Destiny Points, Soul Gem Dimensional Realm Upgrade, 40 Destiny Points, Sister Orb, what does this upgrade do? The Soul Gem Dimensional Realm will be able to hold other objects. Rian and Rone's eyes lit up. That meant that they wouldn't need to carry a bag of items anymore, it would be too convenient. Should we hold the Destiny Points for this one? Rone nodded. Panther Bones caught my attention, but I don't think we are weak at the moment. We can get it another time, this Dimensional Realm upgrade will be much more useful. Sister Orb, how many Destiny Points we have? 15 Destiny Points. Rone sighed. We are quite far. It was then that Rian thought about something. Sister Orb, my steel weapons had been selling for quite some time. How much more will I need to sell before it starts to make real changes to the city's territory? Ah. That's right, cough, cough. Congratulations, hosts. The steel weapons have been spreading and are already regarded as the first choice for most. It is cheaper and stronger than the standard low-level spiritual equipments. Destiny Points Reward, 35, Rian and Rone's mouth twitched after hearing that. Sister Orb. You forgot to check, didn't you? The Soul Gem Orb trembled a bit. Incorrect, the system only waited for the best moment to inform the hosts. Like hell, you did. Rone couldn't help but ask after. It's been 3 years already since I passed my death style manual. There are even a few warriors who can use it quite proficiently. No doubt, the power of the tribe as a whole increased again, no? Congratulations, hosts. The power, bam. Fuck you. Rone couldn't hold himself back and kicked Sister Orb away. You really forgot. Here was I thinking that we simply didn't get enough power yet. What kind of crap system are you? Seeing that, Rian began to sweat cold. Sister Orb then started to float once more until there were only 2 kids with round purple marks all over their bodies on the ground. Rian felt like crying but had no tears. Why did you hit me too? I didn't do anything. Brotherly affection. The hosts must experience similar experiences to increase their bond together. Bullshit. Who the hell would believe you? Chapter 72, Entering Foundation Establishment. After Sister Orb calmed herself, she continued with her explanation. Anyway, the death style thing gave you another 15 points of destiny energy, that's it. It seems like Sister Orb doesn't even want to pretend to be a machine anymore. Cough, cough. So we have 65 points now. My beloved Sister Orb, would you mind to upgrade the Soul Gem Dimensional Realm for us, please? Sure. It's done. It's done? Rian and Roan looked around and couldn't see any difference whatsoever. This was quite disappointing. What were you expecting? Fireworks? Shining effects? I just lifted a restriction, that's all. However, it was not possible before I got that azure spiritual flower. So I guess I will thank you for this, at least. In the end, Rian couldn't help but laugh out loud. What is so funny? Oh, nothing much. It's just that this sister orb is a lot easier to talk with. That machine pretense was really annoying. Suddenly, Rian and Roan were sent outside the dimensional realm, which took them by surprise. They then quickly put their clothes back before commenting. It seems like Sister Orb can feel embarrassed too. Still, Rian and Roan could now feel a different type of connection between them in the Soul Gem dimensional realm. Rian took his bag of spirit stones and focused on it and the dimensional realm at the same time. Vup! Right in front of his eyes, the bag disappeared. However, he could feel its presence inside the dimensional realm. Roan also tried the same thing and sent his bag inside. Seeing that, they couldn't help but feel delighted by it. Very well, half of the dimensional realm is mine, and the other half is yours, agreed? Rian quickly nodded. Agreed. Also, no touching without the other's permission. They quickly shook their hands and nodded at each other. Another thing. Keep an empty bag with you all time. This way, we can pretend to take the stuff from inside. As for the sword, it obviously wouldn't fit inside the bag, so let's keep it with us outside. It would be annoying to explain from where we took our weapons out. Rian nodded once more. Alright. Suddenly, light element started to gather around Rian and Roan's body. The marks left behind by Sister Orb then quickly disappeared. Sister Orb's attacks were basically painful but didn't leave any real damage. With his control of the light element, Rian could heal them in just a minute or so. How should we go with this foundation establishment breakthrough? It is written in the Dark and Light Element cultivation manuals. It seems like we need to build some kind of pillars that will support a feature core inside our dungeons. Correct. Sister Orb suddenly intervened. Also, the number of pillars will determine your future accomplishments. That Jury and Alanta, for example, have 3 pillars each. Rian and Roan were taken aback by Sister Orb's voice, but they quickly calmed down. How many pillars are possible to be built? Usually, 9. But in your case, it has to be 10. 10? Yes. The 9 standard ones, and 1 extra for dark and light elements. This will put you far above others concerning aptitude and cultivation speed. The cultivation of a foundation establishment is given through the absorption of the spiritual energy through the pillars. The more you have, the faster it will be. I see, so Rian will need to make the light pillar while I will create the dark one. The opposite. The light pillar goes to Roan, and the dark pillar goes to Rian. Doing that will allow you two to exchange even more light and dark element between each other. Did you forget, Roan? You already have an affinity with the dark element, and it is at the highest level. A dark element pillar would make no difference for you. The same goes for Rian and his light element. What you two need is balance, which is why you will build one pillar with the opposite element. Wouldn't it generate a conflict between the two? In someone else's case, probably. But you two already have the connection between your elements. It has already become a natural thing to have the other's element at your control. Your foundations won't find anything strange to have an opposite element pillar there. What about the other 9 pillars? What do they represent them? Do they have elements? No, they are just neutral pillars. That way, they would be able to absorb any other type of element. You can build them with spiritual energy. Of course, the more you build, the harder it becomes. So make sure to have a lot of spirit stones available. The twins nodded. At least it made things easier. When the time comes to build the 10th pillar, I will give you my support the same way I did when you created your light and dark dantains. After finishing explaining everything, the twins immediately took out their spirit stones. They had a lot of free time and nothing better to do at the moment, so they might as well go ahead with it. Concentrate the spiritual energy inside your dungeons. Each pillar has to be aligned around the spiritual energy pool. Remember that these pillars will grow and break through the Danshin shell, arriving on the outside. It is because they have contact with the outside world that they can absorb so much more spiritual energy. Rian and Rune nodded and followed Sister Orb's order. Suddenly, they felt like something like a lock was open in their Danshins. It was quite a magical feeling. That is the proof that you can enter the foundation establishment. The acknowledgement of heaven and earth, which allows you to build the pillars. Without that, there would be nothing you could do. That is also why you can't create a foundation the moment you enter the energy gathering realm either. The twins nodded. Spiritual energy started to gather into a single point inside their spiritual energy pool. That is Rian and Rone's spiritual energy reserves. The place where they and all the other energy gathering realm cultivators take spiritual energy from. Sure enough, the pillars would be built inside Rian and Rone's pools. Chapter 73, Success. Suddenly, the spiritual energy began to take form. The first pillar base grew in size and slowly approached the shell of the Danshin. Once the pillar touches the shell, gather as much spiritual energy as possible and send it all at once to the pillar. You need to make the pillar break through the shell so it can reach out. Rian and Rune followed Sister Orb's instructions and waiting for when the first pillar reached the shell. From there, they gathered as much spiritual energy as possible and sent it all at once to the almost fully built pillar. With that surge of energy, their pillar acted as if it was on steroids and broke through the shell of the Danshin. However, Sister Orb didn't warn them that when it destroyed the shell, it was painful as hell. Well, it was not that she didn't inform them, but that she didn't know. Rian and Rune grunted in pain to the point they almost fainted. Of course, they knew it was not the time to let their consciousness fly away, so they held it. The pillar grew a little more until it was completely outside. Good, now only need to repeat this process another 9 times. Easy, no? I'll be cheering for you. Rian and Rone. #% at %% diaresis !# diaresis at. Of course, they only cursed all of that in their minds. If Sister Orb decided to somehow get on them during the breakthrough, they would definitely fail. Even though she is inside the dimensional realm and they are out, they didn't dare to risk it. They concentrated once more and started to build the second pillar. Once again, another broken shell, and another despair. Then the third, fourth, fifth, all the way to the 9th. Good, now comes the light and dark pillars. From this point, I will give you support to both elements and spiritual energy control. However, don't expect it again in the future unless it is something related to a breakthrough. It uses too much energy of the soul gem. Rian and Rune nodded. They worked with Sister Orb and started to build the last pillar. This one appeared in the center of the other 9, which gave the impression that the 9 neutral ones existed only to support it. It was okay until this point. But when they saw the size of the last one, their mouths twitched. That dark and light element pillars were at least 3 times larger in width than the others. They could already imagine how hellish the pain will be once this thing broke the shell of the Danshin. Why the black faces? You should thank me that I can create a pillar of such high quality. Others would be envious of you if they know what you have. The twins wanted to say that they were okay with being ordinary. Unfortunately, the process already began, so it couldn't stop anymore. Soon, the dark and white pillars arrived at the shell of the Danshin. Alright. I will help you gather even more spiritual energy now. Concentrate. Spiritual energy quickly gathered, and Sister Orb used the 104th meridian to give them even more. Finally, in one stroke, the Danshins were pierced through one last time, and the light and dark pillar came out. However, there was no grunt of pain this time. It was not that it didn't hurt, but that Rian and Rune passed out straight away after it. Sigh. In the end, I have to do all the work. Fortunately, I only need to mend the cracks. Since there is enough spirit stones, it won't take long. The next morning, Hamarla found Rian and Rone on the ground. She was frightened by that view and quickly helped them. Still, they didn't wake up no matter how many times she called. Without another choice, She put them on their beds and rushed to Juri's house. Juri quickly came to take a look and found the two kids with ashen faces. However, after checking their body's condition with his spiritual sense and spiritual energy, he couldn't find anything wrong with their health. He then proceeded to their donshins, but what he saw almost made him jump in fright. What the hell? Hamarla was taken aback by that reaction. Is something wrong with them? Are they badly hurt? Juri shook his head. No, their bodies are fine, it's just. Well, they are now in the Foundation establishment realm. Hamarla and Turn were taken aback. Foundation establishment, they're 8 almost 9 years old kids. Was that a joke? Obviously, they were shocked too. However, Juri wasn't worried about it. Rune had commented that they would try to make the breakthrough soon, so they being in the Foundation establishment realm didn't disturb him. What bothered him was something completely different. Juri pondered a bit and then told the twins' parents. They are fine. It is just that the breakthrough had drained a lot of their energy. Just leave them in the bed for a few days, and they will wake sooner or later. Also, let me know when that happens, I have something to ask them. Hamarla and Turn let out a sigh of relief. If Juri is saying that they are fine, then it should be okay. Juri gave one last look at the twins before leaving. The days passed, and soon, 5 days went by. This morning, Rian was the first to wake up, with Rune following right behind a few minutes later. But as soon as they tried to move, their entire bodies contorted in pain. Hamarla heard their grunts and rushed inside their room in a flash. You're awake, finally. Tears filled her eyes as she jumped to hug them. However, Rian and Rune were frightened when they saw it. Stop. Too late, she didn't care about their shouts. The pain they felt through that hug was even worse than the 9 neutral pillars. They just couldn't tell if it was worse than the light and dark ones because they instantly fainted. Ah. Sorry. She quickly let them go while looking at them, still crying. Well, now even Rian and Rune were crying too, but for a completely different reason. Chapter 74, Advantages. After rebuking the two for over an hour, Hamarla finally asked April to call Juri over. Sometime later, Juri came back with Alanta, and for some reason, Malaka was there too. Rian and Rune looked at Malaka, puzzled. Sigh. She found out about you two passing out, so insisted thousands of times that she wanted to come. Rian then laughed out loud. I see. It seemed like you are missing our fighting lessons. Don't worry, after we recover, we will double the time just for you. Malaka's face became ashen. You bullies. She turned around and dashed away as if there were monsters in that place. Juri and the others saw that and laughed as well. Anyway, I knew you were going to enter the Foundation establishment realm, that is okay. But what the hell happened with your donshins? Rian and Rune looked at him, not understanding what he meant. You mean the 10 pillars coming out? Juri nodded. How did that happen? Wait. You and Alanta's donshins don't have pillars? Juri shook his head. We do have pillars, but they're inside our donshins. How did it grow to the point of breaking the shell? Also, am I seeing things right? Are there really 10 pillars there? The twins were taken aback. They followed what was described in their cultivation manual and Sister Orb's instructions. When she said that Juri and Alanta had 3 pillars each, they thought that this is how their donshins were supposed to be. However, it seems like the others' pillars stay inside the donshin instead of coming out. We need to ask Sister Orb later. We made it like this so that the pillar would have an easier time absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Trust me when I say it is really effective. Well, it was excruciating as well. But everything turned out fine. Juri and Alanta were surprised to hear that. Let me see your cultivation speed. Rian and Rune nodded and started to cultivate. The exchange of light and dark elements began, and the balance was quickly achieved. However, this exchange happened at least 3 times faster now. As for a reason, it was obvious. Rune's light element pillar and Rian's dark element pillar were intermediating the exchange, so their donshins accepted the opposite element easier than before. The surrounding spiritual energy then started to rush into their bodies at a frightening speed, which alarmed Alanta and Juri. That speed of absorption was at least 4 to 5 times faster than their own. Their hair, obviously, became white and black again. It's frightening. If Rian and Rune use spirit stones instead, just how much faster then can they cultivate? Alanta couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that we were wrong? Should we have our pillar break through the Danshin shell too? Juri and Alanta couldn't answer that question. Neither could they try it anymore since they already finished their breakthroughs. Rian and Rune were also delighted to see just how fast their cultivation is now. Also, the spiritual energy pool inside their Danshins seemed to have increased at least 3 times. The twins then stopped cultivating and looked at Alanta and Juri. That's how it is. Juri took a deep breath and then asked another thing. I can't see anything wrong with your Danshin, it seems like it is working fine even though the pillar came out. However, how did you build so many pillars? Also, what is wrong with the pillar in the middle? Rune shrugged his shoulders before saying. We simply kept building them until we couldn't anymore. As for the middle one, this is an elemental pillar. It helps us to control the opposite element better. This was an idea we had on the spot and the reason we fainted in the end. Of course, that was Sister Orb and the cultivation manual's fault. But they couldn't talk about neither of them. Juri and Alanta didn't know if they were geniuses or crazy. It is good that all ended well. If you had failed the breakthrough, your Danshins would have broken. You would end going back to the body transformation realm and would need to create a new Danshin again. Well, considering your cultivation speed, it wouldn't be that big of a problem anyway. Rest well for next few days since your bodies are too weak. Once you feel better, you can go back to your training or whatever. Well, you two are also adults. Partially, so you know what is better for you. Rian and Rune nodded. The group talked a bit more before those two left. Hamarla then came in to check on them, and after seeing that they were fine, she left as well. Rian looked at Rune and couldn't help but feel excited. The cultivation speed is so much faster now. We might be unbeatable in the world. Rune nodded. All that pain wasn't for nothing, at least. Faster? Ha 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 ha. Sure, it is faster, indeed. Ha ha ha. Sister Orb. Rian and Rune wanted to ask about the pillar breaking through the Danshin shell, but her earlier words made them even more concerned. What do you mean? Could it be that we are wrong? You're not, your cultivation speed is indeed a lot faster. The problem is, your spiritual pool is much larger and deeper as well. If you rely only on heaven and earth's spiritual energy, Alanta and Juri might make breakthroughs earlier than yourselves. They were taken aback by those words. Doesn't that mean that it would take them several of years for every stage of the foundation establishment? It seems like you understood. That is also why we had to make your Danshins like this. If not, it would take even longer. Well, that is only in the case where you have no spirit stones. Fortunately, Rian's steel project has resolved it for the moment. That being said, the time necessary will be significantly reduced. Of course, it also has its advantages. The amount of spiritual energy that you have now can be compared to a late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivator. I reckon that if you two fight together, you should be able to fight that Azure Hyena leader that is a peak stage 2 demon beast. If you use Rian's spiritual swords, you might even win. Rian and Rune sighed in relief. At least, their increase in cultivation time was not without advantages. Chapter 75, Higher Rank Spirit Stones. Just as Juri mentioned, Rian and Rune were already back on their feet a few days later. They also returned to teach the classes after that. Even though they were already at this level, the twins still found it nice to help the kids. Especially when fighting classes started. They could bull cough, teach the other kids proper weapon combat. In the end, Rune also made a few other manuals for other weapons like staff, spear, mace, etc. However, there were no skills for them. Creating abilities take a long time. So far, Rune only managed to create those 3 skills of the Death Sword style, so he couldn't waste time trying to develop skills for the other weapons too. The kids would need to rely on themselves in the future as they wanted skills. Of course, the majority of them use swords, so they could try his death sword style skills. It's just that Ron's skills were really hard to learn, so no one other than Rand was able to use even one of them. Even the warriors who used swords and had the manuals had a hard time trying to apply the concepts. Later on in a training field, Ron asked something that was bothering him. All the spiritual equipments you made so far were only low-level ones. Although they are much stronger than others at the same level, it doesn't change that fact. Why haven't you tried to make a high-level one yet? Rand sighed after hearing that. Do you think I don't want to? It is because we are poor. Ron's eyes opened wide after hearing that. Poor? We get at least 5,000 spirit stones per month, how can you say we are poor? Rand shook his head. The problem is not the spirit stones, but their quality. The spirit stones that we are using are considered rank 1 spirit stones, the lowest level. I only know that because Jury told me about it while discussing a few things about the Varan workshop. Later on, I tried to look for high-level material for forging. Do you know how much the cheapest one, a spiritual ore called Nathan, costs? Ron shook his head. He had always left Rand in charge of their weapons, so he had no idea. Rand smiled bitterly and then said, 1 kilogram of this ore is worth 1,000 rank 2 spirit stones. It seemed like you need 10 rank 1 spirit stones just to get a single rank 2. The problem is, no one wants rank 1 spirit stones, they all prefer to keep their rank 2 ones. So instead of 10, you would need to offer 12 or so if you want to get it. Ron was taken aback by that. Indeed, they are really poor. Rand would need to save spirit stones for years to get enough material to make other weapons. If it was just 1 kilogram, then Rand could save enough to buy it after 2 or 3 months. But that is not the problem. One must remember that Rand couldn't simply buy the ore and make whatever. He needs loads of it and other types so that he can test several types of alloys. Let alone 1 kilogram, Rand couldn't start anything without at least 100 of it. Rand spent at least 300 kilograms of spiritual ore to reach the final result of their actual sword. Trial and failure were a common sight during the creation of this new alloy. It seems like low-level spiritual ores will have to make do for the time being. Rand nodded. Yes. However, you do remember that my steel sword, made of ordinary materials, is stronger than most low-level spiritual weapons, right? If you trust my metallurgist skills, you should know just how much stronger these swords are compared to the normal ones. I dare say that I created an alloy good enough to be compared to the high-level spiritual metals already. Ron didn't doubt that. After all, he already tried an ordinary spiritual sword before and could tell that it couldn't even hold a candle to Rand's one. Perhaps, Rand's sword is really at the high-level side. Now that you talked about spirit stones, don't you feel like the ones we have are not being able to keep up? Rand nodded. So you thought that too? I can also feel that I can only take so much from them. Of course, cultivate without them is several times worse. Ron then pondered a bit and asked Sister Orb about it. That is understandable. Your rate of spiritual energy absorption is far above others, after all. Rank 1 spirit stones are indeed just rank 1. It would be much better if you used rank 2. I dare say that the speed of cultivation might go up by another 50% at the very least. Rand couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, rank 2 spirit stones are hard to get. Even if we have enough rank 1 to buy them, there are simply not many for sale. Sometime later, a guard of Jury's house appeared. Rand, Ron, Jury is calling you over. They looked at each other and nodded. A few minutes later, they arrived at Jury's house. Oh, you are here. Jury then began to explain. I've been thinking about increase the number of steel weapons for sale every month. At first, only Alana and I were at the Foundation establishment realm. I was afraid of inviting problems if I took a bigger slice of the market. But now that the two of you are in the Foundation establishment realm, I feel more secure in relation to our tribe's safety. What do you think? Ron just shrugged his shoulders. Ask it to Rian, money issues are not my focus, combat is. If he is okay with that, then I don't give a damn. Rian immediately nodded. I was also thinking about it. So let's go ahead with your plan. Juri laughed before he and Rian started to discuss the details. Ron only stayed on the side and didn't intervene since he didn't care. As long as he has spirit stones to cultivate, then that is fine. Suddenly, an elder barged inside the room like a hurricane. Tribe leader, you need to come with me quickly. Juri and the twins were taken aback. Still, Juri understood that it was urgent, so he immediately followed the elder. Rian and Ron wanted to go together, but the elder looked at Juri as if saying that they should go alone. Don't worry about them, just show me the way. Receiving Juri's confirmation, the elder quickly brought them to the aptitude test hall. Seeing the place where they arrived, Juri and the twins already had an idea of what happened. Chapter 76, The Powers of Jilin. Today just so happened to be the day in the month where newborn babies go through the aptitude test. Of course, Juri arranged for the aptitude tests to be done in secrecy. He was afraid that if someone like Malaka appears again by some miracle, at least he could hide it. Until today, only Malik's parents, Alanta, Juri, and the twins know about Malaka's blue color aptitude. Even Malaka herself thinks that she has a green one. Juri's tribe policy proved to be correct, and their number of yellow and even green aptitudes increased. During the last 8 years since Rian and Ron appeared, another 3 green aptitude babies were born. That is a fantastic number for a tribe of their size. Every single one of them had a chance to reach the foundation establishment one day. Their group quickly entered and reached one of the test rooms. There, they found a family of 3 with the mother holding a small baby boy. The father just so happens to be a warrior of the tribe as well. Tribe leader. Tribe leader. The 2 quickly bowed to Juri, who nodded back at them. The elder that came to inform Juri then went forward and took another drop of blood from the baby. Right after, he dropped it on the aptitude orb, which immediately started to shine with purple color. Juri's heart stopped at that moment. If he didn't support himself against the wall, he would have definitely fallen. Purple color. Rian and Ron were also shocked. As mentioned before, the aptitudes are divided in gray, brown, yellow, green, blue, red, and purple. Malaka is already considered a treasure with her blue level aptitude, but purple? That is a color that no one in a place like this would ever see during their lives. How's that possible? Is our tribe standing on some type of holy land? Did a god descend here in the past? Rian and Ron looked at each other. It doesn't matter how they see it, this level of high aptitude babies appearing shouldn't be normal. There's even a purple level 1 now. Rian concentrated on the dimensional realm and asked. Sister Orb, do you know anything about this? How come even a purple aptitude appeared in this place? Wait. Could it be that the fact that Ron and I were born here was because of the same reason? Of course not. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that the tribe only had an average number of high aptitude babies in the past? The reason you 2 are looking for is none other than yourselves. Your presence here is balancing the surrounding region's yin and yang. The longer you stay, the better it will become. This place is becoming a blessed land because of the 2 of you. Rian and Ron were taken aback. This is the first time they hear about it. Why didn't you tell us? I forgot. The twins felt like kicking Sister Orb once again. Anyway, it is not like telling you would change anything, right? Or could it be that you would move somewhere else alone? I really doubt so. Rian and Ron shook their heads and decided to not think much about it. In theory, this should be a good thing for the tribe. As long as Juri can hide this purple toddler well enough. Still, judging by Juri's face, it didn't seem like he had the confidence to do it. Juri noticed his own state and quickly recovered. Cough, cough. Sorry, it is just that I was too surprised. I've never thought that our tribe could be blessed by a purple aptitude baby. However, do the 2 of you understand the implications of his existence? The father, who was also a cultivator and a warrior of the tribe, immediately nodded. He might not be a highly talented one, but he at least understood what that meant. We can't let others know about it, so I already talked with my wife. She understands that we must keep it a secret from everyone else, even our child himself. At least, until the day that he can make his own decisions. Juri nodded, satisfied. Indeed, once a family has a warrior in the middle, their views are much broader. You are correct, a purple aptitude baby is only a legend in a place like this. I know a little bit more about the cultivation world, so I can tell that it wouldn't be just a sect being interested in him. Instead, a war between sects might start. Juri then looked at Rian and Roan. Since the two of you are already here, I might as well explain it to you, so listen well. Roan and Roan's interest was piqued, and even Sister Orb seemed to be paying attention now. Our country of Jylin is a tiny one, and it is located at the very border of the continent on the northeast side. As for Astrek City, it is even more so. It is considered one of the smallest cities in the country, also on the northeast side. Our country has a total of 5 cultivators sects, the Ro sect, Lagan sect, Delama sect, Umbral sect, and Rascal sect. From what I know, you need to have at least yellow color aptitude if you wish to join any of those. There are also another 2 powers equivalent to the sects, the Jylin royal family and Zofabank. However, the Zofabank is present in the entire empire, not only in our Jylin country. So in a certain way, they are stronger than our 5 sects, it's just that they use the power of money instead. Of course, the Zofabank doesn't get involved in any country's affairs. They only care about profit. Whatever happens to the countries is not their problem. So you can eliminate them from the list of interested. As for our empire, it covers the north side of our continent, and it is called the Sisimal Empire. But let's focus on the 5 sects for now. Usually, the biggest majority of those who wish to enter the 5 sects have green aptitude levels. Those with yellow rarely pass the tests. Now and then, a blue color appears, but they are quite rare. As for red color, well, I won't say that there isn't any, but they are as rare as phoenix feathers. You might find one every 2 or 3 annual recruitments. Of course, I'm not totally sure since information is hard to get in the place where we live. There is a very good chance that I might be wrong about something. Rian and Roan couldn't help but ask. What about purple? Juri sighed and said. I only know about one, and that is because this information is purposely spread by the nobles. He is the progenitor of the Jylin royal family and the founder of the Jylin country, Jylin. Everyone in the room was shocked. A purple aptitude person was able to found an entire country. Chapter 77, The Medium-Sized Tribes Alliance. Juri looked at everyone in the room before asking. Do you understand now just how incredible a purple color aptitude is? The 5 sects would definitely fight for him. Also, the royal family would most likely intervene as well. A blue color aptitude would be enough to give us many problems, maybe even wiping out our tribe. But a purple aptitude is guaranteed to do so. Of course, Juri just gave a blue color as an example, he didn't mention Malaka at all. We understand, tribe leader. Juri then looked at the baby. By the way, what is his name? Mivo Yalen. Time passed, and Juri discussed with those parents about Milo's future. They were a little curious about why Rian and Roan were there, but Juri assured them that it was okay. Finally, they all left the aptitude test hall. On their way back, Juri looked at Rian and Roan. You perhaps don't have anything to do with this, do you? The twins' hearts skipped a bit after that question. Cough, cough. How can I say it? Maybe. Juri's mouth twitched, but he didn't ask any more. Rian then finished the steel workshop discussion with Juri, and the twins returned home once again. Purple aptitude, Sister Orb, could it be better than our black and white? I can't be sure about that. It is obvious that you two are far better than in Namalaka's blue color one. Still, I have never seen a red or purple aptitude before. Don't forget that I was also on the other half of the universe with you before coming here. We would need to pay attention in the future. However, I would say that he is at most at the same level. After all, he can't do the elements exchange like you. Rian and Ron agreed with her. Besides, we do have the 10th pillar too. Anyway, we were almost 9 years old at the moment. So by the time his talent starts to show up, we might not even be here anymore. The twins then started to cultivate once more. Another year went by in a flash. During this time, Juri expanded the steel workshop and started to offer other types of service. Rian also helped to create other types of alloys like aluminum, which couldn't rust. Of course, they registered everything. With that, the income of the Varan workshop increased even more. Everyone was curious about how they could think about so many new types of metal. Juri had to acquire another 2 workshops to be able to attend the demand. The Zoffa Bank, of course, was more than happy enough to help. Rian also visited the workshops quite a few times to make sure everything was going according to his ideas. Thanks to all of that, Rian was able to obtain another 40 destiny points. On Ron's side, he kept teaching the kids. As for his death sword style, a few tribe warriors finally started to show some progress with the skills. Alanta, for example, could use the first form, Stellar Piercer, on a basic level. As for Juri, he put his focus on the second form, Crescent Moon. With the extra spirit stones for cultivation, the tribe's overall strength increased, giving Rian and Ron another 20 destiny points. Varan was definitely at the level of a medium-sized one now. Of course, almost no one knows that the Varan tribe has 2 extra Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, Rian and Ron. Thanks to that, the other tribes still considered them to be a small tribe. Since the Varan tribe never looked for trouble with the nearby tribes, others also couldn't tell exactly how strong they were either. At the same time, in the Kai-En tribe, Kai-En Museville was in the middle of a meeting with another 2 tribe leaders. Kalen Boku, from the medium-sized Boka tribe, and Zinken Herson, from the medium-sized Herson tribe. Museville, so you agree that all the spoils will be shared between Zinken and me alone, is that correct? Museville nodded. Correct. As long as we wipe out this problem of our territory, you can have everything from there. Zinken couldn't help but ask. But didn't you say before that you were going to wait after 10 years had passed? Why are you acting 1 year earlier? Museville grimaced before saying. The Varan tribe started to receive a lot more spirit stones thanks to their workshops in the Aztec city. It seems like they were even able to create new types of metal again, which increased their income. From what I found from their tribe, Juri didn't keep all the spirit stones for himself as any other tribe leader would. He is sharing it with all his warriors non-stop. If I wait any longer, they might become too hard to deal with. Zinken and Kalen narrowed their eyes. They are medium-sized tribes from other territories, so they don't have much information from the Varan tribe. Still, they knew about their workshop, that's why they decided to take this deal and help the Kai-En tribe. They would be able to take all the spirit stones that Juri saved for themselves. But they didn't expect that Juri wasn't saving it but giving it all to his tribe warriors to cultivate. That meant that their profits would be a lot smaller. Museville understood what they were thinking and then said. Don't worry. As much as Juri is giving the spirit stones to his warriors, the fact is that he is still a tribe leader. Do you really think he wouldn't keep more for himself? If he is giving so much away, you can already imagine just how much more he has with himself there. Zinken and Kalen's eyes lit up. What Museville said made a lot of sense. Wait, isn't the Zoffa Bank their ally? Wouldn't Juri keep all these spirit stones in their bank instead? Museville heard that and laughed out loud. Would you two really leave all your spirit stones in the Zoffa Bank? Ah. They wouldn't. They want to be as close as possible of their own things, so at most, they would keep only half there. You are sure that the Zoffa Bank will not intervene in this tribe war, right? Museville nodded once more. I already checked, the Zoffa Bank will only protect the workshops, they will not do anything about the Varan tribe. I can guarantee you that. Very well, we are going to gather our warriors. When will the war start? Yusvil smiled after receiving their agreement. In 2 weeks. Chapter 78, Preparations. Yusvil was right about one thing. Juri was indeed keeping some of the spirit stones. But it wasn't for him, he simply kept it there in case the tribe needed it in an emergency. So, in fact, it isn't as much as they think. Juri had really used almost all the spirit stones in the tribe. Almost 2 weeks later, a warrior came into his house to report. Tribe leader, something is happening in the Yusvil tribe. Juri's attention was piqued. What is it? We noticed that their warriors are mobilizing. From the looks of it, our tribe war might start at any moment. Juri's eyes narrowed. A tribe war? Were the Cheyenne tribe in bad terms with anyone recently? The warrior shook his head. We have kept an eye on all the tribes around us during the past few years as you instructed us. But so far, no other tribe seems to be acting weird. We also didn't find any sign that they were in bad terms with Cheyenne. Because of that, we can't ascertain who their target really is. Juri found it to be a little too fishy. Could they be targeting us? But that makes no sense since they would lose too much in that case. Could it be one of the small tribes around? Or some other tribe outside our territory? Keep observing their movements. If anything new happens, let me know. The warrior nodded and quickly left. Juri then asked another warrior to call the elders, Alanta, Rian, and Roan over. Late that day, everyone was gathered in the elders' hall at the center of the tribe. Rian and Roan were also there, but they were not appearing. Juri kept those two hidden so that they would only hear the conversation. After all, they are the tribe's trump card. The smaller the number of people who know about their real power, the better. As the elders discussed the news about the Cheyenne tribe, Rian and Roan were also doing the same with each other. What do you think? Roan nodded. Considering everything I heard so far, I would say that there is at least an 80% chance that they are coming for us. Rian was surprised to hear that. Didn't they say that it wouldn't be worth it to attack us with the Cheyenne tribe's strength? Roan nodded once more. That's why soon enough, we should get a report of some other tribes entering our territory. If one tribe isn't enough, then try 2, 3, 4. As long as the profit is worth it, you can convince others. The same way we keep eyes on the other tribes keep eyes on us. So it shouldn't be a secret how our tribe's strength had been increasing recently. That Cheyenne tribe is the only medium-sized tribe in our territory, so they can't allow another one to appear. It is that simple. Sure enough, another warrior appeared a few minutes later to give his report. We spotted another 2 tribes entering our territory. Judging by their banners, they are the Boka from the south and Herson from the west. Both are medium-sized tribes. Juri was surprised to hear that. It was exactly like Roan mentioned. Before coming to the elders' hall, Juri had told Rian, Roan, and Alanda about what was going to be discussed. Hearing that, Roan immediately asked Juri to send warriors to watch the borders of their territory. Juri followed his wishes, and sure enough, it proved helpful. One of the elders couldn't help but comment. Does it mean that they are the ones attacking the Cheyenne tribe together? Juri was just about to answer when he received a spiritual sense message from Roan. He immediately changed what he was about to say after that. Gather all warriors, our Varan tribe is going into full war mode. The elders were taken aback by that. Isn't it too early to get into conclusions? Juri shook his head and repeated the same words Roan told him. The Cheyenne tribe is inside their tribe territory, those 2 tribes have similar strength to them. That means that if they want to win a war against the Cheyenne tribe, they will need to pay a huge price. They would probably not be medium-sized tribes anymore when everything is over. That being said, there is no way that Boku and Herson would take this risk. With this line of thought, it is almost guaranteed that they aren't fighting each other. Since they aren't fighting, it could only mean that they are in an alliance. Now then, which tribe in our territory would the Cheyenne tribe need the alliance to deal with? All the elders' hearts skipped a bit after hearing that. There is only a single tribe which the Cheyenne tribe would need help to deal with, their own. Immediately, a bell sound started to resonate in the entire tribe. When the people heard that, they immediately started to mobilize. Ever since the Varan workshop began to make money, Juri thought about the possibility of the tribe being under attack. So he made sure that everyone knew what to do in case this spell was ever used. All the ordinary people immediately gathered in the center of the village. Surprisingly, they all carried bags full of food and water as if they were ready to go on a travel. Juri then went on the stage to talk. It is still not confirmed, but we are almost certain that our tribe is about to be attacked. That being said, you already know what to do. Everyone who is not related to the tribe's protection is to immediately move into the mine to hide. Elder Jasviu and a few warriors under his command will be leading this group. Jasviu stepped forward and received the order. At the same time, Juri asked him through a divine sense message. Is that thing ready? Jasviu immediately nodded. We finished it a year ago. No one other than those present in the excavation knows about this. Juri nodded, satisfied. He had put Jasviu in charge of making an escape route that led to the Lyman Mountains opposite side. That escape route took more than 3 years to be done. It couldn't be helped, after all, the mountain expanded for several kilometers and the number of people involved wasn't that big to keep the secret. But in the end, their efforts were compensated. Very well. In case we lose, you should immediately destroy the entrance and flee to the previously agreed place, understood? Jasviu nodded, and he began to guide all the common people into the mines. Juri then looked at Roan in the corner where no one was paying attention. Just how far have you seen? Chapter 79, about to start. In Roan's previous life as Death Spirit, he had been everywhere. Obviously, the number of battlefields that he saw is uncountable. The number strategies even more so. Such things like predicting that other tribes would join the fray was just too easy for him. It couldn't even be considered a strategy, just banding together to overwhelm the other with numbers. Once all the ordinary people left, Juri went to talk with him. Was that okay? Roan nodded. Give me 20 warriors, they must obey all my orders, is that fine? Juri pondered a bit and agreed. Although the warriors would find it weird to follow the orders of a kid, Juri could still convince this amount. A few minutes later, those warriors already appeared. Roan then looked at Rian and asked. Did you prepare what I asked for? Rian shrugged his shoulders. You gave me too little time, so just a few were ready. Roan smiled. That should do, they won't be coming now anyway, so just make more while I will be taking them. Rian made an okay sign. By the way, don't you need my help with those things? Roan snorted. Don't forget our roles, equipments, and resources are up to you, but combat is my field. The last thing I need is for you to ruin my plans. Rian just shook his head and returned to the tribe's blacksmith workshop. Roan then took all that he needed and ran around the tribe with those warriors. The day quickly passed, and night came. It was then that Juri received the message that the enemies were coming. Sure enough, it would be a night raid. On the top of the tribe's wall, Juri looked as the 3 tribes came over. Together, they had almost 1,000 warriors. As for the Varan tribe, they barely reached 200. The tribe had more than it, but a few of them followed the ordinary tribe into the mines. In case things go south, they would be responsible for protecting them while they escaped. Before the battle started, the Kayan tribe leader came forward of the Herson and Boka tribes once. Juri smiled at them and asked. I didn't expect to get a visit so late at night, much less so many. I guess you didn't come to drink with me, did you? Kayan Yasville laughed after hearing that. We did, it's just that the drink will be your tribe members' blood. Juri Varan, your tribe, has become too strong for its own good. This is just my Kayan tribe, preventing someone else from eating our food later. Don't take it personally, the world is for the strong. Juri laughed and nodded. Indeed, the world is for the strong. So I'll give you a piece of advice, you should leave now while you still can. If not, don't blame my Varan tribe for being nasty. Hearing that made the Yaskal, Kalen, and Zinkin laugh out loud. Then, we want to see just how nasty you can become. The 3 leaders then went back to their warriors group. On the Varan tribe side, Juri came down from the wall and landed just beside Roan. "Is everything prepared?" Roan nodded. "As long as our warriors don't forget the locations, it should be fine. Although I can't say that there will be no deaths on our side, you should be strong enough to deal with this amount." Juri couldn't help but feel impressed with Roan's ingenuity. "Everyone get ready." Outside the Varan's tribe, the tribe discussed how they should go with it. "Neither of us wants to be the ones losing more tribe members. So each side will first send half of our groups to go together. The Varan tribe is placed against the Lyman Mountain, which is south, so it will be annoying to enter from there. In that case, let each group attack from north, east, and west. Is there anyone against these rules?" Zinkin pondered a bit before saying. "I don't mind it, but the three groups must have mixed warriors of the three tribes. After all, what if one side simply decides to not enter? I hope the Kayan and Boka tribes have nothing against it." Kalen and Yusvil nodded. That was the best option available. The cultivation world was just like this, filled with mistrust. Each side wants to guarantee its safety first above all. "Very good, we all brought 2 Foundation Establishment Realm each counting with us. This first raid, let's give the command of each group to one of them. Alanta and Juri are the only Foundation Establishment Realms of the Varan tribe as far as I know. They can only defend 2 sides, so one of them will be empty." Back inside the Varan tribe, Alanta was positioned on the west side while Juri was on the east. As for Rian and Roan, they stayed in the north. A few minutes earlier, Roan gave his plans. "They definitely have more Foundation establishment than us, but they only know about Alanta and Juri. Rian and I will use this chance to get rid of one of them straight away. The leaders will most likely not attack at first, and I doubt they will send everyone at once. They're completely underestimating our forces just because they have more than double our numbers. Don't miss this chance and kill as much as possible. Also, don't forget everything I prepared. That is the first phase." Sure enough, it was just as Roan mentioned. From the top of the wall, it was easy to see only half of the 1,000 warriors moving to the 3 sides. The walls of the Varan tribe were nothing impressive. Even energy-gathering realm cultivators could jump it as long as they put enough effort. They only had between 6 to 7 meters, which was mostly used to keep demon beasts away, not humans. Also, except for a few guarding points, there was no space for a person to stay on the wall stop since the walls are palisades. That being said, Roan gave up defending the walls. Instead, he decided to use the houses of the tribe as cover for his plans. Of course, it is not like he didn't leave a surprise behind. Chapter 80, Darkness. Without further delay, the enemy warriors started to jump the walls. As mentioned before, there wasn't space for you to stand on top of it since they are palisades. It's just that the tribe had used really thick trees to build them, so an energy-gathering realm cultivator would take just too long to break through it. First of all, the 3 tribes alliance didn't think that it was necessary. However, as soon as they started to land, the ground under them caved in two, and they fell. Under them, several metal stakes were placed. Rian didn't have enough time to make enough stakes to cover the entire length of the walls. However, Roan guessed that they would attack from those 3 points, and so they did. But that wasn't the trick behind it. Considering that they are all at least in the energy-gathering realm, those warriors could still react fast enough. They could turn their bodies in a position where they would fall between the gaps of those metal stakes. Although not all of them would be able to do it, Roan was sure that the majority would. But they committed a mistake when they decided to do a night raid. Outside the Varan tribe wall, you could see the lit torches, which illuminated the outside. However, as soon as you landed on the inside, everything was pitch black. There wasn't a single torch or any other light source available. The warriors could still use their spiritual sense to feel the metal stakes under the ground. However, the spiritual sense of energy-gathering realm cultivators isn't anything impressive. It was far from being able to substitute the vision. Soon, several screams could be heard coming from north, east, and west. In this little time, about 80 or so warriors were impaled. The Foundation establishment leaders of each group grimaced. Their spiritual sense is a lot stronger than the energy gathering realm ones. Thanks to that, they could see what was happening once they got close enough to the walls. There are metal stakes on the other side. Don't just fall close to the wall. After you jump over it, use the wall to push yourselves ahead to avoid the pit. Everyone immediately followed the orders, and they were able to avoid being impaled by the metal stakes. Those who landed on the other side didn't advance straight away but waited for the others to gather close. Some of them brought the torches from outside the walls so that they could see what was in front of them. The east, west, and north were different. The north was the main entrance of the tribe, so the first houses available were a few tens of meters away from it. The area in between was basically empty space so that the merchants that came once per month could park their carriages where the goods would be moved. Because of that, Roan used a different approach to it. The North enemy group noticed that there were around 50 Varan tribe warriors in front. They were positioned in a formation with their weapons in hand. The Foundation establishment enemy warrior finally landed on the other side as well and looked at those warriors in front. They were just 50 or so, while his forces had around 150 warriors. Although he lost a few for the stakes earlier, he didn't mind it. He then spread his spiritual sense forward and noticed that the two men called Alanta and Juri were not present. Yasvilkai and had told them how they look like, but those two were not present. Hee. Seems like we won the lottery. Both sides stared at each other and didn't move. Once enough enemy warriors gathered, their leader gave the order. Attack! The North enemies dashed forward in that dark environment illuminated only by the 10 or so torches that they got from outside. But they didn't care, they couldn't see well, but so did the Varan tribe warriors. With their number and no Foundation establishment to give support, those 50 or so Varan tribe warriors would be wiped out very soon. From behind the Varan tribe warriors, a childish voice came out as well. Attack! The Varan tribe warriors immediately dashed forward. As for the voice, it was none other than Rian's. At the moment, his hands were closed against each other, as if he was holding something inside them. There were just a few tens of meters between both sides, so this distance was covered in a second. Just as both sides were about to clash against each other, Rian smiled and jumped behind his tribe warrior members. The enemies couldn't see well, but they were sure that whoever jumped was quite small, just like a kid. Even the Foundation establishment warrior was puzzled at that view. Suddenly, Rian opened his hands behind the Varan tribe warriors at the very moment of the clash. Flash! The almost pitch-black world suddenly brightened as if a sun appeared out of nowhere. All the enemy's warriors' eyes that had got used to the dark went blind. Even the Foundation establishment enemy warrior was no exception. Obviously, that was Rian's light element flash. He had used this trick in the past against the demon beasts, and Roan made sure to have it played again. Now that Rian is in the Foundation establishment realm, one can only imagine just how much light element he could use. Rian kept gathering light element ever since the warriors started to jump the walls, compressing it as much as possible. All for the sake of this single moment. All of the enemies instinctively covered their eyes with their arms. As for the Varan tribe warriors, they did not lose this chance. The Varan tribe warriors had their backs against the light, so it simply didn't affect them as much. Although it was bright, they could still see. Every single one of them had steel weapons. All of them had been cultivating with a lot more spiritual stones in the past years. They had access to the death style manuals too. One must remember that Roan's death style had only one objective: kill as fast as possible. Use every chance available to give a fatal blow. What happened after was a massacre. In a second, the enemy warriors in the front were cut through like cabbages. The Foundation establishment warrior was the first to recover from his blindness and was enraged with what he saw. Over half of his subordinates were killed in that one clash, and the rampage didn't stop. But just as he was about to dash forward to kill all those Varan tribe warriors, he heard a childish voice from behind. Shouldn't you pay more attention to yourself? 3 black and white swords appeared in his vision in an instant. He was distracted by what was happening with his subordinates that he didn't notice this threat approaching with his spiritual sense. First of all, how did this kid even appear behind him? There was simply not enough time for someone to circle around their group and reach his back. Unfortunately, he would never know the answer. The guy tried to raise his weapon to defend, but it was already too late. Death style, third form, 3 claws of the dragon. Swish, swish, swish. Next thing he knew, his body was cut in 3. The first Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator was dead. Chapter 81, West Battle. Why did Roan appear behind him so fast? The reason was simple. Roan had been behind the enemy's warriors to start with. The insides of the Varan tribe were covered in darkness with almost no light to start with. He simply laid against the north walls and used his darkness element to change his spiritual energy color. It was basically the same trick that he used against the Azure Hyenas. At that time, Rian was together to bend a little light away from the darkness. But this time, Roan didn't need to, since they had prepared the environment to be much darker than back then. With Rian and Rona's Foundation Establishment Realm cultivations and no leader, the enemies were quickly wiped out. The twins kept operating around the enemy's group, preventing a single one of them from escaping. Roan's objective was to not let them inform the outside about his and Rian's presence. From their 50 or so warriors, only 3 died, and 7 got injured. As soon as this battle was over, Rian immediately used his light element to help the injured warriors to recover. The warriors were really shocked by Rian and Roan's strength. They were nervous at first when Juri told them to follow their orders. Fortunately, everyone trusts Juri's judgment. It was him that brought up the tribe to what it was today, so they still obeyed his orders. Sure enough, seeing that they only lost 3 warriors while killing over 150 proved that Juri wasn't wrong. As for Roan, he immediately dashed away when he was sure the battle was won. He went to the west side, where Atlanta was defending. The west and east sides did not have that enormous gap between the houses and the walls, there were just a few meters. That being said, there was enough space for the battle to happen. Roan had only taken 50 of the 200 or so warriors of the Varan tribe, leaving 75 for Atlanta and Juri. Since he and Rian are Foundation Establishment cultivators, they could do with a smaller number. Atlanta's west side battle started at the same time as the north and east. Back then, after the warriors learned to avoid the metal stakes on the ground, they did not find any resistance in front. Because of that, they waited for more of their companions to land inside before moving forward as a group. This time, they were obviously using their spiritual sense to check the ground for more concealed traps. What they didn't notice in the dark environment is that they were being led. Several wooden walls had been raised between the houses to make it look like they had always been there. If it was day, they would have noticed that they are quite new. But during the night, it was too hard to see. Finally, they arrived in front of a street where the Varan tribe warriors were making a line, waiting for them. The commander of this group, a middle-stage Foundation Establishment warrior, came forward and looked at Atlanta, who was in front of his warriors group. Using his spiritual sense, he noticed that Atlanta is only an initial stage, so he wasn't the least bit afraid. He quickly looked around and understood what Atlanta wanted. With little space to move, it would be hard to use their numbers advantage. Cheap tricks. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. Atlanta pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Attack!" The commander was taken aback. He thought that Atlanta's group was going to keep a defensive attitude, it didn't pass through his mind that they would attack. Still, he was just surprised, not afraid. He also pointed his sword forward, just like Atlanta. "Attack!" At the same time, he sent a spiritual sense message to the warriors on the back of his group. The moment we clash against their group, jump over the houses, and circle around them. If they think we will follow their plans and fight in this closed space, they are severely underestimating us. The commander took the front to stop Atlanta, while the other warriors would hold the rest on the sides. Seeing that, Atlanta smiled and pointed his sword forward. Spiritual energy and wind elements started to gather around his sword while he retracted it. Just a second before both sides were about to collide against each other, Alanta thrust his sword forward. Death style, first form, Stellar Piercer. Alanta's control of this technique wasn't as good as Roan, but it was a lot stronger than Roan's attack back in the Drone Forest. After all, Roan was only an energy-gathering realm at that time. Alanta decided to learn this technique first because it was the best one for his wind element. Thanks to that, it could travel much further, and his foundation establishment realm made it a lot more powerful. Swish! The commander of that group was alarmed. That green-like needle energy arrived in front of his heart almost instantly. He only had enough time to turn around his body, barely avoiding a fatal injury. Alanta didn't mind, though. His target wasn't the commander, but the packed group of warriors behind him. Puffed, 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 puffed. In an instant, more than 20 warriors behind the commander were impaled. 10 or so died instantly, while most of the others received grievous wounds. The commander was frightened by this attack's piercing power. He had never seen anything like that before. However, when he looked at Alanta once more, he noticed that he was already preparing to send another attack of the same type. "Do you think there is no one here to stop you?" He pounced forward against Alanta and prevented him from using another Stellar Piercer. Alanta and the commander's weapons clashed while all the other warriors attacked their enemies on the sides. The moment both sides reached each other, Parto, the enemy's group on the back, immediately jumped over the houses. They were expecting to go around Alanta's group and eat them from both sides. This way, this close space battle would turn into their advantage, and Alanta's group would have nowhere to flee. However, seeing that scene, Alanta just smiled. Just as Roan said. Chapter 82, 4th Form. Roan didn't think he did anything impressive. Use the dark environment to guide the enemy. Once they saw that they were in a closed space and can't use their numbers advantage, a part of it would definitely use the houses to circle around the smaller group. It was that simple and obvious. So what is there to be proud of? Alanta's Stellar Piercer target was the warriors behind the commander, that much was true. But the real objective wasn't to kill them but to force the Foundation Establishment Realm Commander to focus solely on Alanta. He was the only one with a spiritual sense strong enough to see the traps left on those houses. What the enemy commander failed to see is that Alanta's group only had around 40 warriors defending that street. In that case, where were the other 35 that Roan left with him? The answer was the ceilings of those houses on the side. The moment the enemies jumped over the roofs, Alanta's warriors broke through the wooden walls, taking those warriors by surprise. In an instant, another 30 or so enemy warriors were killed by the steel weapons. Considering the deaths at the tribe's wall jump, through the Stellar Piercer, and the houses' roofs, the enemy forces on the west side already lost 80 or so warriors. They now had around 100, and they hadn't killed a single warrior of the Varan tribe yet. Without a doubt, their losses were grievous. The fight then immediately turned into Alanta's group advantage. Although the enemy still had more warriors, they are severely lacking on the weapons side. One weapon after another was being destroyed by Rian's steel ones. Without a weapon to protect themselves, their only choice was to retreat or be killed. It only took a minute for Alanta's side to gain the advantage in numbers, and the massacre continued. The enemy's commander was enraged with that sight, but there was nothing he could do about it. Alanta's cultivation is one stage behind the enemy's Foundation Establishment Realm Warrior. However, both Alanta and Juri got the spiritual swords made by Rian, which are several times better than the normal low-level ones. The only reason the enemy's commander weapon hasn't broken yet is that his spiritual energy is stronger than Alanta's. By covering his weapon with more spiritual energy, he could prevent it from shattering. Of course, his weapon was also a spiritual equipment, but the quality was just that much worse. However, this situation wouldn't last for long. As much as the commander protected his weapon against Alanta's, it was still cracking little by little. It wouldn't be long before his weapon shattered utterly. Seeing that there was no way to salvage the situation, he could only retreat and ask for reinforcements from the warriors outside. Retreat. It was a tremendous humiliation for him. He had more warriors and higher cultivation, but he was still forced to say those words. Atlanta didn't stop him. Instead, he turned around and dashed in the middle of the remaining enemy warriors. Without a Foundation establishment realm to hold Atlanta back, the place turned into a slaughterhouse. Roan was very direct about his plan. Kill as much as possible. Reduce the other side's numbers to the best of your abilities. Seeing that Atlanta didn't pursue him, the enemy commander felt even angrier. He can't fight Atlanta because of his weapon, but he could definitely outrun him. He hoped to have Atlanta follow him while his remaining warriors escaped. But contrary to his plan, Atlanta instantly ignored him. However, Atlanta was definitely paying attention to him. If he went back, Atlanta would be prepared. As the number of his allies decreased, he would find himself surrounded by Atlanta's warriors. Even though he is a middle-stage Foundation establishment realm, he isn't God. If that many attacked at the same time, he would be done for. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and dashed away. That battle was lost, and those warriors most likely doomed. He quickly arrived at the west wall of the tribe. But the moment he jumped, he noticed something inside his spiritual sense under the place he was flying over. There was very little light, so it was hard to see with the eyes. Still, he could see that it looked like a small mass black spiritual energy. If the battle had gone according to the plan, the enemy's Foundation establishment realm would definitely retreat through this path. That was what Roan thought. Sure enough, here he was. However, Roan couldn't help but think just how dumb this guy is. Instead of getting close to the wall to jump as little as possible, he jumped from several meters back. Most likely, this idiot is used to show off in his tribe, so everything he does catches a lot of attention. If this enemy commander had waited to get closer to the wall before jumping, he would notice Roan's presence sooner. Of course, Roan was still confident that he could win a clash between them. Roan's initial plan was to have this enemy underestimate his kid's appearance to give a fatal blow. But who could have thought that he was idiot enough to deliver himself in a silver plate? Rian, on the north side of the tribe, immediately noticed Roan absorbing a lot of light element through their soul connection. Rian just smiled after sensing it. Seems like he found his target. Roan smiled too as he looked at that guy passing over him. Death style, 4th form, soaring dragon. Roan used the light element on his legs, which increased their life force and power a lot for a brief moment to jump. Dark and light elements gathered around his sword as he soared against the enemy's commander of the west side. Roan's white and dark spiritual energy propelled him even faster. It was really like a dragon taking to the skies. But what really shocked the commander was that what was coming flying at him was a kid. Not only that, but his spiritual sense told him that Roan was also in the Foundation establishment realm. How was that possible? This surprise also delayed his actions for a split of a second. He tried to defend himself. But he was in midair and had no footing to force faster movements. Swish! His spiritual energy barrier crumbled as his body was cleaved in half. As for Roan, he only stopped another 30 meters higher in the skies. Looking at the enemy while he descended, he couldn't help but rub his legs. This attack really puts a lot of burden on the legs. I better not use it often until my body gets stronger. The second enemy Foundation establishment enemy was now dead too. Roan then looked at the east before thinking. It should be over on Juri's side as well. Chapter 83, Juri and Atlanta appeared. Roan was right. Both east and west were similar in structures, so Juri used the same strategy as Atlanta to get rid of his enemies. In his case, he learned the Death Style's second form, Crescent Moon. This is Roan's area attack that aims a large group of enemies at once. Not surprisingly, Juri's attack killed even more than Atlanta's Stellar Piercer, immediately grabbing the attention of the Foundation establishment commander of that side. Once again, the enemy tried to use the side houses, and once again, the warriors came from below it to attack them. However, Juri was not able to kill the enemy's Foundation establishment cultivator. Or to be more precise, Juri did not try to kill him to start with. Having him escaping was also part of Roan's plan. Outside, that East Side Foundation establishment commander came back, which much puzzled Yasville, Kalen, and Zinkin. It doesn't matter how they see it, he came back way too fast. No more than 10 minutes had passed since all the battles started, it should have taken longer. This Foundation establishment cultivator was part of the Herschel tribe, so Zinkin started to laugh when he saw him. Ha ha ha. Look, with Tankla there, the East Side is gone already. He even came back to report. As for your two commanders, they are still inside. Kalen and Yasville snorted. It just means that he won the lottery and got the side where Alanta and Jury were not present. What is there to be proud of? Sending a Foundation establishment while commanding a bigger group against a pack of energy-gathering realm warriors is very easy. Anyone here would have the same results. However, as that Foundation establishment got closer, the three leaders' expressions began to change. He had cuts all over his body. The weapon on his hand was almost destroyed. Not to mention that he seemed extremely tired, as if he had gone through a life and death battle. The truth is precisely like that. This commander is an initial stage Foundation establishment warrior, just like Jury. If not because his weapon is a big spiritual mace, which is much more resistant than a sword, Jury's spiritual sword would have destroyed it easily. In fact, Jury would have the advantage even without that Rian's spiritual sword. After all, he is a practitioner of the death style and had been in the Foundation establishment realm's initial stage for much longer. The guy then fell on the ground before squeezing the next words of his mouth. Dead. They are all dead. Our entire East Side group was completely wiped out. We simply had no chance. What? The three leaders' expressions turned dark. Explain what happened now. As they heard that commander explaining what happened, they started to have a bad feeling. So far, the other two sides hadn't sent anyone to report either. It was then that they remembered to see some bright light on the north side before. However, they didn't care much about that since they didn't feel any destructive power coming from that light. At that point, they simply thought it was some trick used by Jury and his warriors. Not good, we need to go take a look. But before they even moved, they heard a voice coming from the north wall guarding point. Is Yasville and his friends there? Yasville felt a chill on his back while he looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, it was Jury who talked. Not only that, but Alanda was also by his side. What did that mean? If they are there, it meant that there was no more battle happening inside their tribe. Their 500 warriors that were sent earlier were completely wiped out. Yasville, Kalen, and Zinkin then came forward. The first one to speak was Kalen Boku. Jury Varan, is it? What happened with my Foundation establishment warrior on the west side? Jury smiled and looked at Alanta. Alanta, obviously, understood his intentions and stepped forward. Oh. Are you talking about this guy? Alanda then threw a head on the ground, right in front of Kalen. Seeing his middle stage Foundation establishment warrior's head, Kalen felt pain in his heart. Every warrior of this level was precious for a middle-sized tribe. Not to mention that he lost over 150 energy-gathering realm warriors as well. I'm sorry about that. He was just too weak. Rian and Roan, obviously, were also present. However, they stayed behind the walls, only listening to the conversation. Roan, what do you think they will do? Roan pondered a bit before saying. I would say there is a 50% chance of those two tribes retreating, ending their alliance with the Cayenne tribe. That's why I asked to let that East Side Foundation establishment escape. I wanted him to tell them that we wiped out their forces while losing almost no warriors on our side. Wouldn't they do the opposite and attack to get revenge for them? That's the part one can't predict in this fight. Just how much do they value their own pride over the well-being of their tribe? The humans' feelings are a peculiar thing, hard to predict. Logic says that they should retreat and cut their losses, and that's what I hope as well. All will depend on how Jury plays the cards I gave him. Of course, if they decide to come, we are more than ready for them. Kalen Boku looked at the head of his commander and was fuming in rage. However, what Roan said was also weighing in his mind. He heard the Herschel commander's report and understood that the Varan tribe haven't lost much until now. So can they really beat this Varan tribe? Even if they can, what will be the cost for his Boka tribe? However, the one who was feeling the worst at the moment was Yasvil Kyan. He understood that this alliance was at risk of breaking up. The Herschel and Boka tribe will be fine since they came from another territory. Still, his Herschel is in the same region as the Varan tribe, and they were the ones responsible for this war. He has to convince those two to bring things to an end. Chapter 84, Negotiations. Kalen, Zinken, are you really going to let this go? So what if 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators died? They were all at the initial and middle stages, but the 3 of us are in the late stage. If we do this together, we can still plunder them of everything they have. However, if we retreat now, we are going to be the laughingstock of the South region. The middle-sized tribes couldn't wipe out a small-sized one. Is that really okay with the 2 of you? Jury, on the other side, started to laugh. Small-sized? If you want to believe that, then so be it. However, I ask you this. If Alenta and I are only 2, and we were fighting on the east and west sides, who killed the Foundation Establishment cultivator who entered through the north? Kalen and Zinken's eyes opened wide. That's right, Alenta and Jury can't be in 2 places at the same time. And they don't believe that a Foundation Establishment would fail to run away even if he was surrounded by energy-gathering realm cultivators. Not to mention that the north side was supposed to have more warriors, so getting surrounded wasn't an option in theory. He is trying to deceive you. They definitely played some trick that killed the north side commander. Otherwise, why is only Alenta and Jury appearing here at the moment? Where is that helper that killed the north side commander? Jury laughed once more after hearing that. Isn't that obvious? As long as you don't know who he or she is, you will need to divide your attention at all times. The moment you let your guard down. Jury stopped talking at that point, but his meaning was clear for all to see. Alright. Let's do this then. Herschel tribe and Boka tribe are from outside our territory, so you don't need to be that afraid of retaliation from our side. In fact, my Varan tribe will not pursue this issue against you either. Why don't you cut your losses here and we pretend it never happened? Whatever happens with our Varan and the Kyan tribes in the future will have nothing to do with you. Kalen snorted before asking. And why should we do that? So far, it is only your words that we got and no proof that you can really deal with all of us together. We have lost too much, both in resources and face. We can't just step back anymore. Yasvil Kyan let out a sigh of relief. It seems like they still want to take the Varan tribes over. However, Jury just kept laughing. Ha ha ha. Very well. As a proof of good intention, our Varan tribe will provide the Herschel and Boka tribes a total of 50 steel swords each. If you didn't live in a cave in the past year, you definitely know about our steel swords. In fact, that Foundation establishment over there can testify for their strength. Also, Jury then raised his sword, which made the commander who battled him sweat cold. He took this chance and quickly sent a spiritual sense message to the 3 leaders. That is the sword, which almost destroyed my spiritual mace and suffered no damage whatsoever. Zinken, Kalen, and Yasvil's eyes glued in that sword. Jury noticed that their attention was caught and continued. I will have one of these swords sent together with the steel swords to your Herschel and Boka tribes. This will be an extra gift of our Varan tribe. Also, we would more than welcome creating a trade route between our tribes as well as a way of proving our good intentions. How is that? Kalen and Zinken's eyes brightened. They know the steel swords, but they are now too hard to get. The Varan tribe only puts so many every month, and there's even a queue for those who want one. Getting 50 steel swords and even that freakish spiritual cost sword would definitely boost their powers by a lot. Yasvil immediately noticed the convictions of the Kalen and Herschel tribe leaders waver. You can't be serious that you trust him, right? You attacked his tribe and killed several of their warriors. Can such a blood feud really be wiped out this easily? I don't believe so. Besides, once we clear their tribe, All their steel weapons will be yours to start with, isn't that even better? Kalen and Herschel began to ponder what would be better. Both sides had very attractive ideas. Retreat and trust that the Varan tribe would keep their words. Or attack and then take everything for themselves. But in that case, there is no guarantee of victory. But it was at this moment that two strong spiritual energy pressures appeared from behind the Varan tribe's walls. That immediately called Kalen and Zinken's attention. Their spiritual sense couldn't go far enough to see what cultivation the ones releasing that spiritual pressure had or their appearances. However, they could tell that they are no weaker than themselves. That meant that whoever those two are, they are probably at the same level as themselves. Yasvil's face also turned pale. The only thing that kept this alliance up was the fact that perhaps, the Varan tribe really doesn't have any other Foundation establishment cultivator. However, this conjecture was immediately destroyed. They do have other Foundation establishment warriors, and two at that. After pondering a bit, Zinken and Kalen nodded at each other. It was evident that forcing this issue would be very detrimental for their tribes. Even if they win now, they can't guarantee that they can kill the other part Foundation establishment warriors. If those four decide to join some other tribe in exchange for help with their revenge, they can think of a few ones that would gladly accept them. At that moment, their tribes would be doomed if they have to fight so many Foundation establishments at once and alone. Juri Varan, our Herschel and Boka tribes accept your offer. We will send an envoy to discuss the trade route and take the swords in a few days. We hope you will keep your words. Juri laughed while the spiritual pressures coming from behind him disappeared. Very well. Juri then turned around and returned inside the tribe. Obviously, he wouldn't distribute the steel swords now since they might decide to attack since they are already here. So he will send them a few days later too. As for the Kayan tribe, Juri wasn't the least bit afraid of them attacking his tribe anymore. They would be sending themselves to their deaths if they did so. Last but not least, taking revenge on the Kayan tribe is not something he can decide right now. Chapter 85, Time to Leave. Sure enough, the Kayan tribe retreated with the Herschel and Boku ones. Yasvil Kayan tried everything to convince them to fight to the end, but Kalen and Zinken utterly refused to keep going. It was one thing with only two Foundation establishments, but four was another story. Once the news that the Varan tribe has four Foundation establishment cultivators under their banner spreads, they will be considered a medium-sized tribe. Thanks to that, it wouldn't be too humiliating once their defeat is found out. Besides, they are not leaving without anything. Even though their losses were great, they still have a lot of warriors back in their tribes. The steel swords will provide a huge boost to the remaining warriors. Not to mention that them, the leaders, will get one of those spiritual cause sword of the Varan tribe. I recommend that tribe leader Yasvil find a way to apologize. The Varan tribe's wave will be unstoppable from now on. 500 warriors were wiped out while they barely had any losses. It is obvious that what they have is not only those Foundation establishment warriors or the steel weapons. Zinken then looked at Tanka, the only Foundation establishment that survived the attacks. Tanka, tell him what you told me. Tanka nodded and then explained. Every single warrior of the Varan tribe was much stronger than ours. I'm not talking about cultivation, but combat skills. Especially the ones with swords, their swordsmanships were really cruel. Their defense was also watertight. I'm not kidding when I say that every single energy gathering realm in their middle could fight at least two of ours alone and probably still end as the winner. I don't know who is teaching them how to fight, but those were not movements that you can find anywhere in the tribes of the South region. Probably not even in the tribes of the Halastrek City region. Yasvil sweated cold after hearing that. Every single one of them could fight at least two of their warriors and still win. Indeed, it is not something that equipment alone could do. However, Yasvil didn't want to give up. He lost a Foundation establishment today, lost around 170 warriors too. Worst of all, he is not getting any compensation like the Herschel and Boka tribes are. It was just too hard to swallow such losses and still have to apologize. Kalen, Boku and Zinken Herschel didn't care, though. They said what they had to say. Whatever Yasville decided to do in the future was his problem, not theirs. Back in the Varan tribe, Juri called all the warriors over. After he went up on the stage, Alanta, Rian, and Roan followed. The warriors looked at Rian and Roan with shining eyes. Those two were still just 9-year-old kids, but they were already this strong. If they continued like that, the tribe would prosper even more. There was no jealousy in their eyes. Those two fought by their sides and saved many of their companions. There was nothing more than admiration at the moment. Juri then looked at everyone before saying, "As you all found out already, Rian and Roan are also at the Foundation Establishment realm. I hid it from you all so that our tribe could keep a trump card under our sleeve." Sure enough, this trump card worked very well, and we showed those guys what our Varan tribe is made of. Woo! Everyone bellowed at Juri's words. Although they lost a few of their companions, they died while protecting the tribe. In the tribe's world, dying while fighting for the tribe is considered an honor. Crying over their bodies would only be regarded as disrespectful. The tribe should commemorate its victory and give those warriors all the glory they deserve. Alright. Call everyone back from the mines. Tomorrow, we will give the warriors who died today a proper burial. After that, we will celebrate our victory with a feast to honor their memories. Juri kept speaking for a while longer until finally, the tribe members who hid in the mines came back and started to help clean the battlefield. Roan also had some of the warriors who worked with him earlier to move with them to take out the hidden traps he had prepared. Those were supposed to be used in the second phase of his plan in case the war continued, but in the end, they had no use. Juri then called Rian and Roan to his house. Arriving there, they noticed that Alanda was also present. Not only that, but Hamarla and Trin were there too. The twins didn't seem surprised, though. "I guess it is time for us to leave, yay?" Juri looked at Roan, surprised, but he soon remembered who he was talking to. Hamarla, however, immediately embraced the two of them. She knew that they were in the Foundation establishment, and the tribe needed their help in this war. However, she couldn't help but feel worried. Only after seeing that they were well did she finally relax. As for Trin, he was feeling extremely proud. Juri told him what Rian and Roan did for the tribe during this war, so how could he not be? But they also heard what Roan just said. "What you meant with time to leave?" Roan looked at Juri, waiting for him to explain. It would be hard for him or Rian to do that without Juri's help. Juri, of course, understood his intentions. After today's war, Rian and Roan's existence will definitely be found out. It is shameful to say this, but our tribe has no way to protect them. That being said, I have no other choice other than sending them away. It is also for their own good that I'm doing it. Hamarla and Trin were taken aback. "Then, I go too." Rian smiled and held his mother's hand. "Sorry, mother, but you can't." Hamarla immediately rebuked him. "You brat, what are you saying to your mother? If I say I'm going, then I'm going. End of discussion." However, Roan also refused her. Rian is right. If we are by ourselves, we will be fine, but if we have to divert our attention to protect you, the chances of something happening to you or us are much higher. Mother, you coming with us will only make things more dangerous. Hamarla then looked at Trin, as if asking him to do something. However, Trin looked at Juri instead. "Can tribe leader give us an explanation?" Juri smiled and nodded. He then explained everything about the powers that control their region and Rian and Roan's terrifying strength. In the end, Trin and Hamarla could only accept that outcome. It was indeed far beyond the scope of their Varan tribe. "Don't worry. Instead of waiting for one of those powers to come, I will have the twins join them. If we do that, they will be able to come here to visit you and even bring more protection to our tribe. This is definitely the best outcome." Trin couldn't help but ask. Tribe leader talked about the royal family's army, the sects, and the big tribes. Which one will you be sending them to? Juri laughed after hearing that. To the sects, of course. To be more specific, the sect controlling the region where we live, the Delamu sect. Chapter 86, Departing. Juri then began to explain a little more about the Damala sect. As I mentioned before, our Astrek city is situated in the northeast of the Jylin country. Not only that, but very close to the border at that. Although the Dalamu sect is also on the northeast side, they are a lot closer to the center. So your trip to that place will take quite a few days. Still, you don't need to worry. I have closed our tribe, so no one will be able to enter or leave in these next few days. Thanks to that, the information that Rian and Ron are two kids at the Foundation establishment realm will not leak out for the time being. This should ensure a safe trip. Fortunately, the next sect entrance exam will be happening in 2 weeks. This is a lot more time than you need to reach there. Of course, I can't send Rian and Ron alone since they are still kids, only in body, though. So Alanta will be accompanying them on this trip while I stay behind overseeing the tribe. Juri then looked at the twins before explaining. You two must understand one thing, you are definitely heaven-defying geniuses in this place where we live. But the closer you get to the sects, the more you will notice that the average power increases. The Dalamu sect gathers all the young geniuses of the entire northeast side of the Jylin country. That being said, you shouldn't feel shocked if you see other young boys at the Foundation establishment like you. Rian and Ron nodded. They had long since understood that they really live in a small corner that almost no one cared. Juri then continued. Of course, you did that with your own effort. Completely different from those big clans and families who use their wealth to propel their descendants into the same cultivation realm as you two. Besides, even if they had those advantages, most of those in the Foundation establishment realm are already over 10 years old. However, this is a good opportunity. You two had been practicing since little and truth be told, you are quite big for your ages. Part of that is thanks to Hamarla and Trin, who are tall people to start with. These were some good blood you got there. Hamarla and Trin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed after hearing that. Juri, on the other hand, just laughed. Anyway, you two are turning 10 years old in the next month, but no one will doubt if we say that you are already 12. In the Dalamu sect, a 12 years old Foundation establishment will catch some attention, but that is all. There will be quite a few kids between 10 and 13 years old in the same cultivation realm as you two. Once again, I repeat what I said. The majority only got that far thanks to their backgrounds. So don't think that all your effort was for nothing or that you are not talented. If you were born in one of those prominent families, your cultivation would probably be in the middle or maybe even advanced stage already. Rian couldn't help but ask. But isn't it bad for those kids to cultivate too fast? Wouldn't their foundations be damaged because of that? Juri nodded. They would. However, they don't lack alchemist's pills. Between those pills, some can speed up the stabilization of the foundation. Others can strengthen them. Anyway, I guess you understand why they don't have to be afraid of cultivating too fast. To be honest, I really don't know how you got such a sturdy foundation after arriving at the Foundation establishment so quickly. Our tribe didn't have anything that could help you with that. HMPH. Clearly, it was because of me. Obviously, Juri didn't hear Sister Orb's comment. Cough, cough. We have our tricks. Juri didn't mind that and continued. Just because you see many similar age kids in the same realm as you don't mean that you are at the same level. I truly believe that you are not weaker than any of them. Anyway, let's go back to your age. Just say that you are 12 years old to avoid unnecessary suspicion. As for the rest, you can do the way you see fit. There is no way you won't catch attention since you have the light and dark elements and aptitudes, after all. You might as well show a little of your real power to get a good position in the sect. Still, don't exaggerate. You two have no backgrounds, so it is not good to make all those young noble kids jealous of you. The twins nodded. That was how they were intending to do anyway. Very well. You should stay with your parents this night. I will have you two leaving tomorrow morning. Alanda then looked at Juri and asked. What about that other topic? Ah. That's right. Juri smiled at the twins before saying. I will be sending in the Malaka with the two of you as well. What? Obviously, the two got shocked after hearing that. Why would you do something like this? We can't guarantee our own safety, let alone hers. Juri nodded. I know. But after the last war, there will definitely be a lot of investigation. That being said, soon the others will notice the difference in Malaka's cultivation speed as well. Since that is the case, I might as well have her join the Delamu sect. Don't worry, she is old enough, and with the two of you there, she will not be brainwashed to forget our tribe. Rian and Roan couldn't help but grimace. They couldn't refuse it since what Juri said was true. Leaving Malaka here might be even more dangerous for her. Besides, joining a sect with her talent would indeed be the best option since the Varan tribe could only do so much for her future. Rian sighed and nodded in the end. Sigh. Fine. Malaka is already a little sister for me anyway. Roan didn't say anything, but he didn't refuse it either. Of course, Rian knows that Roan also felt the same way as him. Juri then talked with everyone for a while before sending them back. He still had to speak with the Malaka's family, after all. The next morning, Alanda was already waiting in front of the tribe. Soon Rian and Roan arrived, with Malaka being the last one. Obviously, their parents were there as well to send them off. After a lot of tears of their mothers, Rian, Roan, and Malaka departed with Alanda. Destination, Delamu sect. Chapter 87, Major Riaz City. Alanta, Rian, and Roan are all in the Foundation establishment, so they can keep their travel rhythm. However, Malaka is still in the middle stage of the energy gathering realm, so they had to stop a few times for her to rest. Malaka had followed Roan's orders and really stopped cultivating for a year, so she started again only recently. There was the option to carry her, but all three men immediately refused the idea. More physical movement is good for her and themselves as well. The group stopped by in a city to sleep for the night. Rian and Roan got one room while Alanta took another one with Malaka. That night, the twins once more entered the Soul Gem dimensional realm. It has been some time since they got enough destiny points to buy the panther bones, but just now, they decided to go ahead with it. Sister Orb, how many destiny points we got after winning that tribe war? Sure, the reputation of our tribe will change completely once the news spread, right? Let me check here. That was not so bad, you got another 20 destiny points from that. Oh. That's right. Cough, cough. Congratulations, hosts. After your vict, alright, Roan, we have more destiny points now, so let's take those panther bones. Rian cut Sister Orb's speech mercilessly. In fact, if he didn't do that, Roan would definitely have done so. Good. Sister Orb, exchange the points for us. You are no fun. Anyway, you have 105 destiny points in total. After acquiring the panther bones, there will be 55 left. Do you confirm your purchase? The twins answered at the same time. Yes. Immediately, Rian and Roan feel on the ground again. The process of changing one's bones quality is excruciating. However, they know that it is more than worth it. As the twin contorted in pain on the ground, the change gradually took place. 30 minutes later, they were finally over with it. Both Rian and Roan had tears in their eyes when they finished, what Sister Orb found quite funny. Two adults, one of them being countless years old. Still, you can't take a little bit of pain. How shameful. Said the Orb that doesn't know what pain is. I do know what it is. Oh? Go ahead, tell me more about it. Seeing one adult playing heavy metal while the other showed a few porn scenes during an affinity exam. Those are very painful things to watch. The twins immediately feel on the ground. Let alone Rian, and Roan's face went red at that moment. Cough, cough. Those were trials. Yes, we were just testing the level of concentration of each other. Sure. Whatever you say. Rian and Roan immediately left the Soul Gem dimensional realm after that. They simply had no face to look at Sister Orb anymore. After that, they looked at each other, and it seemed like they reached the same conclusion. It is never a good thing to underestimate Sister Orb. Anyway, tomorrow, when we resume our travel, we can then test how these new panther bones are. After cleaning themselves, they went to sleep as well. Rian and Ron could have chosen the spiritual sense absorption upgrade level 1 from the reward list. In the long term, it would have a better return. But they opted for the panther bones so that they could have a better boost in power in the short term. They don't know what to expect from this sect entrance exam, so they felt that it was a safer option. The next day, the group was on the road again. Rian and Ron took that opportunity to test the changes in their bodies. They run, used techniques, sparred between themselves and Atlanta, etc. In the end, they reached a conclusion that the panther bones increased their body strength in another 10%. It's half of what the ape bones gave to us. Sister Orb, is this correct? Shouldn't the panther bones be better? There is nothing wrong with it. The further you go into a path, the harder it becomes. Just so that you know, there are only 2 more levels of bones upgrade. After that, you will have achieved the max that the system can offer. However, you can still strengthen your bodies after that with the resources of the cultivation world. It's just that you will need to find it yourselves. Rian and Ron nodded. That indeed made sense. For example, cultivation gets harder the further you go, so the bones bonus reduction was well within this logic. The Delamu sect was located in the south of the city of Masjoria, 300 kilometers away, to be more exact. It was built on the Delamu spiritual mountain, which gave the sect's name. It was a point where a lot of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. Even in the city of Masjoria, it was possible to feel the difference. Of course, the city can't possibly compare to the mountain since it located so far. The reason the city was established at that distance from the sect is that everything in a 300 kilometers radius is considered the Delamu sect's territory. Anyone who enters without permission could be killed without warning. Thus, all the kids who would be taking part in the exam this time were gathered in the city, waiting for when the sect opened its doors. Atlanta's group arrived there 4 days before the sect entrance exam, so they still had some time to look around. Rian decided to visit the blacksmith workshops while Ron passed on the cultivation shops to see what they were selling. Ron was more interested in their weapon skill manuals, to be more specific. In the last tribe war, he understood that no one there used skills. They were all relying on the brute force of their spiritual energies. That was one more reason why Ron's plans worked so well. Malaka also wanted to go somewhere by herself, but Atlanta quickly held her back. Why can't I go? You let Rian and Ron have fun, but always keep me behind. HMPH. That is because they know what they are doing, different from you. When you get older, you will be able to do the same thing. That's not fair. Ha ha ha. This the first lesson I'll give you now that you are out of the tribe. The world is not fair. Alanda then looked at Malaka with a serious expression and asked. By the way, you did not forget what we talked about, right? Malaka nodded with an annoyed face. Rian and Ron are 12 years old. I must not tell that they are of the same age as me. Good. Since you're being cooperative, I will go with you to look around. Where you wanna go? Malaka's eyes immediately brightened, and she quickly dragged Atlanta around the city to satisfy her curiosity. Weekly deal, 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. Every 500 extra equals 1 extra chapter. Power stones reset happens every Sunday at 4 p.m. GMT time. The releases will also happen there. Chapter 88, Ron Goes Shopping. Ron didn't need to look for long to find a shop that sold what he wanted. The name on the front was very suggestive as well, Majoria's Cultivation Treasure Pavilion. It was a 7-stories giant building close to the center of the city. From what was written outside, the place had almost everything: treasures, cultivation techniques, cultivation resources, skill manuals, you name it. But just as Ron was about to enter the shop, he saw a leg coming his way. Out of nowhere, someone was trying to kick him. For a moment, Ron thought about chopping that leg, but he soon remembered that he should avoid causing too big a commotion. Of course, he wouldn't let it simply go either. That being said, he simply punched. Crack. Arg. Immediately, everyone looked in his direction. It turns out that the guards in front of the shop saw how Roan was dressed. Roan lived in the Varan tribe until now, so his clothes were very ordinary. Personally, Roan didn't care. Even if he was to walk naked, he wouldn't give a damn. Thanks to that, he never paid attention to his appearance. That guard that tried to kick him away saw those clothes and thought that he was some beggar. This is a prestigious shop in Majoria's city, so how could they allow Roan to step inside to bother its customers? Too bad, though. The guard really chose the wrong person to mess with. You breath. The other guard saw his friend's broken leg and was enraged. Without asking for any explanation, he immediately released his power and attacked Roan without mercy. He was really planning to kill him. He took out his sword and quickly slashed at him, intending to cut Roan's head. However, this guy was nothing more than a middle-stage energy-gathering realm cultivator. Seeing that sword, Roan snorted before extending his hand. Pen. The opponent's sword was immediately caught between Roan's fingers. It didn't matter how much strength that guy put in, he couldn't move it at all. Only now, he understood that Roan is far from being the beggar that he thought about. Boom. Crack. With a kick, Roan broke 3 ribs of that guard while sending him flying. Crash. The guard hit the wall before falling on the ground. After that, Roan grabbed the first guard with a broken leg and asked, "What's the meaning of this? Why did you attack me?" The guard was frightened to the point that even the pain in his leg disappeared. But just as he was about to ask for help, "This little young master over there, please forgive our shop's guards. They had eyes but could not recognize Mount Tai. I hope you can give this old man face and let them go." Roan glanced at the entrance and saw a white-haired man stepping out. The moment Roan's eyes stopped on him, he knew that the guy wasn't simple. At the very least, he wasn't someone Roan could possibly dream of fighting against. Roan then showed a smile and let the guard go. "Since this friend came to apologize, I will obviously drop the matter. Still, I didn't know that the city's shop would kick its customers. I came from a small tribe in a remote place, so I apologize if this was the city's customs." The old man laughed out loud after hearing that. Although Roan seemed to be just a kid, his way of using words didn't look like one at all. "I can assure you that the city's shops don't have such customs. Still, you can't really blame them. This is a famous shop in the city, so they can't let just anyone enter. They got mistaken and thought this little young master to be a beggar who would bother the shop's customers. Of course, with this young master's cultivation and power, you are far from being someone like that. Please come in, our Majoria's cultivation treasure pavilion will do its best to satisfy you." Roan nodded and then stepped inside. As for the guards, the other employees quickly brought them away, and soon, another 2 new guards took their places. Roan didn't care about that, though. Once inside, the man took the role of the host. "Sorry for the late introduction, my name is Luhictus. So, what would this young master be looking for?" In fact, he doesn't believe that Roan has much money. Although he is strong, he had seen kids with similar cultivations as Roan hundreds of times during every sect entrance exam. Still, he would probably become someone important in the Damalu sect, since any foundation establishment of his age was sure to have a bright future. There was nothing wrong with building up some good ties while they were young. Roan looked around before saying, "I saw written outside that you also sell skill manuals. I want to know if you have a skill better than the one I'm using." Lu quickly nodded. "We do have a lot of them for selling. But if you want to compare, I will need to see this young master using yours once." Roan pondered a bit and nodded. The building had a lot of space, so he could simply use one of his skills in midair for Lu to see. Roan didn't take his spiritual Kos sword. Instead, he used a wooden sword that he often carried with him. It was basically used to teach the kids back in the Varan tribe. During this trip, he used it against Inamalaka several times. Roan walked into an empty space before demonstrating one of the skills he developed. He didn't use Rian's light element this time since it was just a demonstration, so his hair color didn't change when he struck. Death style, Third form, 3 claws of the dragon. Swish, swish, swish. 3 identical black swords attacked 3 different points in the air. When Lu saw that, his smile immediately disappeared. All that remained was a shocked expression. He is in the middle stage of the core formation realm, but he couldn't tell which one was real even with his superior spiritual sense. No, all 3 swords were real. It's just that 2 of them were made of spiritual and elemental energy. Probably, the 2 energy ones were somewhat weaker than the wooden one. Still, they had plenty of attack power since I couldn't see the difference between them before the attack was over. Seeing the manager's eyes, Ron more or less got the answer he wanted. Still, he asked just in case. Do you have anything better than it? Lu looked at Ron before sighing. Some of our sword skills might be on par with your own, but I doubt they would be stronger. Ron was surprised to hear that. He thought that not a single one would compare to his. It seems like I underestimated this place. Great. Show me them. Oh, right. How much do they cost? Lu pointed at a room on the other side of the building. Please come with me, I will bring them for this young master to take a look. We can talk about the price later. Weekly deal, 1000 power stones equals 2 extra chapters. Every 500 extra equals 1 extra chapter. Power Stones reset happens every Sunday at 4 p.m. GMT time. The releases will also happen there. Chapter 89, Skill Manuals. Sometime later, Lu brought a few skill manuals for swordsmen. But as Ron looked through then, he noticed something different. This. Why are all of them made for core formation realm and above? Lu smiled bitterly before asking. My question is different. How can you use such skills without even being in the core formation realm? Ron's eyes narrowed. What you have here is just a general explanation of how they work. Would you mind if I take a look at the real one? Of course, I'm not saying the entire manual, just the first part is enough. Lu pondered a bit before asking. Would you let me take a look at your skills too? Ron immediately accepted. He wanted to confirm his theory about those manuals. He had a few copies of the manuals he made for the Varan tribe members in the Soul Gem dimensional realm, so it was easy for him to bring one out. As the 2 of them looked at the other's manual, they seemed to arrive at the same conclusion. The Meridian's Path. The way Ron projected the use of his sword skills was completely different from the norm. In fact, Lu was surprised that Ron's meridians didn't explode while using this skill. Are you sure you are using that technique with the instructions of this manual? I find it quite hard to believe. Ron then put Lu's manual down before nodding his head. I was the one who created it, after all. Lu looked at Ron as if he was looking at a ghost. You created it? Ron nodded and then made a question of his own. My question isn't much different from yours. How come you guys can't see the waste of energy when using this sword skill with such a messed up path? Sure, it is a lot easier if you ask me, but at the same time, you lose way too much energy on the process. To be very honest, I can't think about any other word than ugly when I look at this skill. Especially since you can only use it at the core formation realm or above. That is one more defect of those points to connect the spiritual energy. Lu narrowed his eyes after hearing that. Although Ron really looked like a kid, he can't help but somehow believe his words. Of course, he still had many doubts. Ron noticed that and then suggested. Why don't you give a quick try with mine? This is the same skill you saw back there, the 3rd form of the death style, 3 claws of the dragon. Of course, you won't be able to use it in the end since I only gave you a small part of the manual. Still, you should be able to confirm if the path of the meridians that I found out is wrong or not. It wouldn't cause you any harm either since you will only try it for a few seconds. Lu pondered a bit and had to admit that Ron was right. Very well. Give me a few minutes to get used to it. Ron smiled after hearing that. Sure enough, someone with higher cultivation can learn much faster. Not to mention that as manager of this place, he had seen all the techniques for sale, so his knowledge and experience were much higher. Ron thought that this man would take at least an hour before being able to do it. But it seems like he won't need to wait for much. Around 12 minutes later, Liu opened his eyes again. Spiritual energy then started to gather around him. Since he wouldn't be able to use it, there was no need for a sword. He only tried out that crazy meridian's path that Roan suggested. At first, he began very slowly, afraid that he might hurt himself. But as time passed, his expression changed. In the end, there was nothing but disbelief in his eyes. Let alone hurting himself, he even felt comfortable using his meridians. As if this was the way it was supposed to be since the very start. Liu couldn't hold his excitement before asking. "How much do you want for the full copy of this technique?" Roan pondered a bit before smiling. "I don't need any payment, but I do want to see all your techniques with similar attack power." "Deal." Liu understood from the very start the value of this technique. Not only would you be able to use it in the Foundation establishment, but even energy gathering realm cultivators could also do so. Of course, the energy gathering ones would take a very long time to get proficient enough to use it. However, it was totally worth it. As far as he knows, only the sex and big cultivator families have secret techniques that allow their descendants to use some skill before the core formation realm. Even so, he doubts that there are many available for energy gathering ones. Not too long after, the employee entered the room carrying several manuals for several types of weapons. At the same time, Roan wrote down the complete manual explaining how to use the death style third form. Liu quickly left after that, leaving Roan on his own in the room. Immediately after, he went upstairs to practice this technique himself. At his cultivation level, he wouldn't need more than a few hours to be able to use it at a basic level. If nothing goes wrong, then he made a really great deal today. Roan didn't mind it since he would also take a few hours to browse through all those skill manuals. What he wanted was not to learn them, but to use as a reference for future skills that he will develop. The death style only had 5 forms, and so far, he had only used 4 of them. Roan kept the 5th one hidden as a trump card. Only he and Rian knew about it. Roan wasn't afraid of others using his death style third form against him. The reason for that was quite simple. That is not the full version of the third form. The full version used 2 elements at the same time, which are Rian and Roan's dark and light elements. Also, it needed the support of the 104th meridian, something that others simply didn't have. If someone really used it against him or Rian in the future, they would be courting Roan cough. Courting death. Chapter 90, Rian wants to compare. As Roan spent his time looking through the skill manuals, Rian wasn't idle either. He went straight to the biggest workshop in Majori's city, the Janar's weapon store. Arriving there, he was more or less treated the same way as Roan. The only difference was that he didn't break the guards' bones, but made a fool of them. They tried to stop him, but he dodged as if it was nothing and entered the building. The guards quickly followed and tried to catch him quite a few more times. Rian, on the other hand, just laughed. It wasn't until the chief blacksmith came out to see what was all that commotion that they finally stopped. Of course, he immediately noticed that Rian's cultivation was far higher than the guards, and immediately sent them back to their posts. By now, all the customers had already gathered to see what was happening. It wasn't every day you see a kid acting as he pleases in a place like this. However, the chief blacksmith wasn't as polite as Liu in the treasure pavilion. "Brat, I don't know where you are from, but don't cause any more trouble. If you came to buy a weapon, there are several on display, so just choose one. Of course, it will depend on whether you have the money for it or not. If you came just to cause trouble, then I'll deal with you myself, so you better behave." Just as the chief blacksmith was about to turn around and go back to work, Rian threw his sword at him. "What is the meaning of this?" Rian smiled before asking. "I want you to give it a look and tell me what you think." The chief blacksmith of the workshop narrowed his eyes. Usually, he wouldn't pay attention to a kid. But considering Rian's cultivation, he thought that perhaps this was a good sword given by his elders. It was at least worth taking a look at it. As he removed the sheet, a smooth light blue spiritual sword appeared in front of his eyes. The first impression he had was that the sword was really beautiful. He understood that it was made of spiritual khazor, but it was his first time seeing one with this color. Spiritual khas swords would usually be dark blue, after all. I admit, this is a gorgeous sword, but being nice is not what matters when we talk about weapons. Rian immediately nodded. That's correct, so go ahead and test it in whatever way you see fit. I want to see if my sword can cut through the weapons of this workshop. I don't mind even if you use a high-level material sword in the process. Everyone in the shop went into an uproar. They all thought that Rian came here to cause trouble. The chief blacksmith couldn't help but laugh, though. Ha ha ha. Brat, you are funny. There is no need to use a high-level sword. Any low-level sword of our workshop is definitely much better than common swords you get in other places. It would be more than enough to destroy this pretense of a sword of yours. However, clashing both swords against each other would still leave a mark on our product. Can you pay for it? Rian nodded. I saw the prices. The most expensive low-level one is 2,000 rank 1 spirit stones, right? I can pay that without a problem, so you don't need to feel concerned. The conversation around increased even more after that. The chief blacksmith narrowed his eyes once more. Rian totally didn't look like someone from a wealthy family. But after seeing all the eyes around, he couldn't simply step back. It was the honor of his workshop at stake now. Very well. But you better be prepared for the consequences if it turns out that you can't pay for our sword. By the way, my name is Volka Janaris, the chief blacksmith of the Janaris weapon store. Rian laughed and introduced himself, as well. Rian Larks, I came this time around to participate in the Dolama sect exam entrance. Volka turned around and called two of his workshop blacksmiths. Both of them were already over 40 years old and in the foundation establishment realm middle stage. As for Volka himself, he was already in the core formation realm. You two have the same cultivation. Saran, you will take this brat's sword. Lizo, will you use our workshop Garnelia or sword? Don't hold back, I want to see this thing destroyed in one clash. Saran and Lazo nodded and took the swords. After that, everyone in the workshop opened a space in the center to let those two test the swords. But before the clash, Rian took a look at the Garnelia or sword that Volka would use against his spiritual Kos sword. As expected, a blacksmith workshop from a more developed place is totally different. At the very least, he knows how to work with alloys. This Garnelia or sword has other materials used in it too. Compared to Astrak City ones, this is a much better piece of equipment. Still. It was then that a smile appeared on Rian's face again. It is far from enough. Rian then threw the sword back at Lazo. With everything ready, both sides prepared to attack. But as soon as Saran began to use his spiritual energy with Rian's spiritual Kos sword, it began to gather the surrounding light element. Particles of white light could be seen entering the sword without stop. That was Rian's sword effect. As long as there is spiritual energy, his sword will keep gathering light element. Let alone Saran and Lazo, even Volka opened his eyes wide when he saw that. He had never seen a sword that can gather light element before. In fact, he had never seen light element being used to start with. However, it was already too late if he wanted to stop them. Saran and Lazo were surprised for a second, but they didn't forget what they were here for. Both sides didn't waste any more time and immediately attacked each other's swords. Swish! The spiritual Kos sword passed through the Garnelia sword, instantly cutting it in half. Of course, both Saran and Lazo didn't try to protect their swords with spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy used was to increase the sword's attacks, leaving nothing for defense. Otherwise, the Garnelia sword wouldn't break straight away. A good example of it was Juri and Alenta's battles during the last tribe war. Although their spiritual Kos swords were much better than the enemy's weapons, they couldn't cut through them straight away. It took quite a few clashes before the enemy's foundation establishments had to retreat. Even so, their weapons hadn't been completely destroyed. Volka, Saran, and Lazo looked absent-minded at the spiritual Kos sword. They know very well the difference between spiritual cause and spiritual garnalia ores. Although both are considered low-level materials, spiritual garnalia is much better than spiritual cause. Still, it was their spiritual garnalia sword that was completely destroyed. Rian then took his spiritual cause sword back and, at the same time, gave a big back from his waist to Falca. Thanks for complying with my request. As promised, here are 2,000 rank 1 spirit stones. It should be more than enough to pay for your garnalia spiritual sword. Falca was taken aback. Their workshop had just lost miserably in blacksmithing skills, but this kid was still paying for the broken sword. HMPH. Are you looking down on me? Since our workshop lost this exchange, I will never accept your payment. Rian smiled and turned around, preparing to leave. Wait there. I refuse to believe that you came here just for this exchange. Am I right? Come with me, I will listen to what you have to say. Rian laughed before saying, I do have a few things to talk indeed. But it will be after the Delamu sect entrance exam is over. Don't worry, whether I pass or not, I will be back. Rian then left the workshop without even waiting for an answer. Chapter 91, Future Connections. Seeing Rian leaving just like that didn't bother Falca. He knew what Rian wanted to do. Simply put, Rian needed a background before starting any negotiation. The Damalu sect just so happened to be a perfect one. Hee. You dare talk about passing or not? If someone like you fail to pass the Damalu sect entrance exam, then the others will only waste their time there. Falca turned around and returned to his job. He knew that Rian would definitely come back. He will see what Rian has to say when that time comes. This was Rian's biggest problem. The Varan tribe could only do so much in the place it was located. Astrak City is, after all, a remote area with limited access to things. But if Rian uses this workshop instead, things would get much easier. The Zotha Bank would be okay as long as they get their share of the money. The metals produced by his Varan tribe are ultimately theirs to use as they see fit. Anyway, I will see what I can do after the exam is over. Rian then returned to the hotel where his group was staying. Because there were too many kids and their family members coming for the exam this time, the number of rooms was limited. It wasn't after Alanta offered 50 spirit stones per day that they finally got one room. Alanta's heart bled as he gave the spirit stones over. He even thought about sleeping outside with the kids while they waited for the exam to come. But after thinking that they passed several days outside already, he changed his mind. The exam was coming soon, and it was better to let Rian, Roan, and Inna have a proper rest in the next few days. Alanta couldn't be blamed for thinking like that. Until a few years ago, 50 spirit stones were a great fortune for any warrior in the Varan tribe. Even though it is only rank 1 spirit stones, it is still a treasure for them. Suddenly, he needed to pay 50 of those per day just to have a nice room to sleep. How could he not feel pain after that? Rian noticed that he was the only one in the room, so he simply sat on the bed and began to cultivate. On Roan's side, he had finally finished looking through all the manuals. As he was leaving the room, Lu appeared while showing an excited expression. I tested out your 3 claws of the dragon. The Meridian's path that you created is indeed excellent. Even an energy-gathering realm cultivator would be able to use it. However, I noticed that your manual was called Death Style 3rd Form. Does it mean you have the other 2 forms? Or perhaps later forms as well? Roan smiled before nodding. I do, but they are my personal skills. I can't simply divulge them this easily. It was because you allowed me to look at all the weapon skills that I let you look at that one of mine. Lu nodded. I imagined as much. However, is there nothing you would want to exchange for them? Our cultivation treasure pavilion has a lot more to offer than just skill manuals. In fact, this is just a branch. Depending on what you want, I don't mind contacting the headquarters to have your wishes fulfilled. Roan was surprised to hear that. He knew almost nothing about the outside world. He had only selected this shop because it was the biggest one. He didn't expect that this was only a branch. That's very tempting. However, I don't want anything else other than skill manuals at the moment. Let's see. I'm going to take part in the Jamalu sect exam entrance, so I won't be able to spend more time here. I need to practice and get ready for it. Maybe I will stop by once I'm done with it. How about that? Lu nodded. That is more than enough. Although I won't say something that the skills I can get are better than the Dalamu sect, at least you won't need credits to see them. As long as we conclude the trade, you can have them straight away. The word credits made Ron puzzled for a second. But he soon understood what Lu meant. I see, this Dalamu sect restricts the access to the skill manuals, am I right? Lu was the one to get surprised this time. Wait, you didn't know? Ron shook his head. How would he know something like that back in the Varant tribe? It was simply impossible. I didn't, but now I do. Anyway, it does make sense for them to have such a system. Once I get inside, I can check how it works. Ron then made his way through the door when suddenly, something came flying in his direction. However, it wasn't anything dangerous. It was a green token with the image of a turtle carrying a merchant backpack. This is? Lu smiled before explaining. It's our cultivation treasure shop token. As long as you show it to any of our branches around the Jylin country, you can get a 10% discount on almost all products. Ron didn't have much interest, but he recognized that Rian might make good use of it. Besides, it was evident that Lu was trying to create some good ties with him. He probably thinks that I have some hidden background. Well, this is also good for my side. Thanks, it will be very useful. After Ron left, an employee came close to Lu to ask. Should we have someone following him? Lu immediately shook his head. That won't be necessary. That kid is anything but simple, so we better not take the risk. The employee nodded his head and retreated. Lu also looked in the direction that Ron left while pondering. His confidence, he was simply fearless as if no one would ever dare to touch him. As for this technique, if the enemy doesn't know about it beforehand, you might win the fight in the very first clash. I can feel the vicious thoughts behind the creation of this thing. Lu then laughed a little. Interesting. Chapter 92, Southgate. Sometime later, Ron, Alanta, and Malaka returned. For some reason, Alanta seemed to be very tired, utterly different from Malaka, who was full of energy and excited after everything she saw. She had never been to a big city before. Their group had passed through a few others on the way here, but they only slept and departed on the very next day. Before leaving the Varant tribe, Malaka only had the opportunity to go out for the hunts. So how could she not be like that? Malaka is the only real kid in this group, after all. Alanda then went to his bed and started to cultivate. He didn't even want to talk at the moment. Seeing that, Rian couldn't help but laugh. He then patted Malaka's head, something that he got used to doing. Malaka, too, was used to it, and as a kid, she quite liked it. Ron, on the other hand, just looked at her and said, "Alright. You followed my words and didn't cultivate for an entire year. During our sparrings on the way here, I could tell that your foundation has already recovered. So you should focus on cultivation again, go to bed and put some effort into it." Malaka nodded. "Alright. I can finally try to catch up with you two again. You will see, I will definitely pass you." Ron just shrugged his shoulders. "Is that so? Then I want to see it." Malaka turned around and immediately went to bed. After taking a few spirit stones from her small bag, she quickly started to cultivate. Ron then reached his bag and took out a green token before throwing it at Rian. "I got this from the Cultivation Treasure Pavilion. They said that you can get discounts in any of their branches when you use it. I don't have much of a use for this token since you are the one managing expenses, so you might find a better use for it than me." Rian looked at it and nodded. The Cultivation Treasure Pavilion is quite big here in this country, so it is good that you got this. Still, why did they give it to you? Ron just gave a little explanation, not minding it too much. However, Rian was surprised that Ron gave his technique away this easy. But when he thought that Ron got access to all the other techniques, He had to admit that it was quite a good deal. Besides, he also knows that the death style forms that they use are different from the ones that Roan passed to the others. Well, if you are okay with it, I won't say anything. Roan also joined Rian, and they started to cultivate again. A few hours later, their group went to sleep, finishing the day. The days passed, and soon, the entrance exam was about to start. At the south gate of the Majoria's city, thousands of kids between 9 and 13 years old were waiting for it to be open. The entrance exam didn't allow anyone above 13 to participate, so it couldn't be helped. There were even a few who were even younger, like 8 or 7 years old. However, they were really the minority. Cultivators usually can only start cultivating at the age of 5. So coming for the entrance exam so soon might not be a good idea. The kid would not have had enough time to train, after all. He or she would have a big chance of doing poorly during the exam too. Because of that, those under the age of 9 usually have something to distinguish them from others. For example, their aptitude or elemental affinity. Rian's was quite shocked to see that many kids, but they soon calmed down. Except for Malaka, of course. Still, Alanda made sure to hold her back to prevent any accident. That is because, at the very front, closest to the south gate, several cultivators who looked much older were staying there beside their kids. Rian, Roan, and Alanda couldn't feel their cultivation at all, but they were sure that it was not because they were ordinary people. There is no doubt that those elders are all far above the Foundation establishment realm, and came together to protect their descendants. The majority looked quite arrogant and showed an ugly face every time they looked at the kids packed behind them. Rian, Roan, and Alanda didn't give a damn, though. It made no difference for them whether they entered first or last. As long as they can take the exam, that will be fine. Suddenly, everyone looked to the sky. That was because they could see 3 people floating there, right above the south gate. In fact, even Rian and Roan were surprised by that. They didn't expect that flying was possible in this place. Roan, can you invent something that can make us fly as well? Roan shook his head. I don't even know if what they are using is a skill to start with. How do you expect me to create one too? Besides, do you know how hard it is to create a technique? I might take years to create something like that. It was then that another kid beside them spoke. Oh. So you don't know them? Rian's group quickly looked at him. The kid seemed to be around 12 or 13 and was accompanied by an elder that was in the Foundation establishment. It's just that the elder was already at the peak of that realm. Julio, stop talking and concentrate on the exam. Uncle Wen, it is okay. I will just tell them about those sect elders. The Uncle Wen just sighed but didn't say anything else. Rian then immediately stepped forward. They are sect elders? Julio nodded. Yes. Can you see the red badges on their robes? That is the Delamu sect emblem. The fact that their emblems are red-colored means that they are elders. Rian smiled while looking at Julio. It was an excellent chance to make a few things clear. Chapter 93, The exam starts. Can you tell us about those badges? Julio nodded. Father told me that the elders have red badges. The Delamu sect also has badges for its disciples and menial workers. Of course, there are also the protectors and other types of members, like alchemists, blacksmiths, etc. According to what my father said, it goes like this: gray badges represent the menial disciples. These ones aren't really disciples but were given a chance to live in sect. The spiritual energy there is much higher than any other ordinary place, so those disciples gladly accept this position. Especially when they don't have enough talent to be an official disciple. As the name says, they were responsible for the menial jobs, like cleaning, cooking, etc. These menial disciples are also the most common ones inside the sect. Yellow badges represent the outer sect disciples. Between the official members of the sect, these are the most ordinary ones. They have access to the least amount of spirit stones and other cultivation resources. They also must complete any mission given by the sect and can't refuse. The next one is green badges disciples. These ones are part of the inner sect. They have many more spirit stones per month and the freedom to select any mission as long as it is within their capabilities. Also, they have access to the formations inside the sect to train. As for what kind of formations are available there, my father didn't know. Finally, there are the blue badges. They represent the core disciples. My father didn't know much about them, but he warned me that I should never disrespect one. If possible, try to have as little contact with them as possible. Inside the sect, they rule above all the other disciples, so no one would complain even if they killed an outer sect disciple, for example. Rian and Rune narrowed their eyes. Isn't this too much for authority abuse? Uncle Wen, who was beside Julio, then added another piece. Don't worry, core disciples are few and far between. Just the chance of encountering one before entering the sect is as hard as becoming one yourself. As long as you don't go out of your way to seek a problem with them, you should be fine. Rian immediately bowed after hearing that. Thank you, Senior. That Uncle Wen nodded and returned his attention to the front. After blue comes red, which means the sect elders. I understand it now. Does it mean that the sect leaders has a purple badge? Julio nodded. Exactly. But not only the sect leader. The ancestors that stay in the sect to protect it can also be recognized by their purple badges. Another thing, there are differences between the badges of all elders. You can identify it by the color as well. Light red is an outer sect elder. Just red means an inner sect one. For example, those elders at the south gate are inner sect elders. Dark red means a core sect elder. Of course, those are just as hard to find as the core disciples. Also, there are a few other colors, but those represent the different side occupations like alchemy, blacksmith, formations, etc. You will learn more about it if you enter the sect later. Ron then asked something else. Do you know why they can fly? Is that a technique? Ah. Only now did Julio remember that Rian and Ron were talking about the flying elders. It is not a technique. Once you reach the core and soul fusion realm, you will be able to use the spiritual energies power inside your Danshin to accomplish the same thing. Of course, it will take a very long time until any of us reach that level. Ron nodded. As he looked at those elders, it didn't seem that the wind element was being used to keep them afloat. So Ron thought that perhaps it wasn't really a skill. Sure enough, Julio confirmed that he was correct. Oh, right. Do you know what kind of tests we will take this time? Julio looked at Uncle Wen, who just shrugged his shoulders. Didn't your father tell you? They change it every single year. No one knows what it is until the test finally starts. Rian and Rune thought that it was the correct decision. It would ensure a higher degree of fairness during the exam. If the sect is really looking for the best disciples, then not giving anyone the advantage was the best option. As Rian exchanged a few more words with Julio, another elder arrived at the scene. He had the same red-colored badge, which proved that he was an inner elder as well. However, the other three seemed to treat him with a lot of respect. That guy is probably in a higher position in the inner sect. It was then that everyone heard that elder's voice. Welcome, everyone. Today, the annual Dalamu sect entrance exam will finally start. Anyway, I won't waste anyone's time anymore. If you are here, then you should know what we want. Only the best ones can enter the Dalamu sect, it's that simple. That elder then continued. First, those who are accompanying the kids will wait here. None of you can enter the sect premises until I say so. That is to prevent the old ones from playing some tricks to help their kids. Once we open the Majoria's City South Gate, the test will begin. Majoria's City is located 300 kilometers away from the sect entrance. There are around 15,000 kids in this place at the moment, so I'll make it simple. The first 5,000 to arrive at the sect entrance, can participate in the second part of the exam. That's all, good luck. Before anyone could ask anything, the south gate began to open. The quick-witted kids immediately dashed forward, fully displaying their cultivations. Still, Rian's group was taken aback to how simple it was. Isn't it too unfair? Those with higher cultivation will obviously arrive first. Uncle Wen patted Julio's head while he looked at Rian's group. Do you think it is this simple? Trust me, I don't know what it is, but merely having higher cultivation will not be the determining factor. He then looked at Julio and smiled. Good luck, Brett. Your parents are counting on you. Yes, Uncle Wen. Julio then dashed forward, promptly following the other kids. Rian and Roon nodded before looking at Atlanta. Well, we are going. Atlanta smiled at them. Take care of Malaka. Rian, Roon, and Malaka then quickly departed as well. However, as soon as they passed through the gate, they noticed a big problem. Rian and Roon couldn't help but look at each other while grimacing. Sure enough, it wouldn't be that easy. Chapter 94, The Marathon Exam. As they passed through the gate, their cultivation instantly disappeared. It was not that they had been crippled, but that there was a formation covering the entire way, 300 kilometers, that prevented any spiritual energy from being used. That being said, the kids would need to depend on their own bodies to reach the end. Rian couldn't help but comment. A marathon, and a very harsh one at that. Roon nodded but didn't say anything. As the kids' speed dropped after traversing the gate, the elder who talked with everyone smiled. Talent is good and all, but talent without effort means nothing. Only those who practiced every day will have built up their bodies to the point where they can conclude this test. As for those who simply sat inside their fancy houses using all the free spirit stones and cultivation resources given to them by their families. He. The elder then looked at the side to ask. Are the resting places ready? The elder beside him bowed before answering. Yes, Elder Julian. We set up one resting place where they can eat and sleep every 50 kilometers. Not to mention that there is a font of water available for them every 5 kilometers. We also have several outer sect disciples along the road to rescue the kids who can't continue anymore. Those kids will then be brought back here for those responsible for them to retake those children. Elder Julian nodded, satisfied. This elder was one of the 10 elders in charge of the inner sect. Different from most, he didn't have a significant aptitude, being only a yellow color. However, through his own immense effort, his cultivation improved, and he reached the position that he is today. Every year's test would be done according to the elder in charge's whims, so for someone who loves effort like Julian, a trial aimed at this topic was to be expected. There were quite a few who didn't like his methods and that put aptitude above all, but few could really hold their own against Julian. In their eyes, exceptions like Julian are too rare to be counted. Elder Julian looked behind and saw that all the kids had passed through the gate already. All right, close the gate. I will be presiding over this test myself. If I see any of the outer sect disciples giving some hidden help to those pompous young masters, you should know what will happen. Julian then took flight and disappeared from their sight. There had been several instances in the past that some members of the same clan would help their young ones to bypass the rules. But when it came to Elder Julian's time, no one dared to do so. That's because not only that outer sect disciple will be killed on the spot, but the kid he tried to help would be going to hell with him. Some had tried to do that in the past, but almost none lived. Back on the road, Rian and Roon instantly decreased their pace. The majority of the kids in the front kept running forward, completely forgetting the 300 kilometers ahead of them. They only thought about being between the first 5,000. However, how could Rian and Roon not understand what this meant? Be it the other kids or themselves, they all have undeveloped bodies. It is simply impossible for them to keep that high pace for more than a few minutes. Malaka, on the other hand, didn't think about any of this. Rian, Roon, we are falling behind, quick, let's run faster. But just as she was about to rush forward, Rian and Roon held each of her hands. Out of the question. You will run just like we are doing. Rian nodded. Don't worry, we will definitely pass this test, just do as Roon says. Malaka sulked a bit since she didn't like to see all the kids passing ahead of her. She even tried to escape and run ahead by herself. Still, Rian and Roon held her hands tight, not allowing her to move a single step away from them. In the end, she could only give up and do as they said. But Malaka didn't feel sad for long. Soon, their group of 3 started to pass by several kids who were sitting on the ground gasping for air. At first, it was only one or another, but soon, there were tens, and then hundreds of kids in the same condition. See? That's why I told you to not run ahead. You will get tired too fast, and then you will lose in the end. Trust your big brothers, and keep following us. We might not be the very first to arrive, but we definitely are going to pass it. Malaka's eyes shined, and she immediately nodded. Okay. Rian and Roan finally let her hands go since it was quite bothersome to run without freely moving their arms. Soon, 20 minutes went by. Rian's group then stopped jogging and started to walk. Are we not running anymore? I can still run much more. Malaka, of course, got confused. However, Rian just laughed. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, this is also part of the plan. Just trust Roan and me. Rian, Roan, and Malaka had put a lot of effort into their other training besides cultivation. Especially since Roan was quite Spartan about it. So their 3 bodies were quite in good shape. Not to mention that they received the nurturance of spiritual energy until now. Even if they can't use spiritual energy during this test, their bodies were definitely more enduring than ordinary kids at the same age. Roan was the guy who was responsible for Rian and Malaka's training, so Rian left it for him to do all the calls. His plan was very obvious. They can still run a lot more than they did, but Roan knew it would be prejudicial in the long term. He looked at Rian and Malaka and could already see the sweat on their bodies. That's why they began to walk instead. Once again, several kids began to pass them. But this time, Malaka didn't complain. She already believed that Roan was telling the truth. Additionally, Roan becomes pretty scary when she doesn't follow his words. Time passed, and over 5 hours went by. Roan would continuously check Malaka and Rian's condition to tell when they should jog, walk, or stop completely to rest. They also paused to drink some water prepared by the sect on the way. By now, the kids who didn't know how to control their pace had fallen far behind them, which made Malaka very happy. Sure enough, a 9-year-old kid like her was easy and hard to deal with. Finally, after keeping this progress for almost 8 hours, they spotted something in the distance. As they got close, Rian and Roan couldn't help but smile. Just as we thought, they really left some resting points for us. Let's stay there for 30 minutes, and then we can continue on our way. Make sure to eat your fill so that you won't feel hungry later. However, they were surprised after they arrived. Julio was also there together with a few other kids. Chapter 95, The First Day. Julio got up and greeted them. However, it was evident that he was quite tired. Hey, so you also made this far already? Seems like being in the first 5,000 won't be a problem for you. Rian greeted him back too. From the looks of it, forget 5,000. I will be impressed if even half of it can make till the end. Rian was correct. The majority of kids didn't have the mental fortitude to run without the support of their spiritual energy. In the very first 50 kilometers, more than 3,000 already gave up. Let alone all the 300 kilometers. Roan didn't waste time and immediately grabbed the food available for everyone. Stop wasting time and eat, we are leaving in 30 minutes. Malaka and Rian nodded and ate the food given to them. However, Roan didn't take too much, just enough satiate their hunger. Too much food would only make things harder for them. They took 8 hours to reach the first resting post, but Roan is pretty sure that they will need more than 10 to arrive at the next one. He also took some of the food and stuffed inside his and the other two's bags. His plan was to stop to rest somewhere in the middle between the 2 posts and rest 30 or so minutes before restarting. Naturally, he would need food again. Julio also sat down and kept eating his food. As Roan looked at that, he warned him. You are eating too much. It will definitely affect your performance if you try to run with too much food in your stomach. Stop for now and put some into your bag. Julio looked at Roan and then at Rian and Malaka. He noticed that they were indeed eating a lot less than him. After pondering a bit, he nodded his head and put the food inside his bag as well. Okay. I will trust you. Roan nodded and continued to eat, as well. He simply gave that advice because Julio and his uncle helped answer their questions back in the city. Otherwise, he wouldn't even bother to say anything. 30 minutes later, Rian's group got up again. Are we going already? Malaka was still feeling tired and especially bored with all the movement. In fact, even Julio was surprised, seeing that they were leaving so soon. However, Roan didn't care. He was the one who did all the kids training back in the Varan tribe, so he knew very well that Malaka could keep going. No complaining or there will be no food for you until we reach the next post. Malaka sulked a bit but still got up as well. But before leaving, Roan cast one last look at Julio. If you want, you can come as well. Considering the fact that you reached this place ahead of us, you probably received a lot more training than just cultivation and battle. It's just that you don't know how to administrate your pace. As long as you follow us, you will be able to arrive much faster. Roan had a good impression of this Julio. Besides, it was a lot easier for him to see others' pretense with his experience. He had seen countless plots where people wore masks and ended killing someone. After all, he was there to collect their souls, so it was way too easy for him to tell. Considering the time he had lived, there wouldn't be many out there that can pretend in front of him. That being said, he was pretty sure that Julio really helped them out of his own will without any ulterior motives. Julio's eyes then brightened before nodding. Okay. Rian was quite surprised at that scene, though. Oh my beloved brother, since when did you become a good Samaritan? Shut up. They resumed their jog, taking their time to walk and rest when Roan said so. Sure enough, the few kids that were still ahead of them began to fall behind too. Nighttime came, and the decrease in the ambience temperature helped them a little. The Delamu sect had prepared everything, including a well-illuminated path until the sect entrance. That way, the kids could keep their journey even during the night. As Roan expected, their group really took over 10 hours to reach the next rest point. However, they were not the only ones there. They could see quite a few kids already sleeping or just resting. Since they couldn't rely on their cultivation, they could only depend on their body's natural recovery. Alright, we will rest and sleep here for the next 8 hours. Rian, I will leave you to look after us in the first 4 hours. After that, wake me up, and I will watch the next 4. They might be inside the Delamu sect territory, but Roan simply wouldn't let his guard down. Rian nodded without complaining. If Malaka wasn't with them, Rian and Roan could have done a lot more in this marathon. So they were the ones in the best condition. Even if it was 4 hours of sleeping, they would be okay with just that. However, Malaka is different, so they had to give her a proper sleeping time if they want to arrive in the sect intact. Besides, Julio was there as well. What about me? I can watch during the night too. Chop. Roan hit her head while showing an angry face. Go eat and then sleep. Rian and I are more than enough to watch over the night. Just as Malaka was about to complain while rubbing her head, Rian patted did that for her instead. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Roan said that because you are our secret weapon. If something wrong happens, we will be too tired to protect ourselves. So we will need to rely on you to protect us. But if you don't sleep well, who will drive the bad guys away? Malaka's eyes shined like the sun before nodding excitedly. Okay. Julio couldn't help but feel a little jealous of them. He was a single child and spent most of his time training. Julio didn't have many interactions like that with other kids either. Besides, he is 12 years old, 3 years more than Malaka, so he could at least tell that Rian and Roan were doing it simply because they cared about her. Although their way of treating her was quite different. I can help with the watch too. Roan shook his head. You should sleep, as well. I can see how the soreness on your body too. If you sleep little this night, you won't be able to keep with our pace tomorrow. Don't worry, Rian and I are different from you and Malaka. For us, 4 hours of sleep is much more than we need. Julio seemed a little hesitant but nodded in the end. First of all, he was supposed to sleep alone, so having someone to watch would be good. His thoughts were that simple. Not to mention that, for some reason, he felt like he could trust Rian and Roan. "Okay, but wake me up if something happens." The twins nodded, and Rian sat down close to the place where they would rest. Roan didn't waste any time and stuffed the food in his mouth before falling asleep instantly. Roan's control over his own body and mind was really awe-inspiring. However, there was a certain someone looking at all the kids in the second post without them knowing, especially at the four of them. He was floating in the skies, so high that even Rian and Roan would have difficulty noticing him. Those twins. Quite impressive. Even after an entire day, their bodies are far from their limit. Besides, the way they treat the one they care about is commendable. That is exactly what my side needs. Let's see how you will fare in the last 200 kilometers. That cultivator was none other than Elder Julian, the one presiding over the entire exam this time around. Chapter 96, End of the first test. The night passed without any significant events. Roan had slept for 4 hours again, and Rian slept after him. In the morning, Roan stuffed even more food into their bags before departing once again. By now, it became quite hard to see other kids anymore. The significant majority didn't know how to regulate their pace. Sure, there were a few ahead of them, the same as behind. But the numbers had been continuously decreasing. Roan kept regulating how they would keep moving in this journey, always selecting the best moment to take rests. They didn't know, but their group was already in the top 50 kids at the front. The only ones ahead of them were kids who also received proper training other than just cultivation and battle. Another day went by uneventfully. Just like the previous time, they advanced in other 2 posts. Roan already noticed that they were placed around 50 kilometers between each other, so now that they arrived at the 4th, it meant that there was only one more. After the next, it would be the sect entrance. Once again, Rian and Roan shared the times of watching while Malaka and Julio slept. Although it looked like nothing much, over 10,000 kids already gave up for several motives. Sure enough, without the adults watching over them, most just couldn't keep their focus on this task. The third day, Rian's group was caught by some rain, which soaked them completely. However, it also helped with the heat. Finally, around midnight on the same day, they were able to see the sect entrance. It was also possible to see a board at the front with a few names and positions on it. Immediately, Rian and Roan noticed that those were the kids that arrived before then. In total, the board had 42 names, making their group the numbers 43 to 46. They didn't feel sad, though. As much as they excelled in this first test, the fact is that it was quite strenuous. Malaka, especially, couldn't care less about her position anymore. The moment she passed through the Delamu sect entrance, she collapsed on the ground. Of course, Roan knew very well that it was just her playing dead. She simply didn't want to do anything anymore. Malaka then raised her head to say, "Rian, please carry me. I can't walk anymore." Chop. Another hit on the head, and she quickly looked at Roan with an angry expression that couldn't really scare anyone. If anything, people would only find it cute. "Stop wasting time and come. They also prepared a place for us to rest, so let's go." Rian shook his head, but he didn't help her either. Spoiling Malaka too much wouldn't be right. He preferred to pat her head as a reward for when she finished her tasks. They haven't really ended the run yet, which wouldn't be over before they reached the post a few hundred meters ahead. Julio, on the other hand, found it very funny. Finally, they arrived at the post prepared for this first test and gave their name and ages. Rian Larks, 12 years old. Roan Larks, 12 years old. Julio Riveria, 12 years old. Ina Malaka, 9 years old. As discussed before, Rian and Roan would pose as older than they really were. Malaka was the only one who would use her real age. "Very well, you can go to the building over there," the man behind the counter on that post said while pointing at an enormous building a few tens of meters away. "You will find beds, food, water, and everything else there. This test will last another 2 days. So you can take your time to rest and prepare for the next part of the exam. At the same time, A disciple put Rian, Roan, Malaka, and Julio's names on the board. The board only had enough space for 100 names, though. Those who arrive after would not be put in there. For now, no one knew why that board was there. 2 days later, the first exam was over. Just as Rian expected, although the first 5,000 would pass, not even half of this number completed the marathon. In total, 1736 kids arrived at the sect entrance. Of course, some arrived in the last hours, so they were ultimately not in the condition to continue. That being said, the sect gave the kids another 2 days to rest before going over the next test. During those 2 days, all the adults who came with those kids arrived in the sect, including Alanta. When he was passing by the sect entrance, he couldn't help show a smile on his face when he saw the board. However, he wasn't surprised. He knows very well what Rian and Roan were capable of, so seeing them in the top 100 was well within his expectations. In fact, he believed that if the twins were alone, their position would have been much higher. But you two would never leave Malaka behind, that's for sure. He didn't take long to find Rian's group. How was it? Roan nodded. It was simply an endurance test, nothing to worry about. They gave the last kids to arrive 2 days to rest, so we are waiting now. As for what the next test is, I have no idea. Alanta was satisfied with that. That's good enough. The Delamu sect won't accept anyone below the yellow color talent, so you will most likely be doing the aptitude and elements affinity test next. Rian and Roan agreed with Alanta. This endurance test was most likely made to screen out all those who didn't have the willpower. Or those who only cultivated their entire lives without putting any effort into training the body. Alanta then commented. I heard from the other guys that the elder this time around was someone who values effort over talent. Otherwise, a bunch of those pampered kids would be participating in the next test with you. From what I saw back in the city, most wealthy people had to take their kids back. Some were even cursing their luck to bump into this elder Julian tests. Every time he is presiding it, the majority of the wealthy kids fail. On the other hand, those not so wealthy or even poor have a much higher chance of passing. After all, they probably had to work a lot as kids as well, just like you in Malaka, helping their families, tribes, etc. So they were used to putting the effort and had stronger willpower and natural bodies. Roan nodded once more. I was already expecting it. Anyway, you should make use of your time, Alanta. The spiritual energy in this mountain is several times higher than back in the tribe. Even if you can only stay a few days, you should take this chance to cultivate. Alanta agreed with Roan. I know, I was already planning to do it anyway. Sometime later, Julio came to pay a visit to their group together with his uncle. Uncle Wen then stepped forward and bowed to Rian and Roan. Thank you for helping Julio getting a good position. Rian smiled, not minding it too much. He helped us back in the city, so it was only proper that we helped him back. Uncle Wen laughed, and their group talked for a few minutes before Uncle Wen and Julio left. They, too, know that they should not waste much time and prepare. Time passed, and 2 days went by in a flash. Suddenly, everyone heard the same elder's voice in the building. Gather in the testing field. Follow the outer sect disciples if you don't know where it is. You all have 1 hour. The second test was about to start. Chapter 97, the second test starts. Julian gave everyone 1 hour, but the field was already full in less than 30 minutes. No one wanted to leave a bad impression by arriving late. One could see around 20 aptitude orbs at the very front, and right behind, there were another 20 affinity orbs. However, before those orbs, there were tables with several cups on them. Also, a big jar with a strange liquid could be seen. Alanta, any idea what is that liquid about? Alanta shook his head. This is also his first time in a place like this, so he is clueless as to what that liquid is used for. However, Julio's uncle was different. He also came out stayed beside Rian's group since Julio was friends with them. That is the age measurement liquid. It is made with the stratum of the grave herb and a few other materials. Depending on the amount you add to the mixture, You will be able to tell whether someone has surpassed a certain age or not. That is to prevent anyone above 13 years old from joining the Delamu sect. Rian's group was quite surprised to hear that. And how does that work? It's quite simple. If you are above the age limit, you will fall on the ground in pain. If not, you won't feel anything. This is also a good lesson for those who try to fake their ages. Well, anyway, as long as you are not above 13, you will be fine. Rian and Rune nodded. Their bodies are really of a 9-year-old boy, so there was nothing to be afraid. Soon, Julian appeared at the stage to speak. Together with him, it was possible to see several other elders who came to watch. Congratulations to the 1736 kids who passed the first exam. To be honest, it was more than I expected, so I'm glad to see that so many kids nowadays are putting real effort into their training. The tests now are quite simple. First, no one above 13 can participate, so we will test your ages first. Second, the sect doesn't accept anyone below the yellow color aptitude. Last but not least, the affinity test has to lit up no less than 3 affinity small orbs. Someone couldn't help but ask, is there any meaning in the 101st kids on the board outside? Everyone nodded after hearing that. They were all curious as to what that was about. You will know after the practical test start. For now, just focus on passing this second test. Without any other choice, everyone made 20 Qs behind the tables with the age measurement liquid. Alanda went back and joined the other adults, while Rian's group was in the middle of the leftmost line. The outer sect disciples then came forward and started to fill up the cups on the table. One kid after another began to drink them and move forward to the aptitude test. As they arrived there, no one helped them to take their blood. They had to do that themselves using any method they wished. In fact, this particular arrangement was made by Julian every time he organized the exam. It was just a drop of blood, but kids would usually be afraid of getting hurt. Although all the kids would still be tested regardless, it was one more way to check if they had the heart for it or not. Soon, the aptitude orbs began to shine with yellow colors. Sure enough, the majority had yellow aptitude. However, it didn't take long for green colors to appear as well. It could be seen that at every 20 or so yellow aptitudes, there was at least one green in the middle. Suddenly, a kid began to scream on the ground beside the table with the age measurement liquid. The outer sect disciples quickly took the kid away and didn't look surprised at all. Obviously, that was a youngster who surpassed 13 years old of age. But it was then that Rian and Rune noticed a quite tall boy stepping forward. He was at least 170 meters, and no one would believe if he said that he was under 14. However, after drinking the liquid, nothing happened to him at all. Obviously, that attracted quite a few eyes. Such a tall boy. He should be almost 14 already. However, just as he was about to cut his finger, Julian asked him from the top of the stage. The boy over there, what's your name and age? The boy was frightened for a second, but he quickly recovered before bowing to Elder Julian. Me Mizangala. 11 years old. Gasps could be heard all around. Only 11 years old? What are his parents? Giants' descendants? Such a tall kid, impressive. Julian nodded. All right, you can continue. He then returned his attention to all the other kids. Mizan took a deep breath and held a small knife that he kept on his waist. With a quick slash, a short cut soon appeared on his finger. A drop of blood then fell on the aptitude orb, which soon lit up with a blue color. Oh! The first blue aptitude has appeared already. I wonder how many there will be this year. Hard to say, they are too rare. I would say 6 to 8, most likely. Julian was pleased with the tall kid. He cut himself without hesitation and even had a blue color aptitude. It turned out that Mizan lit up 6 small earth element affinity orbs. This was proof that his body was made for close combat. If he passes the practical test, send him to my iron faction in the outer sect. Yes, Elder Julian. Usually, the elder presiding over the exam would have the first pick. So the other elders around Julian didn't say anything. Julian is an inner sect elder, But no new disciple could start in the inner sect regardless of their aptitude. They would still have to make their way up. So the several inner sect elders had their own factions within the outer sect as well. The tests continued, and after some time, another 2 blue aptitude cultivators appeared. This time, the inner sect elders fought between themselves to see who would take them in. Julian and 1 more elder stayed out, without saying anything. In Julian's case, he knew which position those kids finished the marathon test, so he wasn't very interested in them, especially after seeing their expensive clothes. HMPH. Another 2 brats from some whatever clan. You can have as much as you want of them. Soon, it was Julio's time. Well, I'm going first. Rian and Rune nodded. Malaka and themselves would be the next ones. After testing his age, Julio's orb showed a green color aptitude, which was already very good. As for affinity, it was air type, just like Alanta. Julio was able to lit up 5 small affinity orbs as well. All in all, his test was pretty decent. Finally, it was Malaka's time. Yay! Now I will show you what I can do. Pa. Roan, who was just behind Malaka, kicked her butt forward. Stop wasting my time and go. Malaka obviously got angry, but Roan was really her nemesis. She wasn't brave enough to rebuke him, else he would give his punishment during their fighting lessons. Malaka could only walk forward helplessly while rubbing her butt and sulking. Rian and Alenta couldn't help but laugh out loud, seeing that. She obviously had no problem with the age test, so she quickly went to the aptitude orb. Malaka also didn't have anything to make a cut, so she simply bit her fingertip. What could a small cut on her finger amount to someone who received Roan's ultra-death hell-style Spartan fighting lessons? Naturally, she had no problems with it. Still, she was shocked when she saw her blue color appearing. After all, she had always thought that she was a green color level aptitude. Rian, Roan, look! I have really become stronger. Rian and Alenda once again burst out in laughter while even Roan couldn't help but chuckle. Her eyes brightened, and her happy face while thinking that her aptitude really increased was really amusing. Even the other adults around couldn't help but feel attracted to her contagious smile. Sure enough, she was the son of their group. All right, it is good that it increased. Now go ahead and test your affinity. Malaka nodded excitedly and went for the affinity test. As for the elders, their eyes immediately lit up. Even Julian was somewhat interested in Malaka since she made it to the top 100 board. She also didn't seem to mind cutting herself to take a drop of blood, which was very good. While Malaka controlled her water element, Rian and Rune noticed something different. Didn't her water element affinity barely lit up the 7th small affinity orb? How come it is fully lit now? It was then that Sister Orb answered. Isn't that obvious? After spending so much time with Roan, who is the epitome of yin, how could the yin energy in her body not improve? Naturally, her affinity for yin elements like water would rise after all those years. Rian and Roan's mouths twitched. Obvious? What obvious? Obvious your head. Couldn't you say that before? Finally, Malaka's 8th small affinity orb lit up, which was also her limit. This time, the cross device around the affinity orb was several times bigger than back then when she did her affinity test for the first time. However, she was already a middle stage energy gathering realm cultivator, so she could free herself without others' help. Once again, Malaka began to jump while waving at Rian and Roan on the back. She was really excited to see everything getting better than she was told. The twins just sighed in the end. Since it was done, then so be it. On the stage, the several elders were verbally fighting even more fiercely to see who would take her. It was then that they heard a sweet voice rising from behind. I hope the elders will leave this little girl to me. Although she doesn't have a red color aptitude, her elemental affinity is almost on par with one. My Blue Orchid faction is definitely the best place for someone so connected with the water element like her. Her name was Zaya Shensuo, an inner sect elder, just like Julian. But she had a unique trait that no other elder had. She rarely recruited disciples to her faction, and they were all women. Also, Due to the size of her faction, she never fought for resources with the others. It was not that she wasn't confident, it was just that with her numbers, what she already get is more than enough for everyone inside. Perhaps, that was the reason no one ever bothered much with her. Since Elder Zaya is interested in that little lass, I have nothing else to say. The other elder also nodded. As long as her Blue Orchid faction kept as it is, they are satisfied with it. Other than recruiting blue color talents, the elders would pick their green color talents as well. Some would even take a few yellow that somehow interested them. Julian was an excellent example of such an elder. But Zaya only took 3 girls so far, with Malaka being the third and probably the last. Then this Zaya will thank all the elders in advance. She sat on her chair once more and began to leisurely watch the exam continue. Finally, with Malaka leaving the test, it was time for Roan to come forward. Chapter 98, Never Seen Before. As Roan moved forward to test his age, he communicated with Rian through their soul connection. Last time, we held each other back, so we didn't get to see our real affinity level. But this time, I think we should hold back on purpose. Rian nodded. Sister Orb, is there a way to change the color that appears in the aptitude and affinity tests? I have no idea how the aptitude orb works, so I don't think I can help with that. As for the affinity test, it would be useless. Even if it shows another element now, you will use your real elements once you start to practice. Sure, you can also use other elements, but they won't be even half as good. In the end, the fact that you try to hide them would be even more suspicious than showing them now. Rian then told Roan. Have you noticed that the elemental affinity orb has 12 small orbs around it? Juri told me that one we used back in the tribe was of a lower quality, so it couldn't test higher affinity levels. Well, considering the average level of kids in a place like our Varan tribe, there wasn't really a need to get one with 12 small orbs. That's why it only had 9 back then. But I feel that if we don't hold each other back, we most likely will lit up all 12. Sister Orb snorted. You think? I can guarantee, if you do it right, the element affinity orb might even break since it won't be able to hold against your level. Roan thought the same. Let's do like Malaka and lit up 8 small affinity orbs. We won't be able to hide our aptitude and element, but they don't need to know how strong our affinity level is. Rian agreed with Roan. Let's follow your idea then. Besides, there is no such thing as white and dark colors in the aptitude tests. In that case, they won't be able to tell if it is good or not. At most, we will be considered irregulars. Although they talked a lot, they used their connection to do that. So it only took a few seconds. Roan quickly finished drinking the age measurement liquid and moved to aptitude orb. Sure enough, as soon as his blood touched the aptitude orb, a dark light came out of it. When the elders saw that, they all got up of their chairs. What is that? Was there such thing as black color aptitude? I've never heard about it, that's for sure. Is it good or bad? It should be bad, right? After all, the lowest one is gray. In theory, black should be even lower than that. Are you blind? He is already in the foundation establishment. Have you ever seen a kid with gray aptitude at this realm? Who would be idiot enough to spend resources on him if it was bad? Get his information and see from where he came from. If he is from some wealthy family, his parent might like him so much that they pushed this kid into that level by using cultivation resources. One of the outer sect disciples came running and delivered the papers containing Roan's information. Varan tribe? South of Astrek City? I don't even know where it is. An elder had a pensive expression until suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ah! I remember now. I passed by this city once, basically. The elder then explained what kind of place Astrek City was. That poor? There is no way anyone could push someone with an aptitude worse than gray into the foundation establishment. Which means. The other elders nodded. Black aptitude might not be a bad aptitude. But in that case, how good is it? He arrived at such a level in such a terrible environment. Could it be that his aptitude is comparable to a blue color, or maybe red? Let's see his elemental affinity first. If it turns out that it is bad, then there is nothing else to discuss. Everyone nodded their heads. However, since Rian's time was right after Roan, his aptitude test came before Roan could test his affinity. White color aptitude. Aren't those kids just a copy of each other? It's just that they have different hair colors. Twins? Each one with the opposite aptitude color. What does that mean? Soon, they found out that Rian and Roan were really brothers from the same Astrek City region. Finally, Roan arrived in front of the affinity orb and pressed his hand over it. Immediately after, the transparent affinity orb became dark. Dark. Element? Quiet, wait for him to finish. The small orbs around the main one then start to lit up one after another. Finally, the eighth one lit up a little and stopped there. Roan looked at that and sighed inwardly. So easy. Still, the elders were also surprised. Dark element with 8 small affinity orbs. It is close to the affinity level of a red color aptitude. But, have anyone ever seen a user of dark element before? Once again, everyone shook their heads. It seems like we will need to check how good he will fare during the practical exam. After all, a cultivator that only relies on his cultivation and can't use his elements is useless. Julian narrowed his eyes before saying, if they are twins, does that mean that the white-haired boy has the light element? The other elders had to admit that it made sense. The dark-haired boy had a black color aptitude and dark element. As for the white-haired one, he showed the white color aptitude, so they could already imagine him showing a light element. Sure enough, the affinity main orb shined with white light. Right after, just like Roan, 8 small affinity orbs lit up around the main one. They turned out to be identical and pole opposites at the same time. Nevertheless, those elders had never seen anything like that before. Seems like we can only rely on the practical exam to test those two. But suddenly, someone appeared right in front of all the elders on the same stage. It was so sudden that the elders who were close jumped back in fright. The one who appeared was a female cultivator. She looked to in her mid-20s, straight brown hair, and used an exquisite blue robe. Her presence seemed to overshadow all the elders around. The inner sect elders were taken aback when that woman appeared, though. But they quickly came back to themselves and bowed at the same time. Paying respects to sect leader. Chapter 99, Aptitudes and Elemental Affinities. Mia Orzu joined the Dalama sect precisely 228 years ago. One of very few red color aptitude cultivators of the entire Jylin country. She was 9 when she passed the test, and a Foundation establishment cultivator already. At the age of 15, she entered the core formation realm. At the age of 31, she broke through the core and soul fusion realm bottleneck. When she completed 57 years of age, she entered the nascent soul realm. Finally, at the age of 138, she became one of the youngest soul transformation realm cultivators of the country. She has been in this realm ever since. She became the sect leader 53 years ago at the age of 184. Under her leadership, the sect prospered. Today, one of the reasons for the sect to have such a stable position in the country was also because of her. Rumors say that she is already in the peak of the soul transformation realm, but no one knows for sure. Still, no one doubts that she will eventually enter the saint realm. After all, she has an enormous lifespan ahead of her. Foundation establishment realm has around 150 years of lifespan, core formation goes up to 200, core and soul fusion gains another 100, dying around 300, 500 is the limit for a nascent soul, while the soul transformation gives an unbelievable 1000 years of life. Mia still has 763 years ahead of her, so only an idiot would doubt her chances of entering the next realm. As long as she doesn't die, of course. She looked behind before asking. Who are those twins? Julian, as the organizing elder this time around, immediately stepped forward. Reporting to sect leader. They are Rian and Roan Larks, they came. Julian then gave a full explanation, including everything he knew about them. Such a remote place gave birth to those two? Julian was taken aback by those words. Could it be that sect leader knows something about the dark and light aptitude and elements? Mia narrowed her eyes. If one were to ask if she has ever seen one, the answer would be a resounding no. However, it is not like she has never heard about something similar. I haven't heard about those light and dark aptitudes and elements specifically. However, I did hear that different types of aptitude and element affinities do really exist. In our Sisimal Empire, there is a man called Harka Tintil, who supposedly has a bronze color aptitude and elemental affinity. It seems like it has something to do with controlling all metal elements, somewhat similar to Earth element. On the south of our continent, the part controlled by the Flaxan Empire, there is also a woman rumored to have a cyan color and elemental affinity. However, the Flaxan Empire is too far away, so I don't know what type of elemental affinity the cyan color represents. She looked at Rian and Roan as they went to meet Malaka and Julio. As for all the eyes on them, they simply didn't care. And now, a dark and light aptitude colors appeared. Julian couldn't help but ask the question that all elders had in mind. Does it mean it is a good thing? Mia sighed before shaking her head. Hard to say. It will mainly depend on those two. As for why is that, you don't need to think much to understand, right? Julian only had to think for a moment to understand what the sect leader meant. I see. Those are aptitude and elemental affinities that no one saw before. Naturally, there is no such thing as cultivation techniques or skills that they can learn from us. Whatever they do in the future, they will need to think about them from scratch. The old saying is really right. A cultivator that can't use his primary element is simply useless. Mia or Zoot nodded. To be honest, I believe that many more wood aptitude colors and elemental affinities appeared in the past. However, because of those limitations on techniques and skills, the biggest majority all failed to achieve anything. Of course, this is just a conjecture of mine. I might be wrong about it. In the end, it will all depend on their own effort. The other elders' eyes dimmed after hearing that. It would be too hard to guide those twins. Not to mention that the final results would most likely be terrible. In the end, no one wanted to do anything with them. However, there was a single exception. Effort, That's the word I love the most. Elder Julian's eyes lit up as he looked at the other elders. If none of you has any interest in the twins, I'll be taking them. Is there anyone against it? All the other elders shook their heads. Since Julian wants them, that's his problem. As Rian and Roan chatted with Malaka and Julio, Mia looked to the sky. She then sent a divine sense message to a certain old man hidden somewhere. Master, the yin and yang balance of our sect seems somehow different. Immediately after, Mia received an answer. So you noticed as well? It started yesterday when the new kids arrived. However, the changes are way too small for us to say whether it is good or bad. Mia nodded. A light and dark aptitude and elemental affinity kids, and this sudden change. It doesn't matter how I see it, they are definitely related. What should we do? Leave them. The only ones who can perceive this change are the two of us. And that is only because of our connection with this mountain, so there is no risk of others noticing it. If we were anywhere else, we wouldn't be able to notice anything. If it turns out that it is a bad thing, it won't be too late to drive those twins away. Perhaps, they would have their own uses even if that's the case. Mia nodded once more. Very well. She then looked at Julian and commanded. Just continue the exam as normal. As rare as those twins might be, no one would really care about them. If it is gold, it will shine. Let them fight their way to the top like all the other kids. Elder Julian immediately accepted the order. Yes, sect leader. Mia then disappeared as if she had never been there. In fact, other than the elders, no one had noticed her presence at all. With a single exception. What a scary woman. Sister Orb, did you say something? Me? No, I didn't say anything. Rian thought that answer to be a little strange, but he decided to ignore it. The exam continued. In the end, a total of 7 blue color aptitude kids appeared. Obviously, all the elders had already made their own selection. They were basically just waiting for the second test to be over. However, just as the last kids were passing through the aptitude test, an orb suddenly lit up with a bright red color. All the eyes were caught by that image. The boy seemed to be around 12 to 13 years old. He also wore an expensive robe and had an air of arrogance. Still, none of the elders cared about that. They only paid attention to the red color in his aptitude orb. When he went to the affinity orb, it once again brightened with red color. However, this time it represented his affinity with the fire element. The temperature around that kid the sword, and the other kids couldn't even get close. As for the small orb around the main one, 9 of them lit up almost instantly. Even the 10th orb also brightened a little bit. Red color. 10 small affinity orbs. It's been over 10 years since a genius like him appeared. But at the same time that the elders' eyes lit up, they dimmed almost instantly. That's because they knew that this kind of talent would not be for them to take. Sure enough, 5 figures appeared on the stage almost instantly. They were the core elders, experts at the nascent soul realm. Chapter 100, Have a Own Wish. What's his name? An outer sect disciple quickly went back to gather the information. His name is Igaz Kexeter, from the Kexeter clan. It is a famous clan of cultivators with quite a few branches in our country. It seems like he is the great-grandnephew of Coulson Kexeter. One of the elders remembered his name and nodded. Ah. So he is from that man's family. Coulson Kexeter was part of our sect in the past, but he left to create his own clan later. Coulson Kexeter is a core and soul fusion cultivator and on friendly terms with our sect. The core elders were satisfied with that answer. No wonder this kid was sent in here. Immediately, one of them stepped forward. What about you leave that kid for me? I wasn't here the last 2 times a red color aptitude appeared. However, the others immediately snorted. HMPH. Aren't you being too greedy, Ranka? The reason you didn't appear was that you left for the Empire's capital. As far as I know, you got quite a few nice things there. The who said it was a core elder called Juvian Tarsho. It was then that a woman stepped forward. I think he should come to my side. He has the fire element affinity, just like me. I'm best suited to guide him. Her name was Tyria Jensen, one of the 2 female core elders present. Tyria, that is not everything. Fire element might not be my primary one, but I don't lack cultivation techniques and skills for someone like him. This time, the one who talked was Cassie Gallarats, the 2nd female core elder. HMPH. Seems like it won't go anywhere like this. In that case, what about we make a bet? The other 4 core elders looked at the one who spoke. His name was Ryfon Gwylin, the oldest core elder in their group. What kind of bet? Ryfon smiled before saying. Let's bet about how many points his group can make during the last test. What about it? The elder who guesses the number correctly or gets the closest shall take Igaz to his or her side. What about it? The other core elders narrowed their eyes. It will be hard to guess. After all, it will depend on Igaz's group strength as a whole, not on his own alone. Especially on his leadership. Isn't that good? That way, none of us will have the advantage. However, let us wait for to make our guesses after he finishes creating his group. All the core elders nodded. Julian didn't intervene and simply waited for the aptitude and elemental affinity tests to be over. Others might have gotten fascinated with that red color aptitude, but Julian didn't give a damn. He particularly disliked those descendants of great clans who had everything on their hands since they were born. Of the 1736 kids, only 1,587 passed the exam. Those 149 that failed were above 13 years old or had an aptitude, elemental affinity below the acceptable mark. Julian then took the opportunity that all the kids were already gathered to announce. The last test will start tomorrow morning. It is a practical exam to test your abilities as cultivators and as a group. The group must have at least 5 participants and at most 10. If you all remember, there is a board at the entrance of the sect showing the first 100 kids to finish the marathon test. Those who are on the board will have priority on the group selection. All the other kids outside of the top 100 will have to wait until the ranked ones finish building their groups. Of course, those ranked in the top 100 can recruit the kids in the top 100 as well. Now, the content of the practical exam is very simple. You will be sent into the Sex Private Demon Beast Forest, which is filled with tens of thousands of Stage 1 and 2 demon beasts. There's also a few Stage 3 deep inside, so you better be careful where you are walking to. Your group's objective is to gather 1,000 points. As long as you complete this task, your group will be accepted into the Delamu sect. However, keep in mind that this test will be observed by the sect elders. If we catch some kid purposely not helping their group, we will eliminate that kid immediately. Our sect doesn't need parasites, it needs strong cultivators. As for the group composition, it must not have more than 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators. This is to prevent a team made out only of Foundation Establishment kids. Pay attention to how many points the demon beasts will give you. Each Stage 1 demon beast gives your group 1 point. Stage 2 gives your group 10 points. If you can kill a Stage 3 demon beast by some miracle, it will provide you with 1,000 points. Now, the ranking. The top 10 groups with the highest scores will receive a reward of 1,000 rank 2 spirit stones to share between their members. Also, the first place will get double the reward, 2,000. Rian and Roan's eyes lit up. Only now did this test become interesting for them. Elder Julian then continued his explanation. We will leave at the end of the afternoon, so use this extra time to mount your team. The test itself will start in the next day morning. If you need help setting up a group or were left out, seek one of the outer sect disciples for help. They will assist you with those and other problems that might appear. The top 100 kids, you now have 1 hour to build your group. After this 1 hour passes, the rest of the kids are free to start building their groups or well. Elder Julian then retreated to his chairs and began to observe the kids with the other inner sect elders. As for the core elders, their eyes were glued at Aegis Kexeter, waiting to see who he would recruit into his group. On Rian's group side, Rian couldn't help but comment. I pretty much like this test. It is very straightforward. But what do we do for the reward? Should we aim for 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones? Roan pondered a bit before saying. We already got quite some attention with our aptitudes and elemental affinities. Besides, they all know that we are Foundation Establishment cultivators. So there wouldn't be anything strange if we got first place. Don't forget that each team can't have more than 2 Foundation Establishment kids, so it is perfect for us. Rian laughed after hearing that. Very well, let's see if we can get first place then. Well, in the worst case scenario, I doubt we won't make it into the top 10, which is already worth it. Roan nodded. That was what he was thinking exactly. The two of them looked at Julio after that. Since you're already here, wanna come with the 3 of us? You are in the energy gathering realm advanced stage, so you will be of great help. Julio smiled before nodding. As for Malaka, she was already a guaranteed member anyway. Now, what should we do for the last member? Julio got confused after hearing that. Last member? Aren't you going to recruit 10 members? Rian and Roan shook their heads. There is no need. Julio was quite surprised by the two's confidence. It was then that Malaka spoke. Rian, Roan. Can I choose the last one? The twins looked at each other and pondered a bit. Oh well, it is not like we know the other kids anyway, so let's leave it to luck. Alright, Malaka, go ahead and choose anyone. Roan didn't have much to complain about, either. Malaka's eyes brightened, but just as she was about to look for someone in the middle of the kids, someone called her over. Wait. Rian, Roan, and Julio, who were just behind her, also looked at who called her. Isn't this that kid with a red color aptitude? However, he completely ignored them and went to talk directly with Malaka. Hey, little girl, don't you wanna join my group? As long as you are with me, you will get the first place in this next test. After all, I have a red color aptitude. I'm also gathering the other blue colors. How about that? Rian and Roan's expressions went dark. He must have a death wish, or own wish, to dare hit on their little sister. Author's note: if you like the story so far, consider leaving a few power stones to help the story.